All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new 24/7 Discord Flat Earth live stream. I hope that this lasts a little while. Maybe we'll change some things up. I don't know what happened on the last one. They don't give you specifics when they give you a community strike, community guideline strike. Oh, I'm sorry. Is everyone hearing this? I meant to mute my mic on the on the thing, so you guys can talk, and I'll do the intro here. Well, it's the new live stream, whatever. So yeah. Anyways, so share this new channel, and until I let everyone know otherwise. We'll be streaming on this channel, and let the party continue, man. I mean, let's get some people on this. Let's get some people on this Discord. Let's get people on this YouTube channel. Spread the word. We have some people would say that there's not a conversation to be had about flat Earth. I completely disagree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been here for over 3 years now. So, we obviously have some work to do. And with that said, we'll get right into the conversation going on. We have several people in the live stream room right now ready to get this show back on the road. Appreciate everyone's support.
Hey, since it's really quiet right now, Enoch, sure, go ahead. Play us some guitar music while it picks up. At least for like a couple minutes, you know?
I'm just exhausted, man. I had a long weekend. Yesterday, I was even more tired. I'm still tired today.
All that partying. Dang.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a break from drinking for a while, or at least drinking every day.
Too much alcohol, not enough weed.
No, that's the problem. Doing both. Fucking drinking, smoking cigarettes. Well, I ran out of cigarettes, so I'm not gonna buy any. But yeah, whenever I'm drinking, I'm smoking cigarettes, fucking smoking weed. By the time the next day, I'm like just tired. I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Like it's been like 3 days in a row. Sorry. Didn't mean to swear. Yeah, I'll be okay. I'm Briggs Jr., so I'm a fighter. Dude, I could kind of hear myself talking in Intelligent Design's fucking mic. So I gotta stop swearing. I don't really like to swear on the live stream. Sorry to anybody who's listening. I'm gonna try my best not to. We gotta try to have some good manners.
Any fake Glovers here? Step right up.
What's
Everything-
a fake glober? You mean like the globe is fake and they're globers?
Not like a flat earther that's gonna pretend to be a glober.
Oh,
Check the live stream. Everything's
That
good.
happens a
You
lot,
can-
doesn't it?
You guys can be heard.
Just go back to before you woke up.
yeah,
It's
we're trying to have
impossible.
we need to have a
Yeah.
debate.
Everything sounds good on the live stream, man. You guys, I'm gonna keep spamming the link all night so everybody can go to the new thing. But, yeah, I was trying to. I love my other microphone, but I have to connect it to my audio interface, and there's some problems with it on my computer, and I can't get it fixed right. Every time I like it'll work all night, and then when I come back and next time I hit live, it just the mic works, but the audio doesn't work. So this one sounds pretty good, right? It's Blue Yeti. I like my other one better, but I mean it's fine. But
Yeah,
you guys sound
that
great.
microphone sounds
Yeah, you guys sound
that
great on there,
microphone
too.
sounds a little more clear. You know, clearer.
Yeah, the
mic
other
you're
one's
using
really
right now?
sensitive. Yeah, the other one's really sensitive.
Yeah. No, it sounds clear. Like I can hear your voice a little more clearer,
Cool.
clearly, clear.
Right, Mikey D's back up and at him. I'll start rinsing people. But I can't do it here. I gotta do. Hey, but yeah, if you guys ever get like YouTube kind of gets slow, but and so sometimes the voice text for everyone or the lobby or whatever. If you get bored with that, I'm on YouNow too, and I should start putting those links in there too, so you can go over on YouNow, because sometimes we'll get up to 100 people that have come through the YouNow stream, and nobody's there interacting with them on the chat. And when we stream all night long or whatever for several hours, people will come in there and they'll say hey or something, and nobody's there. So need to put those links in there too. If you have a new YouNow account, you go over there and just freaking start flat smacking newbies over there, man, because they're in there all the time. They're just like, Earth's not flat. Well, you could get in there, man, and tell them, yeah, it is. Why don't you come in and talk to us, all that stuff, or just interact with them, because I mean, yeah, there's new people jumping on YouNow all the time.
Yeah, there's this YouTuber I watch called Internet Commenticate, Comment Etiquette. But yeah, he's been on YouTube for a while. But he goes on YouNow in some of his videos, and he talks about like real political red pill stuff in the chat, and they're like, "What?" like I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, but it's funny. I mean, it'd be cool to get some of them over here, just like, because we get a lot of young people over here that are smart, but they just don't know what we're talking about, But
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen comments after I go back and look at the YouNow stream, which I hardly ever go to, because I mean I'm doing the YouTube and the voice text for everyone and all that stuff and talking whatever, and so we miss a lot of chances when people jump in. If you just have a browser open with that run in the background, check it every once in a while, see if somebody's watching, ask a question, just say, hey, we're here. As we could, there's usually only, I've only seen more than I've never seen more than 2 or 3 people watching at a time on there, because I think they jump in, nobody's responding. You know how YouNow is. You want to be interacting. It's just usually somebody on a camera, and everybody's they're playing music, or they're just talking, or people watch people sleep on YouNow, man. That's freaking crazy. The hell's wrong with people? You're just gonna watch somebody sleep all night? Have you ever seen that? It's one of the big hashtags on YouNow, is they watch people sleep.
That's the thing about like Twitch and streamers in general is people just want company, man. So even if people are sleeping, they'll leave the stream on and fall asleep as well. Like
Yeah.
they just want company. You know what I mean? They just want company, which is fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, somebody jumps in, like there's somebody, Brandon D, and it says 0 viewers now, but he's just said hello. I mean, but he may have already just came in, said hello, nobody said anything, and he jumped out. So if there was some people on here that are already signed up with you now, they should be in there. Just like if you want to talk to, meet some new, get some new. Let's make some people, man. You can do it on you now because we have. I mean, I'm telling you, every time I do a stream, like 8 to 12 hour streams, there's anywhere from 30 to 100 sometimes people that it came by. And what's cool about you now, it tells you when somebody starts watching in the chat. So if they're watching, you can call them out right then and say, "Hey, welcome to the Flat Earth. What do you think about this?" or something like that. Because they'll as soon as they pop in, their name pops up in the chat. So that's kind of cool.
Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Marlena. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
That sounds like a cool feature.
It is. That's cool. I mean, it's unlike YouTube. It'll tell you 20 people are watching and nobody's chatting. It's just like, well, who the hell's watching me? But on you now, man, they tell you everyone, as soon as they start watching, they pop up in the chat. So-and-so's watching now. You can say, hi, so-and-so. Hey, what do you think about the Flat Earth?
Hey guys, congrats, man. We hit 10K members.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we're even, I think we're even getting close to 10,100 now, man. I mean, we're about halfway there to the next 100 on the side, on the positive side of that. Let me see. I get it when I click on it.
Yeah, Jose, I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that. Here, I'll just PM you. Hold on.
I'm showing 10,114 members. That's pretty cool. And I think that a lot of those YouNow people would join if there was somebody there. And as soon as they jumped in, get them. You know what I'm saying? You have to be there because as soon as they start watching, if they just get bored, then they're going to get bored quick unless they're able to be active in chat, or if there's something going on and somebody's there to say, "Hey, what do you think about this?" Or there's nobody ever there to interact with them. Yeah, like I said, I've had I'll stop the stream and it tells you how many people viewed it that day or that stream. It's been 100. It's anywhere from 30 something to 100 people have at least stopped by and looked at the stream for a minute. Cool. Talking about link in the chat. Part of YouNow. Let's smack some people.
Okay, hello. Guten Morgen.
¿Qué dices?
What?
¿Qué dices?
I don't understand. What are you saying?
I said, what did you say in Spanish?
Oh, I said Guten Morgen. That's German for Good morning.
Oh, I said Guten Tag. I thought you said something like
Tag.
that.
Yeah.
Guten Tag. Is that Guten Tag's like hello, right? Or good
Guten
day?
Tag is a good day, yeah.
Yeah, good day. Okay. You're saying it's the morning. What's that one called?
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen. Okay. Nice. Now I know that.
I think so. I mean, it sounds obvious, but
Yeah, that sounds right.
Hey, Marlena. Raven. What's up, bro?
Hey, Marlena.
Hi. Hi, Lex. How are you?
Hey,
I'm good.
Marlena.
Oh, I got all blushed for a second. Woo. Yeah.
What up,
It
Marlena?
sounded like Ron. Hi. How are you?
Pretty good.
Nice to see you back around in intelligent design.
Yeah. You flying high?
Not today, unfortunately. We're going to be having a snowstorm, and I was trying to get my camper all ready and everything all set for the snowstorm.
I know the storms are terrible all over the East Coast right now. They got like 12 inches of snow in New York. Just going crazy. It's going to be crazy. Well, it might be a strong winter early, and then we could have an early spring because last winter we had a long winter. We had like winter was from like November all the way to like April or May.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We'll
So
have it now, and then yeah.
maybe it'll be a shorter winter, but it's going to start a little earlier. Like it's going to be November, December, and then like January, and then maybe hopefully it starts cooling off. But yeah, it's going to fucking, sorry, I like swearing, but yeah, it's going to snow a lot. So unfortunately, so you said you're getting everything all tarped up or like covered
Yeah.
up or something?
Yep. Yeah, put plastic on the inside of the windows, all that jazz.
Okay.
You know how it goes.
Well, make sure you cozy up, make some cocoa or something.
Yeah, I'll be right over.
Coco.
Sorry.
Get out the couch.
I'm coming over. Cold.
Yeah, it's fun.
Very cold.
I know, I'm lucky. It's like 60 degrees down here.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm at the bottom of Texas, so
Yeah.
luckily it stays pretty nice here, but you also have to live at the bottom of Texas too. So there's that. It's not that
Yeah,
bad.
so have you ever been north?
Yeah. My dad used to live in Houston. So I go visit him up there. So my parents are divorced. So, but yeah.
Right.
So I've been around Texas fairly. Like I've been to Corpus, Houston, all the major cities, Austin, Dallas, because I grew up here. So yeah.
You don't have that Texas accent like all them
Yeah,
Texans
dude. Are you
have.
kidding me? Hey, Riggs. Oh, he's not in here. Riggs, say something. Me and Riggs have the Texas accent. This is the Texas accent. It's like an Americanized. It's like I'm like a few steps away from being a cowboy. If I lived on a farm, I'd probably have an accent, like howdy and shit like that.
Hey, are all the bottles of liquor down there a lot bigger?
Sure. I mean, they're pretty cheap.
'Cause
Everything's cheap down
like
here.
no, because like our
And everything's bigger.
Yeah.
Sorry.
our liquor stores in Canada, they have these bottles called Texas Mickeys, and they're like it's like a gallon of vodka.
Yeah, those are huge.
Like they're giant bottles.
Are they actually from Texas?
I think they just call them that.
Yeah, that's like a marketing thing. But yeah. Now you can get handles of liquor here, like the big jugs, pretty cheap. So it's nice, but it's also just a bunch of drunk people everywhere. Straight up. That's all everybody ever does in around here is just go out to the club or just hang out with friends and drink. Like it gets kind of. That's how it was in Arizona too. Just like,
Get drunk
Nothing
and
to
flat
do.
smack people.
yeah, there's nothing to do. Just get drunk. It's hot a lot of the time, so people just want to sit inside and drink. But yeah, it's pretty nice right now, though. The weather's pretty nice, so I'm grateful for that. It was really hot a few months ago. Like just hot and humid.
So am I echoing at all?
No.
Wait.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Jay, are you there, Jay Dotery? Nah, he's probably AFK or he's busy. So I was gonna ask him about that stuff we were talking about a few months ago, where you can see the stars like at the same time, or shouldn't they be like further away? And if you're in two different locations, like let's say I'm here at the bottom of Texas and someone's in like New York, and at a certain hours, like the stars are supposed to be in a certain position. I don't know. Tell me, hey, is anybody a flat earther in here? Because I'm gonna post a picture in voice text, and you guys tell me if this is accurate or not. Because this is kind of what I'm talking about, and kind of what Jay was talking about. But whenever he gets in, you'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you could check this picture for me, because I found it and I was like, that's an interesting argument if that's true.
Yeah, you want to know what the Globers will say? When they're on their elliptic out to a furthest point left or right of the sun, that's how we see them. We don't see them all the time. But you'd think, yeah, it should be a transit type thing where you barely see it at all. Like they exist on the day side of the plane, the planet.
So it's literally just them putting theories on top of theories for a lot of those answers, right? They just add something to the pile.
Well, they just say the elliptic, that on its orbit around the sun, it goes way out to the left and way out to the right, and that's when we see them at a 90-degree angle of the horizon at night. I mean, I don't buy the explanation.
Yeah, they can make up that goobly gop because they know the real truth.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like googly up.
Hey, does anybody know any flat earthers that are Indonesian that speak English and Indonesian? I'll take that as a no. I'm trying to find a flat earther that's Indonesian and is bilingual. He can speak English and Indonesian or whatever language they speak. I don't know what it's called. So
There's a guy. Are you trying to debate with an Indonesian guy?
Not at all. I found a flat earther that has over 200,000 subscribers, and he's from Indonesia.
Oh,
and his videos look fucking dope, dude. But I don't understand what he's saying. But I can follow like the images. I kind of get an idea what he's talking about. But I wish I could like find someone that could like translate them, or someone that wants to put in like the effort into translating like those videos, or maybe I'm trying to find someone who could translate it. Pretty much, that's it.
Hey, you got a translator app on your phone?
Like voice translator?
Yeah.
I didn't know that existed, dude. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah. You can get an app for your phone where you just key up the mic and it'll translate what's being said for you.
Damn, I didn't even know that existed. I'm gonna have to try that, dude.
Yeah, my friend's got one of them.
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, you can find someone who's bilingual and then talk to the guy, like have him talk to the guy and tell him like, hey, if I translate this video, will you put the captions for it? And then the guy who's
that's actually talking to Karen B about that, because Karen B is like in contact with this guy, And I told him, like, dude, tell him to put subs on his video, like English subs. Like he'll get way more viewers. Like, you know, if he has at least English subs.
You can auto generate those, the English subtitles. He can activate that on his videos.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I don't know how accurate that is, though.
I watch a lot of them Chinese kung fu movies, you know.
Is it pretty accurate, or are there a lot of use of words?
All translation is
Yeah.
some misuse, you know.
I mean, but like I was saying too, if it's a 20-minute video and you really like that video, you have someone else who's bilingual translate it and then send the script to the guy and he can insert the captions himself. It'll take him like 5 minutes. Just copy paste them for each part of the video.
Hey, Jose, you remember when I was trying to get I was talking about trying to get the Russian flat earthers? There was like a huge Russian flat earth thing, and
No.
you don't remember me talking about that? Anyway, when I did that stream the other night, this one guy, his name's Dennis too. But anyway, he popped up in the chat, and I was like, "Man, do you have any of your guys that speak English?" And he said he didn't know but then, you know, I was, you know, zipping around on doing other stuff. And then I came back, and he said he found someone, but it was long after he said that, so I didn't get to respond to him. So I got to get a hold of him and try to I want to get one of those Russians on here, man, just to share some of their information, because they have some interesting stuff. So that just reminded me of that when you mentioned that. They have a pretty large. They don't have they used to have like a 24/7 stream, but I'm still subbed to one of the main channels that he shared with me, and they put videos out all the time. And just like the Indonesian guy, I don't understand anything that's on there, but looks like they're having a blast, you know, talking about all kinds of stuff. I want to hear what they have to say.
So who is the YouTube or the person that has the most flat earth subscribers? I mean, do you guys know anybody? I know ODD has a good amount of subscribers, but he talks about a lot of stuff. So that's one of his main things.
If Eric Dubay didn't get his channel shut down all the time, then he would have probably at least 300,000 by now.
Oh, okay.
He is, matter of fact, he on Facebook, I think it was today, I shared his backup channel today. He put on Facebook that he's got 2 strikes now and he's about to get his channel shut down again.
So how do you get his YouTube shut down?
You know, they don't give you like specific answers for exactly what you did. They just say, well, you violated this community guideline, but they don't tell you exactly what you did.
Oh.
A lot of the time it's just people putting in copyright claims. And if you do have clips, you know, there's certain things that in the video they can flag you for. Like, let's say it's like a Fox News clip, you know, things like that. So you got to kind of be careful how you edit your videos. Like, you know, make sure it looks like it's a parody more than anything. Don't try to, if you use clips, you know, zoom in on the clips or something, or mirror them, or, you know, because that happened to my buddy. He has a political channel. He has about like 200K users, and yeah, he made a lot of money off that shit before the election, dude. He made like 200 grand. I was like, damn, good job, man. But yeah, he'd give me a little bit of money to help promote his channel, but I left Arizona, so, and his channel kind of died down, so I'm not doing that anymore. Like helping him promote it. Yeah, I got like 5 grand total from it. Just helping him. I wasn't doing any of the content. She was like, "Oh, you should do something." I should have. I probably could have made like 100K. Because he was like, "You should make a channel that's like pro Hillary Clinton," because he had like a pro kind of Trump channel, where he would do all the videos about Trey Gowdy and shit. But yeah, so anyway, a flat Earth channel. I mean, that'd be a cool idea. Like, you know, like one that's really dedicated. I'm sure there's a few, but You know, they just probably don't have that many subscribers. I mean, yeah, like where is all that? When I first got here a few hours ago, someone was in here and he was trolling us and he was like, yeah, you know, people at the Flat Earth conference are taking all the money for their own personal means, which obviously not everybody is. There were a few guys. Ron was talking about it. He was like, yeah, this guy did that. He took like 20K, kept it for himself, like didn't even show up. So obviously there's going to be a few people that do that, but like, how do you guys feel about that? Like, I mean, do you feel like someone has the right to just take some of that money, like some of the presenters, or like as far as them getting a cut? So let's say the arena made $200,000 in ticket sales or 250K and all the money they made, and maybe they had some sponsors, whatever. And then, like, do you guys feel like those people deserve to some of those presenters deserve some of that money? I mean, like who gets what, you know, like who's going to get the big amount? Like, is there a hierarchy? Is it the guy who starts the event? Like, does he get a majority of the ticket sales money because he's the host or whatever? So he would get like, I don't know, 30K or 50K minimum out of like 200K. Like, how do you guys feel about that? It's a serious question, man. Like, how do you feel about these people making money? Are you comfortable with it? And obviously, I'm guessing it, you know, it depends on the person, but you know, I think it's whatever. Like, if someone's going to make some money, but this is when all the cards come out on the table. You had this Flat Earth conference. I know you guys had one last year, but this is like the bigger one. I think this is what, the second or third one? It's the second one they've had in Denver. Yeah. Okay.
I think it kind of depends. I mean, I don't know, because it takes a lot of work to put that kind of stuff on.
This is when it's all. Look, let me finish what I'm going to say, and I'll stop talking.
Yeah.
All the cards are on the table now. We know who made money. We can find out who made money. We can find out where the money went. And then you guys do what you want from there. Me personally, I'm going to try to stay out of all this. But that's the reality. Now you can follow the money. Now you can see who's getting paid, who's in charge, who's doing this. And, you know, I'm not going to name any names, but there's a few presenters that didn't show up. And they told all their fans that they were going to show up. And one in particular. And I think that's kind of fucked up. Like, I don't care if you're mad because Logan Paul's there. You got paid, show up, give your fans what they want. Like, come on now. You know? And if you're such a avid flat earther or whatever, and you're so semi-popular or whatever it is, you know, because this wasn't just a person that wasn't that popular. It was like a fairly popular person. Yeah, you know, you owe that to your fans at that point. You owe your presentation to your fans. You don't get upset and say, "Oh, Logan Paul's here. Ooh, my spotlight." No, dude, you're making, if anything, that embarrasses everybody. Yeah, Logan Paul's embarrassing, but you walking away because of Logan Paul embarrasses all the other legit flat earthers. Makes them look bad.
Is it certain that he was being paid?
What's that?
Is it certain that this person was being paid?
Well, mainly with his fans. Like, people getting paid from the venue, that's a whole different thing. Because there are people do agree to different booking fees depending on their popularity.
I would imagine that person probably went for free, right?
I'd
be so surprised if he walked away after taking money.
I don't know if he got paid by the venue or not, but that person gets paid by his fans, by YouTube ad revenue, by donations for the conference. Like, if he's like, "Hey guys, I'm having a little donation the next couple months for the Flat Earth conference," he ends up getting 5-10K out of it, which covers all his travel expenses, right? And I understand people donate their money and it's their choice, but at the same time, he owes it to those people to make his presentation and to make his little 30, 45-minute presentation, even if it's not an hour long or whatever. He could have just gone out there for 30 minutes, said a couple things, talked about something. And instead, he just took all the money that, at least the money that his fans gave him, and, you know, all the money he gets from YouTube, all that stuff, and just kind of just left. He's like, I don't care. Like, I don't think you really care either then, dude. I don't think you take this that seriously. Like, I don't think you take it not being a globe seriously. Because that's what this is about. People want to say, oh, what do you think it's flat? It's a disc, it's this, it's that. Look, dude, all I know is it's not a fucking globe, okay? And that's it. It could be ice, dude. We could be sinking. We could be fucking sinking right now. That's what pool and all that shit is about. Continents sink and they come back up. We could be fucking sinking right now. And then ice, surrounded by ice. But see, the Flat Earth Society comes out and they have disinformation. And they say, oh, well, you're on a disc, but you're going up in the air at so many miles per hour, like very slowly. And they put out this disinfo out there, you know, and they say that it's an actual model that they subscribe to when they can't fully prove that. The only things you can prove right now are like lack of curvature, water finds its level, a localization of the sun and the moon. Like, these are all natural, observable, provable things. But when these other people come out and they add stuff to the model, it causes confusion because people see the model and they're like, oh, that sounds kind of weird. Like, we're on a flat disc going up in the air, upwards, traveling up. What? Like, they get confused and then they get distracted and then they don't look into natural, observable proofs and they just dismiss it. Instead of like them going out looking for curvature, looking for things like localization of sun and moon, water finding its level, yet there's supposed to be a curve or it bends, yet it's supposed to bend around the world, you know, and they get distracted from that. They end up not doing that. And then they walk away from the idea of it, from the movement.
I don't know. One of the things that bugs me a lot is just the censorship that's going on.
That's
I saw another
huge thing that's going to be coming up, dude. That was a huge part of this PSYOP, as far as the Flat Earth Society PSYOP, because they've been around for a while, but it wasn't until Obama talked about them, and then a little bit before that too, they want to bring this back and like push it through Facebook, push it through memes. They have Flat Earth Society like coming out, like they had a Discord that was fairly popular for a while, like, you know, compared to most, and you know, you can still go there now. It's, you know, it's dead, but yeah, they were trying to really push this thing, and a big reason for that was censorship, like you're saying, because eventually they want to call all people who believe in conspiracy theories crazy. You know, even though that's a term that's coined by the CIA, they want to use that against you to censor you. And they say, oh, you believe in that? You believe in this? Oh, you're crazy. You believe in conspiracies? You believe in flat earth? Oh, you're crazy. That's what their end game is. But we're not going to let them do that, dude.
It's crazy. I mean, Dorje, was it Dorje? He just put up another video about it. Like, it removes all the tags and stuff on the, like, down the right-hand side. And it just, you know, like you said, everybody knows that it shows all those, like, misrepresentation videos first. And, you know, takes whoever's just slightly curious down the wrong path. But Dubé, I guess I saw a post on him too. He said, I don't know what's going on there, but he's saying that he's gotten a couple strikes on his old channel or his current channel. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what to think.
The thing is, you have to dispute the strikes, and there's a whole like process. That happened to my buddy's channel when he was in politics. He got flagged by a few people. He had to go through YouTube. It's really hard to go through YouTube. You have to basically write a paragraph to them and be like, look, this person's screwing me over. They're flagging my stuff, and it's whatever. But then people are sneaky too. And if you post like clips from Fox News, they'll email the people at Fox News. Like straight up, that's what it came down to. My friend had to email. He ended up talking to like the YouTube account of like Fox News. So like his other competitors, he like showed them their channels and was like, yeah, like see all these Fox News clips, because his other competitor was trying to flag him because he was becoming a new popular channel.
Yeah.
But then he ended up getting them flagged. He got like 2 strikes and he had like 50K on the way in ad revenue or whatever. And he was waiting for it because it doesn't process. He ended up making like almost 300,000 now in the last like 2 years since the election. But like over time, yeah. But for a while there, he was waiting to get a lot of money and they were trying to flag his account, like shut it down. And he had to like fight them off, and then he had to get their accounts flagged, and like finally everything died down. And I was like, holy shit, that was close, man. Because they were trying to find anything they could to strike his channel and him not get paid that money. Because YouTube was paying a lot of money. And then that ad apocalypse shit happened. So that was kind of that. Yeah, that was kind of the end of people making money after the election. And then the ad apocalypse or whatever. But yeah, could have made a lot of money during that election, dude. All he was doing was like Trey Gowdy videos. He's just yeah, Trey Gowdy, like shit like that, like Congress and like clips, little snippets, and then some Trump videos. He wasn't even doing all Trump videos at all. He was just doing like Congress and people fighting. And, like at the time, everybody liked that shit, so made some money. I guess everybody else is AFK, so.
Yeah, that Trey Gotti guy, he can argue with the best of them, man.
Yeah, but he never does shit, dude. All those times they're fighting, like they never sign anything, unfortunately, because it's all corrupt, you know. But yeah, they'll call people out. He called out Obama for all that weird shit, and then that's yeah, he called. But that's his job, dude. Just talk, call some people out, and then something happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Usually, it doesn't. It's like that Hillary shit, man. She's too big to fail. Unfortunately, you know, it's like, so it's the corruption, man. Just corruption.
She's done.
I hope, but
She's not going to run again.
she says she wants to. Dude, we got to investigate all this voter fraud. They've been sweeping that under the rug. And that's, dude, that shit pissed me off about the midterms. Like, oh, like midterms, and then, oh, there's a false flag shooter. And then while they're doing the recounts, like there's a distraction from that, and they're committing all this fraud. And people have evidence of them committing frauds, like mail-in ballots, like all this stuff, like 2 or 3 different ways that they were committing fraud. And yeah, it was like, dude, what the fuck? Like,
were you here the other day when somebody was showing a movie preview of The Thinning, New World Order?
oh yeah.
Have you seen
Yeah.
the preview for that?
Yeah.
I seen the movie. I downloaded it and watched it.
Did you
was
pay for it?
Pardon?
Did you pay for it?
Fuck no.
You're talking about
Yeah,
the
I
season.
mean, no.
You're talking
I was
about
gonna say, dude, like, come on.
No, I use the torrent sites.
Yeah. That's what
I watched it, and they had an election in the movie, and the one person in the election got 33%. That was funny.
Oh, the numerology, yeah, it's always there.
They got to stick it in every movie.
Pretty much. I mean, it just seemed like another movie that was kind of like The Purge, basically, except just a little bit different. Like, yeah, we're going to kill off the dumb people and then maybe give some of the people a second chance And if they make it through this program, like it honestly, it seemed like a lot of it, the main from the, because I saw the 3-minute trailer or whatever. The main thing I took away from it was like, yeah, population control, sure. But also it just like, it's just another MK Ultra type movie. Like, hey, we're going to take these people to a place and brainwash them in one form or
because
another.
in the movie, it's the UN, the United Nations, sanctions all the countries of the world to start depopulating, meaning they have to get rid of like 4 or 5% a year or something like that. So the America says we're going to make everybody take a test, and all the people that fail it, we're just going to execute. But it's a messed up movie.
Yeah, but that's like really dumb concept in theory, because people are trained to be good at taking tests. So it doesn't necessarily, at least in America, that's not a good way to measure intelligence at that point. Because all those kids in the movies are taking tests their whole lives, so of course they're gonna pass. But I guess if you don't study, you fucking don't know how to take the test, or you're dumb. But
it'd be the interesting aspect is if they like the questions on the test for that kind of thing would be like, do you believe in flat earth? Like, do you believe that mainstream media's narratives are correct? And that's how they weed people down. I don't know. It's like if you answer to the consensus bias, then you're good to go.
yeah. So how do we stop China and Google intelligent design? How do we do that? I need some suggestions.
China with Google.
Yeah. Shit's going down, dude.
What are they doing with Google?
China bought out Google at some point.
They bought Google.
Yeah, some like corporation giving them a lot of money.
Either way you look at it, Google was evil.
Yeah, well now they're more evil. So what do we do? Because they're gonna try to censor everything. They already are.
Someone about Google? You sure?
Yeah, Google. They're trying to censor everybody.
What'd you say the name of the company was?
Google?
No, the one that bought Google.
Oh.
I don't think anyone can afford it.
Oh, I thought
It's
you
like-
said the name.
No, it's just a corporation, man.
I don't know.
It's just one of those major corporation like bullshit brands. It's not even like a, you know what I mean?
Sounds unlikely, though.
That's all those. It's like that. It's like that, dude. Your mic's fucking up really bad. Whoever's trying to talk, just so you know. Hold on. I know. All right. So some fucking Chinese mega conglomerate, fucking, basically an alphabet agency type corporation like ABC company, bought out Google for like, I don't know how much money, a lot of money, $1 billion. Not bought out, but they like gave them a ton of money. So they basically, it's like buying them without buying them. Essentially, they funded them. It's a better way to put it, but they basically own them now because they gave them so much damn money. And
Google's like the Illuminati.
yeah, so now what they're trying to do is all this stuff with censorship eventually. Because China's doing that social credit system by 2020, where all 1.24 billion Chinese people are going to be on the social credit system. And then eventually they want to implement that here, probably around like 2024.
And you know
Or-
what? They're not allowed to talk about conspiracies down there.
Yeah, and that's what they're gonna try to do to us. So now that
Worldwide.
China, now that China,
they can stop the flat Earth movement, right? And it's just like that.
so one of the main reasons, like if you look at the timing, of this all, that Alex Jones's channel, I know he's a shill and he's crazy, whatever, but it's really weird that right when he started talking about this story, all those people deplatformed him. Because he started talking about how China is giving Google money now and basically owns them because they're giving them a fuck ton of money. And then yeah, his whole thing got shut down.
Yeah.
But he's a false flag. He's a false flag for that though. That's predictive programming. That's basically that's making you cheer. They're like people are cheering for censorship. Yeah, fuck Alex Jones. Shut his freedom of speech down. That's all false flag to transition in us and like predictively program us to get to that point. Because they want you to feel helpless. They want you to feel like, oh man, Alex Jones got shut down. He says the most crazy stuff in the world. You know, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast talking about interdimensional vampires and whatever. And if he gets shut down, then anybody can get shut down. Oh, well, okay, whatever. And that's it. It's very dismissive, that whole thing with him. But yeah, so the reality is China did invest a lot of money into Google and draconian stuff. So we got to have a counter plan to it.
I think you're something's confused about what you're saying about China and Google. Because, you know, China's banned Google you're not allowed to use Google there.
Okay, here it is. China buys Google for $1 trillion. There.
That's some sort of joke. That's not real.
Wait, Google to invest 550 million. China buys Google. Yeah, I think that was a joke. Wait, this is August 5th. Let me see what this says. What the fuck? All I put is China buys Google and I'm trying to find it. So we'll see what. See, yeah, these companies, man. I need another fact check about this though. I need someone else to confirm this article.
You mentioned Alphabet too, right? Didn't you mention that as a company?
That's a phrase, like alphabet soup agencies.
Oh, okay, because Alphabet is the name that Google rebranded themselves for the whole company.
Oh, well, that's not surprising.
So you might have seen like Alphabet gives money to Google or something, but that's kind of Google giving Google money because their Alphabet sprung out of Google.
Oh yeah, so China did invest a lot of money into Google. That was in June. That was 550 million. But from what I'm hearing is China was doing the same as well, like investing into them. So it's kind of a problem.
That was the other way around. Google made 500 million investment in China.
Yes, but the story that people are saying is that China is giving them money at some point in one way or another as well.
Yeah,
So
and on top of that, there's loopholes that you can get around to still use those websites there.
Yeah. But the Chinese government would love for those loopholes to be closed. That's why I think it's weird. That's why there's something something's miscommunicated here because I don't think China wants to buy Google unless they were going to buy it and shut it down, which they'd never be able to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something on it, but of course,
And you know, Google's giving them money because Google's trying to butter them up to get them to lift that ban, basically. I guess they estimated that Google's lost $1 billion so far just by not being in China.
I'd like to know more about how this flat Earth system is like a battery, like a Tesla coil. How the ground under us is the negative and the sun is the battery. Have any of you guys seen any of that?
I just saw the thing on the dielectric with like the moon and the sun and the tides and whatnot. But it has to play in there somehow with it, you know.
Yeah, because I believe the ground is negative. I've tested it out already with my I had a problem with my vehicle where I ran over a stop sign and the sign was sticking in the ground. And when I turned the vehicle off, I couldn't start it because it was grounded out because the ground is negative.
Oh yeah.
So it wouldn't let me start it as long as the sign was sticking into the frame of my truck. So I had to bend the sign, push my truck out of the way, and then it started right up. So the ground was the negative, drowning it out, so I couldn't start it.
Dang, that's crazy.
And the sun is supposed to be more like a light, not like a ball of gaseous fire. Because if you think of it, it grows our plants, right? You can't grow a plant with fire. You need a certain type of light with a certain spectrum.
Yeah, there was a. I don't know who's. Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
Somebody else had a video, and I don't know. It was just talking about like the how the sun is like electromagnetic, but then it excites like the inert gases, you know, in the upper atmosphere, which is how we get the color.
Yeah, that's why you see different colors. Like you see red and blue and like a purplish color.
Yeah, I mean, like yeah, because they straight up try to sell us that it's a big ball of gas or whatever, flaming ball of gas. That doesn't make any.
Yeah, it makes no sense at all. Big ball of fire out in the sky where you can't have fire out in space.
I mean, it makes more sense if it's electromagnetic with the because I mean it would go on. You know, it has the potential to go on forever. When you're talking about I don't know, it just doesn't make sense having a ball of gas. You think that would just eventually burn out at some point. Whereas I think with the sun, it's the sun somehow working with the earth.
You ever look at the Thunderbolts project?
I haven't personally, no.
It's a electric universe.
But the other thing with the magnetism of the sun and the moon and the ground is when they're all aligned together, which is like I think it's once a month or whatever. That's what makes the tidal waves come up, the tide.
Yeah.
It almost works like a giant battery, like a giant Tesla coil.
Diamagnetic with an anode and a cathode.
Yeah, I need to check out that Thunderbolt project. That probably
The sun is the anode or
like,
cathode.
If you ever
tried little science projects where you take like a styrofoam plate.
And I mean, you're absolutely true about this. The Earth being a ground.
Yeah.
The ionosphere electricity is up at the top. It's positive, and the Earth is a ground, and it all makes a complete circuit. If it wasn't a complete circuit, then lightning couldn't jump from the sky to the ground. Only in a complete circuit a closed circuit can it flow. In an open circuit, it's cut off from the destination of the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The ground is essentially in a closed circuit what makes the energy flow for the electrons.
Yeah, and it makes a lot more sense too.
It does. Every movement in the plane creates electricity. From the movement of water to the drag of the clouds through the atmosphere. Static electric can control tides. I mean, you can watch that effect with the balloon and water coming out of your faucet. You ever seen that experiment where you rub the balloon and get it real staticky, and you turn the faucet on and you move the balloon towards the flow of water, and it'll draw the flow of water closer to the balloon?
Yeah.
So it shows that static attraction works on water, but we already know that because it conducts electricity anyway. I mean, I hear people say the movement of water doesn't create any static charge or electric, but they don't know what they're talking about. When you survey and you're using a gyroscopic TDO light, you get error, and one of your error faults can be underwater movement, underground movement of water, and static charge. That can be one of your errors, or one of the things you can attribute to your error. You can also attribute, the rise and fall of tides, all the movement in the area, vibrations, highways, stuff like that.
It's like the sun makes way more sense as a light, like an actual light, almost like you get a tan when you go to a tanning booth, which you're under a light. It's hitting that spectrum. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's almost like an energized light.
Hydroponics too. Orgoponics, you can grow every plant life on the planet with lighting systems, electric lighting system.
I'd like to see a glober try to grow a plant with fire.
Or a plasma beam.
Yeah, just take a ball of fire and try to grow that marijuana plant.
Plasma wouldn't work. I think if it would, then neon, you could grow plants with neon lights or plasma lighting, and I don't think they work so well.
Same with the moon. The moon having cold light. It's like the total opposite of the sun. And it's bright enough that it lights up all the clouds around it. Any clouds that are close to it, it lights them up.
Yeah, I think it's just another spectrum of light. It produces its own light and its own spectrum. It's no different than using ultraviolet lights at night in your grow room. Blue lighting. Gives you a spectrum that's not present in white lighting, and it promotes flowering when you use it at night.
So yeah, I found a little more about what I was talking about with China and Google. So I posted that first article, and it basically breaks it down like, yeah, like China or Google's helping China set up Google in their country again, and they're gonna also like restrict it, and then Google's also helping China with that social credit system thing that China's trying to do. So there's definitely money going in between them both. Like they're paying them to help them at some point. The site that Google's going to help China launch, it's called JD.com, and it's an online retailer. And they said it's projected to make like $12 billion in a year of sales. So there's definitely money there. But the main problem is this whole censorship thing. Like they're going to help them use Google in China now, bring it back to like set up that social credit system, maybe force everybody to have Google Plus profiles or whatever. Because I think they were trying to do it with Facebook, but maybe that didn't go through. But yeah, they want everybody to have a profile and be registered in a social credit system where anything you do, like certain foods you buy, whatever it is, it could be things you post are going to give you like credit points towards your account. And this is forced. Like they're trying to implement it for all the people, 1.24 billion people by 2020. And then eventually they want to try to do that here. They want to make it so it'll be illegal if you don't have a Facebook account or whatever profile account that they decide to use. So what is your suggestion, Intelligent Design? How do we counter this madness?
Run for the hills.
Run
Get a
to
Facebook
the
account. Like to see him force me to get some kind of social media account. I'm gonna laugh at him.
Yeah, well, the whole point is they want to do it by 2024. And if Democrats win, because we have a period of, we have cycles where it's like 8 years, Clinton, then Bush, and then Obama, like, blue, red. And now we're at Trump. So he's probably going to more than likely win the re-election. But yeah, so if they elect a Democrat in 2024, that'll probably be when they'll try to implement it. Like a little bit after the election. And they'll be like, hey, you got to start registering with this. And eventually it would become mandatory. At first, they're going to make it cool, for the next 5 years or whatever. They're going to be like, ooh, if you shop and you have this Facebook app open, you're going to get points. And the more points you get, the more like prizes you get. And like, we'll mail you shit just for like you being like, yeah, I'm here at this restaurant. This is the name of it. I got this plate of food and I got 50 likes on my picture or 100 likes, and then they'll get points for it. And then with those points, you can redeem them for like gift cards or, probably just gift cards, basically.
Materialism.
Yeah.
If you can
What's
be
up?
if you can be a non-materialistic person, that stuff will not make any fucking difference to you.
Yeah, I know, but that's how they want to eventually make it mandatory. Like try to introduce it like, oh, this is fun. It's cool.
Hey,
Like you're getting points.
can you mess with them by having like a flat Earth picture on your profile?
Yeah, they'll probably ban you or whatever. They'll be like, ban
We'll
this
get a
guy.
negative score for that one.
Yeah. I can't send my
And
kids.
yeah, I can't believe that the China, because I used to play that game Ark Survival Evolved. There's a bunch of Chinese tribes on there, and we were talking about this crap about a couple of years ago. I was talking to these guys about this stuff, and I was laughing at them because they think that the thing that they're doing is so great. I'm like, it's going to be used for tracking your dumbasses, man. Are you kidding me? Complete control, and then you don't even have an opinion. And if one of your friends has some outlandish opinion, you know what I'm saying, that affects your score off of your friends too, and what they're like and their scores as to what your score is going to be. It's just dumb, man.
So I think they've been working on this since like 2014, 2015 in China. Like the first betas were probably around then. But now they've actually been registering people in the last like 2 or 3 years. And their goal is to have everybody registered with that social credit system by 2020. So they may even have 500 million out of 1.2 billion right now, for all we know. But from what I hear, yeah, it's like the friends you have, the stuff you purchase, like the things you like and the things you talk about, they give you points. And the better your like point system is, the more access you have to things. If you have a bad point like number, you won't have access to certain places. Maybe,
So, like the RFID chip, man, you just won't be able to buy or sell anything if they don't like you. Technically, they will.
Yeah.
What it's all about. It's restricting you and being able to and restricting you and your ability to do what you want to do or what you need to do. Trying to force you into their system, like you said.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, my connection's fucking up. I had to restart Discord.
We might as well go down into the other one. Hey, Jose, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, we might as well go down to the other one. It's quiet in this one. We almost need to we need to set this up a little different, this live one. Because if it goes quiet for too long, people end up leaving or it doesn't get busy. We almost need to set it up as a once a week thing and get certain people that are going to have questions ready if there's no Globers in the room type of thing. You know what I mean? I don't know if Helio is working on something like that.
I know. I just try to stay out of the religious discussion stuff. It's not my thing.
I'm not religious either, but I'd rather listen to something instead of total silence.
Oh, trust me. Sometimes total silence is better than what's going on in there, man.
There's nothing going on the YouTube either. Three people watching.
From what I'm understanding, the United States is not even the country that searches FE, from what I was reading. India seems to have the largest population interested in flat Earth.
That we know of.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know.
Yeah, because we can't.
Ace was pointing out the fact that Indonesia has the largest amount of people searching FE. America's not even in the top 5, man, from what he's saying. But United States has got a bunch of floor-dated down dumbasses too, so.
Yeah, but who's saying that they do it the most? Is it like a stat or a poll or something?
I'm not sure where Ace got it from. I have to ask him, but that's what he's pointing out. Man, I don't think people, like he's pointing out, this whole movement's worldwide. Google's trying to keep it, Facebook's trying to keep it on the low. Governments are trying to stop all the information about FE. They even admit they're trying to shut it up. You know what I'm saying? Shut it up. So I got a question. If they're working this hard to keep this information from being public, then there's something to it. I'm sorry.
Maybe they're afraid the people above are going to drop the bombs.
Maybe. For what? Letting it out? Well, it was only a matter of time before it was going to get out. They can't keep the populations completely under control. They should know this. Not everybody's an idiot. They got to remember the same people that are controlling us are not any smarter than we are.
What if they put that point system out like they have in China, and then nobody can talk about it anymore? That would be messed up. Hopefully it's still a long ways away. I think they're allowing it to leak out, and they're just controlling how fast it leaks. Because as long as it's only a small percentage, then we stay crazy. Once it becomes a big percentage, like 50%, we're not crazy anymore. Now it becomes truth. So I think they're just controlling it by controlling both sides.
They are, and they're trying not to allow it to reach that critical mass.
They just don't want a super big wake up all at once. But they control all the mainstream media, so that shouldn't be too hard. Like I have my media, my news station I listen to in Canada. There's people putting flat earth messages in there all the time, and they read them over the air, which gets people thinking about it, just hearing it.
Yeah, I wonder why religious has been popping, man. Religious discussion. I stay out of that, man. It never ends well.
That's what I was telling him a minute ago. He's like, it's better than being quiet. I'm like, sometimes silence is way better than what you're going to get into in there.
I don't know. A few of our mods go down there. It's calmed down a lot. It does only take the one wrong person, though, and it flares up. Just depends on the subject.
Come on, the religious subject is one of the biggest subjects in the entire world, so it's one of the most heated, most debated subjects.
Yes, it is.
We can thank the owners for that.
Let everybody in on the truth. I guess we wouldn't have to be searching for these answers, would we? Have a little bit of a better idea of what our purpose was and why we were put here. You know what I mean? Instead of hiding it from us.
Yeah, some will never ever wake up.
You guys heard the new song by music conspiracy guru, Don't Let Them Take Your Mind? It's a kick-ass song. It's 8 minutes long too, man, but it's a really good song. I'll post it up in the voice text.
Don't let them take your mind. Ain't no ballers tonight. Okay, I'll be a baller. Who wants to go against me? Who's gonna be the flatterers? I learned it in school. Of course, it's round.
I would, but I'm eating right now, man.
All right, Kangaroo, I brought you in so you could ask your questions here, man. It's a lot smoother when we talk on voice than debating in text. It goes by faster and we kill less time. So go ahead, man. Start up. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any of us. Oh, you can't right now? All right. So what's your question? I guess you could type it out. It's better than it being quiet in here. Time zones. Michael J. Smith, you want to take time zones?
Do what, bro? I was watching a video.
Oh, can you do time zones real quick? I have to do something really quick. I brought in this guy, Kangaroo. He has a bunch of questions. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So go ahead, bro.
Oh, real quick, MJS, he's on the lobby typing them out.
Oh, okay. Multiple time zones. That's easy. The path of the sun. They just give you a GIF in the lobby for that. Intelligent Design did. The sun's more local, more direct light source on the flat Earth. It's not as large as it is in your heliocentric theory, so it doesn't light up the entire Earth at one time. The path of it creates time zones, no different than it would on a globe. Geocentric, you mean Earth-centered, stationary Earth with the heavens revolving around us? Pretty much, kangaroo. Yes. Yes, you're getting me right. More of a atomic model.
Hello, people.
So,
Oh, just trying to get along in this life of incredibly stupid people today. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, are you a Glober?
That's a negative. Yeah, but with the way society's going, I don't think there's going to be anybody questioning the space program. I'd be surprised if we can even keep the space operations going if it were true, because people are very, very stupid today.
Most people say they were dumber way back when and they're smarter today.
Oh my gosh, I can't think of any time in history that, I mean, at least Americans, where you would say they used to be dumber than they are today. What do you think about that, Battle Mod?
I agree.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how dull people are. I don't know if it's just ignorance or just actual, stupidity. I don't know.
Hey, a lot of people believe the monkey thing.
I mean, a good example is like, did you ever listen to how people wrote and spoke like 150 years ago in this country? I mean, it was way more sophisticated.
You mean like kind of like Shakespeare? Thy and thee and thou.
Well, not just that. I just mean the style of writing, the vocabulary was just a lot more comprehensive than it is today.
So like there was no ebonics.
Huh. Well, no, I mean, I do think there was probably still slang in communities, but in general, like,
Nobody back there was saying I.
Yeah.
You imagine George Washington saying some shit like that?
Yeah.
Did you get that hay wired up yet? I.
The other thing is women today. I mean, I cannot understand women today. I don't know if you guys can.
It's because their brains are wired differently than ours are.
They must be on a completely different operating system or something.
Yeah, Linux.
I need to find a good MGTOW server.
Hey, kangaroo, just show me the proof that there's a molten core under the crust. PNS waves don't do that. We assume the density of the material that we send the PNSA waves through. Oh, okay. Because, I mean, crust, lava, core, that's all part of the Big Bang Theory and planetary evolution. It's not actually proven. Just wondering, what do you come in the voice lobby for? So to just ask questions in text and not talk.
Huh. Who is that?
Kangaroo.
Kangaroo, are you there?
He might be muted. No.
Well, he is muted right there. I don't know if it's on his end or what.
Yeah, it's a.
This, look, man, here's my opinion. This people today, they're not ready to know about the Earth. You know what I mean?
What does that mean?
I mean, maybe 250 years ago, they would be ready for some truthful revelations about Earth and space. Today, these people wouldn't know how to handle the truth. You know, like the movie where he says, "You can't handle the truth." It's like that, basically.
Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth.
But you know the context of that line out of his. So I don't.
Yeah, I mean, he's telling them the truth about what, procedures they had to do.
I want the truth.
No, I mean, I think he kind of says that they don't always follow standard procedure when it comes down to.
Yeah.
And he didn't want this Tom Cruise, sharp military lawyer. They didn't want him to. He didn't think he could understand the true military.
Tom Cruise is a short guy.
And how they handle things.
He's a little fella.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying about people today.
But that's just it's just a line to challenge. It's not like he actually thought that.
What's that?
I didn't get what you were saying.
In the movie, I don't think he actually thinks that he couldn't handle the truth. He was just making a statement to say that he doesn't know.
What movie?
I forgot what it's called. What is it?
I don't understand what you're saying, Hollywood, to be honest.
So he's challenging Tom Cruise because Tom Cruise does not know the inner workings and he doesn't have experience like Jack Nicholson. It's not that he truly wouldn't understand it. It's just that
he didn't say you wouldn't understand the truth. He said you can't handle the truth.
Yeah,
I know what one you're talking about, where he's investigating that.
The point is not whether he meant it or not. The point is you can't handle the truth. Some people can't handle the truth.
Right.
In what ways they freak out? I don't know.
Yeah, they freak out. They can't process it. They won't even believe it. I mean, they'll start acting like.
Do you have an example?
Start acting insane. I'm talking about what would happen if people were to learn certain truth.
I mean,
most of us
here have learned. Most of us here.
A Few Good Men.
Yeah, but we learn it slowly.
Rules of Engagement.
I think it's A Few Good Men, right? That's what it was.
Well, I mean, for example, you have the booming industry of psychologists and therapists. Everyone's in therapy nowadays.
Right, so they'll have more business, right? It's a good thing.
No,
yeah,
it's not a good thing.
The psychologists, they're taught what's normal and what's not. So if they say a ball Earth is normal, and you go in there as a flat earther, they now tell you you're a crazy person.
I actually should. That might be a good test to go to a psychologist and say something like this and see what happens. Does anyone ever talk?
What, talk about conspiracies to a psychologist?
Well, no, that's the thing is,
we'll talk about this one specifically and see how their professional opinion is on it.
If you're willing to go to a therapist, it's kind of implied. I mean, maybe someone goes to it for something, but it's sort of implied that you're saying to them that I respect your view on life and whatnot. So you're kind of submitting your own willpower.
Only if
and
you Only if you want to. I would go.
Well, yeah, but who would go to a therapist for a prolonged period of time if you're not interested in what they have to say?
Well, who says I'm going for a prolonged? I'm just saying I would go once and say, what do you think about my crazy thought that I have that the Earth is?
Okay, but you're saying that's good. I'm trying to tell you that it's not good to have a population go into therapists.
Questioning it?
No, not stop changing the subject.
I don't know what you're saying.
All right, never mind Hollywood.
It's okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know. It just kind of seems like you want to argue, to be honest.
No, I just want to know why you think people can't handle the truth.
Well, I just gave you 2 reasons. I don't know if you're listening.
You said they would freak out, and you never gave me a legitimate example of people
Normally
freaking out
they
from
do if the truth attacks their entire belief system. If it goes against their, it's called cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, some people would freak out. Some people would even have anxiety attacks. It could trigger an attack.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I mean, these people are weak today. I mean, most people are weak. They're dumb. Let's be honest. They're ignorant. So, I mean, they're not going to be ready to accept things.
The truth will strengthen them, I feel like, in the end.
And a big percentage of people that even wake up to like these people that own our governments and media and stuff go through like a depression stage at the same time.
Yeah.
When you first wake to it and see what's going on.
Well, not to mention, if you go to one of these therapists or psychiatrists, they do have the power to put you away.
Right.
Yeah, like anybody's gonna just go in voluntarily.
I have to just remind that we're talking about you can't handle the truth. That's a movie line. That's a movie line.
What is your point, Hollywood?
I was just reasserting that.
You didn't reassert anything.
We were just using the reference because we were saying people can't handle the truth, and then we referenced that movie.
And then there's truth in that statement too.
I agree. I'm sorry. I guess
You can't handle the truth of that statement. It offends you.
I don't know. I'm just trying to. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it challenges your worldview.
Somebody should chop that movie up so that the guy in the courtroom says,
"The Earth is flat."
Yeah, is the Earth flat? You can't handle the truth.
Yeah, let's make a GIF out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they that's kind of sad. I mean, it's like, well, I mean, for someone to think they would need to go to a therapist because they're kind of confused about, it's like, hey man, I'm starting to see the Earth as a flat plane, even though I saw it the whole time. I just was convinced it was something that it wasn't, as we all know. So, but to tell that to a therapist that their job is to go, okay, so, they're not, they've never looked into anything like that. They're just like psychoanalyzing you. They don't care.
How does that make you feel?
How does that make you feel? They're just like, ooh, we got a flat earther here. I mean, they, like I said, they can do anything they want. I mean, they can tell you, they can make you trust them. They're so full of shit, man. I've been to therapy, against my will. Well, I mean, went voluntary one time, and I went to marriage therapist. I mean, I've been divorced twice, so sometimes when you want to try to save your marriage, you go to therapy.
Was that gynocentric when you went for that? Was the service you got like focused on the woman? Would you say?
Yes, of course it was.
Oh my gosh,
it was fucking horrible. I was like, man, fuck this. I ain't doing this. So yeah, we went to like 2 sessions, and I was like, no, I ain't going back there. No, it's not gonna happen this way.
It's like, what are you getting out of it by spilling your guts to this stranger?
No,
you get some stranger telling you to bow down to your wife. Pretty much.
Pretty much, but it's some stranger. But they're just they don't. I mean, they're just there to analyze you psychologically instead of actually, they pretend to care, but they're actually just trying to psychoanalyze your situation. I mean, I won't say that therapy doesn't benefit people, but
really, same here.
Really
no,
good therapist, man. Someone you can trust, man, because I mean, it just some random quote unquote doctor out there, mind doctor. You can't trust everybody, man. You can't trust everybody. I mean, there's like, you can tell me your deepest, darkest secrets. You know, they can also have you committed to a fucking insane asylum too.
Yeah. It kind of seems like you'd have to agree with the person about things like religion, you know, politics before you could really take relationships, like before you could really take their advice, unless you just want someone to talk at and get, you know, the weight off your shoulders. I think that's what a lot of people probably go to therapists for.
Yeah, but some people have friends that they can tell and confide in.
Yeah, you would hope so, right?
Well, I've had some that haven't, you know, told the shit that I told them to anyone else. So yeah, I mean, hopefully everyone does, but I don't know, man.
Well, I'll tell you something, man. Women today in this country, I don't know, maybe it's from the area I'm from, but it is bad. It's bad, man. The state of women.
Why do you think I've been married twice and I just don't even, I'm not even interested in finding a girlfriend or a woman to have any kind of relationship?
Well, it's just
I've been single and celibate for like 7 years, man. I don't even mess with them no more, man, except for talking to them on the internet, which, I mean, they're in the same situation I am. They're like, men are fucked up too. Don't get it wrong. You know what I'm saying?
The woman today is like, they think like they're asexual basically.
Well, I don't know. I don't even try, so it doesn't even, you know, I don't get out much, but I go to work and I go back home. Not that I'm not attracted to women or anything more. I would probably, I mean, I have the physical attraction, but as far as like the women I meet on here that are intellectual, that I'm way more attracted to that than spending time the physical stuff. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, I don't know. I've honestly, personally, I've never really been like picking up women kind of guy. I just meet someone, and that's how I found my wives or whatever. Whenever I did that, but I've always kind of been like that. I don't know. Whereas a lot of guys, it's just like women just, you know, come to them. I don't know. I just, I mean, I know I could find somebody if I was looking, but I'm not looking. I really am not looking.
I don't blame you. I think the woman today is just inherently selfish.
Well, I don't know the percentages on birth control, but that concerns me that a lot of women are on that like constantly because it's you know, it's tricking their body into thinking they're pregnant or whatever, and it's not their natural state.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. Agreed. And it's like, for the most part, men thinks, you know, women don't want to have sex, but they do want to have sex, but then they want to make sure that they're not going to get pregnant, and then they have a right to kill their baby if you do get pregnant or whatever, and then they're always just worried about, you know, getting pregnant, which, I mean, yeah, you should get very worried about that, especially if you're promiscuous. So it's just like, and then they get on the birth control pills, which just manipulate their entire hormone system and shit. It's just like, yeah, you're right. It makes them crazy.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Well, it's like society convincing them that they need protection because they should be.
You have fathers and mothers sending their 13, 14, as soon as they start bleeding, they're going to Planned Parenthood to get their birth control pills.
Yeah, they do it just so they don't have their periods now.
Yeah, I mean, and that is a fair point. That it does like regulate stuff more, but I don't know what the advantage is.
Well, the other thing is we have it's the standard now to send girls to go lug around heavy backpacks and equipment in school just like they're men. Why are we doing this in our society? Why don't the women be women and the men be men? This is why they're so turned off and just, you know, ridiculous, I think, is because society is like just giving them such mixed instructions.
It's not natural, man. It's manipulated. It's just really sick, weird.
I mean, this feminism crap has got to go, and I mean now.
Well, do you think there's any like feminism in the flat Earth stuff? Like, why do you think it's easier for women to understand it than men, or?
I don't know about
Hey, do you
that
feel
one.
like we're in a stag party all the time talking about this shit? You know, but it's
Well,
not because I mean, it's
yeah,
like
it's
older
different.
women, yeah,
Factors.
not old, not old. There's a lot of young women who come in that are pissed off about this shit too. It's like they don't understand why the rest of but it's because everybody's so manipulated and just kind of. It's not necessarily their fault. I mean, the shit is thrown in their face every day. Something that's not real. I mean, it's just it's a fictional reality that they don't even know what to do with it, and especially if you have parents that have been involved. Like I said, I mean, if you turn 13 or 14 and you know you're a girl and you start having your period, and then it's just like, well, we get her on birth control to regulate her period, but that's not what birth control's for.
Yeah, like help her not break up.
But
from
how
acne,
can
like,
you even know if it needs to be
so bad
regulated before? I
excuses.
mean, it's just like boom, Planned Parenthood. Oh, you better make sure you don't get pregnant because
Does it not affect them permanently as well?
Well,
I
it does,
wonder.
man. I mean, yes, it does. I mean, it's a chemical.
But how can all these health organizations and whatnot just approve this if it really does
They
affect
don't
them?
care. They don't care.
Uh,
They don't care. As long as they're
Yeah,
making money, they don't care.
all the biggest systems in the world are corrupt.
hey, gamers.
I don't really know, what the solution is with women these days. I don't think men are going to be chasing after them anymore. That's for sure.
Well, gatekeeper, do you have any other like concerns, like the somebody can't handle the truth type?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just like I was listening to what you guys were saying. I was agreeing that yeah, this birth control thing just manipulates the hormones of these little girls, and it's freaking sick. My opinion.
Yeah. Well, what I mean, Hollywood, is that people aren't in the mental state to receive higher truths further than what's on Netflix this weekend or what their 401k is doing. That's the point I'm trying to make.
No, I know, and I was wondering. I was kind of like just shifting gears, I guess. I was wondering if you had any more like concerns, like.
Yeah, but what do you think about that, what I just said?
No, I mean I believe you, dude. I've experienced it firsthand. You know, I can straight up just tell people obvious shit, and they just don't understand. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, so you get it.
Yeah, of course I get it. I wonder why they don't get it. You know, I feel like it's not like I'm not telling them the truth, but it's something different. It's not that they can't handle it; it's that they won't even.
That their brain is not in
Accepting
a
it.
receiving mode.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
functioning that way.
It's so incredible. It's really incredible.
You're not hitting the receptors with those words.
It's literally a computer program. It's literally the way I form words, and if they hear certain things and they form certain ideas from those words, then it starts like turning off their brain.
Yeah.
It's
No,
crazy.
there's actually something that happens in the brain when somebody talks about a conspiracy to people that don't believe them.
I mean, why do you think it's called like TV programs, television programs?
Called ad blocker.
Well, yeah, probably through mainstream media, they implement these narratives, which subconsciously get adopted by the brain, and that becomes the way you process information. Like, I believe movies in general and TV, like, it shapes the way people equate things in reality. They're like, oh, this is like that movie. This is like that, subconsciously or consciously.
No, definitely.
Yeah, think about when you see like a plumber on TV and they're working under the sink, you always see the ass crack, right?
Right.
Well, you see that in real life too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. So they try to legitimize, everything that's
I dated
by showing some truths.
I dated a girl that was a plumber, and she showed it.
Well, it's just like when you said, like when you watch a movie or something, and and you like say you have like expert knowledge on a certain subject, and the movie like somebody like somebody in the movie planned putting something there or mentioning that in the dialogue or like saying something a certain way that only like you with expert knowledge would like know in that field, and it's like a nice inside joke. And then so you assume certain things that are obvious realities and they make jokes about them are the same way.
Well, it would be like the people at the top that know what's going on and use like a numerology and symbolism and stuff. When they watch all these same movies and television, they see different stuff, right?
Yeah, I wonder what I wonder what it's like. Because you think they're just like they'll come out with a new movie and it's almost like it's one objective is to fool the public more, and the second objective, or maybe the first one, is to inform whoever understands the meaning of all the little things, at a higher level, they get fed more information for the future or whatever. I think it's like, I think there's some things in movies that maybe mainstream people don't understand, but it's out there to like inform people who are looking for like kind of like code. But the code is in like the mainstream stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, which is all movies pretty much.
Well, it's like, have you ever heard of like spies back in the day? They'll have stuff in the newspaper. I don't know how they'll do it or whatever. It's just like I haven't read in depth, but like I've heard that they'll be in another country or something, and then the newspaper will say the weather is bad here or something, and that means something or whatever. I don't know. They just like put code in plain sight, right? I don't know.
In a way, they would have to control all the movie producers, because if somebody gets a big enough hit movie and they put too much truth in that movie and wake people up.
Yeah, that's what I find so amazing about this is like, if this was made into a movie, it'd be the best movie ever because it's so freaking crazy and awesome.
Yeah, but they would make
they would
make
never
it look stupid though. They would have like some cats pushing shit off the edge and all sorts of stupid, and it would be floating upwards. And
Well, do they ever have conspiracy movies?
Mad Mike would be flying a rocket at like 200 feet. They'd make everybody look so dumb.
So what exactly is the truth?
What truth would you like to know?
Well, I'm not necessarily a flat earther, but I want to know like what you guys think.
You have many questions.
Well, it's pretty obvious what we think, right? So like, what do you?
I mean, yeah, I mean more as in like what justifies.
Well, I think it's easier it's easier maybe for us or for you to start saying what justifies what you believe.
Well, I personally don't see any reason why the government would lie to us about something so simple.
But no, okay.
I do. There's all kinds of reasons why they would. They've been holding us hostage for thousands of years. Or no, sorry, hundreds of years. I should say, not thousands. For about 100 and so years, they've been holding us hostage. That's why.
Hostage from what exactly?
What do you mean from what? Do you know what hostage even means? What do you mean from what? I'm not even going to explain it and let you. You'll get somebody else to explain simple things to people that.
True reality, from our true possibility, potential.
Yeah.
Hostage from our.
They feed us lies to be able to control us easier. So we're like slaves, monkeys.
I posted a PDF of a laser test at 42 kilometers, 0 deviation. So that's just one example of it measures flat. At 42 kilometers, there should be over 90 foot of curve, and there's not. 0 deviation from target to laser.
And Quinty, you said you don't know why the government would lie to you. Have you looked into the government?
Well, no, I mean, I don't I can understand the government lying to us. I'm just saying specifically, like,
Well,
why
somebody
would it
provided
matter
an
if
example.
the Earth is flat or something?
I don't really worry about appeal to motive. That's a logical fallacy for a good reason. The evidence shows that the model doesn't show what it predicts. It predicts curvature, but it can't be found. So why they lie wouldn't, it doesn't even matter. The evidence shows that somebody's lying.
Yeah, it's a big problem if they're lying.
Who
'cause
knows who
that-
it is? Who knows if it's the government or somebody above the government that's controlling the government?
we
because
can
of
only guess.
fear. Who knows? Who knows
that
if there's a the United Nations are actually in control? Who knows? Of the U.S. Who knows? Like we want to believe we're our own country, but who knows?
I guess I can understand that.
So most of us, I mean, sorry, all of us have not seen the curvature ever. That's a really big, and I don't think you have either, right, Quentin?
Can you repeat? I wasn't listening.
Have you ever seen the supposed curvature that they talk about, like that you see in photos? Have you seen it with your own eyes?
No, it's just because it's never something that I worried too much about. I mean, if the world is flat, then I guess it's flat, and I mean, I wouldn't see it as too big a deal. But some people may, and I can respect that.
Well,
Because the implications of what that means.
yeah. Do you pay taxes?
Yes.
So you pay money for NASA then?
No, I pay for my car. That's about it.
No, some of your tax money goes to NASA.
Yes, it does.
So if they're lying about the flat Earth and they've spent over $1 trillion of our tax money over the last 70 years.
Right, because our government owns nothing. We own the government in the United States of America. We the people own this.
Okay, I kind of understand it now. So you guys.
That's just one of the problems. There's many, many, many more problems. That's just one thing.
All right. Okay, I get it now.
I mean, do you believe this is a democracy and the people we elect are our rulers? Or do you think it's a constitutional public and there are elected representatives?
I'd say the latter.
The latter. Democracy? America's not. It's a constitutional republic.
Yeah, we're not free here.
Our elected representatives are supposed to be confined to the limitations of the Constitution, but they go outside of that and dictate what the Constitution defines as over and over again. This is another problem. I swore oath to protect that Constitution, but our government's giving away authority to dictate what it means when it belongs to the people, not the government.
They make us think we're free.
The judicial court system isn't supposed to be telling us what our Constitution defines as.
Is that Quinty?
Yeah.
Alright, so like you know how you said like what does it matter if it's flat or not? You know, so
Yeah,
if
I can understand that now. It matters that it's flat because people have been lying to us.
Yeah.
And the money that we spent has gone somewhere else, and we don't know where.
Well, yeah, and also like yeah, it's definitely about that, but like also like you said like or we were talking about earlier about like potential and stuff. You know, like we had this envision or we have this like model in our head of space that most of us used to like think are the mainstream most public like believe in, and that goes away. So you know, there's so much more potentially like beyond what we even think now that's possible. So you know, who knows what all that is? Like the unknown still. I feel like with this closes our world and it's a small world after all kind of thing is real. And then who knows what's beyond at this point for at least the public, who knows? because it's probably not galaxies and fucking planets and shit, and the solar systems or whatever.
Yeah, and on top of that, if they lie to you about everything, in theory, that would keep you stupid, right? Because everything is a lie. It's not true. It's not right. So that would make us stupid, right?
In a way, yes.
Yeah, which would make us easier to control. And they can control the future that way because they know what's going to happen. And we don't because we're stupid.
I was thinking about the future thing you just said recently, and I mean, it really is incredible that we can almost still predict it. Like they give us some of that power, like weather forecasts and stuff that they, who knows what they're capable of predicting or know
They have
about.
stuff timed out. They have a timed agenda.
Yeah, but like they must
It
have
probably-
some
it
crazy
probably gets-
computer program that they like
probably
input
gets
all this crazy
changed.
stuff into.
Yeah, it probably gets changed and manipulated along the way, but they have a time agenda. You look at something like the World Trade Centers with the numerology of the number 33, where the North Tower was built in 1968 and came down in 01, exactly 33 years. And then the guy that flew into it was 33 years old. And then the phone number for 911 came out in 1968 when they built that tower. And then
No
33 years later, they're calling 911 on 911.
That's
Like it's all been timed out years ahead of time.
I don't understand what's the numerology part of it all. Like, what does that have to do with everything? Is that just how like the matrix kind of like works at a basic level?
I think they communicate using the numbers and the symbolism.
So they're like planning it without planning it in secret. They're like
Well,
planning
with
it out in the.
No,
There's,
just
like,
with,
one of
with
them will say, "Hey, how about 9/11?" and then another guy will say 7/11, and then
most people don't see the numbers and can't decode them, or they don't know about the numerology. But the symbolism is a lot easier to see, so they just give you alternative meanings for
But
their
it's-
symbols.
so it just goes back to like letters. I mean, numbers equals letters, and they're all symbols for other things, and it's just weird ass shit.
Well, if you have like the 666s, they just give you a different meaning so they can do it right in plain sight. They tell you it means okay or 3-point shot. They make up other meanings, right?
Yeah, but I'm still like, I mean, like I'm aware like kind of what the number stuff means, but I'm still like novice. So like, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what that all means still, kind of.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like a language or if they use it to like communicate with each other or what. But they seem to use it everywhere.
Yeah, I see coincidences. I can see that.
Well,
I don't know
coincidence
what
is
it
one thing, but when you like, I've like built a graph on these numbers, and there's no coincidence.
Wait,
on
what is
how-
this?
Pardon?
What is this?
The numbers that you see in media and movies and the attacks, the terrorism.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Cool. Keep talking.
Like the 33 and the 23, they show up at almost every bad event that happens. Those two numbers, and they always put it.
That's
They
like
always
Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
well, they always like with the attacks. They always put the numbers in a different place because they don't want people.
A good one to start with is like the Red Bulls, and then you got Michael Jordan, 23.
Yeah. The other thing with Michael Jordan is his initials MJ. The M is the 13th letter. The J is the 10th. 10 and 13, 23. There's a reason he has that number on his shoe.
Look, you got the stiffy.
The what?
Nothing. That was another person. Sorry.
But yeah, the 33 and the 23 are the two most played numbers in the media. Those two numbers are played more than any other numbers worldwide. Like it doesn't matter what country you're in.
Hey, you know what animal is found in Antarctica? The only animal is a penguin, and you know penguin is 33.
Yeah.
So, do you guys think that, like in Africa, and you suppose, I mean, like wild lands, that all these animals are like naturally, because they're all like
Yeah.
kind of fenced off, anyways.
I mean, what would they be?
Or could it just be Jurassic Park?
Big ass zoo.
Could it just be all the animals are fake?
What?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know.
When you say fake, what do you mean?
I kind of just threw that out there.
Okay.
It just seems like, you know, these lions and shit are living unnatural lives, even though they're said to be like kind of in these big preserves. They're still fenced, so like, there's no true. I mean, probably there's some wild area, but
You know how the X-Files is always putting truth in their episodes?
I guess maybe.
Oh, you didn't know that
I never really watched it.
they put the government flying planes into the World Trade Center 6 months before it happened in an episode.
Oh.
But yeah, they put truth in a lot of their episodes because the producer knows what's going on in this world. And so there was one episode where Mulder and Scully are sitting in a restaurant, and it's in the future, and everything's all AI, and there's no people at all. It's just them two sitting in there, and it's robots making the food and serving it and everything, and it's just a crazy futuristic look at what we could see in the future. Because they almost get killed by these robots for not giving a tip in the end. So it was a pretty cool episode. But yeah, that guy, the producer of that show, X-Files, his name's Chris Carter. He has the 33, the C from his initials, CC 33, 33. They're all coded. All the producers are coded. Even George Lucas, he makes movies about space, and his logo is a flat Earth plane with a dome on it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and his favorite line is, "Why is the public so stupid?" That's his favorite quote.
There's some actually. Oh, I can't think of it, but I've seen some like, some clips from some movies where the producer, like, in like the opening scene, you know how some movies start off and they start panning around or like setting the setting. You know, like kind of like showing everything. Like in, say it's like a scientist, they'll show in his like secret lair. They'll show all this cool shit or whatever. So like, I don't know what I'm trying to describe, but there's this little clip where I forgot what movie it was, but it's like Back to the Future or something. In the beginning of it, I don't know. They said the director is like trying to show you that it's like flat. I'll have to look for the clip because it sounds retarded what I'm saying.
There's a flat Earth map in Back to the Future.
Really? It might be a movie. I think that's what I'm talking.
In part one, in the garage, when Marty and the Doc are in the garage, there's a flat Earth map on the wall. And then in part two, his dog is named Copernicus, the guy that made the ball. That's funny. Like they just do that on purpose, just to put just to mock everybody.
Oh, it's a flat Earth clock. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a clock. Yeah.
But there's other stuffs in that sequence.
Oh yeah, there's tons of stuff. There's stuff about the 9/11. There's the 33 in that movie. Like I just watched a movie last night. It was called The Thinning: New World Order.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, and it's about a depopulation by the UN, and
Pretty good,
America starts executing people that fail a test.
So it's made by like Logan Paul though, so.
Yeah, but how they show the 33 in every movie. Check out this picture.
Wow, the 44.
Check out this picture. That's from the movie.
Wait,
On what?
Was this the movie that they delayed because he like had bad press, or was this before? like his bad press.
That's from the movie The Thinning. Yeah, Logan Paul's a shitty actor. He's just as shitty as Alex Jones. It's funny when you think of the word democracy, you think of two words, demon and secrecy. Demon, secrecy, democracy.
It's so trippy. I'm watching this. I'm gonna post it. It's the Back to the Future. Yeah, it is the opening scene, or opening scene, and it starts off with just all these clocks.
Yeah, that movie is all right. There's another movie I want to see called The Gray State. And I think it's supposed to be about the FEMA camps and martial laws and shit.
That's why David Crown was the writer and director. Somebody. What was so threatening? Crowley. Gray State. Like Gray State. The director's hemorrhage, murder, strokes. Day after tomorrow. Soderbergh, after his agent. But David. Production.
Mhm.
Not Hollywood propaganda.
What is happening? Hello?
Intelligent, you there?
You should be able to unmute yourself when you come back, bro.
I thought he did it, and I was getting ready to do the same thing if he didn't answer me.
Yeah, I hear you. We don't want to get no strikes for doing unwelcome content. I don't know what it was playing, but
Oh, are you talking about me?
yeah.
Oh, you could hear that movie playing?
Yeah, we could hear whatever in the background. Yep.
Yeah, it was The Gray State. I was looking at a trailer on YouTube. I didn't know you guys could hear it.
Yeah, dude, that movie's crazy. The creator of the movie, they killed him and his family.
And his last name was Crawley.
I mean, you think they actually killed him, or that could have been a false flag? Like they faked his death. But he actually died, right?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that trailer for that movie's intense, dude.
I'm tripping. Yeah, there's a flat Earth clock in the opening scene of Back to the Future. I don't know which one, but I know there's like some correlation to like 2016 or something in that, like Cubs winning the World Series or whatever. But
Yeah.
it's just this guy was just saying on this video, like overlaying, he was saying that like 30 years ago that they put that flat Earth clock in that scene, and like 30 years from then, like there's been an explosion in the flat Earth stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's called predictive programming.
Yeah,
Have you seen that? Go ahead.
It's the same thing they do with the aliens.
Yeah. Have you seen this video called Back to the Future Predicts 9/11? You should watch that.
Sure,
Dude.
maybe.
I've seen it.
Yeah. Then there's other videos where they talk about the flat Earth clock, but yeah, you should watch that one, dude. That'll.
I will. Well, what do you guys think about like I'll search right now, but what do you guys think about the
No, I'm
Mayan,
looking it up
like
for you.
the Mayans and like 2012 end of the world stuff? Is that all just phony baloney?
Probably.
Depends. We don't even know when the real 2012 date is, dude.
Like, well, didn't
Because
they?
they on their calendar they have different like seasons and days and longer days. We have like leap year and daylight savings and shit. So that date 2012 could have already happened, or it could be years from now for all we know. Most likely it happened a long time ago.
Yeah, we go by Gregorian calendar.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, sorry. All right, I'm gonna link it to you in voice chat.
Yeah, I think I found the right one I was talking about too. If you want to watch the beginning.
You noticed that last video put up where it dumps the dog food into the dog dish?
Hey, you like that?
Well, on that dog dish, it says Einstein. And that's because they knew that Einstein was an idiot.
I know, isn't it amazing?
You notice that?
Dude,
His
yeah,
name's
you.
on it. Yeah, his name's on it. He's just dog food. And then if you look at the wall, there's a bunch of pictures of a bunch of Freemasons.
And the opening scenes is insane, dude. This.
Oh man, I just watched that new Flat Earth Man video, the Space is Fake video. Shit is badass.
The video is funny as hell. Yeah.
Oh my god, man!
Did
He
you
just calls
listen
it all. He
to?
calls them all out, man. I mean everything. Man. He just this shit.
Oh, well, I posted all 3 of the new ones in the music thing.
Oh man, it's so awesome.
In the music room. Not music room. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I saw.
In the
I
music.
caught it in the lobby. Secret Truth posted it, and then I just like I muted everybody, and I was watching. I was like, but that's so freaking cool.
Well, if you go into the music room down there under the general tab in the music room, I posted his 3 newest songs.
Oh man.
Space is Fake, Don't Let Him Take Your Mind, and Always Wanted to Be an Astronaut. Those 3 are funny as shit, man.
Oh man.
Well,
man, I
not
posted that one
Don't
on
Let Him Take
Facebook.
Your Mind is an absolutely great song. It's not funny. It's just an absolutely great song. You'll have to listen to it. You'll understand what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, it was previewed at the beginning at the little intro to this video. I think that with the star spinning around and everything. Yeah. He's got. I mean,
It's pretty
he did that
impressive.
all
It's a very new
himself,
song.
man. I mean, he did that shit in his house, man. I think,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Oh, I don't know about now. You know, he's gotten a little bigger. He might have actually done it. It sounds like it's been done in the studio now.
Yeah.
His songs.
Talented.
Took all the cuss words out of his songs. You got the original versions, and now you've got the family versions of it, and he's actually got an album out now.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I'll be back.
is a trip.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go and listen to some more music. I'll be back in just a minute. Gonna mute my headphones for a minute.
Really? If nobody's talking, I might go ahead and just play it on the live stream. Shit.
No, it's all good. My Discord keeps fucking up, dude. I don't know what someone's hacking me or doing something weird, but I just start getting a lot of feedback. I try to update it. At some point, maybe it's just my speaker, my phone is fucking up. That could be it too.
Well, and that's
seems like it just has like I hear like static. Like right now, I'm hearing it, and like the only way I can get rid of it, that white noise, is by like reconnecting. And I don't want to have to be doing that all the time. Like I don't want to have to like reconnect and.
Yeah, sometimes it comes through on when I'm doing a live stream. Sometimes it comes through the Discord app on my
the app's
through the
been fucking
OBS.
up. Yeah, the app's been fucking up the last couple of weeks. I noticed.
Yeah, it's been doing it for a couple months, man. It's just like, where's that noise coming from? And then I can go in my audio mixer, in Windows, and I turn the Discord volume down, and it just disappears. And I turn it back up, and it's just going.
Like if I want to fix it right now, I literally have to reconnect.
Not doing it right now, but there was a period where it was doing that. So
white
yeah.
noise.
Been doing that.
It's like a very subtle white noise in the background, and then it sounds like someone's mic's going off. But when I go look, like nobody's mic's going off. So.
Hey, you know that Back to the Future? It's 7:53.
Which one? The video I posted, or the other one?
Yeah, I think you posted it. It's a
flat Earth one
with the flat Earth clock. Hollywood posted it, but it's 7:53 at the beginning of that. And if you go to Bible verses 7:53, you get Acts 7:53. You deliberately disobeyed God's law, even though you received it from the hands of angels. I just thought that was funny.
So, are you talking about the Flat Earth Clues one?
Yeah, the flat Earth proof of Back to the Future.
Okay. Yeah. I'll check it out in a minute. I was actually gonna watch it, but yeah, my app.
He's showing all the 7:53, and it's like the truth of the shape of Earth and our creation.
Oh, okay.
Man, I wish there was more people to go like talk to these YouNow people, man. I'm telling you. I guess I could, but I mean, seriously, I wish there would be more people in here. Because now I'm looking at the YouNow chat, and you can see people jump in there and say it's round, and then say, I got a comment from somebody that says, if Earth is flat, Logan Paul is gay. And then someone said, you're stupid if you think the Earth is flat, or whatever. There should be people reacting over there in the YouNow chat. But they only watch for a minute, and they, and then, they just notice the name of the channel, and they hear us talk a little bit, and they'll talk a little bit and then jump out. But if somebody's engaging them in the chat, they might stick around and maybe even join the Discord. Or maybe they do and do join the Discord, because I post a link there every once in a while, but I'm not gonna do this stuff in the chat. I mean, some of the YouNow people are just like, I don't know, it's kind of the same as the YouTube. Like they're really young and they're just like enamored by all the glitter of social media and all that thing, that kind of thing. I don't do, but I don't know. I know we have fun like hanging out here in the Discord, but if we're doing a live stream, it'd be cool to like over there and mess with people when they jump in that chat.
Yep. I'll have to check it out sometime. I'm on my phone, but I'll try to see if you link me something. I'll go look.
If anyone's on a laptop or something, if you during the stream, just go check the YouNow out when people jump in. And then they say you're stupid if you think you're stupid AF if you think the Earth is flat. As soon as they say, boom, hit them. What do you mean? What do you already know how to engage with these. But anyway, we do get a lot of viewers that come across the video on YouNow. They don't all stick around and watch because nobody's engaging. That's what they do on YouNow. They watch somebody just act silly on TV or on the mostly there's a camera there. Not just one person or a couple of people playing music or putting on makeup or something. I don't know, whatever. I really, it's just a feature that, and I got a strike from Periscope one time, appealed it, and that they released it back. That after I appealed it, they said, okay, we were wrong. Just like the other strike on the other channel, that I think it was just a bot, just kind of picked up on something or whatever. Maybe somebody reported it or whatever, flagged it. Hopefully the other channel opened up, but like YouNow hasn't said anything. I haven't gotten a response from the YouNow people about just streaming this same feed on YouNow. Man, like I said, there's a lot of people come across this feed on there, and we want some of the people in here, some of the flat earthers that like the chat. I don't like the chat. I won't type and interact in the chat that way. Really, I mean, we've got 10,000 fucking people in here, man. Somebody should go over to YouNow and just like the new people that jump in over there. And like I said, when you're watching the chat on YouNow, as soon as someone starts watching, it pops up in the chat. It tells you who's watching. And so even before they say something, you can see they're watching. So you can just say, hey, so-and-so, what do you think about the shape of the earth? And then there should be some. I guess I could do it, but I'm doing this, and I don't know. They don't stay long unless they're going to be able to engage or interact. This is what I'm saying. There should be somebody watching it, but I don't know. YouNow's more probably geared towards a lot younger audience and the people that. But if somebody was there to grab them, and say, hey, and just start talking to them, they might stick around. They probably don't watch for more than a couple of minutes because nobody's talking to them in the chat,
Hey, what's up, Z? How's it going?
Pretty good. What's up, Jose?
Listen, Z in here, man. What's up, dude?
What's up, Helio?
Chilling out?
Same here. Just freaking working too much. Tired as all.
Well, holidays are coming up. You should get some time off, right?
Yeah. I got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It'll feel pretty weird.
Oh, you'll be off for 5 days?
Yep.
Nice.
How you guys been?
I'm good. I can't say that I have any days off because my kid, I can't take days off to not watch my kid.
Yeah.
I wish.
Come on, Jose, you sound like a housewife.
I am, dude.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Basically, like watching my 3 little nieces, man, they're such a handful. It's like everything you tell them, they're like, no, no.
Yeah. I mean, I have a love-hate relationship with these holidays coming up, man. No, I think I'm gonna make a pecan pie for Thanksgiving, though.
I like these holidays not because of like the paganism or all this weird shit like that goes with it, but I like it because just the moments with the family.
Yeah,
you know?
And I feel bad for people that don't like to get together with their families. I always have a good time hanging out with my family. We always have a good time. I feel bad for people that just dread it because they have to get together with their family. It's just like, what do you mean? The time off work and spending time with the family, good parts. But yeah, some people not good to get back with their family, and I just don't understand. I've always had a good relationship with my family, so can't necessarily relate. But I've known people, I will say, with like in-laws. Like my family, I get along with, but like I've been married before, and so like in-laws, I see why people don't get along with their family members. I've experienced it, but not personally. It was people that were my in-laws.
So you got the tilt of the supposed ball Earth, right? Tilting, right? And it's spinning around, orbiting the sun, right? How would you be able to see Polaris in the same spot every 6 months if you're tilted the opposite fucking direction? That's my question to ballers tonight.
Dude, that triggers them when you ask them that one.
It's fucking impossible.
What's their main argument? The distance?
I think so, yeah. It's just so far
Well,
away.
Polaris moves with the Earth. What are you talking about? I mean, it's just yeah. That is a good question, citizens. Like, you're tilting the opposite direction. The whole galaxy follows the Earth. I mean, it's almost as if the Earth is geocentric, from that point.
Yeah, I mean, basically, in a lot of ways, it's like what they've done. It just kind of came to my mind. I wanted to share this. It's basically like it's the masterful art. It's a masterful satanic art of decentering humans. That's what they've fundamentally done with this false cosmology. Is how can we decenter humans in the most dramatic way possible? And it is satanic, and it's like an art that they've basically conjured up with this false cosmology.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're exactly right, Citizen Z. I mean, how could Polaris be? I mean, they act like Polaris has nothing to do with North Pole. It just happens to be right above it, but it maintains its central point as we move millions of miles around the sun.
Yeah, I mean, you're spinning around something like millions of miles or whatever.
It would
should move.
It would only take 10,000 years for it to move. Come on, citizen, you know that. In 10,000 years, we're gonna have a new Polaris. I love when they use those proofs, the future proofs.
Thanks for that, Jose. I didn't want to have to jump in there, but thanks for that.
Or when they use the 100,000-year-old proofs, and it's like, oh, the stars used to be in a different spot 300,000 years ago. They were in a different.
Did you guys see that GIF I have on the live stream behind where we're talking? This is I got this from NASA. It's the progressions of our observations of Pluto in a GIF that I got from NASA. It's like this is what we used.
Eventually, it turned into a dog, though.
Yeah, and then they zoomed in. The last picture zooms into the physical part of Pluto. You can actually see the land. I got it from NASA, man.
Yeah, it's basically like these are the dark arts. It's like there's light arts and there's dark arts, and it's kind of like magic. It really is like gravity and the entire false cosmology that they've. It's like a form of dark magic.
Yeah, the entire world is under a spell.
Yeah, and the people that are hardcore on the globe side are basically, in some way, within it or part of it in one way or another, like on a spiritual level.
It's kind of like the esoteric meanings that they're putting in the news of Paradise Lost and Paradise has turned to hell in California. And I mean, there's like a town called Paradise, but they really hit upon the name. Like in the news, they use it like kind of like in an esoteric kind of way, you know? Like,
yeah, they destroyed paradise. I mean, there's that video that came out. That was probably part of the that video where people were driving down the road showing how paradise was destroyed in California. Did you see that video? Did you not see it?
I don't know exactly which one. I've seen a bunch of them.
Yeah, I've been breathing the smoke for the last 2 weeks. I mean, I live 4 hours away from it, but it's been nothing. It's like a massive smoky field in the air for the last 2 weeks. So I've been seeing the ashes raining down.
That's how it was. Like, I don't know, a few months ago here in Washington. Like, there was like a couple days where there was like a few hours at a time where the sun was completely gone. Like, you could not see the sun. It was like
from the
for a
California
few
fires,
hours, like,
all the way up there.
no, we had like Washington fires and British Columbia Canadian fires that were like happening a few months back here.
I didn't know that.
And like, dude, the sun was blotted out for like a month straight, and we were breathing smoke for like a month straight. And like for a few hours, a couple different days, the sun was completely gone. Like, the smoke got so fucking thick, you couldn't see the sun anymore. It actually disappeared.
Remember during 9/11 where like the whole dustification of the towers and there's Judy Wood and people may have different viewpoints on what she talks about, but there is something to the fact that those towers were dustified. Like normal fires don't linger in the air for hundreds of miles the way that the dust did at 9/11. And it almost seems like there's something similar in the air here. Just the way that it traveled so far. I mean, the entire San Francisco Bay Area has just been full of this dusty smoke for the last 2 weeks. And I just don't think normal fires, the smoke is like that. I think, again, it's a symptom of this directed energy weapon that I think they're definitely using on these fires.
Or they're like creating a staleness in the winds and stuff. Like, they get all the smoke concentrated in an area, then they just shut the winds off somehow. Like, it's freaking.
Yeah, well, they seem to need the high winds to use the weapon like they did during 9/11. There was like a tornado or a hurricane that was off the coast that they didn't even really report on. So in some way, it almost seems like, and that's like the Hutchinson effect. There's certain phenomena that happens during hurricanes that Hutchinson was able to recreate, on a small scale. And so it's interesting that there might be some connection to that as well.
Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry about your air.
Yeah, I've just been kind of laying low and staying inside more and just got the air filters going. And it actually like lightened up for a day or two. And then now it's been really bad today. So yeah, I'm sure just as the winds change.
Yeah, just pray for wind.
That happens during tornadoes as well, Gio. Or like you have a leaf that'd be stuck in a window. That. So I don't care how fast that leaf is traveling. Can't pierce glass.
Yeah, there's cars that were like balancing on top of fences as if they got like just lifted up and put onto the fence, like the way that like material can be moved in that way.
It's like a fire NATO. Not tornadoes, but fire NATO.
I mean, the implications, if they have a directed energy weapon to that level that can literally just torch an entire, household or an entire city to that level. I mean, that's almost like out of a science fiction movie. I mean, it's like Independence Day. It's pretty intense that they just have that they can wield at their will. I mean, I don't want to go all dark and kind of negative because it is kind of intense to think about. But if they have that kind of ability to do that, I mean, we already know that they can modulate the weather and likely creating hurricanes, creating that kind of damage too. So I guess it just kind of ups the ante on the importance of people trying to get people woken up to what's going on.
Very interesting. I mean, if Ron was in here, he'd already be exploding on all these crazy footage we've seen from California. These houses just being they just pretty much disappeared, but the trees are still there, right around the house. It's like, that's not forest fire. What the hell?
Right. Porcelain is just disintegrated. Like there's no fire that can regular house fire like that always in house
The
fires.
whole fucking house is gone.
Right.
I've seen a house fire. I mean, I see what's left of a house when there's a fire. The whole house is gone, but the trees are fine right around it. Everything, neighborhoods or gas stations in the middle of a parking lot where there's no trees around is just demolished, and obviously a fire didn't. And there are trees, but they're far away, but they're still there, and the entire grocery store or gas station or any, it's just demolished. I mean, just completely disintegrated, pretty much. So yeah, that's not forest fires.
Hey Hori, I see Hori's in the house. If you're there, man, I want to ask you how was the conference? If you're there, I'd love to hear any feedback on how the conference was. I wasn't able to make it, but I saw lots of the videos and pictures.
Yeah, maybe he's getting set up. From what I understand from his Facebook post, he had a great time.
And he won a flatty.
He won a flatty. Yeah, he did. He got a flatty for best CGI. I don't think that was, but it's well deserved. He seems to have a lot of fun. He's a talented guy. So looks like a gatekeeper. Damn. I'm trying to meet some new people here. We got.
Howdy, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm getting by.
You new to the server here?
I've been here for a bit. I just updated my name though.
Yeah, your voice sounds familiar. What was your other account?
Warning good people.
Right.
Oh, I remember you now.
Yeah, just kind of visiting back again, seeing how everyone's doing.
Well, we're still doing, I guess, the same kind of thing. Trying to meet new people and grow the server. I mean, we're over 10,000 members now. Not that necessarily means anything. It just means that people are interested in the topic, and it kind of goes in the face of people that say, "Oh, flat Earth is the dumbest thing that you could ever think of. You should avoid it at all costs," because it's just stupid. If you think the Earth is flat, retard, or if you're even interested in the topic, or you could be interested in the topic just see how the retards just dance around. But actually, we dance pretty good when it comes to that.
Well, the annoying thing to me is when they use flat earthers as the go-to to compare something ludicrous to. It's like, oh, you sound like one of those flat earthers. It's like you can't even begin a conversation from there because they've already presupposed that they think it's ludicrous, but they haven't really looked into it seriously.
Yeah, that's part of the programming, and that's fine. I mean, you can believe what you want to believe, but if you come into it ignorant and just think it's a joke, then you're really going to have a problem if you really meet someone that knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, every time I try to have a conversation with one of these people who think they're like into the real science or whatever, and I ask them, well, why do you believe that it's the ball with that 25,000 mile circumference? And they proceed to give a series of individually weak, circumstantial, hypothetical things that could be true, but they don't really indicate anything. And it's like, it's kind of hard dealing with the logic of a lot of the people these days.
Well, their logic resides in the scientific consensus. They like, well, I'm not as smart as all the scientists, so I'm going to read Scientific American, and whatever they say, I'm going to believe them over you because they all of their information has gone through peer review, and everything is established, and so you have to disprove them.
Right.
Take you serious.
Yeah, right. And you're right. That is programming.
I mean, I'm not going to claim that I have any leg to stand on when it comes to that. Just if you want to believe that, you can, but you actually have your own mind and you can do your own research.
Yeah, but that's the issue with these people is it's not that they're looking at the science, the mainstream science, and applying their standards, their critique or their analysis. It's just that they're just blindly believing that, someone else has got it figured out or something like that,
Exactly. Yeah, and that, at a certain point, they need to realize that they actually do have their own mind, and they can analyze the information themselves and find out how they came across, or how those guys come to the conclusions they have, and you can analyze the information and say, well, I think there's a lot of assumptions made in this area here. You're building on straw men that could easily be taken down.
Right. Yeah, but those analytical skills you just presented, I mean, it seems to me like, I don't know, 8 or 9 out of 10 people don't have that.
Well, but that's through design. That's part of the programming. But everyone has that ability to use common sense and logic. Now they claim common sense and logic is not on the flat earther side, but it's on everyone's side. Just don't believe. You can. I mean, basic math can tell you the Earth is not what the basic logic can tell you. You can look in the sky and see the sun is not 93 million miles away. So.
Right. No, I can't get over this idea that like people seem to think there's some naturalistic explanation for why the moon is just floating there, or Pluto or whatever is just floating there. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't buy this whole gravity field. I mean, that changes every 5 years. They have a new theory that they're pushing as far as what gravity is. I mean, nowadays, like, they're showing this like this grid, and like the planets are like draping in. Have you seen this? And this is what they think gravity is.
No, share a link, man. I haven't seen this new thing you're talking about.
You haven't seen what I'm talking about?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, if you picture like a grid in the shape of a carpet and a ball drape sitting in it, it would like create a dip.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's what they're pushing as the theory of everything.
Yeah. Well, that's the curvature of space time.
Yeah, I mean that whole thing. I mean, come on, does anyone really believe that?
Yeah, people do believe that. Yeah. Well, everyone believes it, but they don't understand it. And I don't
Yeah, no
think
one questions it.
that promulgate it understand it either.
That's what I'm saying. They're not analyzing it. They just go with it because it's on Discovery Channel.
And you know what's funny is they admit they don't understand it. They're like, this is the best, the brightest, best minds in the world. We figured this out. This is our best theory so far. So we can prove naturalism.
But a lot of people are arrogant enough. A lot of people are arrogant enough where you would ask them, they're like, and you would say like, that doesn't really make sense. And they're like, what are you talking about? It makes perfect sense. This is science, Get kind of defensive about it.
Science. Well, I mean, and this is where the, I guess, the rub, the dividing line just between belief and trust in modern science, which we can actually, they want you to feel like you're not smart enough to figure it out exactly what they're talking about. And they can throw a bunch of equations in there and say, well, we know this because math told us so, but that's kind of an illusory thing, as if it proves anything about the age or the shape of the earth. Even if they're right in some of their math, the interpretation of it is what they're wrong about, in my opinion. So
yeah.
Just go ahead.
No, that's what it comes down to, I think, is that they're making assumptions and people are taking these assumptions as facts. Now, I happen to believe that they are very weak assumptions, to be honest with you. Black holes.
Yeah, that's where faith comes in. So that's where their religion is built. It's a religion just like
well, the theory of evolution is the
it's
same
bigger
thing.
than the Bible or any other real religions that are based on physical, functional reality that use the observations of the heavens to describe the sky clock that's been happening for thousands of years. That would be impossible. Just like Citizen Z brought up earlier, how could Polaris be in the same spot, traveling? If we're traveling around the sun, how could that star remain in the same spot?
Is that what happens? Is that what happens with the North Star?
There is a
because Polaris, I believe, is called the North Star, right?
Yeah, Polaris is the North Star, and yes, it is very much right in the same spot everywhere. But there's a precession of the equinoxes. They say there's a variance over a certain amount of time. That may or may not be true from our observations, but with the wild numbers they give us about the Earth spinning around the sun.
Yeah.
The Earth spinning and then it going around the sun and the sun traveling through the Milky Way galaxy, and for Polaris to remain in that stationary position.
And black holes are like the most amazing invention I've ever heard of. It's like perfect for them because we can never know. So they're just always, so it's like whoever came up with that shit is
But in that, what they say of the stars, the motion, that in itself shows you a bit of inductive logical, which is kind of fallacious that they're doing. They're saying that since these things are moving, and let's assume that's actually true, if they measure them, that means that we are spinning or they are moving. It could just be a matter of different type of dimensional realities, different sets of physics. I mean, obviously those things are floating up there. I mean, that doesn't really happen anywhere on Earth. So you can't just like take our set of physics and understanding of, you know, the universe and just apply this same, you know, logic. It doesn't work that way. Kind of catch my drift?
Well, I do, especially considering that the actual physical archaeological evidence supports that this system has been working the same way for multiple thousands of years, and the Earth has changed, you know, as far as the physical function of Earth, humans living on it, the cultures have changed, you know, there's obvious archaeological things that have changed, you know, for multiple thousands of years, but the sky hasn't changed because the records are there, and we're observing the same thing. Now, our modern science, you know, astronomy has a different interpretation of what the sky is, but when you compare it to all of the ancient cultures, they observed the same thing and built these brilliant calendars and observations, well, and religions around it. So the only thing that has changed is the face of the Earth. The sky hasn't changed. So that's why they have to introduce these millions of years. Well, you just don't know because you couldn't know because it's so far away and so big and so far. All the stars are so far away. It wouldn't have changed because we're moving, even though we're moving multiple millions of miles an hour around the Milky Way galaxy, is just flying through around whatever it's flying around. It's
No,
just
for real,
it's
yeah.
really
Where is the
slow.
Milky
It's really slow, you know, in comparison to the 14.5 billion years age of the universe, you know, from the Big Bang. Come on, man. They're going to have to do better than that to really convince everyone, people that are awake. I mean, it was like science hasn't proven that.
It's like pop science, basically, you know, pop culture, pop science.
Well, and just like you said, they're trying to prove naturalism. You know, they're trying to figure out how it could have happened on accident.
Right.
It shouldn't be that hard to prove, right?
They're basically saying, well, here, this is our story. If you don't believe it, you're wrong.
Yeah, you're just a religious zealot. It's like, no, I'm not a religious zealot. I'm actually trying to figure it out because
No soup for you.
I think that, I mean, every aspect of science I can analyze that they've given us. Just I take a different position. You know, I do have some sort of preconceived bias, but for them to say that they don't, and they have, you know, complete faith in all the universities and all the scientists that come out of the universities and all the money that's pumped into all their understanding of science. Once you take a look at their data, which is most of it's publicly available, they'll tell you exactly why they think Polaris is, you know, 435 trillion or 435 light years away. I disagree with them.
Same here. I disagree. I'll be right back.
So yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't understand how they came up with the number. I just disagree. Not because I don't understand how they came up with it. Disagree.
Yo, Julius J. You there?
We'll come up with the funniest names. Quinty McSquinty. How's it going, Quinty? I need to jump back out. Skirt. He was skirt. You got skirt.
You're watching the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. Link is in the description and in the title. So if you feel so inclined, you might want to click one of those links and come on in and join the discussion.
The Flat Earth Man album is out right now. Oh, that's just faking everything that you have ever seen. Do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Don't believe in gravity. Ain't no photographs or else somebody tell me why. Welcome to the satellite folks. Just another one of them NASA jokes. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. There's no such thing as outer space. We made it all up. Yeah, space is fake. Oh, I don't want to talk about NASA ever again. The Flat Earth Man
Where
album
all
is
the
out
trolls
now.
commenting at, man. Of course.
Yeah, I know. They're so dumb. Dude waited 10 minutes just to tell a stupid joke. Like, dude, this is the dumbest shit we ever heard. That everybody was going to get a sunburn from gravity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest show on earth.
Dude, you see on my new Golden Globey, some guy came in and he was all like, "The Earth is obviously not flat. Why can't I stand on top of the Empire State Building?" Oh no, he said why can't I stand on top of the Eiffel Tower and see the Statue of Liberty?
Wait,
And I was like, holy fuck, this guy's never heard of angular size, like reduction with distance.
Dude, like,
wait, I'm not.
look, how small would Statue of Liberty be? The size of
It
an
would be-
atom?
I don't even think it'd be like a pixel. It'd be like so minute. What's smaller than an atom?
Photon.
There you go.
Please welcome your host for the greatest show on earth.
Yo, I saw an admin that Indonesian guy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What a crazy coincidence that is that Karen just met him.
Right, that's what I was telling her. I'm like, I was just talking to Indio about him this morning because, dude, believe it or not, I think YouTube did the move where like they all went on vacation for Thanksgiving and they fucked up the algorithm, or their bot algorithm went off, kind of like our Flat Earth 9000 or our Flat Earth Enforcers goes off. I swear to God, dude, because I've been getting recommendations for good shit like this week. Like videos, I'm like, that like I'm like, wow, like I've never heard of this guy, and I started watching his videos. Dude, I could barely keep up though because I could only keep up with the images. Like, so I kind of get an idea of what he's talking about, but I'm like, damn, I just wish I knew what the fuck he was saying. And then Karen says that he talked to me, he's a really smart guy, and that he actually helped Dr. Zach with the globe Earth math debunked. This is the guy that helped him.
Yeah. I thought they were from the Philippines, but I guess not. But she's like, he's super rich. Super rich in Indonesia is like broke as shit everywhere else. But
Smart guy.
obviously there's some rich ass people, and it's one of those societies where there's people that are mega wealthy and everybody else is dirt poor.
Right. Dude, he's got 200,000 subscribers, man. We gotta link up with this guy. Like, Flat Earth's gotta like jump on this guy. They gotta introduce him around. I told Karen, I'm like, if you talk to him again, tell him to like make subs, put some subs on his videos, man.
Promote the Discord.
Dude, he's
some
got
of them
200.
countries block Discord though, so I don't know if they even get that shit.
That's some hater ass shit. Discord's not for everywhere.
Well, the countries block them because you can talk, and they try to restrict communication.
Damn. Yeah, I could see why.
Have you ever heard of the Great Firewall of China? Like, you can't really use like outside apps and stuff like that. So my friend, his daughter's in China, his wife's Chinese. He goes back and forth to like Shanghai probably like 2-3 times a year. And like he has to like get special apps just so he can like use his email. Like when he goes there, he's
China-
like he's in a black hole.
Yeah, China has their own version of Facebook and all emails. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, kind of.
For a communist country, yeah. But yeah, I mean, normal Facebook people. I mean, I guess there are probably people in China that can access the world's Facebook, but China pretty much has their own Facebook. type of app.
It's like Weibo or something like that. They also use WeChat. And there's another WhatsApp. WhatsApp's allowed over there. So I think it's less like censorship and more like economic control. They don't want Facebook going in there and making all their money off of them too. And Facebook does data mining and all that stupid shit.
Did you guys notice some Boros in the chat and lobby?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, there's your proof. He wasn't no flat earther, man. My boy Sigma. Really?
That's why he lost his gold. His boy Sigma.
No, what threw him away? To be honest, I thought he was legit until I saw him post "you guys." Like he separated himself from us. Like he wasn't a flat earth. He said that a couple times. Like he would refer as like the flat earth community as "you guys" or the flat earthers. He wouldn't say "we." Like when you don't say "we," it's like, dude, what are you?
Yeah,
Glover?
exactly. Dude, his DMs to me are retarded. Like this kid is just stupid as fuck, dude.
Yeah. It's the same
He's
with
like,
Logan Paul.
oh my god, we can see planets through a telescope. What are we gonna do? Like seriously. Like breathe deeply, bro. We already knew that.
Dude, I've been watching everyone like going off on Logan Paul. It's kind of funny. Like, there's this atheist guy. Briggs posted it earlier on Admin Mods. I thought that was fucking hilarious. Everyone's just like talking shit about him now. Dude, I don't care as long as Flat Earth gets out there. Let's make him a useful idiot, right?
Who's that crazy flat earther that tries to get on Nathan Oakley and he says like crazy stuff? Oh, what's his name? Not Pete Shea. I can only imagine what he's saying. He's saying that Paul looks like a dodo or something.
And
the other guy.
Yeah. The other guy, I'm not sure. Was it the guy from This Morning?
Nah, I can't remember his name. No, he's around all the time. Hold on, he was on the Non Sequitur show. I'll find it. I'm sure he got freaking killed. But he's the one that says that Randy does CGI.
What the hell?
Yeah, he's a moron. He thinks everybody's like he's a conspiratard, like next level conspiratard.
Right. Did you saw we broke 10K finally?
Yeah, we broke it the other day, like 2 days ago. But then I think everybody went crazy because we went back under it. Last night we were over. I think I took a screenshot and it was 10,017. And then like when I woke up, it was like 9,087 or something.
That's a lot of koshos.
Yeah, that's a lot of koshos.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
someone posted the link somewhere because we had a lot of trolls yesterday.
I'm getting 10,155 right now.
See, dude, that thing it's messed up, man.
Well, it doesn't matter.
We did not get 200 people since like 8 a.m. this morning. That did not happen.
We might have. I'm not lying to you. I've seen like at least I've been here since the morning, and I've only been on like here and there for an hour here and there. I've honestly seen over 100 new people I've never seen just today.
Yeah, I've been checking it too, man. It keeps going up.
Like, look at the lobby right now. There's like, I've already banned like 10 guys, like these guys right now, but I'm not banning them because they really aren't pissing me off that much. But literally, look in the lobby right now. There were like 10 other guys like just 10 minutes ago that I banned, like all of them. Because they just kept spamming a pickle.
A pickle. They're trying to say something.
It's nothing but a bunch of new people in there right now. And Mr. Human with his spam on the pickles.
I saw these guys came from like the pickle server because like I swear to God, there's like everyone's spamming pickles right now.
Well, I can't say that spamming pickles is the worst troll. It's actually mildly fun.
I hate spammers though. I don't care what they spam. They piss me off.
Yeah, well, I think there's going to be a base of people, probably, I don't know, I'm going to guess age 12 to 17 or something, who, you know, it's going to hit through Logan Paul. I think there's going to be a huge kind of rush of new people. Because even though like Logan Paul hasn't released anything, but there's been a couple of videos on like a couple channels that have like, you know, 5 million subs that do whatever reviews kind of things, and they've, you know, done some little kind of like what is that show that I forget on TV where they just like go over, you know, different like events or whatever. They just do like commentary on it.
I'm honestly gonna subscribe to Logan Paul just for him to do his next video. Because on his next video, I'm just gonna spam the fuck out of the Discord link in his next video, whatever it is, even if it's not Flat Earth. Because now, like, everyone's gonna know that he went to the Flat Earth conference. They're like, oh look, someone's spamming the Flat Earth Discord. Like, I want to join that shit and make fun of him. Oh shit, I got flat smacked.
Yeah,
I gotta get a VPN.
Yeah.
Oh God. So I had in my recommended, it came up about, it was from 2 days ago, Logan Paul, something about Flat Earth, but it was a YouTube TV was the channel. So I don't know if they like, maybe YouTube made a financial decision to say, hey, people want to see Flat Earth content. Let's turn off the algorithm. Because, you know, ultimately, regardless of the political thing, they want to make money.
Right.
Well, you know,
to be honest,
I'm not a
dude,
big
I feel
fan
like they did do something to the algorithm, because I'm telling you, this week, like a couple of days ago, I've noticed nothing but good content like pop up on my recommendations.
I'm not a big fan of MGTV, but he's already put out 2 videos about Logan Paul. He put one out about, you know, his speech or whatever, and then he put out another one about a gamer that was like, they put out a video about Logan Paul being a flat earther or whatever, and he said, oh, she's like it's all dumb, and it's just some freaking YouTube gamer chick. But anyway, so yeah, man, there's it's about to start where these people are going to be putting videos about Logan Paul out, man. So we should hit them all, man, and hit the Discord and get them all in.
Yeah, I mean, what's the worst thing Logan Paul could say? Like, there's no way that it's like, because Flat Earth is true and because it keeps growing, it's basically going to become out of control at some point, where even like I think the controllers and the powers or whatever are going to not be able to, you know, because yeah, they have certain abilities, you know, to do what they can, but they don't know how it's going to actually hit people's psyches. You know what I mean? You can make the biggest hit piece on Flat Earth possible, the worst you could possibly make it. Like, let's say Logan Paul came out and made some ridiculous video, even no matter how terrible it is, there's still going to be a ton of people that are going to, like, they've already heard about it. They've, you know, their cousin, someone at school, you know what I mean? So it's just going to be in their minds. And then it's going to be like, oh, he's a popular dude and he's mentioning it. And then who knows, maybe they'll search somewhere else, or, you know, end up seeing something. Or I'm not saying they're going to completely look into Flat Earth, but it's going to like trigger them to consider it, you know, as a more, as like a viable thing in the world that they're then going to, you know, I'm sure search more, and it's like a waterfall effect.
You know how like the algorithm is, if they're like so if they're sub to Logan Paul, they're gonna show like related content. That's the thing. It's like an AI. Their algorithm is certainly an AI. I have no doubt about it. And it tries to give you connections to other stuff you've already looked at. So say I am a Logan Paul fan and I watch a couple videos talking about him coming out of the Flat Earth closet, so to speak. The recommended is going to start giving them Flat Earth videos.
Right. Or at least it should, unless they're, unless they tweak it.
Yeah, it's probably going to give him, Professor Stick or Soundly or something.
Right, or one of those videos of like the astronauts explaining why flat Earth is ridiculous. One of those like total fake.
Right. At the very least, if they find the MGTV, dude, I the MGTV. I'm not actually subscribed. The only reason I found the videos is because other people are posting them on Facebook. And
So is it a thing on Facebook? Like the Logan
Facebook
Paul
is
thing?
way bigger than YouTube, man. Flat Earth is way bigger on Facebook than.
That's what I mean. Has it carried over at all? Have you noticed any posts?
Yeah, that's how I found these videos. I mean, people are posting these MGTV. Yeah, it's carried over. Yeah, everybody is talking on Facebook too. But yeah, I found these two videos that MGTV put out yesterday and today. One of the gamers stuff. All these people are going to start finding out that Logan Paul was, and more than likely he's going to put out a video within the next week about the conference. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. I mean, what's the deal? I think it was probably a publicity stunt for him, honestly, because you could tell by his speech that he doesn't really know anything about flat Earth.
Right.
Listen, I don't think he knows anything about anything.
I have a new idea.
Quite honestly.
He's just a total dumbass. He's just a stupid dumbass.
Well, no,
I hate to use the stereotype. Dumb jock is the way he comes across.
Yeah. He's just
Even dumber than a dumb jock. Like the other jocks say he's stupid.
So he showed up at the conference with a new girlfriend or something, and he just had a girlfriend that was in a TV show or a mainstream TV show or something. So he kind of started in this alternative platforms, but he's big enough where I'm still skeptical of him. But I think maybe he might have got some. He might have rubbed shoulders with some people deeper in Hollywood when he was dating his ex-girlfriend.
Well, but see what happened. I don't know what happened. He was supposed to be. I watched he was on that YouTube original, The Thinning, which was like an apocalyptic kind of TV show about the New World Order and stuff. It was a YouTube original TV show or whatever. I watched a part of the first episode. I could tell it was real cheesy because YouTube is fucking cheesy anyway. But I didn't know it was him. I didn't even know who he was when they said Paul Logan, or what is his name? Logan Paul. I didn't know who he was whenever they said, "Oh, he's this celebrity that's going to be." I didn't know who he was. I had to look it up, and then I watched some of his cheesy ass YouTube videos, and I was, "Oh God, what the fuck is this?" And actually, I think Mark Sargent should have fucking stayed there and taken the piss out of that. But honestly, that's just the way.
What was the deal with Mark Sargent? Did anyone figure that out?
Mark was pissed off because he knew he was just a YouTube joker. He's just not serious. You can tell he's not serious.
Yeah, but it's not like he came in there and took over the place.
No, he didn't. No, everybody that was originally there to support Flat Earth took over and Logan Paul wasn't. He didn't take up.
I don't know. It's weak sauce on Mark Sargent if he bailed because Logan Paul showed up.
Yeah. It was, in my opinion. I agree with you, but
I think there's other reasons.
that's on him. That's on him. It kind of, he punked out. That's fine. But anyways, I don't know. Was he hoping for Will Smith or something?
Yeah, it's like a math equation. Like they put in Logan Paul, and then Mark Sargent was removed, and then ODD gets added in
at the end.
That's pretty much what it was. Because ODD didn't go to the first conference, partly because of Mark being involved and Patricia and all that, and then it's like Mark left, and that kind of activated. Seems like it activated ODD to actually come to the conference, and he went up on that.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Gio. yeah, ODD might not have showed up if Mark had stayed around.
Yeah, ODD was like, "Oh, Mark Bounce, fuck it, I'm going."
Why wasn't he going to go in the first place? Isn't he from Colorado?
No, but he wasn't going to go to the conference at all. He did. The only thing he said he was going to do was to show up at the party on Saturday. There was like a party at a bar, and there was like music and stuff. He apparently did say he was going to come to that.
No, but
No, I think him showing up to the conference was pretty much a. It was pretty much a surprise to everybody that he came, as far as I know.
But you know, the video he made about Mark and Patricia said that pretty freaking, I guess, song he made. And that,
Hey, Jose, I
pretty
figured
sure
out who it
they
is.
couldn't get
It's
along
Awake
after that.
Souls.
I didn't see a
Oh,
picture
yeah.
of ODD and Patricia like hugging and shit.
Yeah, I
didn't
know.
either.
Awake Souls. I talk shit to him all the time.
He's a fucking
You know,
retard,
Awake
man.
Souls-
That's
You know,
dude.
I got you know who Knowledge Scavenger is? Paula.
Yeah.
Knowledge Scavenger is. He's on a couple places.
No, it's a chick. It's a woman. She's a Bible scholar. She's
Oh
on
wow,
YouTube.
she's
Does a lot
a
of
pretty good
videos.
flat smacker, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I brought her in the other night, and she came in here, and she's been talking to and stuff. But anyway, now, I was watching one of her shows the other night, and not the other night. It's been a couple months or whatever. But I've been talking to her for a long time. But she called Wake Souls and what's the other guy? His partner in crime.
Ronnie and
Ronnie, right? Yeah. They claim that they're the two witnesses in Revelation. They claim that. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know they say some pretty crazy things.
They say that they are the two witnesses from the Book of Revelation.
Oh, fantastic.
Anyway, I was
wow,
watching one of her streams one
we're
night.
graced by their presence.
I know. They said that one night when I was watching one of her streams, and you know, Pillbox was in there and stuff, and she called them the two witlesses. Shit,
Two witnesses. That's great, man.
I know. It's like, I love Paula, man, and
She got a channel, a YouTube channel.
yeah, she was Knowledge Scavenger. Now it's Bible Expositor is her new channel. Changed the same channel. It's called Bible Expositor.
All
Yeah,
right.
she came in the other night. She's still in here. I'm still communicating with her, man. She's good. She got in a little heated with the religious discussion room. I was just talking to her earlier today, and you know how it gets down there. And she's fucking amazing. The Bible. I really
Is
wanted
she
her
like
to
a
have
legit
good
Bible scholar?
experience.
Not to say that formal training means anything,
No.
but is she formally trained?
Oh, she's written books and has an
Oh,
entire
there you go.
website dedicated to her studies on the Bible. She's amazing. Ask Michael, man. He knows. So I'm disappointed with some of the people down there that whatever.
You know, they're very closed-minded in the religious room, and I don't mean just closed-minded like they don't want to accept other information.
invited her over
They
here,
want
man,
to
on
shut
Saturday.
everybody up too. That's the problem I have, is that they don't want to hear it themselves, and they don't want anybody else to hear it.
Well, anyway, she told me she's going to stick around, but there should be room made for her. I think because she's a brilliant Bible teacher. Just look up a Bible Expositor on YouTube. I'll put her.
Yeah, I'm looking at her website now.
She's awesome.
What we need somebody that's in religion regularly, that's responsible, that's open-minded, and we'll let everybody talk as like mod or something. Because that room is
Well,
starting to
like
really
the
get
other
under
night-
my
the other
skin.
night, She was on YouTube, and she was like, "There's nobody I can talk to here." She was like had a live stream, and I was listening to it, and she was nobody that really gets what I'm talking about. But I had talked to her personally because I saw one of the live streams. Like, can I have a private call with you? And we talked on Hangouts, and I was like, I mean, I really respect your work. I mean, I respect because how my background and everything.
Bullshit.
And so I was like, hey, why don't you come over here? There's a lot of Christians over here that could really use a lot of your teaching, for you to, with all your background, you should be able to help these guys out. Because there's this holy war going down in the religious discussion, but
Always.
I didn't necessarily want to throw her right down, throw in their mix. So, but we're still communicating. He's like, I'm not, don't, if you're listening, don't give up.
Would she only hear that one day?
Can I get mod?
Negative.
Mod.
All right,
She
okay.
came a few days ago. She was in here the other night. She had a good time, whatever. She came the next day, and I was like, hey, good to see you back. Hope you're having, finding some good discussion.
Is it necessary to have?
The rest of it, I'll PM you, Indio.
Yeah, I'd like to get her maybe to do a talk or something and mute everybody and force them to listen.
Is it necessary to have a separate channel? Like, why don't we just have one big channel?
Because no.
No. I'm sorry.
Nope. That's a nope.
Why?
Nope.
Because this is supposed to be a flat Earth Discord. Where does the
Yeah,
title
we're
of the
talking about
Discord say
science.
religious Discord anywhere?
What's
Where?
the point of having the separate channel?
Well, because we have people that
as-
come
Go down there
in
and
here
find
that
out.
are
You wanna go
believe in
down there and
flat
find
Earth
out?
and they do religion, so they have a religious discussion room also.
I'm about to lock it so you can only go to that voice chat channel, and you're about to find out why.
Now go down there and find out. But anyway, she's a great teacher. She understands everything that I studied for all those years. She understands it perfectly, teaches it perfectly. She's a very sweet woman. She's awesome, man. I love Paula. So I would love to give her a place to teach and have people not disrespect.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's like one of those. What I'm thinking is they're used to whatever they do down there. I don't go in there, so I don't really know. Like,
yeah, I don't
a couple
either.
times I've been in there, it's like, I'm out of here. I'm like running away as fast as I can.
But she's
to like
honestly looking for a
desensitize people,
place to
give
do
her
that.
like,
And
you know how we
so-
did an interview with Zen Garcia, kind of.
Yeah.
We'll set up a day, a weekend, whatever, so she can give a presentation, a talk, or her background, or where she's coming from, or whatever, so that people are kind of desensitized to it. And because you know how it is, they try and shout you down. In a religion room, especially, they try and shout you down. If you're not like whatever it is they believe, if you don't believe the exact same thing, you're going to hell. It's a mortal sin. But maybe because it's about the Bible, they'll listen just for the fact of listening. So maybe they'll take in some information if we make it so that only she can speak, or an interview type deal.
What's the goal?
Yeah, but as much as I know about it, I wouldn't know what to ask her. But if she wants to do it, somebody that's a Christian, really, I think there are a lot of people that don't know about her. I don't know. I'll talk to her and find out.
I mean, Mike could do it. I know Mike knows a lot about the Bible.
Well, I do too, but I'm just saying I don't know what specific topic. It's just.
Well, I mean, leave it up to her. I mean,
And I hated to
you said
throw
she's
it
a scholar,
down
right?
There, with those people, Yeah, man.
What are we even talking about? What's the goal of her for what?
We're just We're just shooting the shit.
No, we're just talking about a very knowledgeable Christian flat earther. She's very knowledgeable about the Bible and Christian teachings, and so
And you don't
there
think
are a lot
people
of
will listen
Christians
to
on
her?
the server. No, they don't give her. She doesn't really like. I invited her the other day, and when you go in the religious discussion rooms, it's pretty much holy war, and she doesn't have any power in there to do anything about it because she's just new here. And I really think she should be given more respect than she probably gets down there. You know, none of the modders go down there because it's
Shouldn't she earn it,
kind of a
not
shit
just be
show.
given it?
Well, I know her, so I'm not saying not give her moderator right now so she has the power in the religious. That would be wrong too. But I'm just saying that just someone that's new to the server, you know, as far as what goes on in the religious room. If you haven't been there time there, you don't really know necessarily what's going on down there.
I've been there. I've been banned from there, and you banned me.
I didn't ban. I don't ban anybody from the religious room. I never go down there.
No, I agree. It's different down there for sure. I just don't understand why they can't be in the same space. If they're actually talking about religious flat earth stuff, shouldn't it all make sense to us and relate to?
Well, I mean, there's a difference between religion and Christianity. I mean, she is a Christian, and a lot of people down there are Christians. The discussion can go whatever. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be a rub there for anybody that's a Christian, like a hardcore Christian defending. Like I mean, I've been there, so
Yeah,
I
but
understand what it's.
I just feel like giving this religious discussion a separate place, you know, it creates a space for those holy wars you're talking about. You know,
Well,
it allows
but
people
that's
to
fine. People like it.
diverge.
People like it, but we're not going to do it. We're not going to. It's not the main focus of this server. But
Right.
You know, me and other mods have decided that you know they want to have that room. They want to go down there. They like to talk. I personally don't necessarily, even though I do enjoy. I mean, a lot of us, spend time down there to make sure everything's, you know.
I mean, it's not always crazy, but it can get crazy. That's the thing. You can be just having a normal conversation, and then all of a sudden, it's like a firework. It just blows up.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I think we need that room. If that wasn't there, then everybody be up here trying to talk about religion. That's not what this.
Yeah, but they'd be trying to hopefully talk about flat Earth related to religion if they were talking about religion, because that's why.
Well, they talk about flat Earth down there too. Most of the people that talk in a religious room are flat earthers, but they're religious flat earthers. I'm saying, and so they need a platform. We've decided, you know, we've all agreed on this. All the moderators have agreed on this.
No, I know there's a strong community of people that like are just very religious and see the flat
And
Earth
that's
in the
fine.
Bible. But
That's fine.
if they're still, I feel like if it's all true, or whatever, or if there's some truth in the religious stuff related to the flat Earth, it's worth them trying to explain it.
It's kind of segregated that some people will not listen. What if you? Well, do you want to hear someone come in here? Say you're I don't know, a Muslim, for example. So you want to hear someone come in here and recite the Bible as proof of why the Earth is flat?
Well, they can recite whatever they want as long as it's like brief, as long as they're not just reading the whole freaking thing.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Because it often goes off onto other things where it gets like way too deep into that.
That's what the moderators are real.
Science is a philosophy. Like, regardless of what they say, it is not fucking empirical. At its base, is philosophical. So, what the nature of knowledge and why we think we know things, and science itself is like inductive reasoning, which something can never actually be proven.
So my only point with this.
But people don't. Some religious people don't accept scientific proof or evidence as anything. They don't think it overrides the philosophical teachings of the religion, and they're entitled to that. And if they don't want to, for lack of a better word, skip rope with those types of arguments, this is like a space just for them, so they can use religious arguments and religious texts to affirm or change someone's position or to learn things.
Right,
It's
but
almost
if-
like, let's say we're segregated out, like maybe a secular or proof versus a religious proof.
But I feel like if it's still about some overall truth, it doesn't really matter how they relate to it, as long as they're explaining the same information. I don't know. The reason I said
Let me tell you this.
Religion's a personal or subjective truth, so some
It
people
is
don't
a
accept
personal
that.
subjective truth, but as far as Christianity goes, there's a vast majority of Protestant Christianity that believe nearly the same way, especially in America, where like online Christians that have come across some weirdness that like want to argue with. I really think that I don't. There's no reason for me to get into this right here. I mean, maybe we need to make another.
Listen, we didn't even have a religious room for a long time.
I know. Yeah, no. The only point I was trying to make was you guys were talking in this room about some lady. I don't know. It's just like a side chat, but like about some lady you wanted to bring in because the religious people are a little bit like I don't know what, but you wanted to bring somebody else in. But we're not even talking. But yeah, no, but we weren't even talking about the flat Earth. Like if they were all just here, I'd rather listen to the religious people than talk about how we're going to help the religious people or something. It's crazy.
We're only talking about how she had a bad experience when she came here in that room and how to fix it.
Well, we'll talk about that later. I mean, I understand that. So whatever. We'll wait.
That was kind of like housekeeping type stuff.
I know. I was just saying. No, I was just using that as an opportunity to say maybe
for
combine
everyone that
forces.
is curious about religion or what this. I mean, there are good conversations, just like you said, Indio, that go on down there. I don't want to lead anyone away from it. If you're curious about it.
But if it's about flat Earth, I want to hear it. I don't want to be
Yeah,
in a
well, it's
room
all
where I'm
about
missing
flat Earth.
something.
Well, go down there and ask them about it.
But then what am I going to
go
miss?
down
But
there
yeah,
and
but
talk to 'em.
I know. But then what am I going to miss here?
I don't know, man.
I
We
don't wanna
know
miss
the
it.
deal here, I guess. The scientific method of the shape of the Earth is well hashed out. It isn't going to change. I guess.
But as far as like meeting God, I mean, religion. And this is why the religious thing kind of gets heated at different points, because some people can have multiple different religious backgrounds, and it's important to discuss.
Totally
those things.
concerned.
No, I was wondering if he's concerned about because there's different voice lobbies that he can be at, and he doesn't want to miss anything.
Yes.
I have a solution.
Yes.
The solution is be in religious room all day you want, and just listen to the live stream. This is being live streamed, so you can always listen to this, so you won't miss anything.
Yeah, you can sit in there and listen to what they're talking about in the
possibility.
Go on the live stream and listen.
Or you can go back and watch the live stream, past episodes.
And spend my whole life like that.
Do you want to learn anything? I mean, who?
Hey, you said you didn't want to miss anything. That will assure that you don't miss a goddamn thing.
Yeah, but that might. Yeah, but if this place is popular and I'm in religious discussion 24/7, there's no physically possible way I can listen to the whole 24/7
Check this
live stream.
out.
Dude, are you like 10? Like, we make choices in life about what's more important, and we choose, and then when we choose, we miss out on other
I'm
things.
just saying. You said to do something that's not physically possible potentially.
Well, it depends on how good you are at multitasking.
At the same time, sometimes I'll be on. I'm talking to you, but I'm still paying attention to some other things that I'm doing. I'm doing fucking 4 things right now at the same time. I have a computer that I'm running a live stream on. I have another laptop that I'm doing on another account, and I'm talking on my phone. So I mean, I can do 3 things at the same fucking time.
Yeah, but
Hey, if evolution is
except for listening to
true, we're going to grow another arm.
Was there a religious topic that you had by chance?
Religious discussion.
Dude, I'm interested in everything.
No, but is there a point that you had about it
He
religiously?
doesn't. He's just trolling for some reason.
I'm not trolling. I just have
Well, it
questions
sounds like
for
you are.
everything. When I've been in the religious, I've had bad experiences in the religious chat room because
Hollywood, it does seem like you're trolling. I think we're on to you.
I'm naive. I don't know everything. I know I don't know everything. I try
I
to be
think you're
honest.
just playing
Let
the
me tell you-
part
let
of
me
that.
say this. That's
whatever
okay,
you
but let me
say,
tell
dude.
you this, Hollywood. If you're ignorant about religion and you're asking the question and trying to give us shit about it,
I'm not.
I can understand that because people that are ignorant about religion, there's a reason for that. You just don't understand it, so you just, and it just, when you do get involved, like if you went down there and listened to what they were talking about, you'd have no fucking clue at
You know,
all.
I think that's a lot of
I
people.
have a little bit of a clue. That's my problem is they don't have
Okay,
the entire
what's
clue
the-
because
what's
they're
a
all.
little bit that you would about what? What would you have a clue about if you?
I know the most general stuff, but when I ask an open-ended question that goes that maybe these religious people who are set in stone with their religion, you know, don't even consider, just like the
I
flat
don't
Earth
really
and globe
think you
Earth
do any
anymore.
research about a goddamn thing. I think you just like to talk and you don't do any research at all.
Have you listened to anything I've ever said here?
Yeah, I've been listening to you for like a couple weeks now. And
Oh, that's really smart of you because I've only been here for 3 days.
yeah, sure you have.
Hollywood, what's going on, man? Talk to me.
I'm the defending myself. I'm defensive. That's a problem I have. That's just who I am. I don't like to be attacked. I've been attacked by Helia before.
But he wasn't
we already
attacking
talked to
you.
him. I know we already talked about it between him and I. Like, he had just like I have this attitude that people don't. Like
Okay, well, anyway, what's your opinion on the
open-minded.
religious? What's your opinion on the religious aspect of flat Earth?
Well, I think it's a possibility, but I think the religion could be, the truth. But I also think that religion could also be something that was created to control the flat Earth. I don't know. It could all what if? See, so like, here's what I get. So some of these religious people, they find the flat Earth through religion, right? And then they think that's it. So what if religion is not what they think it is? Like, let's go one step
What?
further.
I think you're being a little loose with terms, right? Believing in the Bible isn't religion per se. Like, there's Catholics, Protestants, evangelicals, you name it. So there's a whole variation of that. So typically, that is a general way to putting it, they're deists that believe that the Bible is the Word of God. Their specific belief depends on, their denomination, however they grew up, whatever they studied. So you can't lump people in together like.
Yeah, right.
About
And
what they believe.
So religious people in India are passionate about the topic and they study it and they go full force all the way. I feel like Hollywood doesn't give a shit about any certain topic. He just really. Well, what's your favorite topic? I mean, what are you just?
This is it. This is
here
why I'm
for,
here.
Like to learn anything? Are you like passionate about anything? I feel
Everything.
Like you're
So
just, like,
where'd you
being
learn
very
about the
generic.
Bible? What do you know about the Bible? So if you think it could be it, then you have to accept that
What
the
do you know
Bible's the
about
Word of
flat Earth
God,
or the
right?
Bible
So
or
I
science?
don't know.
mean,
I don't even.
seriously, you just don't.
I
act
know
like
that
you don't know shit about shit and you just talk a lot.
I'm open-minded to the fact that I could still be being fooled on something.
Start talking about.
are you
what you're
open-minded
passionate
that the
about.
Bible's the Word of God? Are you open-minded to that?
Yes, of course.
Then study the Bible and figure it out for yourself. No one else can bring. No one
I'm
is going
trying
to
to take
convince
time.
you of that.
I'm just saying you've been criticizing everyone's ideas and you haven't put forth really any of your own.
Well, okay. So gatekeeper, I'm pretty sure the Earth is flat, but how do I know that that I'm still not being fooled somehow? I don't. I can't. I mean, that's where I'm at. If I already changed my worldview once, like, who says I can't change it again? If something else comes up, if somebody shows me some more truth that changes the flat
Okay,
Earth model,
what has convinced you?
Yeah,
that
welcome to being alive.
Okay, great.
What
So,
has convinced
Jesus
you?
Christ,
personally,
dude.
Hollywood. Actually, what has convinced you that the Earth is flat specifically?
dude,
How are
water
you
is
convinced?
flat. I've never seen the curvature. All these obvious things.
Wait, no, that's one. Water. What else?
I've never seen the curvature. That's pretty much all I needed to say to prove anything.
You haven't seen the NASA videos and photographs of it?
No, I want him.
Not with my own eyes,
him
dude.
to offer
With
it.
my own
Don't
eyes.
feed him. Don't feed him any information because he doesn't have any. Go ahead, Holly.
I
What's
have
your
all
next
the information, dude.
second best? What's your second best proof?
Water is level, dude.
Second best proof. Water next. I can give you 100, but what's your second?
Who cares? But this is why do I need to pledge allegiance to you? Like, who are you?
You're deflecting.
He's just trolling.
I know.
I don't know what your policy is on trolls here, but he's a troll.
He's already been banned once.
I've
He's
just bumped heads with
working towards it again.
I mean, that's
Hey, can you-
obviously
hold on,
his.
hold on.
It's obviously his spiel is
Okay,
to troll.
okay,
Like I
okay,
know
okay.
well. I've done it before.
Gatekeeper. It's
Proofs,
not. You
which
guys
means
can,
you were never listening.
Hey, listen. You guys can change my role to on the fence if that makes you feel better. If long
Is there
as
a
I can
troll role?
No.
Fuck out. How
As
about
long
I
as I
change
can
your
stay
rule and get the fuck
open-minded,
out? How about
I'm
that?
just asking open-minded questions. I'm sorry for
You're not
doing that.
open-minded. You just talk a bunch of shit and you don't know shit about shit.
I mean, this goes way back to earlier tonight when I was making the point about, some people can't handle the truth, and you were like,
Gate. I challenged you because I didn't.
Just
think
let me
you-
finish. Just let me
Sorry,
finish. You were just talking shit about it, quite frankly. That's all you've been doing tonight.
So I challenged you because I didn't think that you believed the Earth was flat. That's why.
Well,
I
don't
came
challenge
across
me.
it as
Just have a conversation, maybe.
I know, but you said that your thing said on the fence, so I was wondering, and I probably was a little bit more aggressive because I just came from playing a freaking military video game, so I was probably like a little bit more aggressive than I should be, and I'm sorry, but I'm just interested in people who believe different things than I do because I think maybe they might know something I don't know.
I see.
That's why I'm asking you, what do you know? You said water's flat. What's your second proof?
I don't know what I know anymore, man. My whole life is confused because of this flat Earth stuff.
Let's calm down a little bit. What's number 2? Water's flat. Yes, we agree. What's the next
Well, hold on, Helio. Now, here's the thing about this movement, because it is kind of a movement, truthers about the Earth shape. Now, to call them flat earthers, I think right off the bat is kind of a bit of a broad assumption. Everyone who questions the shape of the Earth is not necessarily a flat earther. You know what I mean? We're not settled. I don't think you are either, settled on a particular model. You're just essentially someone who, is a skeptic
I know it's
about
not
it.
a globe. I know it's not a globe.
Right. So, but the flat Earth label is kind of limiting, right?
Measures flat. We know that.
Yeah, measures flat. I don't know what it is. But
What we experience in the
I thought
surface
it
we're on is flat. I don't know, macro scale. That's all we can say at this particular point with any certainty.
Right. That seems to imply the disc, though. You know what I mean? It
But we don't
seems
believe
it
it,
tends
no.
to. Yeah. It tends to imply that we believe space is just like they say it is, which I don't think, flat earthers, quote unquote, do. It's just more of a, we're not really sure.
Yeah, and let me say this. Hollywood, I mean, I'm giving you a bunch of shit. I just want you to think here for a second. Because I have a lot of patience with a lot of people that have really good questions, but it doesn't seem you do. I honestly, I don't like to waste time when it comes to these things.
That's
So,
fine.
You know what I'm saying? So if we're going for 30 minutes on like just arguing about what the religious people are thinking about, and it seems like you're just like obfuscating everything.
I'm
that
not
comes
arguing
in,
about that. I just wanted them to be in the same
You
channel.
were, man. You did it for 20 minutes. We've just been talking about it for 20 minutes. It's like, why do the religious people? You're just asking questions that have nothing to do with anything.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom
Have
of
to do
stuff.
with this. All right. Well,
What are
the
you getting to
bottom
the bottom
line
of,
is 'cause
Detective Dick Tracy? What are you going to get to the bottom of with that line of questioning?
Go ahead. Yeah. Answer
But
that.
listen, is that you've been here for 3 days and it doesn't seem like you learned a goddamn thing, which means
Well,
you're not paying attention. You're not
what I
listening to
did-
nothing.
Okay, I've learned a few things, but I
Go
came
ahead.
here believing in the flat Earth already. So what do you expect me to learn? I can only learn so much.
You
Well,
only
from
answered one question. I
Helio's
asked you,
little
why do you think the Earth is
interrogation,
flat?
you didn't learn anything.
Dude,
Just the way you're saying, you're saying, believe the flat Earth, it just sounds very trollish.
I know. I'm sorry if I sound a certain way, dude.
Believe the flat Earth. Like no one who believes that would
Wait,
say
what?
they
Wait, wait. What did I?
believe the
Hold on,
flat
hold on,
Earth.
hold on. I'm sorry.
It just
Sorry.
sounds like a trollist comment. I'm gonna call you out on that.
Wait. What did I say? I'm sorry. I didn't hear myself.
And
What
it's
did I say?
we're aware
Wait,
that
what
we're
did
on
I
a
say?
flat plane.
Wait, no, gatekeeper. What did I just say? I'm sorry. I didn't.
I just said it. I just said what you said.
I said I believe what? I'm sorry.
You said, here's what you said. I believe the flat Earth. I mean, people don't really speak about it in that way. I think you're a troll. I think you're here just for kicks. I don't think you're on the fence. I think you're
So
just literally trolling.
Gatekeeper, when I first came here, I got most in trouble not for trolling, for asking where the action is being taken. I wanted to take action, but I was informed that there's, I can't just, get everyone up off their feet to do stuff, and I need to take a different
Take
route.
action for flat Earth.
You were informed of your ideas.
I mean, the
were
only
garbage.
action to take for flat Earth would be to perform experiments and put them on YouTube, pretty much.
Yeah, do you want to go? I'm trying to make a tourist trip to go over to the North and South Pole. I think that would be a good idea. And
But it wouldn't prove anything, and that's what you were told. It wouldn't actually prove anything.
Yeah, is there any form of measurement which could prove anything? No, because you're still traversing a horizontal axis. Whether it's spinning or not.
like I'd figure something out. When
You're saying if you just kept your direction
Yeah, you'd get more
fixed.
data points. Yeah, you'd get more information.
saying I'd
and
never
then-
run into anything in the South Pole, it would just be forever. Or
But you're making a fundamental assumption that your notions of what is possible in reality off of geometry, which is an abstract comment, which is an abstract idea which doesn't actually exist in reality.
I mean, you kind of have to draw your own. You kind of have to draw your own world map if you really wanted to know.
I know,
If you,
dude, I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
if you were
So
going to
is
go boat,
Listen, bro, is geometry reality? Like things that I can express geometrically, if I can't do that, then they don't exist in the real world.
I don't know. A year ago, my world.
So
got
you
a
ever hear
lot
of Zeno's
smaller,
paradox?
and I don't know what's
So it's
outside of it.
easy. Zeno's paradox is like you try to get say you got a wall on the other side of your room, and you try to get to that wall by going halfway. Right?
you know what?
So
I don't
what you
believe
have-
in Xenos though. I
You'll
don't believe
never
it's a
get to the
paradox.
wall. You'll never get to the wall.
I don't
Ever.
believe. I don't
Oh,
believe that though. I don't
Go
believe in
halfway, then
Xenos
halfway, then
paradox.
halfway, then halfway. Is that what you're saying?
You don't think Zeno's paradox exists? is
I
what
don't
you're
think
saying?
it's. I don't think it's a true paradox. No.
So you think you can get to the wall by going halfway every time?
Well. See, the thing. It's not really a question about that. It's you're changing the terms when you say halving, because you're not just halving like the distance. You're always you're halving time as well. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I know the arrow of time, but let's just leave that out for now. If you
But
just take
that's
a
the issue
straight
I have
distance-
fundamentally with Zeno's paradox is I don't find it to be an actual paradox.
Well, write a paper and you'll get rich or famous. You're young enough, you might be able to win a Fields Medal.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think it's a paradox though? A paradox is something in which two
It's not a
things are
paradox,
true.
It's a contradiction.
Well, yeah, I mean, a paradox would essentially be like two things that are true but cannot be true at the same time, sort of,
I don't think either are true. I think that there's not discrete space. There's a continuum.
Right.
Is the best way of putting it. So
Well,
we
no, I do believe
type
there's a
things for our experience so that we can manipulate it with mathematics to get useful things out of it. But I don't think it's ultimate truth.
I think it's fixed. I do think it's a fix. If there's a smallest bit, and that's the smallest unit that there is. Kind of like a matrix.
Yeah, but there's like no evidence of that. There's no smallest unit in reality.
I certainly wouldn't know if there is. I don't know. Well, what are you saying then? Do you believe it's just
Which is the
infinitely?
smallest unit we can get meaningful information out of.
But you're saying
things to do with
it
space
goes
and time.
infinitely small?
I have a question, guys.
I'm saying that there's no evidence that there's discrete things that get smaller and smaller and smaller. What we
I
call
understand what
space.
you're saying.
Because once
but-
you hit the Planck length and you go under it, because we can go beyond the Planck length, but things like time and space become meaningless concepts. realm of quantum mechanics where there's only a probability of something existing, right? And it only exists if someone actually tests for it and actually observes it. Otherwise, it doesn't exist at all.
Yeah,
so you
but
get
that's
to like fundamental questions of what is reality, and
yeah.
You believe in the moon?
Do I believe it? I don't have to believe in the moon. I can see it.
Is it real to you?
Is the moon?
Yeah.
Are you real?
Barely.
Are you like a real person?
Yeah. It's a
You know
real
what they're
thing.
doing? You know what everyone's doing today in pop science? They're saying science can't prove anything. This is their new rhetoric.
Yeah,
They say science can only disqualify things or discredit things or disprove things. This is very stupid, obviously.
You should have seen. So today they had the Daily Show. They had like a segment on some guy, one of their like side reporters, went to the Flat Earth convention and he came back, and he goes, and he's like spilling all. It's really bad, and it's just he's talking about like whatever in the beginning, like how he went there or whatever, and he goes, you know why the Earth is a globe, and then he stops and he says, I actually don't need to explain myself because flat Earth people are so stupid. And I was like, that's so pathetic that they do that.
Well, that's all they have on that side.
I know,
There is no
insane.
science.
It's so crazy though that people buy it.
Well, the ironic thing is that if you go look at the science, all they do is put forth stuff like a boat going below the horizon, supposedly. But when you recreate this with like a quarter and a table, you can see it's not going below a horizon. It's just an optical illusion, essentially.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I have seen videos.
Well, what I mean is, like, you know, when they claim that if you go to the horizon, a sailboat will disappear from the bottom first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then they proceed with filming that, and it kind of looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up, but not really. Well, you can create this concept, this optical illusion. If you have a flat table, you put a camera along the edge of it, you know, sort of off the side of it, exactly parallel with the table. Then you take a quarter and you start at the camera end. You put it right on top of it, and as you move it back, you can see the whole table, but it starts to appear as though the quarter is being concealed from the bottom up. But you know that's not true, because if you zoom in, you can see the bottom of it again. It's just basically an optical illusion. So this is the evidence that they're putting forth. They clearly haven't really analyzed it deeply enough.
I'm gonna go do that right now.
It has been analyzed. Listen, I literally on my YouTube channel, I have a geometric proof, and it has been analyzed since the 40s. This is a known thing.
Of what?
Why objects disappear on a flat surface with distance.
Why is that?
It's because of the angular resolution of the optical device, and the angle to the bottom is shallower than the angle to the top. So you're going to hit that angular resolution limit first at the bottom before you hit it on the top.
Huh.
So so think about it like this, right? So I have a 6 foot eye height. I'm in a 6 foot hole. There's an infinite plane, you know, outside this hole, and I look out onto this plane. I will not be able to see the surface of that because my line of vision is parallel to that surface. But if I like stand up on my tiptoes, I'll be able to see some of that surface, but appears the end will be what I see as quote unquote the horizon. But that horizon isn't going to be infinitely far away because there's limits to vision.
Yeah, that's a good point, because it basically it becomes so finite that to the eye it appears just as though it's cut off. There's nothing to look at anymore.
And just think about how you use
that happens exponentially quick because of the angle as well.
I mean, just think about how you use your devices. Cell phone, you don't look at it from the side, do you? Why don't you look at it from the side? Because you can't see the surface of that from a shallow angle.
Right.
So we look at it from 90 degrees. There's actually equations for all this, like the best distance to put a picture. It's called Regiomontis's maximization angle. So it's the best distance to stand away from a particular image based upon its size and its angle and its tilt and the eye height. So the people have actually done this just to place billboards and scoreboards and all that stuff.
You know, if the globe Earth weren't an outright conspiracy, it may have just been people rushing the idea, and that sort of worked, so they went with that. You know.
But then they got power and took over.
It doesn't have to be one thing. It could be what they call alignment of interests. You know, people philosophically and then they what they want to believe is what they look for.
But I'm with that
typical confirmation bias.
I mean, it could. I mean, he's like Gatekeeper said, it could have just been some, bad math or something. And then, in the 1900s, whenever somebody figured it out, that's when the world wars started, when they figured it out or something. And then it all got real crazy. I don't know.
Well, let's use this ships on the horizon example, right? This has been like a quote unquote globe proof since like at least the time of Copernicus.
Yeah, that's their go-to argument.
Listen, has anyone actually measured this in any scientific way that you know? Like they went on the seashore, they got the distances to the boats, and then they measured like how much of this boat can I see at this distance?
No, they don't do that.
See, they've never actually done that actual experiment.
They literally just film it, and they're like, "See, it's disappearing from the bottom," and it's like, "No, it's not.
Not scientific.
It's just getting smaller."
It's getting smaller, and as it gets further away, that angle to the object gets shallower and shallower.
Yeah, and also the heat, emits off of like water basically, and you can see it off of pavement. It's the same type of situation, really.
I would like to state that I have a bookshelf that is like 85 inches tall. No matter how far I get away from that bookshelf, it's always going to be 85 inches tall. It's not going to change height. Just like the boat on the horizon, it's not going to change height.
What's that going to do with anything?
What do you mean?
What I mean is my bookshelf will always be 85 inches. The boat on the horizon will always be the height that it is.
Yeah.
Look, I want to see you build something without a tape measure using just your vision.
Wait, hold on. No, I just don't understand what point.
Without a tape measure, using just your vision.
The further away I get from it, it stays the same height.
But it'll appear smaller from your perspective.
Yeah, but it's apparent
Right, but
height
it's still
and
the same
size.
height. It doesn't change in height.
Obviously.
Yeah, we know that.
The boat on the horizon that starts.
All right. Stop the trolling or the joking.
Hey,
Dude,
Indio.
man. You serious?
I have a scenario.
You're a genius, dude. It isn't going to change height. I thought it.
What if said bookcase was at the end of a
Dude, I'm still gonna have 5 fingers tomorrow, man.
Wait a minute. Wait. What if said bookcase was at the end of a 500-foot hallway? You stood right in front of the bookcase and you started walking away from it.
It would still stay the same height, but it will look by the distance away, the angular size would change, but it would still be the same 85-inch bookshelf. The height of it would not change.
And
yeah, we know.
Just like they said.
Well, the point it has to deal with the
Congratulations.
curvature calculation because it doesn't. The curvature calculation doesn't take into account its apparent size reduction. It's still at this.
Isn't that what you see down the hallway?
So that's why it's important. Is because the
Isn't it-
calculation.
Right, the curve calculator deals with an orthographic view.
An absolute size is like the absolute. So 84 inches is an absolute size, but we don't see in absolute sizes. We see in angular sizes.
But it's still the same absolute size, no matter
It's
how
irrelevant.
far you get away from it.
But that's irrelevant
Why is it irrelevant?
because we
We're talking
don't.
about
See,
boats
when we
on the
take a
horizon,
picture with a
they stay the
camera,
same
we don't
size,
see
just
in absolute
comparing
sizes.
Hey, I'm trying to listen to what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like, hey, check this out.
Yeah,
You're
you-
standing right in front of the bookcase. You move back away from that thing. Look, when you get 50
Back
feet
away
from
from
it,
the
you can
bookcase.
cover the entire bookcase by putting your thumb in front of your eye. You couldn't see it anymore. Even with your
Perfect, but it's still an
50 feet away,
85-inch
you wouldn't be
bookcase.
able to see it.
And how big is his thumb?
Gentlemen, we must stop feeding this troll.
Did his thumb change
Thank you.
size? Did his thumb grow? Now he has an 84-inch thumb.
Right. That's a fucking retarded argument. What are you trying to prove with that? I just really
He doesn't know anything about
We're talking about
perspective or angular resolution, and it's obvious as hell.
Yeah,
Actually, I do.
yeah, you're right.
The
The
further
bookshelf
I
is
move away,
You have
the
absolutely
angular
no
size
clue
changes, but
whatsoever.
the actual size
Period.
stays the same.
right. So you're admitting it. Yeah, but your curve calculation doesn't account for
Well,
the apparent size reduction.
I don't
The
have
surface
a
of the
curve
water
calculation.
stays the same too, doesn't it?
So what is the name for the size of something relative to your, because you would essentially have to like set a fixed point, say 6 inches in front of your eyes where they intersect or something, and then measure that. That would have to be, you know, how you could measure angular size. Does anyone know the technical term of that?
But there's a whole field of study called photogrammetry, which people actually do this for a living. So, and they measure objects in the photographs. You have to know everything about the optics. You got to know the field of view,
Right?
And the camera has to be carefully calibrated for various distances with like a grid.
Right,
And
right.
then
It'd probably be
based
something
upon
like
that-
at
based
1,000
upon that reference
yards.
information- Yeah, based upon that reference information, they can measure objects, their
Right.
size, within
Or
some
I
degree
could
of
just go
accuracy.
stand right next to my bookshelf with the measuring tape and measure it at 86 inches.
And then if I move the bookshelf 1,000 yards away, can you measure it with that measuring tape?
No,
What do you
because
guys
I
do
already
with-
know
what do you
it's- I
guys do
wouldn't
with
have to. I already
trolls?
know it's
Dude,
86
you're a
inches
troll,
tall.
dude.
Do you guys
Answer the
kick
question.
trolls,
Can you
or do you just
measure it
let
with
them
the
hang
measuring
out?
tape from 1,000 yards away? Can you measure an 86-inch bookshelf with your measuring tape from
I
1,000
don't
yards
need
away?
to measure it. I already know it's 86 inches.
Bro,
No,
we're not
no,
arguing whether or not it changes its actual
moron.
size. We're arguing the perspective of what it,
Guys,
like,
he's
how it's
pulling the
changing
straight
it.
Ali G troll. Please stop feeding him.
How do you breathe with your head so far up
Hey,
your
aren't you the guy
ass?
from Gen Panda server? Zorbots?
Nice.
Hey, Zorbots, weren't you the guy from Gen Panda server that was debating the other day that said that measuring the sticks, the shadow of the sticks on Aristophanes proves the globe Earth? And I told you how if you change the distance to the sun, it changes the whole calculation. You said it doesn't.
I did not say that. I said,
Really?
if I measure, if I take a shadow and I measure the length of the shadow, it will be the length of the shadow. I don't need to know the distance to the sun to measure a length.
Zorbots, how do you
measure,
Absolutely
measure
right.
the length of the shadow, but you
Absolutely
have
right.
to
You don't
measure
need to know
the
the distance to
angle
the sun.
to determine. Wait, yeah, the length of the shadow to determine the angle, what you're trying to determine. Correct.
But the thing you have to understand is like
hold on.
if you assume
hold on.
if you assume a distant sun,
Let me do a different
if you assume a
experiment
distant sun
without
at
the
93
sun,
million
period.
miles with parallel light, then
Time out. Let me do a different.
What's Zorbots? What's
No,
your
you don't even
I take
understand
the
that.
same bookshelf that I have that is 86 inches tall. I shine a light on it in my bedroom and create a shadow. I measure the shadow and measure that angle. I do not need the sun to measure the shadow or the angle of the shadow. Period.
I never
don't need the
said you
sun.
need the sun, but what you do need is to know the distance of the sun to assume if you're on a globe or a flat
Need to
plane.
know the distance.
Because the angle, yeah, you do, because the angle of the light, if it's a parallel light, then you're going to get a certain the Earth has to be curved for that angle to work. But if you have a close sun, a local sun, the light could be divergent. So yes, the light source is a big part of Aristotle. You do need to know the distance of the sun, or else why would he assume parallel light if he doesn't need parallel light? Why would he assume parallel light if he doesn't need it? Why not just measure a shadow?
Determine an angle, determine a position.
Realize that they stuck it so far away that it can fit into any of their calculations. That's why they put it at 93 million miles away, because it has such a huge variance it wouldn't make a difference after a certain point. That's why they got it like that. It's a whole mind fuck, man.
So what happens with that stick experiment when you add, let's say, like 20 sticks? And
Oh
they
yeah,
all,
hey,
all
that
over the
test has
world,
been done by Dr. Zach. He actually did that, and he put 9 nails down. And you know what? You couldn't triangulate more than 3 on a supposed globe,
Yeah,
but on a flat
he put
plane,
9
you could
nails down in the
triangulate up to
same
9 of them.
latitude and longitude. I'm talking about different latitudes and longitudes.
So, how is that possible?
Wait, Zorbots, what's your best globe proof, dude?
Wait. Let me attack this one, if I may, guys. All right. So we have 3 people at different latitudes and longitudes that measure.
Why only 3? Why can't we do more?
Well, we can do
The
more.
globe
but let's
model
just
can't
assume
do
3
more.
now, just to make it simpler. We can.
Yeah,
do
I
more.
can.
You can't.
Zor, how do you know the Earth is a globe, dude?
Wait. Let me solidify this point here, just to make sure. This dude already thinks that the bookcase is the same size, angularly from no
I
matter
did say it
what
was the
distance
same
you
size.
observe it. Well, you
Hey
tried
guys,
to say
good night.
that.
Have fun with the troll.
No, I said it stays the same height, but the angular resolution, your eye's angle makes it appear at a different height, even though it stays the exact same height. That's what I've said. It
No,
never
you didn't.
changes its actual height. It's like a boat on the
Nobody-
horizon never
You know what?
changes its
You know,
actual height.
for anyone, are you claiming that we said that?
No,
Well, then what
a
the
boat
fuck?
on the horizon,
What's
the amount of pixels you can see on that boat changes based on how far it is away, but the size of the boat is the actual.
Right. But Zorbots, I'm confused, man. I'm a simple man. Can you just tell me why you think it's a globe?
No, I don't want him to tell anybody anything.
Well, can we give? Why not?
Well, okay, then we already had one
he's
moderator
gone.
leave because of that. Good.
Well,
Bullshit, man.
notice how he ran away when I asked the most basic of questions. But you did
Yeah,
mute
well,
him, and he probably didn't want to
I
play
did
your
mute
game.
him because he wasn't. I was because he wasn't going to play it. He'd already
Well,
proved himself.
I don't
that
know
he
what
wouldn't
I don't know
follow
exactly.
this.
We were biting. I mean, I feel like we were biting on something that I don't know what he was even talking. I mean, I know he wants more. He wants more experiments. He wants like 24 experiments. Everywhere
I
over
don't
the
think he
globe.
wants anything. He just wants to. He doesn't really care. Shape of the earth.
I don't really understand the direction of his argument, but
Yeah, neither did I. But I mean, well, I think he was just trying to say that if you do that stick experiment and you have more, what's the experimental word? More examples or whatever, then it's more real.
he just kept going on and on about
That's why I
how
wanted to solidify. It doesn't matter where. I mean, if there's the position of the sun. I mean, if you're trying to find the angular position of the sun, there's triangulation you can do there. But at the bottom angle, it's like if you have 500 miles away, you have one person measure the angle, just like in the Eratosthenes. If you have 2 positions, 3 positions, whatever, you still have to assume that that you're standing on a globe Earth if you're gonna measure.
But that's why,
you
like,
know.
I mean, yeah, but that's why I say we don't even bother, talking about those sticks and stones arguments, because unless he has done it and said, well, I've done it with 10 sticks and this is why I think it's like that.
He's still gonna have to think.
I know,
that he's standing
but
on a globe Earth.
But you should say, hey, Zorbots, just tell us like what the most basic reason is, and then we can break it down from there. Because then he's gonna have to
I
say
was
something.
trying to do
Trust
that,
other
but
people.
he wouldn't even let me finish, and you guys wouldn't let me finish either. I was trying to get him to where he would have to assume that he's standing on the globe.
Yeah, but you can just say, just tell us some basic stuff, because that's where it's easiest to.
Nah, but I don't think he was really interested.
Yeah, I don't know really either.
I mean, he tried to tell us that bookcase thing was the most ridiculous nonsense that I ever.
Julia,
I was
does
like,
does your
the same
thumb ride
dude that was
shotgun?
that went on Nathan's show was talking about the 10-foot wall.
Yeah, exactly. That was like a year ago. He was bringing up like. No, it wasn't the same guy. That guy was a lot drunker.
Well, it's the same fucking argument, though.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. That's probably where he heard it. He's obviously from Gem Panda server. They don't like evolve from whatever position they have.
So I muted him, and somebody banned him probably, or he left.
And technically, the length of a shadow cast on a plane in a sphere are different lengths. So if I cast a shadow on a ball, it's going to measure longer than I cast it on a flat surface.
I just feel like if that Eratosthenes shit was actually like legit, then the mainstream science would have used exactly what he just said, and they would have said, look, we've got 20 sticks all across these locations. This is what it is. But instead, they always show you that bullshit graphic, which shows like a cutout of the Earth, and it shows the sticks on like the outside of it, all in a line essentially.
Like this graphic is posting voice text for everyone right here. Parallel lines, the globe Earth. That's assuming that the sun is 93 or a vast distance away, and you're standing on a globe surface. Yeah. Math can make that shit up if you wanted to. I mean,
Dr. Zach did an experiment and proved his table is a sphere using the exact same mathematics.
Yeah.
Proved his flat table is a sphere.
Math lies
This is ridiculous, man. I just don't know where. I mean, these guys they're just reaching everywhere. Dude, but if it was a sphere, aren't you assuming it's a sphere before you do your math?
No, you assume it's a sphere from the math.
Oh, the sphere comes from the math.
Eratosthenes never knew what he was going to find, and then he found.
Guys.
He got pretty close.
All right, so he didn't assume anything. There were shadows.
Well, he looked up at the moon and thought, well, maybe we're also globular. So, and I mean, he wasn't sure 100%, so he carried out the experiment, done a measurements. I mean, he was a bit off, but it was a primitive time with modern techniques. We can get it way closer.
Measurements adjusted all the time. I mean, shit.
Yeah, the kilogram was
when
adjusted.
When they first estimated this distance of the sun, I think it was 3 million miles away.
1 million was the first. 1 million was the first distance, I think. That was.
What date did he estimate that at? Was it before or after classical physics, or what?
It was Copernicus, the person that invented the helios. Well, not invented, but solidified the heliocentric model.
Heliocentric model's been around longer than the flat model.
This is bad.
What?
What the hell? Where did you hear that?
Cave paintings.
So when Thales of Miletus thought it was a flat surface resting on a body of water, when he predicted the first eclipse.
No, right. I think you meant right. I mean, as in the model as accepted in mainstream. I don't think a flat model's ever been accepted in mainstream in any modern culture that I know of.
How old do you think the heliocentric model really is?
Yeah, what was the? You can date it to about 500 years ago. So what did they have before that?
Before that,
Copernican theory.
The ancient Greeks were big on heliocentrism. I mean, these were the people that thought of the atom before no one did.
They never thought of a heliocentric model. Ptolemy's model was geocentric.
What was this Eratosthenes doing?
Eratosthenes was trying to prove it was a sphere, but it wasn't. It was a geocentric model where the Earth was in the center. Have you ever heard of epicycles?
I suppose.
Ptolemy and epicycles. That's what Copernicus overturned. So the Earth was the center.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
And that's what they use to in planetariums now, today, to model the motions of planets and celestial bodies in a planetarium. They use epicycles.
It's pretty tricky to figure out what's the center of the universe, because even still today, it shows that we're center of the universe, but obviously we're not.
Wait, technically, the mainstream says there is no such thing as a center because it's expanding
that's what
in
I
all
mean.
directions from every point.
So it looks like we're the center of the universe, because if everything's expanding from every point, then from our relative position, we're getting into relativity.
Motherfucking butt.
So from our relative position, it's obviously going to look like we are the center of the universe. but we're not.
Interesting.
I think relative.
Or we could be the center of the universe.
Do you think that? Some of the galaxy is a good indicator for the no, we're not.
No, but that's interesting because I thought always that the statement was there's no such thing as a center, but now you're saying that even in the mainstream model,
I'm not saying that there is. I'm saying
well, no,
that.
I know, but technically it looks like it actually still is the center
Oh
from the
well,
mainstream model.
yeah, it looks like, but you need to overcome it with obviously knowing that it's not. I mean, I'm getting
So
into general relativity.
I
I'm not
can
really
I can
qualified.
link you to a debate with 3 astrophysicists against flat earthers, where one of the astrophysicists admits that they can't objects that are supposedly in the
So if
galaxy
I was
that
to
they
stick a
can't
stick
get
in
the
the ground and measure
distances.
the angle of it at noon on the solstice, I'd be able to figure out my what latitude.
I don't think so.
What were you saying about
'Cause
that
it's-
debate? Sorry.
I was just asking if I was to stick a stick in the ground, and I guess during the summer solstice, I don't even know if it has to be then. Would I be able to figure out my latitude?
I don't think so.
I don't know sundials. Go try it. Go out on the summer solstice.
There is no one set latitude. There's a bunch of different models of where the latitude are.
What? Well, I
If
suppose
you look into anything about geodesy, about mapping the shape of the Earth and surveying, astrogeodetic surveying to get a position on the surface of the Earth, the results differ than actual physical surveying with, say, theodolites and devices like that, which differs from using chains and doing direct measurements. So there is no one thing. There is no one coordinate system. So, for instance, the International
I feel
Terrestrial
like with a lot
Reference
of this
System.
stuff, couldn't
Well,
you
the
explain it one way or the other?
No,
Like
that's the problem.
the sun's not overhead, but wouldn't it also explain, like, if it's just a city farther towards the center, doesn't that also cast a shadow?
Yeah, but you have
Yes, no.
Wait, why am I typing? Sentinel, do you have scientific evidence of the sun being 93 million miles away, which would give you parallel light?
Do I have evidence on me?
Not on you, but do you know where you can even find evidence? How they came to that conclusion, where they derived that 93 million miles?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll tell you. They used the transit of Venus, and in order to use the transit of Venus, they had to assume that Venus was the same size as Earth, and they used the transit of Venus to build the baseline to triangulate at 93 million miles away. And the guy who came up with this also had to use numerology and mysticism. So it's not very scientific, the way they came to 93 million miles away. I think his name's Christian Huygens, or what is it, Indio? Something Huygens, right? Or Huygens.
You got it right.
So the user what? Sorry, transit of Venus.
More than likely, we can't even pronounce it if it's like Greek.
They also had to assume like the speed of the orbit and a whole bunch of other things. It's
The mathematics, as far as the modern heliocentric understanding, has been adjusted so many times because they find faults. And they call it science, adjusting the mathematics to make the heliocentric model work. And this illustration by Centon Lacat that had just a post there explains, their idea about this very distant sun, parallel rays on a spherical Earth, which is all assumed.
Right. So like they say that, oh, we're getting a closer reading. It might not be exact, but we got closer. But if you think about it, the way he came up to it, he still had to assume a lot of things. So how are you getting closer by making assumptions? That makes no sense. Like a lot of people will be like, oh, of course it's 93 million miles now because we have better technology and we can figure it out better. But when you really look into it, it's like they're not using this technology. They're literally guessing. They're guessing better, I guess.
Right, they're guessing. They're assuming that the Earth is a sphere with parallel rays versus a flat plane with a sun that is closer. In the sky. Like I say, I'd say the sun appears to be in the sky, but it can't be because the Earth is a sphere and we're revolving around it. I mean, all of it's assumption, So, so at a certain point, you have to decide for yourself whether or not you want to use your natural senses and say, "Hey, this Earth is this." The sun appears to be the same angular size as the moon, and I don't know what they are. The science told me what they are, and one of them is just miraculously 400 times further away than the other body that appears to be the same angular size. Oh, how fucking convenient is that for the naturalists? And then we just build our math off of that. Assume we're on a spherical Earth. We'll just build math around it. Thank you, Centon. Keep posting your assumptions.
Oh, I'm not. I didn't want to speak over you. So I was just playing.
No. If you really have a good explanation for this, we'd really love it.
Yeah, well, I wasn't too familiar on the transits of Venus, but I've just done a quick look up, and obviously it's just essentially at the.
Honestly, that is a weird aberration. Transit of Venus in front of the sun. I've seen the video of someone taking the transit of Venus, and that's really a curious.
The transparency of Venus.
Yeah, so I'm curious whether or not some of the ancient cultures have witnessed the same phenomena, or is this thing that is new? Because there is a lot of history, and I'm not sure if any of the other ancient cultures have ever recorded or witnessed a transit of Venus.
Yeah, transits of Venus are rare but regular.
Hey, Senton, I got a different question for you.
The Mayans used to predict the transit of Venus.
In order for you to know, in order for you to know that the whole experiment worked with, I forget his name.
Aristotle's.
There we go. In order for you to know that, you'd have to know for certain that the sun was directly over your head, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, because I could just take like a flashlight right now, I can shine it over something so that there's no shadow. And I can move it several degrees to the side, and now there's a shadow.
Yeah.
So you could achieve that with the ball, or you could achieve that on a flat surface. So you have to know, in order for this to work, that the sun is directly over your head. How do you know that?
Well, this is the thing that brings up the other point. Whereas the rebuttal to that is, if it's not directly above our head, creating parallel lines or whatever, parallel rays, sorry, then if it was in another position, it would have to be extremely close. And obviously, I think we'd all agree that the sun is obviously a fusion reactor, a giant fusion reactor. No.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
all agree.
But Eratosthenes did not know that the sun rays were coming in parallel. They didn't know the distance to the sun back then. So how would he feel?
Pretty sure he didn't think it was a fusion reactor either.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
I'm bringing up the point that if regardless of Eratosthenes, if it was going to be any closer, obviously life would be drastically different.
I don't know where you get that idea.
Because obviously the sun creates fusion. Fusion obviously is
That's-
a very violent reaction.
That's not obvious.
Have you seen the aurora before? Where do you live?
In Boston.
Not close enough to see the aurora.
Yeah, right.
Seen pictures of it.
Yeah, if you've ever seen auroras before, that's
Where do you live?
Me.
So the auroras are caused by fusion reactions in the sun.
No, no, the cause why. Well, fusion reaction has something to do with it. Yes, it's created by ionization in the upper atmosphere, reacting with our obviously magnetic field.
You realize that that's a story, and there's like literally zero evidence for any of that, right?
Zero
So
evidence.
auroras exist, but what causes them? There's no evidence for that.
Ionization.
That's a story.
Well,
Yeah, there's no scientific way to prove it. You can't prove that any of that happens because
you kind of can. I can understand where you're coming from, though. Because
So what was the experiment or test or whatever that proved that?
I don't know, but I mean, someone.
Nobody
probably,
knows.
but I don't know.
That's the
I
thing
don't know
is
if anyone knows.
nobody knows. It sounds good. It's
It is,
plausible.
and it's a really good idea if the sun was a fusion reactor 93 million miles away.
Yeah, well, like, what you guys are saying sounds really plausible too, but
No,
I don't.
You realize that like there's fusion reaction ever done, period. It's a theoretical thing. It's never actually been done on Earth. They've been trying to do it for like 50 years.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
There's something called the tokamak, right? So they've poured like probably over $1 trillion by now. They've been trying to do it since like the 50s to make a fusion reaction for electric power.
But what
And they haven't done it yet. They're still trying.
Cold
Why would, wait, why would they try to be
No,
doing?
regular fusion.
Why would they try to be doing it if they're spending like, if it wasn't real?
People need jobs.
Then they
It's
get
a
to keep all the money.
Listen, it's a theoretical notion. So they have a theory. They have a bunch of mathematics that says they can create a fusion reaction. So they've been trying for 50 years.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
I mean, to most of these scientists that are trying to prove these very elaborate theories, it doesn't matter if it's real or not to them. You know, and as far as the knowledge, it comes down to the people that are learning how to to make themselves, you know, to get to the higher levels of, you know, where they can know whether it's real or not. That you don't even have to get there because they show it to you in movies before they ever make it real. You know, so you don't have to even know it's real. You just believe it's real because they already showed it to you before you even you know, grasp of what part of it. I'm trying to find. Oh, here it is. I'm posting an image and voice text for everyone. This isn't the aurora borealis on Jupiter.
Yeah, it happens
This
in
is
Jupiter.
an actual image from NASA. This is what they told us happened. Here's an image from 2014, Jupiter. Here's an image of Jupiter from 2016 with the aurora borealis.
Did you hear they shut down the Kepler satellite today or telescope or whatever?
How come?
I don't know, because it's bullshit.
I think it's
everyone figured it out.
Kepler's utter bullshit.
I think Kepler's gyroscope's messed up. I'm not sure. It might be Hubble. I know Hubble's got like 3 of the 5 gyroscopes down, so they have to shut that down soon. But about that Jupiter image, you know.
Wait a minute. Wait. I want you to address this. Did the aurora borealis, in your opinion, actually happen? Is this a real image from NASA?
Yeah.
They took a picture of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's saying yes?
Yeah.
A whole bunch of them.
This is fucking crazy. It's the same fucking planet.
What?
Same
Yeah, can I just
storm,
speak,
same
right?
image. They changed a couple of colors, but
Hey, and that's a picture of Saturn.
You're right, but
All right, guys. About that Mars trip.
Yeah.
You know, it almost seems there's no hope for them.
Who wants to go to Mars?
I do.
I do.
Well, none of you can go because it's not real.
Ah, diddle. Darn.
Wait, Mars isn't real.
Not
And what's that red? What's that red dot that I see
Look at
all
those
the time?
little blue swirls on top of Jupiter, man.
That's
You
just a
think that's
spotlight that the
real?
government did.
That's
Oh
the
my
aurora
gosh.
borealis on Jupiter, man. You guys think
Listen, for real, you're never
That
going
is
to fucking
actually
Mars,
weird.
dude. Ever,
How come?
ever. It's a fantasy.
Well, it's gonna be. How old are you, Indio?
6 years old.
How old?
Why is Mars a fantasy?
It's gonna be a darn shame.
Okay, so what are the properties of Mars that they tell you? Do you even know?
Yeah.
Properties?
Oh,
What do you mean by
The
properties?
properties of Mars, like how you're gonna like inhabit the place.
Wait, Elon Musk, where's the freaking camera on your Tesla flying through space? Why is that not on right now?
Ah,
It like
forgot.
broke.
No, somebody told me
Yeah.
they didn't put solar
It-
panels
it
on it.
quote
They only had
Wait a
battery.
minute.
I said
I
that was
want
a
to go
bad
back.
design.
I want to go back to this picture of Jupiter. That's the
Carry on,
eye of
Nico.
Jupiter. What they call the eye of Jupiter, right? This is a storm on Jupiter, right? It's massive, right?
Which one is
So,
that?
Just go up
Do they
and
say
voice
it
text for everyone
moves?
a little bit.
Do they say it moves or does it stay there?
Oh, they say it moves.
That is weird, actually, but
2 years. 2 years apart. It's, I mean,
Can
but
you-
seriously, at the
can
top,
you-
is not part of the original image,
Wait.
but both images are from NASA.
can you find the actual image without anything? Like just on NASA somewhere?
Fuck. I guess I'll
Have you seen the like orbit of or I don't know if it was Saturn or Jupiter, one of them? They orbited it before they launched supposedly the satellite in. It was like it was just like the Elon Musk Tesla in space thing. Dude.
The Tesla in space went nowhere near to Jupiter or Saturn.
Did you actually read what you posted in that PDF? Do you think that the upper atmosphere is made of caffeine?
No, that's just the experiment.
Ionization
So,
of caffeine.
Right, look, you asked if ionization was real. I give you an
I know ionization is real, but listen, you're saying the cause of the aurora borealis is ionization from the thing that you don't even know, from energetic particles from the sun.
Sure, I can't I can't argue against that. But if there's another explanation for it,
I don't need another explanation.
then
That's
can
called
you,
a
can you
onus
explain
probe.
the phenomenon.
Listen, you can't explain the phenomenon.
Ionization.
Oh, but
Yeah,
you don't have any evidence.
Just
so-
because he can't doesn't mean it's not. Like,
That's called an onus probundi fallacy, where you're trying to switch the burden of proof.
Jesus Christ, you study psychology?
That would be like philosophy, basic logic. So the burden of proof, it's a burden of proof. So the burden of proof is on the claimant. You're making a claim of the cause of the aurora borealis. I'm saying, what's your evidence? Have any? Where's your explanation?
How many evidence
and-
do you guys have?
We have
What's the fallacy called again?
Onus probundi.
Yeah, and if you can't present the evidence, then we could just do the Hitchens razor on you.
Yeah.
Don't break out all the guns at once.
Is it called a Bondi fallacy?
ONUS space PROBANDI.
Anal guy.
Onus probundi. Probandi, whatever.
How long have you guys been on the server?
Elon, since the beginning, Elon Musk wants to know something. How's that car, Elon?
Well, it landed itself, so that's nice.
I doubt it. It would have been ate up by solar winds, but nice try.
it like they probably
It didn't
exploded.
go past the lower Earth atmosphere, so
No
probably not.
car could
Our
exist.
atmosphere protects against solar winds.
It'd be bombarded at a rate that it couldn't withstand.
Look, like they armor-alled it really well, so it'll survive.
I thought it's so weird how the Tesla Roadster had condensation on the windshield. That was weird.
So when they went through the car wash, they got that like clear coat. That cost the extra money. So
Yeah, you can see the
had
reflection.
to protect their paint job.
It was a great reflection off the hood.
All you gotta do is watch that video sped up, and it's obvious.
I almost believed it. Do you think that's why he wrote? See, this is where I'm trying to figure out Elon. So he wrote, "Don't panic" on the dashboard, like on the little console. And like, do you think
It's
that's
from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
right? But what's
Hey,
the
it took
context?
me a minute to find the NASA pictures of Jupiter from 2014 to 2016. The
This is-
same fucking planet.
That's
same
from NASA.
Same storm. Yes, from NASA.gov. I posted.
It looks ridiculous.
People were posting in the voice text for everyone between the two.
That's what Elon Musk
images that I
said.
Look.
No, I know, but
First
like
one, NASA.gov. First one, 2014, May 17. It doesn't show the picture, but the second one does. But it's the same image, the same storm, the same patterns around the storm. If it was a storm, how could it be the same cloud patterns and everything? And they just put a little fucking blue lights around the top of it and call it fucking Aurora Borealis.
Elon Musk said we should have hired Pixar.
You guys got to stop
Did
believing.
he actually say that?
No, no.
Okay, I was like,
That was
that'd be amazing.
No, but he did say you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Supposed to be the real images. Okay.
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
already did the research on it.
I'm just saying
The
the
meme's made from the original.
That is
NASA.
weird.
I told you
The
that.
plasma solar winds would already annihilated that car. My
Well, they
plasma
wouldn't
cutter.
annihilate the car. They wouldn't annihilate
Yeah,
it.
my plasma
The
cutter.
eye of Jupiter,
But
if the eye of Jupiter was caused by storms, it wouldn't look like the same on 2 years later. That's what I'm saying.
No. Dude,
If
my-
Earth is an oblate spheroid, why aren't all planets oblate spheroids?
You know what? True. Like, explain flat earthers. Checkmate.
They work out.
Oh, work out.
Did anyone ever like
Look at that fat.
the live stream of the car, or didn't it turn off?
It's off.
Yeah. So, and has anyone ever said it hasn't, like, the car has exploded? Hasn't done that? You know what I mean?
Dude, the car's not up in fucking space, all right?
It's gonna
Nothing.
Can
Yeah.
I
It's
ask you
gonna
guys how much
it's gonna
effort
explode
did it
and
take
turn
to
into a
design an
space.
entire universe?
We don't make
Because chaos.
material that could
It was
withstand-
actually a transformer.
How much effort did it take to design an entire universe? Assign
Gravity is gonna
I bet-
rearrange it. Into
Guys, I bet the
747.
guy in the car died.
How long did it take you guys? I'm just curious.
Sounds legit.
Because there wasn't a car. They took that shit from a 90s cartoon called Heavy Metal. Soft landing skit, and you all bought it. Like a pack of 5-year-old milk duds.
You know, there's like 70-year-old people that were your age when they went supposedly to the moon that feel the same way you did, and they're asked now they're about to die. They thought that they were going to go to space too. Okay, you're going to think it your whole life, and you're never going to go anywhere.
Yeah, but now the private companies have took over.
Yeah, talking about terraforming planets when we can't even take care of our own.
We're pretty
Yeah,
okay
shit.
on our own.
Yeah, but the private
Why wouldn't we
companies-
terraform
private
this one then?
companies are getting publicly funded though, and they're losing money. You know, when you really look at what they're doing, they're not actually making
SpaceX
any
is
money.
losing money. SpaceX is not
SpaceX-
losing money.
Tesla's losing money. The Tesla cars, they're losing money. I mean,
Yeah, obviously
Trump's
Tesla.
losing money.
Tesla are losing money at the car company.
SpaceX is funded $5 billion by the federal government.
No, they missed out this year. They didn't get the funding this year.
Yeah, for to fly
Okay,
stuff
what
to
are
the
they going to do
ISS.
then? I mean, hey, you know, since you're looking close at it, look closer.
They get money from phone companies to launch satellites.
See what happens in the next 5 to 10 years.
Verizon.
Oh yeah,
private
SpaceX should have already sent
Watch
people up.
nothing happen.
Verizon got money from the government too. They were subsidized.
Doesn't he sound like an annoying ass
subsidized,
flat Earth
yeah, but they didn't
agnostic?
They didn't get subsidies this year. SpaceX missed out on the
So
subsidies.
check this out. SpaceX is an absolutely private company. I've never seen their books. You don't know what they're getting money for. You don't know what their financial condition is. Nobody knows. All they
Okay.
know is what they tell you, and they don't have to tell you anything.
Then we can
Yeah, but
say
we
the
know
same
the
thing for
telecom
every single company.
Not every
No,
single
they're a
company's
private company. They're a private company. Public companies have to release 10Ks, and they have to, account to the shareholders and all that stuff.
All right, let's
Well,
look
they've
up a
got
list of
they've
private
gotten
companies
public
here.
funding from the government in excess of $4 billion.
Yeah, but that was years ago. That was when they were
And
starting
they're,
off.
and they're being overwatched
Years
by
ago, like
NASA.
3 years ago, yeah. I
Can't
can
know
send
what
an
they
article
tell you.
from
You
LA
only can
Times
trust
3
what they
years
tell you.
ago.
State Farm.
$4.5 billion.
Why do you not complain when Orbital ATK or Blue Origin get that money? Because Blue Origin got like
Complain
500
about
million.
every corporate
How do these
entity that
foreigners know so much about
ULA
it?
as well. ULA got 1 billion this year.
What other private companies are there? Oh, Vitol. Vitol is a private company. Can't trust them. You,
So do
you
you
don't know their financial situation. You can only trust what they tell you.
It said they don't owe you any of their private information. Can you discern between the two?
Okay, so technically, yeah, SpaceX don't have to give out the financial
They don't owe
information.
you any information, any explanation. They don't have to tell you shit.
Use it correct on the private company.
I own a private company. I don't have to open my books to you.
But
And
they
if you
may have to. They may have to say something about the
What you're doing
government
here is
money.
an argument from ignorance. You're just saying that because we don't know. Do you know? Okay, therefore what we're saying is right. Just because they're a private company, they don't have to publicly release their information. It doesn't mean everything they're saying is a lie. It's simply an
No,
argument from ignorance.
that moron.
Just most of what they're saying is a lie, but not everything.
Okay, prove it.
We said there's no car in space.
You just said that, dude, not me.
Prove it. It's your claim. You have the burden of proof.
Just because they lie 90% of the time doesn't mean they're lying all the time.
Prove that they're lying.
I tried to prove that there was a
They
car.
said there's a car in
Wait, hey,
space.
yo, Elon, where are the stars?
The lack of proof.
Where are the stars?
I don't know, man. Like when I look up at the night sky, it's
No,
just
no.
governments
No,
putting
no,
spotlights in the air.
where are the stars in the car? That's
Spotlights. That's
you
another.
don't think
All right,
you
it's
don't think the car is-
overexposed. It's exposed like a lot more than it should be.
Statement.
The camera.
You can't see one star.
I mean,
spotlights.
The
in
moon.
sky.
The moon wasn't there. Where's the moon? Moon's not.
People can't be heard at
behind
all.
it or behind it.
Like a room full of drunks.
Can everybody just shut the fuck up for a minute? All right. So let's start. What's your best evidence for the globe Earth? Elon Musk, Centone, whoever else wants to go for the globe Earth side. Let's hear it.
Best
I
evidence.
like that. But yeah.
Well, for all you know, I could be a flat earther.
I don't think you are.
But what makes you think it's a globe though? Like possibly. That everyone believes it.
I mean, I could say something like satellite imaging, but that'll get denied real quick. And
Elon
probably
Musk would be the easiest evidence. Would be scientific evidence, right? Like testable, observable, repeatable. Not like something you have to go through a corporation or NASA or any type of agency. I mean, we're talking about science
Why?
here, not. What do you mean, why?
Why can't it go through a corporation?
It's unverifiable.
We can't scientifically verify anything you're doing.
Is FE Car a corporation?
No, it's a non-profit
They're a
organization.
nonprofit.
So if so, let me get this straight. If it goes through a corporation, it's unfalsifiable, and therefore the evidence is valid.
Unverifiable.
No, but if it's something that the average human cannot like scientifically verify for themselves, then you're in belief. You can't really use that as evidence. So what we're trying to do is stick to evidence that we can both test for ourselves, because that's the only way we'll be able to actually carry on a debate here. Because if you want to bring up NASA pictures or anything to do with NASA, like we can't scientifically verify anything you're presenting to us.
We can make our own fake pictures.
Well, and with SpaceX, like Elon Musk, like like I just posted in voice text for everyone. In
I mean,
2015, that was 3 years ago. He's still getting government funding. This was 3 years ago, almost $5 billion in government funding. I mean, it's probably up to 6 or 7 billion now.
It's not. He's not being subsidized anymore.
Not. They stopped. They cut him off.
I'll tell you what they're trying to do because I just read it last week. What they're trying to do is get a loan and have the government guarantee loan, which is technically the government isn't giving them money, but since they're being the guarantor of the loan, then there's no risk on the person loaning them the money.
But you have to pay it off.
So what would happen?
Yeah, so we get to pay it off. Not him though, because he's in another country. So
yeah, they'll just file Chapter 13 bankruptcy.
Guys.
I've
got a suggestion. I've got a suggestion that'll.
I know how it works. Yeah, if you don't know how it works, then you're just fucking ignorant.
It doesn't have to go through any corporation. Nothing. All right, you ready?
No.
You could get a camera. You could tie it to a balloon, and you could let it fly into the air.
Been done.
Does that work for you, or no? Not enough.
Yeah, it's been done. Listen, it works to a point.
It only works to a certain point.
This is so fucking funny. These guys.
And then when we use photos as scientific proofs, we'll get the same thing we spit.
Yeah,
Photos are not a scientific proof. We don't.
That is ingenious.
Ingenious.
Yeah, Elon, I've never seen the curvature, so I don't.
Put yourself in a rocket and go to space, bitch.
Photos aren't scientific proof.
Yeah, bitch. I got your back, Helio.
Just how come Elon Musk don't get on his own rocket?
Yeah, for real.
No one's been on a SpaceX rocket yet, so.
No one's been on a SpaceX. Well, we're working on that.
Hey, no one's been on a NASA rocket either.
Why does it keep getting
Wait,
delayed?
you work for freaking SpaceX?
It's gonna
Wait, no, but Elon,
We're working on it. You ain't doing nothing but riding somebody's nuts. There's no way.
Elon, for real. So you so you know how the Japanese guy is supposed to fly around the moon? That should have already happened. I'm almost positive SpaceX said that was going to happen by like 2019 or like 2017 or something, about 10 years or 5 years ago, I swear. Do
Hey, 60
you know?
years ago, they told us they went to space on a rocket. The men went to space, but
No, I'm just saying most of the current manned space travel is always being delayed. It's been delayed my entire life, and they have not done.
Manned space.
I agree 100%. That's. Listen, every time they get quotations, they have an accident. So there'll be another accident soon. They almost had one, and they actually said that the ISS is going to be empty soon because they have no more rockets.
Totally, man. Like risking people's lives on a rocket that could potentially explode with 1 million casualties or anomalies that could potentially go wrong. That's definitely what we should look at.
Why are we even risking their lives in the first place? Why are we sending them there? What do we get from
them? What do we get from
scientific information?
Be funnier like that.
Planet that has never been discovered by any life in the universe. What will we gain from that? You're right. That makes so much sense.
You tell me. What do we get?
What do we get?
Scientific information.
Yeah.
Give you the fire extinguisher.
I don't even know, man. What do we get from?
Well, you get to learn.
It's funnier.
Slow down, everyone.
You get to learn things like how to eat spinach in a vacuum. How to wash your hair in a vacuum. You know
how
to like get your
put into a vacuum tube.
Well, a microgravity environment, right?
Is that what we're getting?
Right. What do we
How to
gain?
attract Klingons?
What do we gain?
How to
Klingons have two meanings, bro.
There's a lot of flips. You can do a lot of flips in space.
Okay. So let's stop mocking. Let's stop mocking.
No,
we came all the way up here to space.
You don't go to space.
No, I know, but Elon, what do we get?
Zero gravity.
I'm mocking.
Well, currently SpaceX is the big
That's pretty much space. Is all we do is just try to prove zero G. There's no science going on.
They go to space to prove that space exists.
Just let Elon
plug it with your finger.
Look, you want to prove space to me? Send your mama up there. Have her make me a 0G ham sandwich that I can watch, and then bring it back to me.
I tacos, man. Michael, didn't you see when they made tacos
Call
in
me
space?
stepdaddy.
Dude,
totally.
Come on, Michael. They
Look,
made
the-
tacos in space, man.
Look,
I'll show
the
you a
problem
video.
with
Hold
Let me find it.
hold the
Okay,
space time, please.
Taco.
The Earth is
All right.
flat.
Extra.
Make it pink.
We have to
Ooh,
limit
yeah.
the jokes. We have to limit the jokes because
That's
people
good,
get
Chris.
banned for making jokes on the other.
So look, here's the thing. You guys, in
Listen,
order to
Hollywood.
in order to prove space, you guys first need to prove that you guys can have a high pressure system adjacent to a low pressure system without a container. Then until you guys can prove that, I won't believe in no fucking vacuum of space adjacent to a high pressure system.
Bro, you don't have to believe it. NASA doesn't care what flat
Wait,
earthers.
hold on, Elon Musk, shut up. So you said gravity. Did
That's
you know
why
that
they
in the
released a
thermos?
propaganda video.
I did not say gravity. I said nothing about gravity, bro.
No, not you. The other guy said gravity. Who said gravity?
Yeah, I say gravity, but you don't believe
Okay,
in
so gravity. So no, it's not that I don't believe in gravity. There's no scientific evidence that mass attracts other mass. If you have any, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see an experiment with an independent, a viable,
what's the
independent,
experiment called?
veritable.
At least he has a funny looking
No,
Yes.
wait, man. Hold on, Jose. There's. It wasn't tacos. It was a burrito. There's a burrito in space. I just posted. They made a burrito.
Anyway,
I
can
love
carry on
Chris
about
because he eats
gravity?
burritos in space with his funny looking mustache.
And also, gravity wouldn't even explain it because of the thermosphere. In the thermosphere, the gas heats up and it reaches escape velocity of gravity.
What reaches
That's a
escape
violation.
velocity?
That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and its entropy. So that your gravity wouldn't even work.
Do you
Wait,
know
why
what
wouldn't
escape
gravity
velocity
work?
is? Could you give me the delta V for that?
First he asks, what
11,000 kilometers per
Then he
second,
asks,
roughly. But that's the escape velocity to infinity. But we're not talking about infinity, right?
that was funny.
So the escape velocity that they say is a theoretical value based upon the escape velocity to infinity. So when they say I think it's 10,900 kilometers per second.
Cue the
You guys know
crickets.
that? You guys know that song? NASA cracked the corn, and I don't care.
Listen, NASA goes to space to prove that they go to space. Okay, that's pretty much the deal.
Totally, dude. You're right. Speaking truth in a world of lies.
Well, listen, why don't you tell me how long it will take you to go to the next closest star? The closest star to our sun, how long does that take?
Probably a couple centuries. Maybe
That
a
we can
thousand years.
for
I
long
don't know.
distance.
277.
The one I want to see is human reproduction in space. Run that.
Wait, why do we even need to go to the next star system? Why do we care?
Because you have to travel.
I often wonder how the even your endocrine system or your digestive system could possibly work in space. I mean, down is down
Yeah.
on Earth, right?
Digestive
I mean,
system.
imagine like when you eat something, is it going down and going through your
Gravity does not dictate the digestive system.
I mean,
Oh, that's baloney, man.
imagine how
You can eat
So,
upside
so,
down. Try
so
eating
in the ISS, we have.
I mean, how the fuck
Yeah,
is
but you have to excrete the waste at some point, and gravity helps that.
Well, your
Yeah,
body
I
has
was gonna say.
muscles that push it down, but I suppose gravity
Yeah,
would help with that.
it's both things. It's both things.
Yeah,
Things
I mean,
like tears,
yes, your
tear duct,
esophagus pushes
sinuses. How do they drain? So how do your tears that every time you blink you produce? How do they drain out of your eyes in space?
They don't drain out your eyes.
It's magic. Why don't we see like little spears of liquid floating out of people's eyeballs?
You do. Well, no, you do. You can see a video of people doing it. Chris Hadfield wrings a towel into his face, and the water clings to his face because of surface tension.
You're missing the argument. The
Oh,
argument
thank you. No, but that's good though. I'm glad you brought that up. Now put that on his eyeballs, because every time he blinks, he produces tears, and there's nowhere for them to go.
Surface tension keeps on. That's all I can say.
Yeah, but listen, he's going to keep producing tears. Eventually, his eye socket is going to fill up with tears.
What?
It's absorbed into his skin. Is that what you just said?
Probably. I don't know. Not a master in
Well,
biology.
that's really cool. I mean, he mentioned
He said
potential-
surface tension.
You guys are just like you guys are masters of arguments from ignorance. Oh yeah,
No,
no,
we've
you
actually
guys
thought
are
about
focused
this
on
stuff where you guys don't think about it. That's the difference.
We learn from the best.
But
NASA.
instead of denying it, why not read a basic biology textbook? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Listen,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
we're gonna
I
deny it
have.
and remain ignorant.
How do you get rid of tears that are in your eyes?
Do a
Where do they
fucking
go?
simple Google search. It's that simple.
I
like-
know, but I do know. You don't know. Drain right through your tear ducts out your eyes into the back of your throat, and you pretty much swallow them.
Yep.
So if there's no gravity to make that process work, where does those tears go?
There is gravity. There's gravity everywhere.
On the ISS. Yeah,
On
there's
the
gravity in the
ISS.
ISS, but they're in free fall.
They're in, he's got it right.
No, they're not.
Why?
They're not. They're in low Earth orbit. Free fall is. It's
They are
not.
Orbit is free fall, moron.
Orbit is free fall.
Yeah, low Earth orbit is free.
Get out of high school before you come
Every
here.
single orbit is
You were
free
there a
fall.
long time ago.
You guys understand how an orbit works, but you don't believe in it. Obviously, you don't believe in gravity.
Dude, we probably know your model better than you.
No, I know how
I'm
Santa
surprised
delivers
that
presents,
you
and I don't believe in that either.
Belief is
Black
in
Hat,
the
Black Hat, how can
requirement.
you prove?
I don't think you know it.
How
Listen,
can you prove gravity, Black Hat?
Belief is not a requirement of the
Cavendish
scientific method.
experiment.
Nowhere in there does it say belief or faith.
2 seconds, Hollywood.
Like I was saying, there's no scientific experiment with a viable independent variable which they manipulate to show a cause and effect relationship
Did you just
for
say
mass
orbit is
mass.
free?
Here we go.
And you're telling me I don't have to look, man? Get off the weed
Here we go.
first, and then start arguing, man. Seriously, low
Okay,
Earth
You
I'm
don't
off the
think
weed.
that orbit is free fall?
What is free fall? Go on. What's free fall?
That's what NASA says. NASA even explains it like that, Elon. So you can't give us shit for saying it the
What's
same way
free
they
fall?
do.
They're not in free fall. How do they experience
What's free
zero
fall?
G when they're
What's
in
free fall?
They're
gravity?
going so fast that they're always falling over the edge of the Earth without
free
ever
fall?
hitting it.
An explanation.
Is that what you
is
define
I
as
just
free
want
fall?
you to explain how zero G is reached.
That's the way they define free fall.
Not in
No,
free
free
fall.
fall is
What's
an
free fall?
observation. It's an observation. It's 9.8 meters per second squared on sea level or whatever,
That's
and
the
it
rate of
changes, right?
acceleration. It's
Yeah.
not free
It's
fall.
not free
Talking
fall.
about the,
Changes.
Free
you're talking
fall.
about the law of gravity now, not free
They-
fall.
Free fall is when gravity is the only force acting upon an object. In low Earth orbit, there's still an atmosphere, so therefore it can't be the only force acting upon an object. In order for free fall to happen, you have to be in a vacuum. So yes, I did go to high school. Sorry, bud, you didn't. Stop smoking the weed. Stop killing your brain cells. It'll really help you out in debates like this.
Hey, listen, bro. Look in voice text for everyone.
Okay,
Hey, what's
Dad.
that say? What's that say? That says, what is microgravity? So here's a quote. Why do objects float in orbit? The answer is because they're in free fall.
I've already said they're in free fall. Of course, they're in free fall. Gravity still affects them. It's just that they move over the Earth quicker than they can reach it.
Yeah, we know the story.
You're
man.
arguing against Elon Musk here. I'm not sure.
That's who
maybe
I was
he doesn't-
answering.
Yeah.
Because he thinks we're all smoking weed. Only half of us are smoking weed.
I posted the definition
I know
for
which half,
free
too.
fall.
I'm just
Free
drinking
fall
beer,
definition.
but I'm with you guys. I don't need to get here.
But why can't I
I'm
get
wondering
two
if
objects?
smoke's
One
weed.
really big.
I'm wondering
But
if
why
that
can't I
little
get two
female
objects, like one
reached
really big,
puberty
one really
yet.
small? I can find gravity or figure it out. It's not
You
possible.
guys, we can do the Cavendish
Send that
experiment.
little punk to space and tell us how puberty works in space.
Very mature.
Dude, they
Well-
actually said that they can do surgery in space. Now, can you imagine that?
Space puberty works the same, but I'm pretty sure that
Yeah,
was
you just take that scalpel and then the blood just goes.
You know, tell me, how does your penis grow if there's no gravity, man?
How could you grow if there's no gravity?
Your penis. What a worm.
It's so immature.
You know, gravity pulls it down, stretches it out, or yours hasn't grown yet, so you wouldn't know. You still got a little stubby.
This is so immature. What are you guys talking about?
Hey, Elon Musk, you know the difference between gravities that we're talking about, like mass attracting mass, the law of gravity, and Einsteinian gravity?
Yes, but they still attract. They're Einstein. They're not two
Einstein's
separate types of
relativity
gravity.
doesn't have an attraction.
Hold on, Mike. I want to hear him answer it. What is Einsteinian gravity? Is it a force?
So when so basically, the universe is a flat plane, and when objects
Einsteinian is the answer.
are on it, they start to they bend space time, and the curvature of space time causes smaller objects, less massive objects, to roll towards them, because it's kind
The
of
universe isn't a flat plane; it's space time. It's a fabric, a level fabric.
my bad. My bad. Space time.
Easier. Like a trampoline. If you've ever been on a trampoline, it's sort of similar like that, but it works on a 3D plane.
And then what? The
gonna
law of gravity is that mass attracts mass.
What's popping?
In Einsteinian law, it's more of an effect, whereas Newtonian, obviously, it's the force. So Einstein got a bit spicy with his equations.
In Newtonian, it's every particle emits a gravitron. You have no proof of a gravitron, and you have no proof of mass attracting mass.
No proof.
Case closed.
Well, did you not just read the Encyclopedia Britannica?
Did I know? I didn't read an encyclopedia for that.
No,
Yeah, but the assertion. Wait. You've tried to bring it to a simple understanding of jumping on a trampoline. That
not jumping, not even jumping, not jumping, just like being stationary on a trampoline.
Just a bending of the fabric there on a trampoline.
Yeah.
How long has this conversation been going? Guys, I'm sorry. I like to give a public apology. I've lost too many brain cells, and I can't continue this argument. I'm sorry. It's my
apology
fault.
accepted.
You can't lose that which you don't have.
Wrong, because you should be gaining brain cells from this conversation. Because
you convinced me.
you're not getting it.
I'm getting faulty knowledge because of you.
Einsteinian fake gravity, Einsteinian.
You can verify everything we said. Just go look it up.
Are both wrong. So look it up, and then maybe you'll understand.
You can't lose what you don't have.
They were both wrong.
It's that simple.
I took an IQ test. Thank
Hey,
God it came
fellas.
back.
How's it going?
Did you know smoking cannabis gives you more brain cells? Fact.
I got that.
It's kind of weird to me that someone would say, I'm losing brain cells when we're trying to explain Einsteinian versus Newtonian gravity. I'm losing brain cells, and I can't endure this conversation anymore. I have to leave because I don't know what to do with it. It's like, and a lot of the people that would,
My brain
go
fell
with
out.
the Einsteinian side say, hey, well, it explains, like Einsteinian gravity explains how Newtonian gravity relates. It's kind of the same thing, but it's not. I mean, I've heard this argument, but now they just really can't get it. It's just like, I'm losing brain cells, I'm losing intellect. I'm just like, you guys are dumb. No, we're actually trying to explain what they told you was real, and it's both of the theories are complete nonsense.
Well, let's
guys,
move.
Bitcoin's quite cheap now. You should buy up.
All right, take care, man. Hey, so Kirby's a guest here from Nick Crompton. He'd like to have a debate with us. Kirby, you're unmuted. Feel free to speak up whenever you'd like to.
Don't say the N-word. Of both Newtonian and Einsteinian in voice text for everybody.
You guys have a
I'm
debate
just
right
listening.
now?
I'm just listening, yo.
Yeah, same.
All right, man. Sounds good.
So who's gonna debate?
I didn't ban Elon. I just muted him.
All right, so Black Hat, you know that Cavendish experiment you showed me? I gave it another chance again, just because. I mean, it's such
It's a lot
joke.
of digest. I don't
No,
exactly want to read it.
it's a joke because I literally went to YouTube and searched Cavendish experiment. Hold on, Quinty, I'm getting some feedback from you. Can you? All right, so I went to YouTube and I start. Quinty, can you mute?
Yeah, if you're not using a headset, oftentimes that causes
Go ahead.
So I went to YouTube just now. I searched most views. So it's like this, professor with a freaking solar system thing sitting behind him, and he's got this little Cavendish thing trying to explain it. Most of the videos pointless, doesn't even explain it. And then when he does, he's like, "This is how the experiment's supposed to go," but he doesn't even do it. Like how? Like
Because
why
it takes
is
a
it so
long time. The experiment actually takes
Why?
a long, long time.
Why is it so complicated?
Because
if
it's on
they
such a
can't-
small scale.
Yeah, it
Hey,
doesn't. No, if it's too complicated, it's stupid.
It's not
Even
complicated.
if it's not complicated, you still don't have.
Why didn't he
You
just
still don't
do
have
it?
a
Why didn't he
viable.
set it up? If he's gonna make a video, it's a professor.
Can I
Set
explain?
it up and. Well, it's crazy.
You still have a viable independent variable. Like you're not manipulating gravity.
Or manipulate gravity. We're a bit far off from that. Let's slow down.
That's what I'm saying. In order to cause an effect, you need to manipulate your independent variable, right?
What's your measurement for the effect or the force of what keeps us on the
I
ground?
don't stop trying to switch the burden of proof. What I'm telling you is that what you believe is not a proof of cause. It's not a cause of gravity. You're not manipulating any independent variable that is gravity.
Let's
do
make
understand
it
the
very
pattern of
simple
movement.
for them,
It's not
Jose.
like
Hold on.
equation
Hold
for the
on.
rate, the observed
Very
rate of
simple for
acceleration
everyone.
is this page, guy.
Wait, guys, seriously,
It's an
let's make it
observed
very
effect
simple for
now.
everyone.
One at a time. One at a time.
Wait. Oh, seriously, let's make
Don't
it
kill
very
me one time, dude.
objects fall and we observe them fall at a, if they do reach the constant rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, which is what's it called? Shit, man.
Gravitational constant.
The gravitational
Yeah.
constant, whatever,
Right.
9.8
Rate
meters
of
per second squared.
acceleration.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you can test that, yes, that can happen. With certain, if it's heavy enough, it can happen with atmosphere. Or if it's dense enough, and there's enough mass, it can happen within an atmosphere, like a bowling ball or something very dense. But if it's a feather, whatever, and this is what in the large vacuum chamber that bullshit artist over in Europe, what's his name? That freaking Brian Cox. There's a reason his name's Cox or whatever. But okay, so he's like the arbiter over this experiment. With this bowling ball and the feathers falling, right? And then when they evacuate the air from the vacuum chamber, the bowling ball and the feathers fall at apparently the same constant rate. Anyway, so still has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but it does have to do with what the apparent. There's an argument here whether or not it's a force pulling toward the ground, or it's just an anomaly that can be measured. And I don't think that any of us are at odds whether or not this constant rate can be measured. Still doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Right. Also, we're saying we can't attribute a cause to it since we don't have a cause and effect relationship experiment where we can say that this is what's causing this to accelerate. Because it could be something completely different. It could be like something with electromagnetism. It could be a dielectric acceleration. There could be other things. But to just claim it's mass attracting mass, I mean, there's no scientific evidence for that.
That's a square inverse law of gravity. I can't remember what it's
That what?
Coulomb's law. Coulomb's law.
Coulomb's law? What about Coulomb's law?
Yeah, you're talking about the square inverse. That's the square inverse to gravity. Just to clarify, is that what you're talking about?
It's very interesting because Coulomb's law is the same thing as gravity, the measurement. If you really think about it.
How do you guys know all this? Like, I thought I was going.
Some of us got college degrees, bro.
Coulomb's law is exactly the same equation as
You're dumb as fuck.
Coulomb's law is exactly the same equation as the gravity one. The only difference is that I believe it's not a force, it's a charge, or I forget what actually it is.
Where did you guys learn about Coulomb's law? Because
Same place I learned you're confusing the rate of acceleration with the gravitational constant because they're two separate things. That's big G and little g.
You all learned this in university.
They're different. They're not the same.
So you learned this in university, and now you're all
College,
congregated.
university, yeah.
College.
Is that the only place to
How
learn
old
what
are you
Combs Law
guys?
is?
Well, unless they do it in regular education. What's it called? School.
Well, you know, they do print books, you know.
Oh,
Regular ed. You mean public ed? Public education?
Yeah,
It's
sure.
weird,
public
as if
Grammar
we
school?
can't look it up
Grammar-
ourselves.
grammar
You know, but we have the internet now, as if we can't independently research these topics and understand the concepts ourselves.
It takes a lot of
So
tutoring.
we have to go to
understand Combs Law.
university to understand. I actually dropped out of college, and I do
You can
understand
do
these. This is
Combs
why I
Law.
wanted to solidify the argument here.
You understand Combs Law?
Do you is the question.
Do I understand Combs Law? Barely.
What is it? Is it a law? Is it an equation? Is it both?
Interaction between, well,
Is
I'll
it
put
is
in
it
a
both?
To be honest, a lot of these
Between
they call laws
It's
are
like
not
Q1, Q2 divided by R2 or something like that, off of memory.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Got divide times the
Over
constant, whatever that is,
That's all you need
the
to know.
dielectric constant.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Combs Law doesn't really explain how.
How are you guys doing tonight?
It can be used to explain things.
Do you guys really understand?
It's not actually an
algebra?
explanation, it's an equation.
It's a description.
Yes.
Minecraft.
Mathematical description.
Right. That's the same thing that with many different measurements of mathematics that we can do. You know, just as simple as watching two objects fall, you know, in a vacuum that fall at approximately the same rate. Even with that Brian Cox experiment with the bowling ball and the feathers, I think the bowling ball fell faster. You know, if you really look at it, but you can't really tell because it was on a TV show, so you can't use that
Want
as
to be in a
evidence
perfect
for
vacuum.
anything
That's
anyway.
why. Perfect vacuums are quite hard to make and expensive. And dangerous.
They don't.
Right,
Perfect vacuums don't exist.
And to actually measure the gravitational constant, they didn't fall far enough to actually measure the gravitational anyway.
It takes a long while to reach that speed.
Yeah, but and that vacuum chamber wasn't far enough. They weren't high enough to actually measure the gravitational constant. So how did they come up with this formula for the gravitational constant?
Black Hat, when do you think you're gonna see the curve?
What do you, if you're standing on a, well, what do you mean? Is that a trick question?
When do you think you'll see the curvature?
I wouldn't even have repeated that,
How
dude.
high do you have to be to see the curve?
All right, okay. So
By making you repeat it, he makes you look dumb. You should have
Purple
told him.
haze dipped in hash
Peter-
oil.
No, I'm saying, when do you
Peter,
think the technology or whatever is going to be good enough so you can go see the curvature?
When's
from
your
whatever
elevator to the
altitude?
moon gonna be ready? Shit.
do you want me to answer it?
Yes.
I kept getting
I
talked
wanna
over.
ride the elevator. I want to spit off of it.
Let him answer.
So you're asking when?
Never. Never would be a good answer.
I know the current status of when people are like, just what do you think?
What do I think? As in separate.
If
Totally
you have the
separate.
money or whatever, when are
Alright,
you
okay, I
going to
see.
be able to buy a ticket to see the curvature?
Right. So I give it. Well, SpaceX aren't very good with timing. Very underfunded. Probably not going to do it by about 2030. Even by 2030, I don't think it's going to be commercially available for everyone. Tickets are probably going to get into the affordable range, maybe 2045. I'll say.
I mean, I don't
So
even
if
care
you're
about
alive long
affordable
enough.
range. I'm talking about any amount of money.
Any amount of money.
If
Well,
you
the
need
best
good
option.
acid in a 3D movie.
Hold on, what?
The best option would be Virgin Galactic, but that got halted because the test pilot.
Virgin
All right,
Galactic.
so-
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
so
they
I'm
did
pretty sure.
the
So I'm
round
pretty
of
sure.
they
alright,
said they were going to take to space.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the best option is actually Blue Origin. Bezos is
Blue-
he's
don't
gonna
know- nah,
all they're
that's
gonna do is
Virgin
go
Galactic.
straight up and straight down. It's gonna be an amusement park
Yeah, but
ride
Blue
to
Origin is
experience
taking the time.
weightlessness. It's gonna be the same thing as one of those planes that makes you experience weightlessness, but it's gonna be attached to a rocket and you're just gonna float down. That's when you're gonna be able to see it. He says you're gonna be able to do that next year. Do you believe that?
Next year, I don't believe that. Definitely not.
Okay.
Not with Blue
Well,
Origin.
when do you think I can buy a ticket to go see the curvature to prove it for myself. It's all.
Well, unless obviously Blue Origin do overtake Virgin Galactic. Blue Origin. I mean, they've got the Grasshopper now. I think it's in like Mark 3.
They said they were
Have you ever tried? You ever tried the ocean or a pool? Kind of weightlessness, right?
That's an
No, but-
immature statement. that we
But
don't
Black, so you're saying, do you think you'll ever see it in your lifetime, or are you just gonna believe it your
I think
entire
I will
life
see it
without?
in my lifetime. Yeah, I will see it.
So, but until then, you're just gonna believe it because
I don't
you
believe
haven't seen it.
The same with you.
What?
Believing without seeing. Is
I
the
don't.
wind really?
I don't believe it though. I don't believe
It's
it. though
called
anymore.
faith. Faith.
This is
Have
tenet
faith in
philosophy.
NASA. Have faith in science and NASA. And R.
I have more faith in you, LA.
Oh, of course you do. If you have the faith the size of a mustard seed, you can tell this spaceship to go to Mars, and it'll do it.
Praise our NASA.
So, but what?
I thought science and faith were incompatible ideas.
Black Hat, why is
Well, it seems
what's
that
taking so long?
theology and science aren't.
Can we stop telling jokes?
Science
But yeah,
is a
I know,
theology.
stop. But wait, but what's taking so long? We supposedly went to the moon
It's like
multiple
you're
times.
selling vacuum cleaners, but you never get to vacuum.
Let Hollywood speak. Don't speak over people.
You get the tank, but no hose.
I have a question.
Well, thus you know your position here, mate.
So here's
Only
my
player
question.
position, alright?
Were you the one that brought up the FE core? Did you bring that up earlier? Or was I hearing things?
What?
Have you brought up? Were you the one that brought up FE core a little while ago?
Yeah, he asked if it was a business.
Okay, so what do you think of that laser test?
Laser test. It was well conducted, to be fair. I think they've got a good measure for refraction, but we can argue about this all day. I don't really want to go into it because it's not my field. I'm not a spectro. What's the study field?
Spectrophotometry?
Yeah, I'm not one of them.
He's got no backup right
It's
now.
not my field. I only come here to argue.
He's a lone wolf. Look, man, do it like Clint Eastwood, man. Go Chuck Norris on it, man. Well, you get one.
You know, I feel bad for you, man. You have a religious belief. You really do. And you don't see it. That's what's so sad. Because your answer about FE core, that I think it's a good measure for refraction, you literally have zero. But it has to be true because you have a religious belief that it's a globe. So if it's
what's a word called? Spectral? Someone help me. I'm not English.
spectrophotometry,
Spectrophotometry. Is anyone here a spectrophotometer?
no, I don't need to be. I don't need to be.
All alone.
Because I can read like experimental data, like people have gone out and they've done experiments to try and measure this thing that you say exists.
Yeah, and we can talk about theoretical
So that's the
physics all
problem.
night, but that's
Listen,
not going to
didn't
get us
that
anywhere
doctor
because it's
so-and-so,
theoretical.
the spectrometer, go out and do the 2 laser test?
See, there's a model, and then there's the actual experiments, and the experiments don't match the model. But you guys will argue some model all day that has no validity at all.
So how would you guys explain flat Earth in general?
Explain
what? Flat beard?
Flat Earth. Yeah.
Explain it. Do you know what the word flat means?
It's self-explanatory, dude.
Do you know what the word Earth means?
It's
Yeah,
flat.
but like for example,
it doesn't make
it's a level.
yeah, it personally doesn't feel like it makes any like sense. So how would you explain it to someone like me? Let's say.
It measures that way.
Okay, so why wouldn't it make sense? It's the only thing you've ever experienced.
Wait,
so
hold on,
your
hold on.
whole life doesn't make sense? Is that
George, why does the globe make sense? Why does the globe make sense?
Well, it sounds reasonable.
Well, why though? Why?
Have you seen the moon before?
Well, the idea of planets and having a big ass universe really just fits.
How do you know there's planets in the universe?
I just look up.
How do
You know those? You know those are planets in the universe?
There are
Because I went to
stars,
church.
both of them.
Because I went to church for 12 years, and the priest told me so.
Those just look like lights to me. Little lights in the sky.
Get a telescope.
Well, how
I have
how
faith
would they
in
make
the
them?
priest.
Though?
The only proof you have are images that were interpreted from telemetry data. They're not photos.
You can get a telescope.
Show
Anyway.
me
George,
space.
George, have you
Show
ever,
me-
George, have you ever seen the curvature
Show me
yourself?
space without
I've
a
seen pictures of it.
I know, but isn't it crazy that you've never seen it yourself?
I mean, I'd love to see it myself. I think there's a
Same,
place.
same.
I think there's a bridge that uses the curvature, isn't there?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't think there is. I've never
The
seen it.
Rainbow Bridge.
Guys, could I have an explanation for that picture right there that I posted in the text?
guarded by them unicorns.
Can anyone explain that photo? Image, whatever you want to call it.
I think you should explain it.
You explained it when you said image.
I think you should explain it.
What picture? What picture?
So the ISS is claimed to be 250 miles away and 300 feet long. So now you
George-
explain that photo.
George, click voice text for it.
So how is that photo possible with those dimensions? Tell me.
What? Well, obviously,
looks
the
awfully
ISS
large.
is far closer.
So
to us
listen.
than it is.
So we know that the gap between those solar panels, 20 feet, right? 4
Well,
meters.
Yeah.
So tell me what telescope it takes to see a gap that small from 250 miles away. You tell me.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I am sure. It's an 8-meter telescope.
Why is it
Are
saying
you
so
suggesting that
close in that image?
I'm suggesting that no, not at all. Not that it's doctored. That whatever that object is isn't 3 wide and 250 miles away. That's impossible.
Oh, I found the bridge. It's called Veranzo Bridge. It's supposed
That's
to
even
use-
worse. Are you kidding me, dude?
What kind of optics do
I
you
don't know.
So what they take? So they took that with the world's largest telescope.
No,
It's more like a microscope.
the bridge. It's supposed to use the Earth's curvature.
Yes, George, what's it called?
Veranzo Bridge. It's spelled like
Is that a bacteria?
Veranzo or Veranzo?
Wait, no. Veranzo. There you go.
So you might want to go look up like angular resolution and the diffraction limit of telescopes and the resolving power of a telescope, and then go look up the dimensions of ISS and see if you can find a telescope on Earth that can image with that detail.
Okay,
That's
Indio.
impossible.
George, will you post the picture?
I don't know where.
Indio, I was asking
Wherever
for an
you type-
explanation.
I listen.
I
I just gave you the explanation.
No, what is it? I'm asking.
How would I know?
You don't know what it is.
I'd give you a short.
Listen, to properly discern what that is would be to take observations from multiple points, right?
Do you think it could
You
be an
calculate the angle, you triangulate the height, okay? Then you can probably get the speed. And then maybe you can make a guess, but
Indio,
without
what's your
we'd
guess
never
on
know.
what it is?
Dude,
What
will
is
you
your
stop
guess?
interrupting?
You can make a guess as to how high it is and how fast it's moving
No,
and
I'm
how
not
big it
asking.
is.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking what do you
Well, if we don't know how big it is, and listen, all we can get from looking at it is an angular size. So without like more details, it's absolute size, it's absolute height, it's absolute speed. We can't guess what it is, but I can tell you what it's not. I could tell you that it's not 250 miles away. 300 tell you that.
And it's the speed they say it's
Because that's
traveling.
impossible. You would be defeating the diffraction limit of light, dude. That's not possible.
Why isn't it just a blur at the speed it's traveling?
Why was I
Comes
muted?
every 91 minutes, right? It should just be a blur.
So what would you say that object is that's floating above us right now?
I'd say that's an unverifiable image. I don't know whether it's been doctored, edited.
Fighter, the Death Star would just flew by and they got lost. They didn't make it back.
But I covered
It's
images.
a plausible explanation as the International Space Station.
If you think that image is real, dude,
It's
good
not
luck.
a scientific proof of anything because it's unverifiable.
Listen, and that's what I'm trying to do, and he doesn't understand because I'm trying to use the scientific method, measurements, triangulation to figure out what that is for my. But he doesn't like that. He'd rather read, the press release.
No, I'm just asking as an abstract what you think it is.
I have no idea.
I think it's bullshit. There's your abstract idea. Crammed it in 2 words. Bullshit.
Abstract?
UFO.
It could be anything because we don't have enough. That's the point. It could be anything. We can speculate onto what it is.
Check
Like I
this
said, it
out,
could be a
guys.
TIE
I
fighter.
really think that I think the guys that are saying, hey, since you guys are so against the general consensus of all the scientists across the world that are, presidents of universities, they get all the government funding, they write all the magazines. Since you're against them, the proof is on you. The onus is on you to prove.
Third time he tried the burden switching fallacy.
I know, and this is what.
So, but let me ask you this question: you see that image you posted of the ISS?
They don't really understand how we.
Are you going to define your reality by that? Like your cosmology, what you believe the world is by
honestly,
that image? Are you high?
I really feel for them for that. I really kind of understand where they're coming from, but that's not what we're saying at all. We don't recognize any of that nonsense. I mean, of course, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and they do have an incentive to not even look into anything that we're saying. Of course, they're going to think we're dumbasses for even looking to the alternative science. Of course.
I can make shadow puppets more detailed than that.
Hey, so George, that bridge is really short. It's not even like. Do you think that the curve of that bridge is because of the Earth? Is that what you think?
Maybe.
All right. Well, I think that's just to make it stronger, just so it can hold a lot of weight. Because if it was taking into account the curvature of the Earth, that bridge would only have inches of curvature, but that looks like it's got feet or meters.
Oh, are you talking about the Verrazano Narrows Bridge?
Well, I don't know what he's trying to say, but yeah, if you have
Yeah, they say that the towers are tilted out, but they camber suspension bridges. It's been well known for like a couple hundred years almost.
That's how they're designed, so you can fit boats underneath, and also
No, they camber the towers, so the towers are actually tilted out from each other, not because of the curve of the Earth, but that's an engineered design.
Right.
Oh, prove it.
Prove it? Just Google cambered suspension bridge, and you'll get about 5,000 freaking links.
Damn, somebody's got some fucking.
Yeah, someone's muted too.
Fingers. Who's that?
George.
I'm just like, man, he must be typing really fast. I mean, I don't know what.
I don't think that was typing, man. That was fapping.
Oh, I hope not. But anyway, I was going to ask you, Indio, have you had a peer-reviewed paper published, National Geographic, or maybe even some lesser scientific journal?
I've had something published, but I'm not going to say. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has to do with hacking cable modems.
Oh, fuck yeah! But anyway,
can I get that?
Yeah,
they don't use that technology anymore, so we're talking like almost 20 years ago now. So,
no, it's okay.
Is it going to help you?
I know, but it's just like, unless you know anything about science, which we do, and then you're just like, you're all flat earthers, and you just that's why they avoid this server at all costs, because they're gonna get shut down. It's just but it's not that I don't know. It's not that we deny science. Purpose here.
We deny bad science and pseudoscience.
Well, and it goes deeper than that, and that's why we allow a lot of people to have a lot of time here to express their opinions. But some of the people that came in, holy shit, man! You can tell that they're just believers. You know what I mean? They want to try to defend something that they're ignorant about. And that's fine, and I encourage that so that we can help to educate them and also be educated ourselves if we can ever get people, I don't know, I mean, like the mainstream trolls, they're not allowed to hear because we already know what they're going to say, because we already know it. This is why they're like, oh, you guys are you're just shutting everybody down because you don't want to know the truth. No, we already know what you're going to say, and you already know that we understand that, and we reject that science, or that quote unquote science. You know what I mean? So that's why they're not necessarily allowed here, because there are a lot of people that are very interested in what we have to say. And I love that about the server, and this is why we maintain it this way. Anyone that complains about it, and shit, we got 10,000 now that come in here. They're not all here all the time, but they're if you haven't been kicked out yet, you're an honored member to come in and say and speak your mind here and ask questions. And just and I'm honored to be be a member of this server to because of what's happening in the world. This is kind of a safe place where if you're a peaceful person, you can actually learn something without the freaking vitriol that goes on YouTube, on Facebook. We kind of have a controlled environment here where we can actually, we have a lot of fun, and we make fun of people or whatever. We know who the trolls are and shit, but we actually do, we're peaceful, and we can tell when somebody's really trolling or when they're really asking genuine questions.
True that.
Oh, come on, Jen.
No, I said I was agreeing with you.
She said, it sounded like screw that.
I said true. I said true that, not screw that.
No, that's why I actually love this server. And I think there's a place there's a reason it's growing, because it's a place where people, as long as they're not just wanting to be a bunch of trolls, even the trolls, get a chance. I mean, we give them chance after chance after chance, and they actually figure out, even if they never change their mind, they still know they can hang out here and have fun. So I love this, man. I love this about this. It's a great place for everyone to actually have a platform to speak their mind. Love you guys. I love everyone that's keeping this going.
We ain't done yet. We just started.
No, we just got started, man. Shit, we hit 10,000. We're gonna hit 50,000, man. As long as Discord don't.
Great way to put that.
And everybody, as moderators, we get a lot of shit. People send us weird messages. You guys get a lot more shit than I do. People, I get weird messages, but I don't. Hardly anybody contacts me, because I talk a lot. But I know I see what you guys say about people who send shit to you. I think most
it's
people
not
don't
pretty
send me
sometimes.
shit because they know I won't respond. I'll just block them.
I saved some of it.
I know, I see some of it, but I just ignore it, dude. I'm just trying to have fun and spread knowledge, and I appreciate I appreciate what the admin here. Everything. I love you guys.
I think Fix It Now wants to speak. She's been hopping up and down. I changed the
Cool.
name.
Cool. I'll shut up now.
No, I think she doesn't have a role. You guys mind if I give her a new user? See what she has to say.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
open the mic here. I mean, when we're just sitting there bullshitting amongst each other, if somebody jumps in,
Look her up.
and you need to unmute them, go ahead.
Oh, I'm doing it on the phone, but I can't see if it's. Hey, Fix It. Hey, Vagina God. Can you talk?
What did you say, vagina guy?
That's her name. I changed it.
Oh, we got an Ariana Grande fan in here. Ooh.
The gravity of that thing just kills me.
She was server
Hello?
muted, but yeah, she should be good now.
Okay, cool. So I had some questions on like how Columbus you know, he was always traveling east, but he kept going and he kind of ran into like you remember how they ran into like the Southern Americas and stuff like that? Like how do you guys explain that?
Explain what? He didn't circumnavigate the globe.
Like how do you explain circumnavigating the globe
He
anyway?
didn't even claim. There's no claim that Columbus circumnavigated the globe.
So if you go east or west around it,
doesn't apply to Columbus.
well, so if you go east or west around the flat world, if the north is the center, then you can circumnavigate all the continents.
Yeah, circumnavigation essentially means you sail or navigate in a circle.
Because your compass will always be pointing north to the center. So if you keep going west or keep going east, you're eventually going to go in a circle, and you can circle all the continents on the flat. So that's what's like sailing around the world. That's what they consider.
Oh, I see what you guys are saying.
Yeah, if you look at like if do you know what like the map kind of looks like? Like, do you know what I'm trying to describe, like the north and the center? Have you seen the map that we think is like accurate or like relatively accurate? Like it's like the United Nations logo type thing.
Yeah, so you never actually hit the edge. Is what you guys
No.
are saying?
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's south. Center is north. Every direction from that is south. East and west are a circle around everything.
Yeah, Fix It. And if you look into it,
As
we're
you
not even
rotate
allowed to
around.
go. We're not even allowed to go to the edges, to the edge or the center. So we're like we exist only in this like circular area around the center.
So who
That's what it looks like.
governs like whether we get to go to the edge or not? Like what do you mean?
So there's these treaties in place, and they're like these crazy treaties that like these superpowers of the world are all.
Not allowed past the 60th parallel.
But it's like the only treaty like of its kind where all these big
Here,
superpowers agree.
watch that little video that Indio posted in voice text for everybody that explains north, south, east, and west on a flat Earth for you.
Well, even if you wanted to, go ahead and pretend. I mean, on the internet, you can pretend to do a lot of shit, right? So pretend that you're planning a trip with a group to the North Pole or to the South Pole. Just pretend it. You know, plan the trip. You know, the airline, the
Where are we
ship,
starting from?
all of that.
What
Just
countries do
go
we
ahead
got to
and
go
do it.
through? How many passports do we need?
Go ahead and-
Are we going to charter
go
a
ahead
flight? Do we need an okay flight path?
Yeah, go ahead and just pretend. I mean, just make your virtual trip online. See how far you get.
Wait, are you talking about actually going there, like at like on
Yeah,
real trip?
yeah. I mean, just
I've done it.
if
I've
you
done
don't
it. So
rent or
yeah,
anything, just try
no,
to do your virtual
it costs
trip to
well,
work.
it costs 30 grand to go to the North Pole. You go in an icebreaker, and then they crush through some ice, and then
North Pole is in Antarctica. That's the Arctic Circle.
Arctic Circle. So they go icebreaker, then you get off in the ice, and you stand in a circle, and you
What
sing
would a
Kumbaya.
flight to the North Pole be?
And then
Do you go at night?
Well, it's like a multi-day trip. I don't know. They're doing whatever.
But it's not dark out, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you're not flying there. It's only they only offer.
Well, I'm asking you is because so you can like verify your location. There's no way to verify
Well,
that
they do-
during the day.
Well, they do it in the summer, so the days are like 20 hours long. I'm assuming there.
You're gonna be in the air for 20
Yeah,
hours.
that's the point. The only way to verify that, hey, I'm on the North Pole, is to, be there up and see polars directly over your head.
I mean, yeah, and then the South Pole is like a little bit more expensive, like 40 to 60 to 70. And they offer like you fly there essentially. You can either fly there and stay there, or you can like fly close and do the like little ski tracks to the whatever camp is supposedly at the pole down there. But those are all like I don't know if you can do those.
Like-
But I've searched videos on them, and all I can really find is the websites have like one video.
Isn't it kind of like Gilligan's Island? It's a guided tour.
Yeah, I mean, no, the real interesting thing.
A 3-hour tour.
Go fix it. This year they were supposedly there was a chartered flight like for a trans-polar flight that they were replicating that was done in the 70s by like Trans Airlines or whatever, Pan America or whatever. So they were offering this like $10,000 flight around both poles, and it was like a bougie flight where you get like caviar and wine and bullshit. And it eventually fell through because it was like a scam or something. But
Yeah, there was no flight. It was never happening.
yeah, but so I'm interested in chartering a tourist flight doing the same thing. I wonder if they even like talked to the right authorities and asked for clearance and were told no, or what happened. But I was super interested in that.
So you can call and try to get that
Yeah, but it
going.
was more than 10,000. I think it was like 14,000.
It was like it was like 10 to 15 depending on the seat or whatever.
Yeah, and they told you couldn't bring any cameras.
Yeah.
or
Oh yeah. The
anything
crazy
to
part, fix it, was they literally said in the fine print, no scientific equipment is allowed. They said we're aware that some people are. I forgot the line. Some people are not agreeing with scientific fact, so we're not allowing scientific equipment allowed. It's crazy.
Yeah, that whole thing
So-
was literally
So
a
if
scam.
you end
It
up
was just a
violating one of
website.
these treaties, like what happens? Like
Go to jail.
on what charges?
Well, that would be depend on from whatever country you're from. So it's an
Or-
international treaty that's domestically enforced. So each treaty country passed laws to enforce the treaty on their citizens. So Jarl Andahoy, who tried to go there unauthorized, well, he did go. He was arrested and then basically captured, you could say. He didn't really have anywhere else to go. Brought back to Finland, and then he was charged and fined in Finland, according to their laws.
How was he tracked? Like, did he tell people? or-
Radar.
I think he had to do a mayday because somehow his boat and two of his crew people ended up on the bottom of the ocean while he was on the land.
More than likely, you know how difficult it would be to travel around the ice wall. I mean, or around,
Antarctica is by far the most inhospitable place on Earth, by far.
I mean,
Right.
you probably didn't even get very far before it was just like.
And they're protecting the environment. That's why you can't go there, because they're protecting the environment.
How many
Can't
supplies
survive
would you
it
have to
because it's so
have?
harsh.
You like go from Argentina and you travel.
They don't want it to get
west
worse
or east.
than terrible.
It's like how many supplies are you gonna take? I mean, how far with no support? I mean, how the fuck far are you gonna get? Crazy.
Yeah, there's
That's
no
why I was
water,
like,
there's no
you
vegetation,
find
there's
the
no
edge.
animals.
It's
You're
like,
just
okay. I was like, you find the edge, man. I ain't going down there. Fuck that shit.
What fried penguin tastes like?
I'm curious, does it taste like fish or chicken?
Ah.
I'd say one of the two, bro. Most meat does.
I mean, on a sailboat, what kind of boat was he on? I mean, what was his crew? What did he say? Like 4 people or something?
I think he had a 4-man crew. 2 stayed in the ocean and 2 went ashore on snowmobiles.
Trying to travel around the world with 4 people. That's just stupid. It's like, yeah, you find the edge. I mean, Why don't you go to the edge and find the edge and fall off of it? Well, you'll know the Earth is flat. Or like, man, I can't even fucking sail from Argentina for a few hours without, running into military or just dying. Dumbass. I can't really understand how people just really think that's a real argument. I just don't understand. You can't. I mean, how much money do you have and what resources? I mean, it's like go to the ice wall and climb over it and travel across Antarctica. With what? With what? Just me and a couple of people. I mean, yeah, go find the edge. Okay.
Did you just say you found a penguin restaurant?
Yeah, there's a KFP. There's a there's a bar called the Fried Penguin. I found a bar.
You guys think
the Fried Penguin?
You guys think astronauts are lying? Like, since there's no flat earther astronauts?
Obviously.
Yeah, we know the astronauts are lying. Yes.
Yeah,
So
all
what are they
500 of them.
That's why he got mad and started punching the
All
dude.
500 of them spanned over 6 decades. Yes, they're all lying.
Fixit, have you seen the press conference when they landed back from the moon the first time?
No, I haven't.
All right, yo, seriously, look it up. That those guys look so sad. They should be so happy, man. It's so weird.
Very weird.
It's so
They look
weird.
like they just got in a drunk driving accident.
Or their dog died.
Or somebody
Yeah,
threatened,
something like that.
or somebody threatened their life if they said the wrong thing.
It looks like they just got pulled over drunk. You're damn right. You ever seen?
Or they realized what a shit they were for lying to all of humanity. What about that?
Oh boy, looks drunk here when he socks out the reporter.
Fix it for sure. Watch that.
I'll tell you what, boy, you're interrupting my buzz.
His name's Buzz. Buzz ain't just a name; it's a lifestyle.
His name should be Buzz Squared. Huh?
Buzz Squared.
Yeah, Buzz Squared.
To infinity and beyond.
Oh my god.
Buzz has no diffusion. He whooped that dude's ass like, I'll swear on the Bible and say, I'll whoop your ass, boy.
So what are the space agencies like doing then? You know,
your guess is good as ours.
Science fiction.
Hey, I just watched the whole video of Logan Paul and Robbie Davidson.
Oh yeah, does that come out today? This like interview?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
You were saying, Lurks? You saw this interview and what?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it in voice text. I was just Riggs sent it to me and I just finished watching it, but I think he's AFK now. But yeah,
dude, Robbie killed it. He did a good job.
Yeah, that was awesome, dude. Like he had a good interview with Logan Paul, and I think he actually really changed his mind. He started like flat smacking him.
Really? Do you have a link?
Yeah, I posted it in the chat. It's like a 20-minute interview. It's a 20-minute interview. Like
I seen it. I'm not convinced.
Yeah,
Wait,
I still like it though.
Oh, okay. It's on Robbie's channel.
Dude, he's an actor in an NWO movie, The Thinning.
Yeah, you do know that he's affiliated with Disney in some form or fashion. I haven't done a lot of research on it, but yeah. And he's got major endorsements like Coca-Cola, for example. Think about that for a minute.
And here's the important part. Someone's going to watch that video that likes him, and they're going to get that information that he's getting flat smacked with. So regardless of him personally, Robbie's going to get the information across to somebody else because of that interview.
Bible back up.
Yeah, I get that same. I had that feeling like a year ago. I didn't want to say it, man.
Like
Reverend's like he went cheap and went all the money. Like, dude, he smoked all that money.
Dude, that's what me and Cassandra, we had a talk about this in the last conference. I'm like, dude, he looks lit. Like the way he was talking. Like, dude, Robbie looks fucking lit, man.
Dude, he looks like
Yeah.
he's gonna break a rib breathing.
You know, to be fair, he could be sick and he could be on a lot of meds. You know what I mean? That makes people act crazy too. I just don't want to, you know, even though
I don't know.
chances are he just
like,
can't
I
hide.
like Ace's phrase earlier. He's like, he said something about Nephilim, like, because Robbie's so tall.
Yeah. He said Nephilim.
He said Nephilim.
Hey, that gets me into some Nephilim crackhead jokes.
What?
Nephilim cracker.
What's 14 foot tall and holds a crack pipe? No. What are you doing down there, man? I dropped a piece on the carpet.
Hey, you know what? It's funny you guys kind of bring that up. One time,
Go ahead.
this one time I was talking with this one girl, and you guys might have heard me talk about this. It was when I was in that women's shelter, and I told you guys I flat smacked like 4 or 5 girls there over my time period there. And so I was trying to find out where this one girl was at, right? I was trying to meet her where she was. And I asked her, I said, what is the craziest conspiracy you've ever heard? Lay it on me. I want to hear it. And she says to me, well, one time this tweaker told me the earth was flat. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. I said, I hate to break it to you, chick, but that tweaker was right. So yeah, that opened up the doorway way open. And yeah.
Hey, Jen,
So,
you know what's really cool, and I think this is cool, and I hope you take it the right way. But have you ever listened to Marilyn Spirit Level? Her flat smacking universe. She goes out by herself, wheels out these banners like in front of universities and stuff, and she'll sit there all
Cool.
day. I'm gonna send you some links.
yeah, on
She
my
reminds me
DM.
of
Thank
you,
you.
man. She is freaking
Really?
awesome.
Dude, in my
Yeah,
town,
man,
all the tweakers do is spit on
you
your
remind me of Marilyn.
spit on your window, wipe it off, and
Cool,
try.
man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Is that the one that you were talking about that you did a flat earth meetup? Was she one of them?
No, she's in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or-
I don't remember. I didn't know if that was related or not, but I know you were really excited about those
Look,
meetups.
Marilyn Spirit Level is like the girl version of Authentic Intent, in my opinion.
Nice. Nice. Okay. My most favorite. Okay, I haven't really been watching Authentic Intent lately. I did a little bit last year. And I remember one of the when he was out and about doing his thing, and he was walking down this bike path, right? And the video showed him talking to some people, and after he was done talking with those people, he went on to find his next person he wanted to interact with. And he said something to somebody passing by, and the person just kind of ignored him. I think he was on a bike, and Authentic Intent yelled at him as they passed him by. He said, "Oh, by the way, the earth is flat."
Yeah, he's
So he
funny, dude.
Yeah, he approached him. He says, "Do you believe we landed on the moon?" The guy just kept going. He said, "Oh, by the way, the earth's flat."
No, you should watch his latest video, Jen. His latest video when he was going back to wherever he lives, because he went to the conference. He got pulled over by TSA because of his zipper, and he didn't want to get patted down. So his friend was recording him, and while he was being held, he was flat smacking the TSA guy. It was so fucking funny.
Nice.
Hey, do you guys
Oh,
watch
yes.
watch the interview?
I totally need to watch.
Was that Riggs or Lurker?
Yeah. No, it's
Lurker.
me, man. It's
Okay,
No,
it's
it's me, man.
number one.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Okay.
He said it's
We need-
me, like we would.
You guys
know,
are outnumbered.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, Bobby did a good job, man. I'm gonna have to give it to him.
Yeah, he did.
Hey,
Yeah, he made a lot of good
you know what
points.
he should have
I liked
done?
it.
God
Wait,
damn it.
guys, what holds the water? Like, what holds the water on the planet? Or like, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, can you hold that for a second?
Hold
on
your
just
thought for a second.
No, I was just gonna say, like when he handed him a globe and he says, "Hey, what do you think of this?" He should have flipped it over and showed him the sticker.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about that.
Exactly.
I was like, dude, you missed an opportunity, man. You gotta
Not
work on
for
your
educational
fact-checking, bro.
purposes.
I was
but-
hoping he would do it too. Yeah, I was like, oh, is he
Dude,
gonna
I was
show him?
waiting for it. I was
Yeah.
waiting for it, and I was like, "Oh, dude, you failed." But no,
I
he
need
did a
to
really
get you
good
one
job.
of those.
He was
Yeah, he
really
did.
nervous. You could tell that Robbie was nervous because everybody was laughing at him and shit, like they were chuckling and shit on the video. But it was a good effort. You know, I just think that he's an asshole. Like Logan is just an
Dude,
asshole.
that's
Yeah.
a whole nother talk show. That is a talk show in and of itself. Okay. I could easily talk an hour on that topic. Okay. In fact, I did
Yeah.
earlier today.
All right, to
Anyway,
answer.
Deanna just sent you Marilyn's channel. She has
The
a
Okay.
bunch of
the
videos, man. She goes out like every weekend.
Ooh.
as far as we can tell, Antarctica is like the shore of the world, so it's on the outside of the Earth. Like it's like the crust of a pizza. It holds all the sauce in.
Holds all the sauce in. I like it.
Yeah.
Right,
And
so
it's
that's what.
not flying through space.
And
It's
so fix
not.
it now. We don't think we're a disc floating in space, that there's like water that could fall off. Like we're the foundation, you know. And like Riggs just said, Antarctica is actually like it's the highest elevation of anywhere. I think it's like it ranges from like 9,000. Is it 9,000 feet of elevation?
Yeah.
Yeah, the average
I don't know.
altitude is 9,000 feet.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
See,
the
it's about
average.
yeah, the average. So that means it's higher than pretty much anywhere where you freaking live in the earth, right? So that's high enough to where it probably would hold the oceans in, and it makes sense because we know that the physics of water to take a shape of any container and they remain flat when manipulated. So that's probably what's holding the oceans together, you know.
But fix it. Who really knows? Because none of us have ever been to the edge. So.
But the
That's
thing
really the
is, we know it's not a globe.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, that's easy to know.
Deny everything.
What do you guys think of the simulation theory?
I think
Deny
that
everything. What
I
are
think
you
that the
talking about? Deny
simulation is
everything.
the globe. The simulation is the globe potentially.
Yeah, exactly. The lie
Yeah,
that you live in. It's like it's
It's
that
a
whole
mental
Wizard of Oz.
simulation. It's a mental simulation.
It's the whole Wizard of Oz thing where they open the curtain and they see the guy controlling everything. Yeah, that's what the simulation is. Like
So,
once
like,
you
have you guys
pass
seen the
the
Truman
curtain.
Show?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's like that, man. It's like that.
Yeah, Robbie was talking about that in the video. Like
Because dude, one of the best parts is when Truman, he decides he wants to go on like a vacation to just leave that place, right? And he goes to the travel office, and there's like all these posters of like, oh, travel is so dangerous, and the travel agent convinced him that he doesn't want to go anywhere, right? And that's kind of how it is for us. Where like if we wanted to go to, like, no one really wants to go to Antarctica except for like people like maybe who would question it and want to see it for themselves, but they convince us there's nothing there. It's pointless. Like, why would we want to go there? It's dangerous. Like all that. It's
So,
crazy.
Check it out,
We're in
dude.
the Truman
There's
Show.
Well, not
satellites
just
actually
south, the north as well.
satellites actually monitor the southern hemisphere, so that if you actually like, let's say you're on a boat and you just want to travel there without telling anybody, like satellites will detect that you're there because satellites are on balloons, right? So they're not in space; they're just on balloons, and they monitor any kind of movement in the southern hemisphere. And if they detect you going, where you're not supposed to go, they don't even have to interfere. All they have to do is change the weather. They can literally make it rain or make it storm wherever you're at. So like your boat could capsize and you could literally die without ever getting there.
And
Yeah,
that
but
idea that
not
he
only
just
that,
spoke of, hold on a second. What he just said just now, those sources can be cited with official citation. Just so you know.
Yeah, well, there was a crew, unfortunately, that got killed recently. There was an expedition.
I'm censored now. I mean, I'm unmuted now. Thanks.
Sorry,
sorry for
Helio?
last thing. I was scrolling through some pictures. Sorry about that. I don't know. Notice it was too close to the mic.
You're good, man.
All right.
Helio, what were you wanting to say a moment ago?
I was just saying, not only that, any continent, in the southern hemisphere that you would want to travel from, whether it be the southern you know, whether it be South America, South Africa, or Australia. I mean, those southern oceans are very treacherous, especially between Africa and Australia. I mean, there's nobody goes there. None of those are shipping routes. No ships or military ever go that way. I mean, think about the South Pacific. Nothing goes over there. Nothing ever goes that way.
Yeah, they do.
So there's no reason.
Some.
Oh, who does? Who goes over there?
Shipping container, shipping things.
Shipping things go there.
Yeah, like
Hey, Quincy,
a lot
Quincy, tell me why you think it's a globe. Like, when you wake up in the morning, what is the observation that you make that tells you it is a globe?
I don't. I mean, it's just what people
I
say, and I
push
just have to
me.
believe that because I don't really want to. I
Okay,
don't.
so what do you wait? What he's trying to tell you?
Who
What,
said
what he's trying to
shipping
ask?
things go through the South Pacific?
I did.
I'm curious.
I
So,
can't
like,
help it. Sorry, my keyboard's still loud.
There are no shipping lanes in the South Pacific between Africa and Australia. They go north and then they go back south. I don't know why you would claim that unless you actually know that for a fact.
Hey, George, you can change it to push to talk, dude. That's what a lot of people use.
I'm gonna use testing.
Yep.
Can you guys hear this now?
Yeah, it worked. It worked. It worked. It worked.
you. But now we cannot hear you. But perfect.
All right, so this is supposed to make the keyboard not sound like. No.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
You changed the sensitivity.
Yeah, I changed it. Yeah.
So I got my citation. I'm gonna post it in voice to text chat. So this is just one example of people that go missing in Antarctica when they're looking for certain things or artifacts. And this was in 2001, and there's been a handful of other times since then where people tried to go there, and their whole crew, their whole ship just goes missing completely. So that's just
What's up with that?
It's funny when all the globies are looking for a model that beats the globe model.
Good point. A lot of people.
We don't live on a model, man.
A lot of people are totally okay with that it's just not a globe, and actually there's people that do believe the Earth is flat, but they take on the idea that we live on a realm. So that's kind of an advanced kind of thought experiment, but
Hey Riggs, El Baba, look at that fun fact that I put in admin.
I just read it. It's funny.
Is that funny or what?
Yep.
I'm waiting for a Riggs link.
Oh shit!
Study on that, bro.
Dude, I would never go to space and try to beat off.
Yeah, fuck going on a rocket.
You know
man.
what though? I could probably defy gravity. Let me tell you that.
That's what I was thinking. Flip that.
I was like, dude, send me up there. Let's do this.
Wait, I got a good idea. If I go up there and I get a boner, and do I disprove gravity?
Yeah.
whoa, just blew my mind.
Oh, Jen didn't get to see that, man.
Time, Jen.
Oh, I'll let you on the joke.
Would that make a good scientific experiment? Where I'd be like, look, but the cause, I have a cause and effect relationship right here. You know, my independent variable is my dick.
Whoa!
Flow in the higher atmosphere. I mean, you know, they could have proved that in Denver, but we weren't there. You know.
Look in your DMs, Jen. You'll see what we're laughing about.
Yeah, they must have been looking at a picture of Hillary Clinton or something.
Look, that's just a little tidbit there.
Hillary
Is that kinda
Clinton's dumb.
Why am I thinking pockets of gravity right now? I mean, come on.
You playing
That's
pocket
just
pool or
crazy.
something?
I bet you if I did
in your pocket, or you have
I bet you if I did get a boner in space, it'd be like, you must have found a pocket of gravity, Jose. You haven't finished it.
Wow.
Is that a banana in your pocket, or you just define gravity?
Okay, stuff like this, I think we're going to see a lot more of in the near future because we all know how desperate they're getting. I mean, this is what we got to deal with. I mean, come on. That's just insane. But funny all the same.
Well, that explains why their pants are so tight in the ISS.
Now I'm going to notice that. Thank you very much.
No idea what. I'm trying to find what you guys are talking about.
Helio's like, what's happening?
What's going on?
Loud noises.
Okay, I'm sending you a response in direct message, Helio. What was just sent to me.
Another funny one.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Here, I'll just post this one in the lobby. It's the link. It's not pornographic. It's not.
I kind of got that generally from what they were talking about.
Like, what?
Well, that was a lot of time. You ain't doing that on your phone, are you? Or you have a.
He says 9 reasons why having sex in space would be gross. I thought
on my
sex,
phone.
gross sex.
So, do you think we could maybe expect a measurement experiment coming up soon or something? I don't know.
Measurement of what?
That'd be interesting.
Just that first sentence, Jim.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of, I think it was Bling Bling that did the video, or maybe she mirrored it with that one with Scott Kelly.
That means there's no sex on the ISS, right?
Yeah, Scott Kelly and that big.
No sex in the champagne room.
On the ISS.
The boom boom room.
Boom boom.
No upper room activity. No secretion.
You know, that's honestly.
Houston, I swear this has never happened to me before.
This is why I have a problem with in microgravity or simulate some type of these people being up there for 666 days. Right?
Come on.
That their digestive system couldn't work without down on Earth, like the same gravity that everyone experiences. I mean, the same.
Dude, you gotta look at that meat.
I mean, if you eat something, I mean, how does your stomach know whether to push it back up your throat or down in?
Whoa!
It just guesses.
Hey. Jen, calm down.
I have a question.
Sorry, not sorry.
Are you using a phone to type all that shit?
Okay.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, Battle Mod. What was the video that you posted? Can you post
It's at the 43-minute mark.
Of which video?
Voice text, the one about no sex.
It's 9 reasons why having sex in space would be gross.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
That's
see it now.
insane. Okay, what does that have to do with fucking science? That's insulting.
I have a question.
That is fucking science.
It is fucking science.
I did not intend to do that.
Does it come
Guys,
or
Quiddy
does it-
McSquiddy has
does
a
it go
question.
down?
It's gonna be good, guys. Do you ever actually sleep?
Yes.
No,
What?
because we're so woke, bro.
Oh. No, but I'm
Woke as
serious.
fuck.
Like, when do you go to sleep?
We're so
No,
woke.
once the Earth is flat, dude, like you just sleep is secondary.
Yeah, we're so work. We're so woke. We're multiplying over here, dude. I don't know if you noticed, but
Yeah, I think it's actually real. It makes a lot of sense.
we got like doppelgangers in here and shit.
Whoa.
Dude, even when I'm asleep, I have like my
you have a
my clone
doppelganger.
in here
Does anyone have a,
take
is there
over.
a doppelganger?
I'm a clone. I'm a clone. Yeah, it's come out.
No,
Officially hired as a doppelganger, but yeah.
no, there's
That all
Clone
makes sense.
slash- Clone is more professional term for it. Yeah.
no. The clones exist in the Hollywood realm.
Yeah.
Clones and
Reusable actors.
freaking transgenders and shit. That's not
I
what we
remember
do.
talking
We
to
actually-
some guy in this voice chat about some Second Life video game or something like that, and he somehow turned it into a crisis actor thing. It was fun. It was a good night.
That's a really old game, like over 10 years old.
No, not that one. I was talking about it, the game itself is called Roblox.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Roblox.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What about it?
But this room, we're actually very serious. I mean, if you think that Flat Earth is a game and we're just in a simulation, that's not what we promote here. A lot of people say simulation. I mean, the only type of simulation that I would say, hey, you know what the Bible says? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. I mean, and the word, this spoken word, I don't know if it's the actual Jehovah God, the way that it's presented, but the word of God is the energy. I mean, the energy that runs through all of us is the word of God.
Hey, Quinty, man, you're breathing in your mic, bro.
My bad. Just being an asshole.
I'm agnostic, so what proceeds?
It's fine to be agnostic, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is that as far as simulation goes, whatever I experience, I mean, when I shoot I'm a cabinet maker, so if I shoot my finger with a nail, I feel it.
Oh,
yeah.
When I wake up with a hangover, I feel it.
Very
Exactly.
intuitive.
I was
When
actually
I
gonna
drive down
say.
the road, I feel it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Hey, that could still
Fall out the
happen.
tree, I feel it. I break my leg, I feel it.
Exactly.
Okay.
I was gonna
that's
say that
all
same
Feels
thing.
good,
but, like,
man.
but
Feels
That
bad,
could-
man.
Yeah,
That
like
could still
like as far as simulation goes, I was gonna say that same thing, Helio. I was literally gonna say that
Okay.
I wake up every
Okay, but-
morning and I literally flat smack myself in the face. That is my
Okay.
reality.
Okay,
Like
but
you feel pain.
Hey, hold
Yeah.
on. What you guys
Look.
are talking about right now, that could still happen in the simulation theory. I hate to say that.
Yeah, but still, come on.
are you talking about like the Matrix style?
Yeah,
simulation?
yeah. Or we're plugged in, or it's a hologram. I don't know.
If it was a simulation, you wouldn't be able to actually feel things.
Sure, you could.
You just
Yeah, sure,
act
good.
like
Yeah.
Hey,
Most
Lurker.
definitely could.
So,
Lurker, do you think if I send Santa Claus a really good letter and order an LRAS from him, he'll send it to me?
don't
Hey, you
this
guys
Dude, I
Santa
know. I
Claus.
was actually thinking about that today. I was like, man, I really want an LRAS now.
Have you been a good boy this year?
Hey, don't this Santa Claus.
Hey, I have a question. Lurks, I think you were in the room when we were talking about this. What was the exact name of the piece of equipment that we were affectionately
LRAS.
referring to?
LRAS.
Affectionately referring to as a Viewmaster for adults. What was that contraption we were referring to?
Oh yeah. Oh, the telescopes. Yeah, because they're loaded. They're preloaded with all the
But it
images.
was like a camera. It
Wait.
wasn't like in the shape of a telescope. It was
How
just
can
Oh.
telescopes be
Yeah.
preloaded with images?
okay. Can you hold on? Can you hold on a second?
Sorry.
Yeah, digital
what-
telescopes. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's what we were talking about. Yeah, because
Well,
intelligent design, right? He saw one at the store and he took a picture of it, and it said like loaded with over like 13,000 images. Like it tells you on the box.
but the and I'm not saying you're wrong in how you're describing what we were referring to, but it didn't look like a telescope. It looked like a
Camera.
camera. Okay.
A certain type
All
of
right, so
camera? Yeah. I'm not sure what it's
yes.
called. Yeah, I don't remember what
Do
it's
you
called.
remember? You remember that conversation we were having?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. If and I remember somebody posted a link to and where you could buy it off Amazon.
Okay. No, I can't remember that part.
So, but if it comes across, if it comes across in your mind again, can you DM it to me, please?
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
dude, I
I can
remember.
send some chat.
You remember Lurker? You posted it and like someone took a picture of like a galaxy with it and it looked fucking ridiculous. Like and it's like a camera.
Yeah.
It's like
And
preloaded.
I wanted to save that in my
Yeah, I'm the one that
database.
posted that picture. It's on Amazon. You can buy it.
Oh,
What if
let me
I
see if I can
place?
find it.
What if I place like a lot of magnifying glasses with each other? Would I be able to make a telescope that could go to the space or something like that?
A digital telescope hooks to a computer that's already got downloaded images.
Nah, I don't want a digital one. I want like a handmade, like sort of like that.
You want a regular old reflector or you want a computerized?
No, regular. What if I were able to get like some sort of pictures of planets and something like that using not a digital
You
telescope?
only have a monoscopic view of a planet.
Sorry?
It'll be a monoscopic view.
Here's the thing.
Well,
I think you get the impression that we don't believe that there's things in the sky that look like what you've been told the planets are. We know they're there. What we're saying is you cannot say that it's exactly like the Earth. Like it's like an affirming the consequent. Like you say, oh, the planets are all spherical and they look like globes, therefore we're a globe. Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. Everything in the sky could possibly be spherical. It doesn't mean it's the same as us, because that idea is sold with the concept of space, that we're like everything else that's floating and everything is spherical. But if you come in from a flat Earth perspective, you understand that the Earth is all there is, and everything in the sky is just what's in the sky, and it has no relevance to the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, this is the next telescope I'm buying. I get all Celestrons.
So, how are you guys doing tonight?
Are we what?
How are you guys doing tonight?
I'm good.
Oh, they said, how do we deny? I was like, oh, how are we doing tonight? We're good, man. I'm about to go to sleep soon.
Fair enough.
Which is strange for a flat earther.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm only awake at this time because of my school schedule. That thing.
Schedule.
Yeah.
The schedule. Hey, can I ask you something? What's your native language, or what do you?
I speak Spanish.
Oh, yo también.
Ah, y el Chile.
Oh, muy bien.
Bueno, okay.
Hey, you know who you should watch if you want to learn about flat Earth in Spanish? Watch Iru Landucci. He's from Argentina, and he all his videos are in Spanish. Would you like his? Would you like me to link his channel?
I mean, sure. I'm not really into flat Earth, but it's fun to learn from a few different points of view every now and then.
Terra plana.
Okay.
La tierra es plana.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta wake up in the morning, literally flat smack your face, smack yourself in the face, and then you're good to go. You know?
Hey, who's this? Who's this speaking? The Spanish guy?
Me.
George.
Jorge. I just posted a link to Ira Landucci's channel.
All right, thank you. Gonna check it out sometime.
Oh, and he's got some really good stuff on.
Yeah, so the more you flat smack yourself, literally, the more woke you are, and then you're just woke all the time.
I mean,
You
I'm
should
just eager to learn from some different points of view. You know, just get some information, make my own assumptions.
Sounds like a plan, man.
Yeah, man. Just, you know, be honest with yourself and be honest with everyone else, and then you come to your own conclusions. You know, when people aren't honest, we pretty much can tell right
Can
away.
tell. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're good.
Within a minute or less. Sometimes with one syllable you can tell.
No.
Oh,
Hmm.
sorry, I just get a bit nervous when talking to a lot of people. There's one,
Oh,
two, three,
man.
4, 5, 6,
Hey, your
7.
English is really good. Don't be nervous, man. You're good. You're among
I second that.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hey, did you know that in Chile there's an observation of from Argentina to Chile of some mountains that are supposed to be like, I think the distance is like 400 and wait, India, if you're there, can you help me with this? I forgot the distance for the Chile observations of the mountains. Is it 475 kilometers? Or
Yeah,
475
close to
miles?
like 3. It was 490, I think.
Yeah, that's what it was, 490.
Here, I'll
Can I
try
get
and
some
find it real quick.
pictures?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
tell
not
you
a great.
right now.
Yeah, it's not a great picture, but it made like the newspapers and shit. So
Ooh. Nice.
Yeah, it's a long distance photography photo, and we kind of use one of that one that as a like proof of like no curvature, based
Where
on
can
the
I
distance.
find a picture? Sorry.
India's gonna post it on voice text for everyone. Do you see where voice text for everyone is?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna post it.
Yeah, he's gonna post it right now. Yeah, you'll post it right now in a little bit. Indio, just keep an eye out for it.
yeah, it's gonna take a second, man. I haven't posted this in a long time.
We have to go back to our 2017 proofs, huh, Indio?
Yeah, we're going way back now. We should search the server and just go back and just like recycle everything.
Oof.
Oh yeah, I found it. Hold on.
Dude, you know why I like sending you stuff, Indio? Because I use you as a library. Because then I could always go back to our messages and just like click on something I sent you. Like I know me and you sent it to each other's.
Yeah,
I was
I
actually
know. I would have to scroll way up to find this though.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but I was actually the person who came across that. I found it because some guy that I was talking on Facebook that I was like flat smacking some guy, and this guy from like he was typing in Spanish, and I was like, oh, hablas español, like you speak Spanish. And he's like, have you seen this proof? But he told me in Spanish, obviously, and he sent me that one. And I was like, dude, I haven't seen this, and I got all excited. And that's when I sent it to you in CTW, and you guys just freaking did the math for it real quick. I remember.
Yeah, I posted it. So
That was a pretty good joke, Riggs. What did you say? Like, he's like, yeah, why aren't you guys sleeping? And
I
you're
can't
like,
see
yeah,
the
because we're so
image.
woke.
Yeah, that was good.
Because we're so woke.
From the page.
Yeah, because we're so woke.
We don't need to sleep. And then I just flat smack myself to stay woke. Give yourself a little flat smack. Smack.
Well, dude, once you figure it out, it's like your brain kind of like
What's flat smack?
cracks an egg.
Yeah.
And you just like stay up for like 2 or 3 days.
What's flat smack? What's flat smack?
Just take your hand right now, put your right hand up. Then
Right.
yourself on the face, like on the cheek. Just a
I'm
little
not
bit.
gonna do that.
Okay,
And then you'll be woke.
Take a look at the Hey George, take a look at the picture I just posted on voice text for everyone. This is how flat earthers sleep.
Oh, I know that one. I don't even have to look at it. Oh, I got one too. Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, that's fun.
shit, you ain't kidding. That image is gone. That sucks.
Yeah, it's gone. So what was the image like?
What was it like?
It was a peak of a mountain. I found it. I found it on Google Images. It's not the greatest image in the world 'cause it's not very clear.
I haven't slept in three. I haven't
You
slept
guys
in
are
3
juiced
years,
out.
That's like that stupid shoe meme. Like the shoe, like why aren't shoes
Oh, I was
like
gonna
this?
do that one next.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Australia.
I'm walking my dog, but I'm laughing.
What kind of dog do you have?
Is your dog laughing?
Well, looking at me like, what's he laughing?
I think Bong's just laughing because he's high.
Oh no.
It's a red cattle crossed with a staffy. Yeah. Good dog. Me high?
Bog doesn't get high. Bog doesn't get high. He gets sober.
Yeah.
He's always high. And
He has more
just-
blood in his head than we do. He's in Australia, so
He just occasionally chooses. He just occasionally chooses to not be high.
Yeah, he lives right. So much blood in my head right now because I'm upside down. Good thing I got my strap on.
Whoa! Whoa!
Strap off.
Oh man.
Strap on, strap off.
Strap
Hey, you gotta
on.
do something to keep on from falling off, right?
Hey, Bong, spin Australia birth belt when you guys go to sleep.
What's up? What's up?
Is it true that in Australia you have to wear a seatbelt when you go to sleep? You buckle yourself to the bed.
We need a meme for that.
So
man.
I've been thinking, why? I've seen people, flat earthers, talk about like some of this rich elite of people, like just wanted to control everyone. Well, why would they want to control me?
Everybody sleeps like bats down here.
Dude, they control you and they don't even have to try. That's what they
I
do.
think it's very hard for them to control you. I mean.
Well, they don't.
Did you go to school?
Don't be naive. Don't be
I go to
naive.
school, yeah.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. Did you go to school?
I'm
grew up
currently in
under
high
a
school.
government? Yeah, you went
It's-
to school. You grew up under a government. They taught you what you're
It's a
supposed
public
to
high
know.
school, yeah.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah, especially a public high school.
So why would the thing is, why would they want to control how I think? What will they win out of me?
Well, see,
It's called
the thing
power.
is, what you just said. The thing is what the question you're asking is not like it's not a valid one, but essentially what you're saying is that you need to know the motive in order to believe that something happened. Okay, so it doesn't matter what the motive is to say that it is in fact happening. Okay.
Yeah, it's just the system that's in place. Like to go back to what Helio was saying about school. So like all school is a form of control along with prison and along with factory work, because they all do the same thing. You go in, you clock in at a certain time, you get a lunch break or you get recess at school, whatever it is. And then you get out at the same time. And that's all to condition you to either one of those choices. Like you're going to work in a factory 9 to 5 or wherever, you're going to be in prison, or you're going to be in the military.
I mean,
Military.
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just a 16-year-old chunky boy from Mexico. What will they win out of me?
Right. Your question. Yeah, that question is
You say you're
why?
from Chile.
Why? If you can do something, right? Like if you can control the money of a country, would you do it? Right. If it's possible for people to control the money of a country, would they do it? Right. And the answer is yes. The question is why? Right. The question is why would they do that? Right. So they're doing that. Right. They're controlling the money. They're controlling a lot of aspects in your life. So the question is why would they do that? It's the same answer to this question. You know what I mean?
Control.
Well, the answer is
For the sake of control. Yes. Control for the sake of control, because that's what.
Yeah.
That'll bother
control
you.
is
They don't want you to ask that question. Why? Why would they do this? Yes, of course. Now the answer to the question why is very elaborate. There's different
multifaceted
of this control system, because through the education system they're able to recruit certain people that are very smart or into different and they recruit them into universities and put them into a higher education system, and are able to manipulate them into the same kind of understanding to push forward a certain agenda.
And what would that agenda be?
Total control of your world view and everything you do in it.
So what if I think, let's say, for myself, let's say I just want to pass high school and I don't know, sleep. I just want to pass. I mean,
okay. I mean, that shouldn't be hard.
I mean, that's what I'm doing now.
That's funny.
Where are you gonna sleep? You gonna sleep on the road?
I'm gonna
Where are
sleep
you gonna
in my honestly, I'm ashamed, but in my mom's house.
So
yeah, how are you gonna pay from your mom's house? How are you
I'm
gonna
gonna
pay
try
for
to
the
find a
hotel,
job.
water?
I'm good. Everybody knows.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, just keep at it, man. You'll be fine. And try to go to school. Try to get some grants and stuff if you can. Get some decent grades. Get a few grants. Help you out.
I think that the something that I don't get is why would this entire flat Earth thing? Why would it matter to me? I'm just trying to get money and some food.
Well, then you're
I
no
don't know,
threat
man.
to the system.
You're here, so clearly there's some reason you're here, right?
No
You wanted?
threat.
Are you
Just here to
interested?
chill out and hang out.
but-
No
yeah,
threat.
we all want to chill out and hang out. I guess the bottom line: are you interested in knowing the world that you live in, basically?
No.
I mean,
Like a lot of science is about the globe. So
You
a
sound
lot
like-
of what you know. Yeah,
Briggs,
so
you sound
if
like
you
too
take
many
that away,
people right now. No.
That's where I got it from.
no,
What? What
That's
happened?
where I got it from. No.
dude, like yeah, man. Your whole reality is based around the globe, right? Like around the light. If we were allowed to explore the world, learn things for real, and pass this knowledge along, these people will never stay in power. You know what I mean?
knowledge
So to stay in,
knowledge is power. Knowledge.
yeah, but to stay in power, yep. To stay in power, they have to control the knowledge because this knowledge empowers people. So that's why to stay in power.
So what if we had the knowledge to, I mean, remove those people from power?
Well, in order for that to happen, people need to know what's going on, and then
everyone has
we
to
need,
wake up. Everyone has
Yep.
to wake up.
and then from there, who knows how it's going to happen, but it's inevitable that everybody's going to know eventually.
So I also keep hearing about like this rich elite, like they always talk about those people like it's as if it were a group. Like, is
Well,
there
are
any
they not?
specific people? I mean, yeah, it's a group, but is there any specific people that we know are in that?
Yeah, have you heard of the Council of Foreign Relations, or have you heard of the United Nations?
Yeah.
Or have you heard of
Exactly.
the term called globalists? I mean, it's not far off. All the people that are very high up.
Hey, I've heard that from Alex Jones.
Well, if they have $1 billion in their bank account, they probably know.
Well,
Nice.
see, the idea about Alex Jones is controlled opposition. And so
Yeah, we don't agree with Alex Jones.
but
George, you say you're in
but
Mexico?
there is some truth.
Yeah, I'm in Mexico.
All right, well, I'm going to send you a video. I'm going to send you a private message.
What part of Mexico?
Ooh. I don't think he knows you that well, Helio.
I'm still going to send him private messages.
Hey, George, what part of Mexico are you at?
Northern Mexico.
What state?
You live by the border?
Close, relatively close.
Tijuana?
Yeah, close to the border.
Nuevo León.
Nuevo León. Oh, okay.
Is that near
I have a
Tamaulipas? Or?
question. I have a question, Jose.
I'm from
Okay.
Guadalajara.
Nice.
Okay. So in relation to his location, isn't the atmosphere pretty dry there?
I mean, right now it's cold. It's
Right.
Cold
depressingly
and dry,
cold.
right?
Yeah, I'd say
Perfect.
dry. I mean, it rains
Okay.
sometimes, sort of dry.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you ever have the opportunity to look at the sunrise or set?
Yeah, I've seen the sunrise a few times.
Okay, and have you ever noticed that when the sun is quote unquote setting, that it gets smaller as it sets?
I've seen it get smaller. Yeah.
Where it gets into a pinpoint,
Oh, not that small, but relatively small.
like smaller than you think it should be, though, right?
Not always.
But there have been times where you've kind of wondered about that.
Not really, honestly. I've
Oh,
I've never thought
okay,
about
well-
that much a lot.
Well, the reason why I brought that up is because the sun is more local than what we've been told. And the reasons, the proofs that we have for that is how the sun looks to our very eyes. And it's not a mathematical construct. So, you know, you have crepuscular rays when you see the sun in the high point in the sky. And that's just impossible for a sun that's 93 million miles away, and all those sun rays are supposed to be parallel coming towards the earth. And then so
I
far as
see.
so far when it rises or sets, I don't see this effect in my area, as a lot of people in the United States don't either, because of the humidity or atmospheric chemtrail bullshit or whatever. But when you see the sun go down, where it's looking like it's going down on the horizon, actually it's just moving farther away, and that's why it gets smaller. And in the right atmospheric conditions, and if there's no topographical obstructions, you can see it go into a pinpoint, and that just doesn't make sense on a globe.
Okay.
So
Well, just to touch up on that you might not get that effect where you live because Mexico's very humid. I don't know where Nuevo León. I think is that the desert?
Well, there's a bit of a desert here going on. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that in places of high humidity where there's a lot of like moisture in the atmosphere,
Right.
what actually happens is you'll get some type of atmospheric lensing where the sun actually might even get bigger, or it'll keep its same angular size. It appears to keep that size. So I don't know if you ever seen like in the horizon when you see the moon, sometimes it looks really big, or the sun just looks too big, where like the moon looks like it's gonna hit the earth. That's due to all the you're literally looking through the densest medium of atmosphere, so it causes it to actually magnify somewhat.
What's cognitive dissonance? What's that?
It means they don't like you.
Oh.
No, that's not what I mean.
That's what you did to me when you didn't like me before.
Okay, well.
Why did you get cognitive dissonance?
I don't know. I was ranked that. I was about to talk and I just got ranked that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me take that off. Hold on one sec. Yeah, it's not a good thing when you're in there, I'll tell you that.
No.
I'm just here to chill.
You're all right, man.
Hey, Riggs,
That
can you
caused a
take off? Can you take off his cog diss? I don't think.
Yeah, is it George?
It's off.
Yeah, it's
I just don't have a rank. I used to have the glow over the rank.
Here, I'll give you on the fence because you sound kind of convinced by us.
I mean, I like to check some other points of view, I guess.
Well, yeah,
Well,
sounds like
I'll
I'm
be
on the
honest with
fence.
everyone. I sent him that Marty Leeds video explaining the Mayan calendar.
Sure.
And that's what I sent it. Right, George?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a long video, but I listened to the entire thing today. It was awesome. And I reckon
Yeah, you need to watch Iru Landushi, man. That guy he's like the best.
And I sent that message too. I mean, Irlianichi and then I sent him the Marty Leeds video on the Mayan calendar, and he kind of relates it with all of the other calendars and everything. I mean, it's a really good. It's a long video, but it's freaking awesome. And if you guys haven't watched it, you really need to watch it. I'm gonna put voice text for everyone. If you haven't watched it, then you're just missing out. Honestly, it's a really good video.
Hey guys, I just want to wish you guys all a happy good night, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. All right.
Good night.
All right. Good night, man. You too, Beach. Good night.
Go to bed and do your job.
Oh, is Bob here?
Adios,
Yes, yeah, Bob's here. Yeah.
What's up, Bob?
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, Battle Mod, what was that thing you said earlier about motive? What was the phrase you used?
Appeal to motive.
Yeah, appeal to motive. Yeah.
I think the Globe side should make a show called Globe Thrusters.
You see those pages from Gelway?
It won't work.
They can have like a weekly show called Globe Thrusters. You should do that, Beach.
Sounds good.
ISS Globe Thrusters, brought to you by Viagra.
You might even get sponsors.
Brazzers.
Yeah. It's the only way they're going to get it up in space, man. They need Viagra.
Hey, so what does on the fence mean? I'm sorry.
It just means that you're interested and you're open-minded.
Oh, okay.
That's all I mean.
You know, it's funny. There is a Globe Thrusters on YouTube. That's
Fuck you do to the moon? It's upside down.
He's a flat Earth.
There it is.
I mean, personally, I'm not really that convinced with flat Earth, but what I am convinced of is the fact that there's some rich elite controlling, like wanting to control everything. I know that because I'm in a political role-playing group, and I am part of that rich elite, and it's fun.
Okay. Yeah.
It's fun.
How much money do you have?
I managed to get some wealth by selling shirts to both sides of a war, and it was fun, and it got me thinking.
Yeah, I can actually give you something right now in voice text, George. I'll tag you, but I gotta find it. Yeah. So I can show you how everything is like connected, through money. So all these people are
really
connected.
Money.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say all these guys are connected. Like even NASA and all the space agencies are all connected to the rich elite. But yeah.
I mean, if I were part of the rich elite, I'd probably try to control everything and get some more money.
Well, what I was going to say, you should really check out Iru Landucci because he's a 3D graphic artist. That's what he does for a living. So for him to spot like fake space and bakery, it's easy for him because that's what he does. His company was doing real-time digital compositing back in 2012, and it's not even a big company. So imagine what NASA could do with their budget. They already own a film studio that has green screen walls that are 150 feet tall and like 300 feet long. It's 13 football fields, with wires, whatever they call them, to trapeze or whatever it is. So they already have all the stuff. They have all the stuff is in place. Yeah, so all the stuff is in place, right? So it's more of a matter of, and it's out there that they have this stuff, equipment. They've already done like compositing where they teleported a doll in.
Oh, there's Nazi Germany here. Oh, that's all connected. Ooh.
And then you have the.
You should also look up the history of the globe and how that's connected, like where that came from. That's a whole freaking story in and of itself, man. All those people are connected.
Hey, Veach, have you come to your senses yet? We got a space on the couch when you're ready.
I'm still diehard Glober, my friend.
I was just
sorry to hear that.
Beach, I'll be honest, because I'm always too honest. I was PMing Beach, and I was like, man, you're just hanging out, making a documentary. He's like, no, I do fictional films. And I'm like, man, well, just broaden your horizons here, brother, man. Do a documentary about what's going on here 24/7.
Yeah, I'm working on a movie with Veach, aren't we? working together on that.
What was the movie? I forget.
Flat Earth, the movie.
It's a flat Earth movie.
Yeah, I think I do remember
about
this.
that girl. Remember?
Which
Hey guys, I also got another question. I see a lot of flat earthers here criticizing the army. Why is that? The United States Army. Why? What would they?
They are the policemen of the world. They are lawless.
Lawless. So
Lawless. They just do what they want.
No, asking, are some of us veterans?
No, I think what he's getting at is, and Robbie was actually talking in the interview earlier about this, is that the military guards like Antarctica and the 40-year peace treaty, and sometimes when people want to go to Antarctica, they can't. It's just like a tour. You take a picture with the penguin, and then that's it, because they have a treaty in place where you can't go over there. So I think the gripe that people have, I guess, with the military is that, they don't allow them to go into like restricted airspace, or they could manipulate the weather and
Compartmentalization.
For our Navy and our Marine.
Compartmentalization. Yeah.
Also, I got a bit of a thought going on. So let's say there's a bunch of people that know that the Earth is flat. There's soldiers, let's say, guarding the one of the South Pole. Wouldn't one of those soldiers have broken down, like just completely spill the beans and just tell the whole thing is a lie? Wouldn't that would have happened by now?
No, Carl,
If you
no.
go to a restricted area, you only get one warning to
You
turn
don't get
back.
selected
If
to
you don't
be a
turn
part of
back,
those units.
you get
If
you're
you're
a target. You get removed.
Sorry?
You don't get selected to be one of the units that guards that
You
shit.
violate
Proving that you're not
for
ever gonna.
areas that the military, our U.S. military guards, you only get one warning to turn back.
Wait, is that for me?
Yeah. If there are military down there, it's not just some guard that they picked up somewhere, and it's not like he's
No.
gonna know the Earth is flat. There's no military personnel right now that you can ask that will tell you to your face in front of everybody that the Earth is flat. This is against everything in the military. You're gonna get in trouble for that kind of shit, right? You don't ask
Yeah,
questions.
but
You follow orders.
Wouldn't one of those people have already like spilled the beans, just gone completely insane, and have like already told everyone, "Hey, the Earth is flat"? Epic.
Well, you see all these veterans on the streets. They're all homeless, trying to tell you, "Hey, what the hell was happening in Vietnam?" And you call them crazy. Of course, there are people out there doing that. But do you believe them?
But also, when
No.
we talk about history, I mean, look at the latest thing I just put in voice text for everyone. Look at this.
Well, a lot of people in the military do come out as flat earthers. I'd say half of the flat earther community was in the military. They know how it works and how compartmentalized it is, where you have certain information and you can't really talk about it depending on your position.
Wait, so there are flat earthers in the military. Wouldn't that make them like self-conscious?
They may not be in the military anymore. Like I'd say like half of the flat earthers probably were in the military at some point.
I see.
Look, you can put self-conscious or whatever you want into it, but the truth is you follow orders while you're in there, and if you don't, you get punished.
Yeah, they beat the rules into you with consequences. Everything you do in the military has consequences. Every action is accounted for. So, it's not your first like response to think, let me just release this information and totally ruin my pension, ruin all my benefits and get get kicked out of the military or whatever.
You'll be in a military prison for the rest of your fucking life.
So you're owned by the military when you're in, and I've heard
Yes.
some jokes. I've heard some
Oh,
jokes
yeah.
that like your senior leaders will sometimes, if you get hurt, say doing anything, they'll say, "Don't damage government property because you're the government."
Sure.
Right.
It all depends on the tier of people,
For
but
hurt yourself, dude. Yes.
like the average soldier.
If you're doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
So-
Well, the average soldier, like they're going to like be controlled at a certain level. But when you get to Antarctica and you get to those type of like special contractors or security forces, like special forces, yeah, you sign documents and waivers saying you are not going to talk about anything you see here. And if you do, we will throw you in military prison.
They'll throw you off the fucking boat.
Yeah, they'll kill you. Yeah, they'll just do that. And it's that top secret, though, that you need a certain level of clearance to do it.
They'll throw you off the flat earth.
They'll follow orders to be on. They'll follow.
Throw your ass off the edge.
Hey, here's the edge, bud. Have fun.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia.
Oh man, it's not that funny though. I mean, but it's
No,
fucking
it's not.
hilarious.
It's not.
But it's not like they got a guy, right? It's not like they got guards standing there in Antarctica guarding the place.
No, they guard the border.
Seriously, I mean, it's not to go.
You're
Seriously,
violating.
everyone, do you think,
airspace
does
as
everyone
well.
think that it's that easy to go to the edge of the earth? You know, if there is an edge. I mean, seriously, I mean, hey, why don't you guys make an expedition and go down there? What are the necessary provisions that would need to be made to explore that part of the world? I mean, many people have tried and many people have failed. Am I wrong about that?
Can't you just get a boat and just go?
Just go south as far as you can go.
Just jump on a plane,
Why
go.
don't you climb over it and then just get up there with some snowmobiles and drive across the damn ice?
But don't flat earthers want to know? Why don't you ever just go to the edge, bro? Show me a picture of the whole Earth from space. What if I bought you a ticket to space? Would you then admit that it's a globe?
Yes.
Well, fuck, you can't go to the edge. Why don't you just go to space and prove the globe?
Show me a picture from space that isn't manipulated.
Dude,
I
we
mean,
got flat earthers that ask the same
nobody
dumb question,
goes.
and then they wonder why it triggers us, and we think they're a shill.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh snap! In 2 years, we haven't considered that. Duh.
So damn pretty.
It's like I have as much money to buy a rocket to go to space as I do to buy a ship to sail around Antarctica or.
Hey, you know what, Helio?
Look, the question is, why do we have to freaking go to space to prove that it's not there? But you can look at just look at some freaking equations and prove that it's there. I mean, how does that work?
Well, we can prove that
Helio,
water
you
can't
could go to
float on the
space.
surface. We can prove
If
that
you stop
water
drinking for like 2
bodies of
months,
water-
you could afford to go to space.
Oh man, come on.
Yeah, I don't make that much money.
Burn. You come back.
Hey, you know what? You know, Bong could maybe do the same thing, but with weed. Weed
I
tastes
live in
good, man.
space. Space is all
True.
around.
Great space coaster, get on board.
Whoa.
Is anything that I said? Is anything that I said, Riggs? No. I mean, I'm trying to point
Remember
out
that
the
song?
implausible.
Take a ride on fantasy.
Is what I was trying to point out is implausible. Is that so ridiculous that you had to point out that I drink a lot? Does that make?
It's just a joke, man. You drink every day. It's not a big deal.
No, he doesn't.
Well, it has nothing to do with what I was trying to point out, and I really think it's very important to. I think people just like, hey, you know, I mean, honestly, people think, well, you know, if flat earthers really wanted to find the edge, they could, but they can't.
Don't feel bad, Helio. I spend way more money on weed than you do on alcohol.
You probably do, but check this
Maybe I
out.
should stop smoking.
It's freaking implausible for someone to say, hey, just a few flat earthers could find the edge of the world if they had enough money. Or no, I mean, seriously, think about how many millions of dollars it would cost for you wouldn't even, like, okay, say you were going to, like, okay, we go to the ice wall and we're going to travel across it to find the edge. I mean, what could you even prepare I mean, would you know what provisions you would need? How far are you going to travel?
Sled dogs.
All right. Oh, well, we're not going to use a ship. We're not going to use snowmobiles. All right, we have to use an airplane. Okay, so we're going to try to fly across it. Hey, but we can't because a fucking Antarctic Treaty, those bastards. All right, so we're going to fly across. Have you looked at the map of the different countries that control different districts of Antarctica on the bottom of the globe? You know, supposedly there are different districts that are controlled by this. And I know you're just fucking giving me shit, Riggs, man. You know that. But I'm
Just
just
making a
telling
joke.
you, but honestly, there are people that ask some serious questions that think that it's possible for flat earthers to go explore Antarctica. And this is a very
and
serious question.
my question is, how do they know space is infinite? That's a better question, right?
No, it's not. Because space doesn't exist, and it's obvious that rockets can't go to space because they just make parabolic arcs and they pretend they go to space.
The reason I said that is because that idea is not something we can verify.
Well, we can't
Right.
verify going to different parts of the world either, especially parts of the Southern Pacific. You know, I mean, we can say, hey, well, let's just circumnavigate around Antarctica and see if we're going to turn right or left. Oh, and that would prove whether or not the ice wall turns right or left, or whether there's an opening. Maybe there's other lands out there, or maybe we can just hike over the ice wall and find the edge.
Honestly, I just want to like find a dope island and just forget all this.
When you find it, let me know. I'll
I
come.
just want to go on an island that nobody like is inhabiting. It's just enough, you know, for me and like some honeys, and just hanging on the island.
I bet it's possible, and
No,
that's
you
why they
don't.
won't let us.
Actually, if you wouldn't be here unless you gave a shit.
I think that would be a bad idea, though. Get some visitors come over.
Uh-oh.
Hey, you know what? Bong already admitted that he has property on his somewhat.
Yeah, man, just let me know when you guys want to do it. Yeah.
Man, let's all do it, man.
Wait, you have property? Let's go, man.
Yeah,
I'm
he
ready.
has property on Samoa, man.
I
We
have-
can go over there.
I'm game.
Samoa, he's got property. We're all gonna go.
Dude, I'm already there. I'll help you grow corn
Let's all go.
or tomatoes.
No, we're gonna grow weed. I don't know what you're talking about.
Corn,
Yeah, we're
big
gonna grow
tomatoes.
weed, and we're just gonna be stuck in Samoa, and I don't give a shit about the rest of the world.
Well, it's a great place to do to observe. It's a great place to see the Milky Way and all the stars, and to put a telescope or an observatory. That's the idea that I've had. Is
Dude.
tourism is put an observatory there because it's perfect. Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah,
flat
we'll do
earthers,
the
yeah.
freaking observatory.
Yeah.
Do it.
And that's what the idea I have right now, but I don't want to get the government involved. I want it to be my telescope. You know, so.
Well, don't you have to get them involved or some shit because of national security?
No, it depends on the size of the project, I guess. Yeah, and the scope. So if we just keep it right under the, the radar, we'll be able to set something big up for research, but not that big where the government will want to get involved.
Public
Something
now,
like
I
that,
just
Yeah, something tells me this is not going to work.
my bad, bro. That's American Samoa.
It's about tourism, not astronomy, but astronomy will be snuck in there through the tourists and the flat earthers to show up. You know what I mean? It's a plan.
Oh yeah, we'll just
Really.
make it exclusive for flat Earth observation.
Here in Sydney, there's an observatory right there at the Opera House, right? A lot of tourists go there, and that's what I was looking at, setting something up like that.
You gone
It's a
there
tourist
and-
spot. Pardon?
Have you gone there and looked at it?
I've been around outside, looked inside, but I haven't gone inside
Do
for
they
a
have a
tour.
telescope? Is that what you're saying? That I mean,
It's an observatory. The Sydney, it's an observatory. I don't know if they have a telescope. I hope they do. It's an observatory. But
it must be. I mean, is it optical or yeah, it must be optical. And I mean, we can see
mean
what's inside
binocular?
the lens and what do they see and all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. But I would really be interested in the actual optical images they get from there. So, yeah, if you can work on that here pretty soon. You know what? If you go there, I bet they won't. But they're using fucking fake images. I bet you, man. You'll be coming back from the observatory with some fake fucking printouts, fake images, CGI bullshit. But if you do, you should go there and say, "Hey, I want actual printouts of what I could see through that little eyepiece," because it's the only way you can have an optical images is from one look through the magnified optical, and however big the lens is, that's the only way you can magnify an image is through a very large lens, actual optical images.
That'd be funny. Probably no fucking lens, no telescope at all. It's just a TV screen you're looking.
That probably is. It's fucking bullshit.
Like, where's the actual telescope? Look, it's right. Just look over there. It's right
Well,
there.
you know, that's what they're doing with the Tesla car. So they uploaded a digital firmware to these telescopes, and then they were seeing the trajectory of the Tesla car at some observatory, but it wasn't like the real thing. It was just like a dot in the telescope.
That was disputed. That was disputed by other astronomers.
Wow.
They said it was an aberration, a pixel aberration, but they didn't really see anything. Yeah, that like they, when they did it, like, of course, there's a news story that comes out like the next day. Yeah, they picked it up with a telescope. Then, like 2 days later, they were like, "Nah, that didn't really happen."
That's a fun story, though.
They'd never retract anything. That's what they can just tell a lie and just never retract it, and nobody ever notices.
They count on us not knowing the model is what happens.
Well, and guess what? It works because nobody
Yeah.
does know the model.
Picking
They're
up
too
a
busy
car
going
with a
on Facebook.
telescope in space. Come on, dude.
I mean, it's very convincing.
It's an auto dealership up there too, I bet.
Kudos to the people that built this brilliant system that we're supposed to believe exists. I mean, kudos to them. I mean,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Give them a hand.
Okay.
God bless the people that gave us this fake.
I'd like to thank Einstein and Newton.
Oh yeah, cool.
Copernicus, what's up?
Copernicus, Einstein,
And Pythagoras.
freaking
Aristophanes.
wait. We
I want to
cannot
thank
forget
John D for giving us Aleister Crowley.
John D, Aleister Crowley,
Jack Parsons.
We cannot forget who's the evolution guy?
Richard Dawkins.
Darwin.
Yeah, Richard
Darwin.
Dawkins.
Oh, Darwin.
Yeah,
Darwin.
We
Yeah.
can't forget
Yeah.
Darwin. Oh, Darwin.
Richard Darwin.
Richard Darwin.
That's a great Discord name.
Osama bin Laden, Barack Obama,
Dunning Darwin.
Darwin Dawkins.
we got evolution everywhere, man. It's just like shit is evolving everywhere. You just can't see it happening. You just know it's happening because we can dig down in the dirt. We don't have to dig down in the dirt to make sure that it happens anymore because we have DNA evidence of evolution. I mean, shit. Why would you even have to dig anymore? We just have scientific evidence through DNA of these different phyla and all this kind of shit. It's just like, fuck a bunch of digging down in the dirt. We just use chemicals to make sure that we know that shit used to be what it wasn't and what it is. Which, to me, it's obviously evidence of a common creator, but then once they add their millions and billions of years, it's just so easy for them to just say, hey man, even though we can't find evidence of it, physical evidence of it, it's got to be true because we found through chemicals we add it to. We can take a blood sample from an animal and say, hey, this used to be that, multiple millions of years ago. I mean, how fucking retarded is that, man? I really don't get how these guys think that's science. I'm lost in their minutia fucking nonsense, fucking pseudoscience bullshit. Oh, it really pisses.
Grinds my gears.
You think it grinds your gears? It really grinds. I hold back a lot because I'm holding back right now. Their bullshit pseudoscience is really.
I just found some good ass flat Earth proof.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-oh is right. So I was going through the Beyond Horizons website, and this guy, his name is Bruno Carayas. He's captured Canagoo a bunch of times, right? So I search the name. I go through his Instagram, and I find infrared photography that he did, 1,000 nanometers is the wavelength. So 272 kilometers. Canagoo is 2,484 meters. His elevation is 427 meters. So according to Metabunk, Canagoo should have been 2,000 meters below the curve. Or no, hold on, that's wrong. That would be the hidden. No, it's. I think I messed up my mathematics.
That's a lot of feet.
Hold on a second.
That's a lot of feet.
Hold on, hold that thought. Because I want to take a screenshot. I'm going to post it in voice text. Hold on.
Ooh, nice.
It's not an Instacast. Instantcast. Your math.
What's up?
Bad joke.
Wah, wah, wah.
See, I thought so. IP Man is the story of Bruce Lee's master, or Sifu.
Yeah. I watched his videos, and he has a book, where he teaches you stuff. I tried to learn from YouTube, but it was really hard to. Everybody had different interpretations. Yeah, it's really awesome the way that guy teaches it.
So, Veach, what do you say about that? Being able to see the Canagoo Mountains from that far, how does that work on a globe?
Can you see the bottom of the mountain? If you can't see the base.
Say what? Sorry, I was away from the computer, but I heard my name. What'd you say?
Oof, that is a killer.
It's quite simple, to be fair.
Ooh.
Oof.
How many miles is this one, India?
Hold on,
You
I'm going to
said-
post all the information. Give me a second.
Is that the moon?
Yep, that's the moon. It actually comes from an animation. So he took a bunch of these, more than one, and he made an animation of it.
What's that big dot in the middle?
So it's a water tower.
Okay, so
You
I
can't see the
take it
bottom
as-
of the water tower.
Black Hat. What's the
So
last?
what, dude? What does that matter? You can't see the bottom of shit on a plane either.
I have a question. Is that guy not a globe or flat earther? Is it totally unbiased?
He's
See, a
just
lot
a
of
guy
times
that takes
people
pictures.
that
He's a
ask
photographer.
Oh wow. Nice.
They don't know about compression and forefronting because of the angular resolution. The floor or the surface of the Earth gets compressed and forefronted into the front view of the bottom of the object in the back. You're seeing the ground in front of it. It's forefronted.
All right, guys, can I ask a question?
It's a simple law of photography and optics.
Law of photography, Jesus. And my question is, you know, if we're on a flat plane and we're supposed to be able to, you know, be able to see that far, Mount Everest is the highest point on Earth. So if I got my camera and
Could you see Mount Everest from anywhere?
yeah,
No, that's
weather.
dumb.
There's weather, dude. You can't see that far in general.
Called atmospheric obstructions. Ask the weatherman; he'll tell you.
yeah, I know. But if I used
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So you got a magic camera.
You can't see that far.
yeah, you can get a magic camera.
How
in the
many
game, so-
thunderstorms are between you and Everest right now?
Right. Okay. What if I used
mean,
UV
can't-
light?
Wait, but even without atmosphere, can you see that?
Moron. Two storms.
2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. Can you see that far?
Two storms, a moron, and Mount Everest going to a bar.
No, but
Guys,
couldn't
one
you
at a
use like
time, one at a
radar?
time.
You could use radar or radio waves or something, right? At least.
Yeah, you can. You can use UV or infrared.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
radar has a
going up to
distance,
Mount
right?
Everest, yeah, so you need something more.
Radar
realistic.
has a distance, you know, right?
Realistic.
Due to signal in the inverse square law. It
Right, so why
diffuses.
can't we see Mount Everest with microwaves, UV or infrared?
Because no one's on top of Mount Everest with a transmitter.
Why can't you see the
No, I'm
house a
saying-
mile down the street from you?
So
You know how many
cover Mount
mountains? You know how many
Everest.
tall mountains there are next to Mount Everest?
So cover Mount
because
Everest
in
in
the
microwave transmitters and see if
In
you
the
can pick up
Himalayas.
the signal from 3,000 miles away. So that's how you would do it.
Yeah,
And
but
first
obviously,
off, Mount Everest is covered with storm patterns
Yeah,
constantly.
but they can only climb it 2 weeks out of the year.
Dude's a moron.
Wait, hold on, Black Hat. What? Today, yesterday, the day before, anytime
You're in a
recently?
college class.
No,
You're
hold on.
in-
Vision goes.
Wait, no, Black
I have
Hat.
an answer.
Wait,
I have an answer real quick.
Hold on. Quick question. Just quick question.
Conversation, asking third grade questions.
No, today, yesterday, the day before, anytime recently, Black Hat. What's the last thing that like made you think that the Earth is a globe? The last thing you saw in your life?
the last thing I saw.
Yeah, in your
Oof.
life. Like yesterday, the day before, whatever made you think the Earth is a globe.
Don't
Like,
start the
probably-
sentence.
yeah, probably
I was
something.
tripping on acid.
When I was watching a movie, it was at the beginning of the
Hold on,
movie.
hold on. Let him talk. Let him.
Holy shit.
Sunset done it for me.
No, how about no?
No,
Why did
I just said sunset.
How about no? Don't let him talk. How about that?
Well, this is not a debate, is it? It's very immature of you to suggest that.
Can I answer? Can I answer now, please? So how tall is Mount Everest? How tall is Mount Everest?
29,000 feet.
29,000 feet. How high does an airplane fly usually?
35.
40,000.
35,000 feet. So okay. So you look at an airplane, right? Why does it disappear into the horizon? It's just as high as Mount Everest. Why
Because
does
it
it?
goes over the curve.
Angler
Why does
size.
No, listen. There's something up there, it's the same height as Mount Everest, and it's moving away from you. Okay, as it moves away from you, it starts to sink into the horizon, right? So how can you see Mount Everest when you can see exactly what's going on here with this plane? Yeah, it's perspective. It depends on your height. If you want to see Mount Everest, you got to go up even higher and higher and higher. I mean, it's,
Can't
you know what I'm
even
saying?
see 10
Perspective.
miles away from you looking across
Right.
anywhere.
Exactly.
Why do you think you can
Get it?
see 3,000 miles or 4,000 miles? What the fuck? Why would people think they can even see that far? Even if the atmosphere is not involved.
I know, and then he says it's immature and not a debate, but you're asking the dumbest
I know,
question
it's
you could possibly
I mean,
ask.
so why do you think you can see that far? What the fuck is wrong with you?
He
You
doesn't
probably think
understand
he sees
yet.
stars. He probably thinks he sees stars from light years away too, and not that the
Yeah,
light
multiple
years
trillions of
are.
light years. He thinks he sees stars from
Trillions
multiple
of light
trillions
years.
of light years
Correct.
away.
Trillions
Yeah.
of
Well,
light
are you actually asking because you want to perform an experiment? Because if you have the funds and you want to do it, we could probably help you get some parameters for a realistic observation.
All right.
Otherwise, shut your trap because that's a stupid question.
It is when you can't see 3 blocks down the street, 2 blocks in foggy weather, maybe a block. Shit, in a snowstorm.
Have you seen the picture of that hallway?
See Mount Everest from the edge of. Why can't I
You know
see
how-
Mount Everest from west? From
You know how-
freaking North Carolina.
You know how a hallway or a tunnel, right? You look at the ceiling, if it's straight enough, you'll see the ceiling start to converge, right? With the floor and the walls at one point, right? That's perspective. That's what
Well,
you're
yeah.
seeing, right? When you
Yeah,
look at a plane or something. Yep.
Black Hat, imagine the sun is in a hallway with you.
Dude, the easiest way to explain it
couldn't-
is
couldn't it
the-
be-
Teaching me 1 point
couldn't it be
perspective.
The apparent
couldn't the sun be
horizon is the
traveling away
reason
from
you
you?
can't see forever. There you go. Apparent horizon. Look it up.
He's asking about the sun. And he's about to prove.
No.
PowerPoint.
I
Oh,
asked him
boy,
what
oh,
the last
boy.
thing. I asked him what the last thing he saw that proved the globe, and he said the sunset. So I'm just trying to understand what he thinks about that. So if the sun was low over your head in a hallway, and it went down to the end of the hallway, couldn't that also be like it's setting?
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, Hollywood. I'm gonna reply to this, and what I'm saying is basically what you're
What?
trying to explain to me there is 1 point perspective. 1 point perspective works as in it's a constant motion of something getting smaller as it gets away from you, but the
Yeah.
sun doesn't constantly get smaller as it gets away from you. It's
Right.
sort of disappears.
So, but
there's
hold
not
on.
one
Yeah,
point
distance
perspective
makes
away
it
from the board completely.
reduce
That
and
is not the
emphasize
argument.
due to
I have a
angular
rebuttal.
resolution.
But so I heard that like the moon looks bigger low on the horizon because of some atmospheric. So I think the sun might
It's
also
not.
do the
That's an
same.
illusion. It's not atmospheric. It's an illusion.
No, it's an illusion.
What the hell does that even
but-
mean? It's
yeah,
an
no,
illusion.
wait, hold on. But
It's an
couldn't the sun setting be an illusion also too? Then that's the same thing. It's on the horizon, low on the horizon, right?
No, because it
The
look
moon,
bigger on the horizon.
but the moon rises and sets also, right?
Yeah, it does.
So so it's the same. You're saying they're different,
No, it's exactly the same. The sun looks bigger on the horizon as well.
right? So it's an illusion, right? So how do you know
It
it's
is an
not just
illusion.
traveling
Because it disappears and it gets dark.
because it's
And
far
that's
away?
because of optical extinction of light through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is not
You can see the
100%
shadows on the
transparent.
clouds above you. You can see the shadows on the
Yeah,
clouds.
that's the reflection of the light from the surface.
From the surface
You
of
know,
what?
Yeah, from the
technically,
surface to the ground. Why don't you look it up, dude, instead of just
Then why
running
don't
your
we
trap?
Why don't we constantly have shadows on the clouds?
by
on the
science, the
I
atmosphere is
just told you why. I just told you why.
Where are the shadows in the clouds though? Where?
Exactly, they're only there on sunset.
No, wait, like on the under.
Yeah, I've got a
You're
photo
talking
to
about
show
like
you.
Mount
I've got a
Rainier?
photo of it.
Mount Rainier casting its shadow on the cloud.
No, 2 seconds.
So why isn't the point of Mount Rainier on the shadow on the cloud? Why isn't the point what's illuminated? Right? So the
Well,
point,
Black Hat-
it's like a pyramid, right? So you're casting a light on a pyramid. So the point of that pyramid is what's going to cast the shadow if the light source is going over to a lower point.
That sun is clearly going to a lower point.
So Black Hat. my
Dude, you
sister showed-
didn't even answer. You just danced around it. So why isn't the point of Mount Rainier its shadow when it's cast?
What is
Why
Mount
isn't
Rainier?
that the shadow? Mount Rainier is a mountain in Washington, right? So they take a lot of photographs of it casting its shadow on the clouds, but you don't see the
I'm not
point
sure.
of the shadow.
I don't know what you're talking about here.
Well, I'll post the
From
image.
America.
Yeah, you gotta show him the image or something. But Black Hat, my sister was on a cruise and she took a picture of the sunset, and she told me it looked really weird because she knows how I feel about us, and there was clouds behind the sun on the sunset.
Well, show me the photo.
I know. I really, I will look for it because it's incredible.
Yeah, that's an optical illusion.
I was gonna say it's got to be an optical.
I know. It's from like an iPhone or something. But it looked really crazy, and I was like, no way.
Yeah, that's like my biggest gripe with the whole flat earth thing is like you're growing up, you're in school, they're like, hey, question everything, anything's possible. reach for the stars, and then when you get older and you start questioning flat Earth, they're like, oh, but you can't do that. Like, don't do that. It's like, what? You told me my whole life to question science and to find new formulas or new evidence or new natural.
I can swear,
observations.
I have a picture. I know it's on my phone somewhere. I can't find it, but I actually took a picture. I was driving to work one day, and I saw the sun was coming up, and there was a chemtrail in the sky, just a little short chemtrail, but there was a layer of clouds above it. Check this out. Yeah, you call it chemtrail, whatever you want to call it. But it was just a little line in the sky, and it was casting a shadow on the clouds above. I took a picture of it, and I could swear it's on my phone somewhere, but I was about to post it, but I can't find it. But I know it was there, whatever. So yes, there was a shadow from below where the sun was coming up. It's not, I mean, the sun's above, obviously, and it still doesn't prove a globe or a flat Earth or whatever, because we see those kinds of phenomena all the time. And so yes, I took a picture of a shadow cast of a trail in the sky, a shadow of it on the clouds above it. It's a weird phenomenon. Yes, and that's similar to what you're describing, right?
Yeah, that's my point proven. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I know exactly. I know that's what you're
obviously
saying.
the sun can't
So-
transcend below clouds. How can it cast a shadow on the
you're
cloud
saying
above?
that proves that the sun is we're on a globe moving away from the sun,
not away
spinning
from the sun.
backwards.
Hold on, listen, dude.
No, I'm
You
spinning
know
around the
reflectivity,
globe,
right?
backward away from the sun. Yeah.
So whenever a light source is past a critical angle, right, it's 100% reflective. So if the sun is very far away, the angle to the surface is very shallow, and it doesn't matter what the material is. Even graphite will be reflective. What you're seeing is a reflection off the ground. The ground is reflective.
No, we're looking at a shadow.
Yeah, I know we're looking at the shadow, but the thing is,
Shadows
where
don't
is the
reflect,
light
shadows
coming
are
from?
lack of light.
Dude, listen, no shit, Sherlock. We're trying to figure out where is the light source. Where's the light source?
Yeah, it's the sun, obviously.
Yeah, but its position is what we're trying to determine.
Yeah, it's
What's its
definitely not below the
position
cloud.
relative to the mountain?
What do you think
So
it's
do you
below
see?
the cloud?
If it was below, look. Do you see the graphic right there
Which one? Hold on.
with the grid, the pyramid?
Yeah, you think the sun's on
So
the
you
ground?
see that? So you see that line? Listen, you're saying it's under the ground. You're saying it's over the curve of the earth.
Yeah, it is over the curve of the earth.
So if it's over the curve of the earth, that means it's under the peak of the mountain, right? So the shadow, the tip of that mountain, the point, will be furthest away.
Yes, but
Yes, but what? So look at the images right above that, and you can see where the point is. The point is at the mountain. It's not beyond the mountain.
it's as it should be.
Just declare it. So is that like your proof by declaration? That's how it should be.
It's not proof by declaration.
So I just showed you
but it's definitely-
geometric. It is a declaration because I just showed you geometrically how it'll work if the light source is below the mountain, where the shadow is going to be cast, and you just say no. That's it. That's your evidence. No.
I don't think you know how shadows work.
Well, I just demonstrated it.
From S point on that the diagram that you showed me. S point is the start of the Peter Pan's foot, as you would say. Where's Peter Pan's foot coming from that mountain? The tip. It is. So Peter Pan's foot is shadow, obviously because it's reversed, because the sun is below.
What do you mean by
above.
Peter Pan's foot? What are you talking about?
The cast of the shadow, so where the shadow meets the body, which is S point on the diagram. Because you've got to think of it, you've got to think of the sun.
Listen, the shadow is going to be an outline of whatever the
Right,
structure it is, right? The shadow is going to be basically a silhouette of that structure,
Yeah, I'm
right?
gonna
Cut out of the light. So the point is going to be furthest away because of the geometry. It's easy to see. Okay, the point isn't going to be the closest to the pyramid.
2 seconds. Trying to visualize it for you.
Hey, yo, Battle Mod. So this graphic you showed, like, wouldn't it just be easier if they had a satellite? They could just take a picture of the real thing and show.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And then they could just like draw the lines on the picture from the actual sun and the actual Earth,
You know,
so we could actually see the actual.
What's really messed up is they don't send real
Miss
cameras
what
on
that
satellites.
meme is about. It's about refraction, bro.
I mean, I'm just, it's, yeah, I wish they had like real shit like this that actually showed real scales and not fucking graphics for.
Yeah, even what Michael had posted here, that's still an orthographic idea of what it might look like on the globe. So we can argue back and forth or whether or not we're moving away from the sun on the globe Earth, and which is kind of, you know, to me a preposterous idea, because obviously the sky's moving and not the Earth. But I really don't know.
Yo, Black Hat, have you ever seen a picture of a satellite like in orbit? Besides the
A real
Hubble
one.
next to the space station or the space shuttle? Like,
yeah.
can you show me? Because I've
Show
been
you.
looking for.
Hold on, what you're asking Nick for again?
I want to see real photos of satellites in orbit.
Okay. 2 seconds.
Come on, man. That ain't happening. He didn't even know the height of Everest, even though he knew that you should be able to see Everest from everywhere on Earth. He knew it without knowing the height, so he deduced that from his imagination.
Yeah, he gave us the wrong height of Everest.
Yeah, but he knew
I said the
that
height.
you should be able to see it.
Just because he knows it's the tallest mountain. That's not. That's fair.
He didn't know that. No, he made the claim that you should be able to see it. If you should be able to see it, you should have how tall is it? And found out what it is, right? So you don't just
the height of Everest off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
He didn't even...
then how do you know you should see it from everywhere if you don't know the height?
Because he knew it was the tallest thing of everywhere.
So what? What does that matter?
It means it's taller than everything.
It's the tallest thing.
So it's the tallest. So the tallest thing, just because it's the tallest thing, automatically means you can see it from everywhere because it's the tallest thing.
No,
Is
but that's
that really the logical progression there?
No, he's saying you didn't even calculate the sight line from the
You
elevation.
didn't calculate anything.
Calculate
You just
shit.
literally just pulled it out your ass.
Yeah, but he's
It's like saying I should be able to see this.
The way to
big
actually
pool
do it,
here.
right? You calculate the angular size from whatever distance, and then you can figure it out. But in this case, you're going to have to look at the transparency of the atmosphere. And seeing normally on a normal day, meteorologically, it says the visibility is 10 miles. So I don't know how you're going to see Everest from thousands of miles away.
Centon Black Hat has given us a real picture of a satellite.
No way.
From space.
Yeah, what took that picture?
Taken by another satellite.
I can't even tell it's Earth. What is it behind it? How do I know what that is?
A picture of a satellite from space taken by another satellite.
It wasn't taken by another satellite.
Who took the picture?
It was taken by the rocket that put it in orbit. I think it was a
put in
Soyuz.
orbit.
They have more good pictures like that quality, like of the everything else that they did.
It might be a module for the ISS. It's got a docking port on it. It's probably a module for the ISS.
Well, hey, send us a link to that so we
Oh,
can
well, without the data, it's useless.
Yeah, where's this from? Let me get the link.
Without knowing the source, any of that stuff, we can't even critique it.
I mean, I could Photoshop something like that pretty easily. I think.
Well, it's okay. Well, we can all Photoshop it, but actually, this is
Photoshop
probably
the sandwich.
This is probably a NASA picture. Honestly, it's probably a NASA picture. So we want the data behind it. how they took the picture, what took the picture, how they launched this satellite into space. Let's and put all the information so we can critique.
Yeah, you
this,
said it was a module, not even a satellite. Now, I'm not even sure what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, it doesn't even. I mean, where? How does it? Is there some batteries in there that? I mean, most satellites have like wings on the side. They at least have solar panels.
Yeah, that's why I said it was a module.
Module for the purpose of what?
Probably on a space station, or I think it was
Satellite
the
bag,
MIR space
actually.
station.
You don't even know what it is. It's a
As
satellite
features as
bag.
what?
Supposed to dock with the
Not even
internet.
satellite.
Trash
Put a
can.
picture of the MIR if you want.
Dude.
Wait! Don't start posting more images. We want the information about.
Yeah, we got to start with the first one.
Hey, go get a satellite I posted.
The first one was from the MIR.
That looks sturdier than the moon landing lunar thing, man.
It most definitely is sturdier. It's solid ground. That's the only thing we know. Shit.
Do you guys even know what a satellite is?
Funny thing.
Yeah,
your first picture was way better than the second one.
Satellite is.
Seriously, man.
Do you know what a sandwich is?
Second one, man. That's the most
what is
ridiculous thing
No,
ever.
but
How dumb that question is.
Black Hat, the second picture, is that supposed to be the space station? It doesn't look like what I've seen.
Dude, I like to
No,
light.
it's-
I got a few of those
That looks
outside.
like it's like a.
My dad used to light cigars with them.
That's fake as fuck, dude.
I think that's Skylab.
Nah, Skylab is small as fuck.
No, it's MIR.
Yeah, your
It's
first
called
picture
MIR.
was more
It's Mir,
convincing. You need to go back.
So wait,
Russians.
this is a medium space station or what?
It's the Russian
No,
space
it's
station.
the, it's the one, yeah.
They have their own.
Yeah, they did.
Mir?
It's
Yeah,
the
Mir.
orbit.
That's a Mir?
I think it deorbited in 2001. I
Like,
think they deorbited it. There's a video of it deorbiting.
2001.
You can go watch it.
The Mir? Is that the Mir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to try again. Bullshit.
What about the videos of it deorbiting? Is that fake?
Hey, wait a minute. How about you go
where are the
give us
stars?
information, technical, detailed information, of how this picture was taken, and where it was taken from. Who's like, there's the Mir space station. What took that picture?
Yeah, we need to know. I want to know.
You can't
Me
find
too.
any of the information. I Google searched it.
Where are the stars, Black Hat? Why can't they just have a longer exposure time? Wouldn't that make the picture way better? Like,
No, because it'll blow out the subject.
would it?
Yeah.
If there's too much light in that photo for stars to be visible. I do astrophotography on my spare
Black Hat,
time.
man. You
Not
gotta
even
do
one
better
of
than
them?
No, not even
They
one.
don't
that. Give
want-
us a good one. Give us a good
But I
one.
thought they're so
Lot of them.
bright that they can go for like what?
No, that's why you can only see them at night time. Otherwise, you'd be able to see them in daytime and take photos of them in
Wait a
daytime.
minute.
So
Do you think
I got
that's
a question then.
picture?
So when the
Wait,
Tesla
I got a
car,
question. Do you think that's a picture?
For
Do you
real,
really think
man.
that's a picture?
I do.
Who
You think
who
it's a
say
pin?
who say they think there's a
Beach.
picture?
Mr. M. Scott Beach did. I think it's a picture.
No, he didn't say that. He knows.
I think
Black
it's a
Hat-
picture. I do.
Black Hat, can the astronauts see the stars from the space station during like their daytime?
June, no, I don't think so, no.
They can only see it when they're on the other side of the earth.
On the
or-
dark
Right.
side, yeah.
Yeah.
so
Is there-
what I
is
want to
there-
know
wait,
is
wait, hold
the
on.
Tesla
I
car.
want to see a video of them transitioning where they can not see them and to them where they can see them. I want to see that.
They need a slow exposure, so slow shutter. I imagine to take photos.
I want
Go
a
find it.
video.
You've got to Google.
Oh, there is a video.
I need to I need the whole thing so it transitions from not being able to see them to see them. Like was that would be possible, right?
Maybe for video it'd be tricky because you still need a pretty big exposure.
But dude, there's a freaking 24/7 live feed. Why can't they hook that up? Like, what's going on? Why aren't there any stars?
When you
See
Google
how it
search
goes.
that,
See, it's like,
they
oh, there's
find
24/7 live stream from the ISS. Boom.
Yeah, where are the stars in that when they're on the dark side? Like, come on.
Well, the apertures of those cameras they're set so that it's when they go on the dark side you can't even see the
Well,
city
why don't they have
lights.
a dark side camera, dude? Come on.
Well, why they not have a lot of things? It's
Who's
like
in charge of this shit? It's just poorly designed. It's all bullshit, man. Come on.
Seems like a
Yeah, but
hasty
wait a minute.
statement to
Black
get
Cat
to.
gave us an actual
It is,
picture
though.
of the
Come
Mir
on.
space station in 2001. You know, from an unknown source. There was another satellite, I guess, took this picture of the Mir space station. I wish he would give us the source of the picture of the Mir space station.
Okay.
I'll try to tell you where it comes from. I posted a link there. It leads you to the source. I reverse searched it. It goes to Fine Art America. It's art.
Okay. So imagine.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much.
Imagine
By
when you go
Scott,
away. Imagine when you go away from cities and you get no light pollution and you get better stars.
Nice
And then you think
painting,
about
bro.
why they supposedly put the Hubble telescope into orbit to avoid all the light pollution.
Yep.
So it should be amazing views of the stars if they could figure that shit out, but they're retarded.
Well, the Hubble's it does take amazing views. A lot of the satellites do.
Of the stars, it should be
Yeah.
incredible if they
They
could
are.
figure out how to get a camera.
No, it does take pictures of stars. They're
I
incredible.
want a video camera, dude. Come on.
Listen, Hubble has never taken a picture of anything, and it went up broken. Remember?
Yeah.
Or did you guys all forget about that? Did you take your stupid pills?
That's how they.
It went up broken. It didn't work. Everything
Part
is
of
a
the plan.
construction.
Part of
They
the
even
plan
admit
so
it,
they can
dude. If
make
you
it
look at
last longer.
documentaries from the 80s where they talk about it, that they had to change everything, and everything is computer generated. If you even believe that Hubble even exists, which I don't,
To be honest,
it's
you
not
guys
even
should be
listed as an
embarrassed.
object in the International Registry of Space Objects. So I don't even know what anybody's talking about.
No, it's
Hey,
like they
for
should be
$47
embarrassed
you can get the
that
canvas
this shit is
print.
evidence. The Mir
It's on
space station.
canvas.
I mean,
The
what took the
painting.
picture? Just tell me what took the picture. Just tell me, but it's not a picture. I mean, it's obviously
It's fine art.
general.
It's a painting. Look, right there it is on
It's a canvas, not paint.
I mean, I saw your link, Mike.
Look,
you know,
right there it is on canvas,
I'm
guy.
serious.
It's still a photograph.
You can do a reverse search on Google too, dude. Know what you're posting. Don't get offended because somebody else knows how to research it. You gave us a painting from an art gallery.
Dude,
Hey,
yeah.
Indio's picture is more
Black
genuine.
Right there it is on canvas for
There should be way better pictures, dude.
You should be embarrassed for even presenting that bullshit.
I don't even know
So
why.
let's go back to the stars. Like, okay, so the Tesla was on the dark side of the Earth, supposedly, for a period of time. It's rotating. It didn't get a picture of any stars.
Black Hat.
Do you not think that? Well, can you show me the video? Because if
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
trying to take it, they've done a lousy job.
Oh yeah,
haven't they?
somebody posted the accelerated video earlier. If someone wants to find that one, that one was better.
Well, I know if I take a camcorder at night, I can capture some stars without focusing on them, with just swinging the camera.
And that's through the atmosphere.
Good luck. Try it. Until you know, my camera doesn't pick up stars unless I put it on a long exposure with low aperture.
So you're saying that like they can't do that. Like what if you
It's
can do
very
it? They can-
difficult when you're in orbit. You need gyroscopes. That's why the Hubble's so good at its job. I can barely do it on Earth. Never mind.
So wait, what is the Hubble done for us? Can you inform
Deep
me?
field imagery.
Yeah, what has it done? Like what has it done for humanity?
Deep field image. Well,
What does that mean?
it's imaged the deep field of the universe, which was sort of the dark spots. We've realised, obviously.
And then
there's-
that improves my
Hey,
life.
look.
How?
Look, there's that photo hanging on the wall.
Have you ever used the MRI?
You got
know what
sold
MRI
this.
is?
Yeah, Michael, it got sold as stock art or a stock photo though. So I
Here,
think a lot of
drop
people.
Man,
What did you say?
drop a link because I can buy that. I can buy that canvas art piece for $47.
It's a stock
But you know what I'm saying, right? It's like it's a photograph that got the stock that people are just printing on things, but doesn't mean it's not a photograph.
Why didn't it come up on the reverse Google search?
It did. That's how I got it.
The photo.
So Black. So I think I'm actually interested in that deep field stuff. So I think that maybe they're using the telescope to like look at the firmament closely, and maybe that's what the firmament looks like up close or something.
Jesus Christ, that's an out there explanation.
It's a what out there? Yeah. But
Yeah,
I mean,
sure,
because I want to believe that they're not totally bullshit. I want to believe that they're doing something productive.
How can it be in orbit then if there's a firmament?
Well, I'm not saying it's an orbit or whatever. I don't know what the hell it is or where. And the firmament could be higher than.
Or where it is, then don't construct a make-believe scenario. Best to just keep it. You think it's fake.
Hey, don't worry. You got pictures, dude. Even though you can't prove any property attributed to space,
and he's
you
never
got
seen
pictures.
It. And he's
Don't
never
worry.
Seen it. He's
Who
never seen
even
the
cares
Earth.
about seeing it? You can't, in a science lab or anywhere else on Earth, prove that any property attributed to space even
Have
happens.
You been to Antarctica? Have you been to Antarctica?
Nope.
What is that going to do with anything?
Well, because you're saying I've never been to space and never seen the curve or whatever.
Well, I didn't say that. He said that. I don't care. I don't care about eyeballing shit anyway. It's not scientific.
Yeah, it's not.
I think it's decent enough.
It's not. It's primitive.
Okay, but what about Antarctica? I've never been there.
Yeah, you've never been there. We've never been to space. So.
Right. So I don't know what's there.
You can't even prove space exists.
I don't know.
You're so far from being in space, it isn't even funny. You can't even prove the properties of space. It can even exist in any physical sense.
Antarctica could be a beach for
You
all
can't name one freaking experiment. Seriously, you can't even name one.
Cavendish.
That's a bullshit experiment.
That proves the vacuum of space. So how does Cavendish prove the vacuum of space?
It doesn't what?
Yeah, the medium of space where you think all these objects that you take pictures of, or that they take pictures of, the place where you think they're flying, they have properties that they attributed to that. Right. So when you're in the sunlight, you're 250 degrees Fahrenheit, but when you're in the shade, it's negative 250 degrees. So show me a material that you can stick in liquid helium and hit with a blowtorch on the other side, and it doesn't bust apart into a million pieces. Show me something. Show me a material that can do that. You can't. You can't show any property of space, dude, on Earth. Not a single one.
But
all you have are literally space images.
But you can have a vacuum in space, right?
Carbon composite.
Can you post a? Can you post?
They can take in the same material at the same time. They can take negative 250 degrees and positive 250 degrees at the same time, simultaneously, on the same material.
Yeah, it's called carbon. Oh well, I think it's called.
Okay, I want to see the data sheet on that shit because I don't believe you. I think you're just making shit up again.
But also, is it really the same piece? Because this one side is hot, one side's cold, right? The ISS.
Yeah, so one side would be in the sun and one side would be in the shade.
But they'd be separate pieces, right?
Well, no. Say it's the solar panel, right? So say the solar panel, it's a thin film, right? So on one side of the film, it's 250 degrees Fahrenheit. On the other side, it's negative 250.
Because if it's thin enough, it might be heated all the way through. But yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I don't know any material that can take that gradient of a temperature in the same material. I mean, just think about anything. It's quenching steel into liquid helium or something. I mean, come on. The thing would just bust apart into a million pieces. Things get brittle when they're heated and cooled very rapidly.
It's a pretty long-winded.
And Black, I'm looking for a video of your Cavendish experiment, and there's one that says Cavendish experiment time lapse. Is this thing that takes a long time to do? Like,
yeah, it does take a long time to do.
Well, hold on, to actually do it or set it up, because none of these guys are actually doing it. Like, can you send me a link of them doing it, showing me? Like,
I can give you the experiment sheet if you want to read it.
No, I want to see someone doing it, dude.
Mostly multilinear algebra.
Why can't someone just do it and videotape it and show me?
Yeah, seeing and believing, eh? Right, 2 seconds. I'll try and find it.
No, it's called observable, testable, and repeatable is what it's called.
How many experiments has the flat Earth presented other than maybe one that's observed?
How much time have you looked into it?
Seeing equations is believing, but not the curve.
Seeing, reading. You don't see a book. You read a book. You don't see equations.
Hey! Show me some equations now.
Show me how you can read without seeing. Oh, I guess you got Braille. Should you read in Braille?
You read with those eyes?
It's very immature.
You read with your brain.
That's rich.
To be
Yeah.
honest, I'm really curious.
I read
You're
with
right,
my
Ken.
heart.
You read
Why
with your
these-
brain,
why
exactly.
These guys aren't embarrassed about bringing up Cavendish when we've exposed these
Well,
fake
well
pictures
Blackhead's using it, so I'm trying to
space.
show him that it's bullshit.
as if it would have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. I really am. You should be embarrassed. As if that's an experiment that could actually
Here,
prove
just
the
take
shape
this
of the
book
Earth.
and go sit in that corner and read it for a whole week. That's proof.
How
You
how
should
else
be
do you learn
embarrassed.
information?
You really should be embarrassed if you're trying to bring that forth as proof of the shape. You really
I
should.
don't need to leave my house to prove the shape of the Earth. I got these equations.
Hey,
That's what people do.
I got a question. I don't know if it's related, if it's not, and y'all could say I could hold it to another time. But has anybody
up,
been
kid?
paying it? What's up? And anybody been paying attention to the moon's like travels over the last couple of days?
Yeah.
Like,
the-
as in what?
Yeah, it's right here, man.
Like the
No,
speed or the location or the shape?
it's everywhere, all over the sky. For sure.
Yeah, it's like
Wait,
really.
Ken, what do you think? What do you see?
I don't know. I mean, I just looked at the moon the other day, and it was like very small, and then it looked like it was almost full like 2 days ago, and like the opposite way that it looked the day before yesterday, like it was flipped
Did you
today,
measure it?
and it was out
Dude.
in the daytime during the sun, and like I was with a friend, and they were like, why is the moon out?
Yeah, same. Yeah, I'll upload the photo.
It's crazy, man.
Did you not measure it and take some readings?
And then well, it was very high up and tight. Like it makes me feel like like, and the sun is also like very like.
It was low near me.
Well, where are you?
Yesterday, Chicago.
I'm in New York City, so I don't know why.
The sun, last time I noticed a couple days ago, it was rising up in the southwest, almost directly southwest.
Yeah, me too. I was like, yo, the sun is south, like, and then the moon was in the same place the sun was, like, in another part of the day. I was like, yo, this is trippy. I don't know what's going on, and now it's chemtrailed out, and it's supposed to snow tomorrow. So they were doing the big heavy chemtrails out here.
For a while, I was really looking at the moon like pretty much every day because at that point in time, I was third shift. So when I would get home in the morning, I would go to sleep an hour or two after I got home, and I would wake up naturally like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, maybe later. And then I would have pretty much the entire first part of the evening until I had to go to work. So I really missed third shift a lot. But yeah, so I mean, the moon in the daytime is fascinating, and it's just kind of freaky when you see the moon in one position on one particular day, and then about that same time it's showing during the day in a different part of the sky. It's really creepy, and it's actually
Yeah.
cool.
It's almost as
Yeah.
if it orbits the Earth.
Almost like what?
It almost like looks like it's orbiting the
Okay.
Earth.
Okay. If that was the case, we would
It
see
would
the
go below
moon.
the Earth.
We would see the moon in pretty much the same position every night or something similar to that idea. And
No, we wouldn't. It
it's
doesn't.
okay.
follow
All
a
right. Well,
24-hour
I
scale.
just presented. Okay. Well,
It's a
Well,
30-day
I didn't
scale.
hear what he said. He said something that was trying to like prove that the Earth was a circle, ball, or sphere, or orb, something like that. Because of how we seeing the moon now. I know you didn't try to do that.
Repeat that last.
Well, I didn't understand what you said, but they were already like refuting whatever you were saying, but I didn't hear you.
Oh, it doesn't work on a 24-hour cycle. So there's our rotation of the Earth, and then
I
there's
never
the
said
moon's
that,
30-day
just for the record.
What doesn't work on the 24th? So I was like,
Like
what
she
are you
was saying,
talking
we'd be able to see the moon in the same position every night, but the moon doesn't follow a 24-hour scale.
Okay, I thought the heliocentric model was supposed to be mathematically precise. Can you explain that to me? Why we don't see something?
We're talking about the moon.
Really? Are you
Yeah.
sure?
We
Okay.
well,
Just wanted to make
you
sure.
were talking about the moon, the load of photos of the moon and chat.
Mhm.
So unless I blacked out for a
Mm.
second, I mean, I'm called Black
Mm.
Hat, but
Mhm. Mhm.
I mean,
Hey,
so,
so
but what is that saying though? I mean, I don't know how to like read the sky and stuff like that, but it's saying something, isn't it? Like to me, it seems like there's something trying to be said by the celestial body.
Well, what it says to me is that what we know as time does not match the universe. Well, the
time is
flat.
relative.
No, excuse me. If you don't mind me finishing what I was going to say, I'd appreciate that. Okay, so the stars, the more in particular, the quote unquote planets, which are really wandering stars, okay, they are in a fixed position, and along with the moon and the sun, they're like a clock, a natural clock. And
Too right.
what we conceive of as time is contradictory to that, okay? So they just don't match up. And I'm sorry if I'm talking in too layman's terms. You're probably thinking of some smart thing to say after that, but and that's okay. But I'm just telling you that
Burn.
No, I think you're
the
perfectly right. Like, obviously, we do take our perception of time on the moon cycles and
okay,
the
see,
Earth's.
okay, all right. So even with the idea of, if you, I don't really ascribe to a particular flat Earth model necessarily, but most people do, just to explain what we think from what we see may be going on. Okay, so if you imagine the Earth as a flat circular area, if you will, and the moon and the stars are going around in a circular motion on top of us, okay, you know, some people say that it's like a clock, okay? And I guess there's supposed to be some new flat Earth clock app out there or something like that. But my first question is, what about daylight savings time? How does that work out? Okay. That sounds like to me like the math doesn't work out. And that's like an error corrective measure. Okay. So why don't you help me out on that one? Help me understand that, please, because I'm kind of confused about it.
Yeah, no bother. So daylight saving time essentially is to save daylight. It usually works for people in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, but the thing is we change our clocks. Why should we have to do that?
You change them
I
twice
hate that.
the hour in. So say you're waking up at 7 a.m.
Okay, I know how it works like that, but
Why
how
can't we
it
just go to
pertains
sleep
to the
earlier?
heliocentric model. How does it pertain to the heliocentric model? Why should we have to adjust our
It
time?
doesn't, honestly. It doesn't make a difference. You can get rid of it and it wouldn't change anything.
Yeah, some cities or some states don't even have
I'm
it.
glad that
Yeah,
works for you.
some places don't do it.
I hope we get rid of
Phoenix, like Phoenix doesn't have it. So it's funny, you could be an hour off in Phoenix compared to like the next city over.
Well, that sounds like fun. Yeah.
So how does that work?
Just people figure it out.
A bit more light in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, see, that's a proof right there.
When they don't affect the light. They just wake up at different times, so they have more light in the evening and not light in the morning. They'd rather sacrifice the light in the morning to adjust the clocks, so it's lighter on the evening than it is in the morning. If you know what I mean? They're just
No, not really, but okay.
shifting the clocks over.
Yeah, I understand
shift them
that part, but I don't think you heard me clearly, and it may be my bad. So, why should we have to adjust our time to fit the heliocentric?
You don't have to do it to fit the
Okay.
heliocentric
All right.
model. It's
All
literally
right.
just to
Thank you.
fit your clock.
It's just for
Yeah,
society. We don't have
it
to
has nothing to
have
do with
kids go to
the
school in
globe.
the morning when it's dark out.
Yeah, it's like a government thing more than anything.
I think they said it was for farming initially or something.
Right,
I
that's
don't know
right.
the story.
But
Yeah, was it
Blackhead,
originally?
Blackhead, you made an interesting point to me
Mm.
earlier. That you think that this flat Earth stuff may be like primarily like an American idea.
No,
Like,
it's
can
not.
you elaborate on that? No, but or Blackhead thinks that, or he told me that, or can you just elaborate on that, Blackhead, a little bit?
What about the
You,
idea of flat
yeah,
Earth being quite large in America?
yeah. More so than wherever you're from, right? You said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was just wondering like, what you thought about that.
Okay. So you talk to a lot of people in your country about the globe and their beliefs.
Well,
How would you
no,
know
where,
if
where
how
I'm
would you
from.
know if how would you know if your neighbor's a flat earther? How would you know that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Usually they present themselves, I imagine. Do you guys talk in public about it?
Okay.
You
I
know what?
talked to
There's a
my
lot
friends.
of people that are flat earthers that don't talk about flat earth.
Well, I
Mm.
feel like I'm the only one in the server that's European.
No, you're not.
Hey, can I get a link to the
That's because
consensus or the survey that was done to come to that consensus?
most of the Europeans are sleeping right now.
Because I've met flat earthers from all over
It's
on this server.
it's 10:30 where I am right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, sorry, they're waking up.
Australia,
You're
Cyprus,
late as hell here.
Canary Islands, Germany.
Netherlands.
Can I ask a question, Black Hat?
Yeah.
Do you think that what we are doing, talking about this and trying to figure this out, do you think it's dangerous to society and to education? Do you think if I talked to a 12-year-old about this, that would be wrong? What do you
Do you
think?
eat meat? Are you a
Well,
meat eater?
It's more of an ethical issue. Obviously, you can get into the realms.
Let me set him up, bro. Hold on.
This
Let
is
me
cool.
set him
Yeah, you said ethical. It's more of an ethical problem. Is that what you said? So let me get this straight, man. You think it's not it's an ethical problem to talk about flat Earth, right? What do you think about gay marriage? What do you think about these other unethical issues that you consider ethical, right?
I just want to know if he eats meat, man.
Here we go. Ken is here, bro.
fucking love that shit.
Just fucking with you, Ken.
He's a meat eater. That's why he's being quiet.
Black Hat.
He can't even co-sign that shit.
You think what we're doing is ethically
You're a
wrong?
fucking troublemaker.
yeah. Imagine if we were like on a ball and you were on a little teeny tiny island with nothing around you. I would be scared shitless. Like on a ball, like you're like on one point of a ball and there was nothing around. How safe could you be if something happened on that island and you needed assistance from somewhere? Like,
Does
how
this
would you
island have
communicate when they got like landlines to help you communicate, but you got a wire around a ball? Like, how does that shit like that?
I guess I'd be scared of asteroids or something, hitting the Earth.
What do you think about the videos of the Russian meteor?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, you mean that clip that they show on like these superhero movies as well? Are you talking about those news anchors who also show up in movies? Are you talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson who also shows up in movies? Which one is the real one? Which one are you?
Wait. There was a debate the other day. I don't know
Ken, look at that
if
video.
this guy presented a video or not. Rad's Rhetoric and Bro Sanchez, and he said that there's like this Japanese company that has a picture of the Earth, but he was talking. I didn't see him present it. Is that like what was going on there?
You talking about Ken?
I don't know. I mean, he
You
said
talking about the
Rad's Rhetoric
Japanese company?
said he has a Japanese NASA that has a picture of Earth that's some type of super resolution. And it's supposed to be an authentic picture of the Earth base or something like that. But I haven't seen it. That was like real. Then come he's only like used it in the bro this debate and not like posted everywhere. Like I don't. Have you guys seen or heard of it? I guess not.
Is it new?
I don't watch that dude, man. Yeah.
I don't
I
watch
don't
it
pay
either. I
attention.
don't watch and listen to those guys, but it was in my feed. Like I used to listen to Bro Sanchez. Saw that he had some debate, and I heard that he like lost or like he ran off or whatever the case may be. And this rhetoric guy like talks like he destroys everybody who's a flat earther that he
Yeah,
debates.
he's good at debating.
So you know,
Well, from what I understand about debating, you can have no facts to back up what you say, but you can still win a debate.
yeah, you can, of course. You know, you could definitely win.
That's what he does. He does it very well.
Yeah. It was interesting to hear him mention this stuff, but I was not seeing like any evidence. It sounds good though.
Yeah, he does. Mm-hmm.
Is anybody here from anywhere but America?
Lots of people.
No, I mean in this VC.
Yeah, lots of people.
Anyone?
Yuri.
Anyone just tossed?
Bong lives in Australia.
He's from the land down under.
Who's asking that? Where are you from?
He ain't from America.
Central Europe.
Central Europe. They got some old ancient flat earth books from like the 1900s from around your parts, man.
It's not that ancient.
I've been to Europe. You ever
What you
been to?
mean not that ancient? Well, 1900 is not ancient. I hope that's what you mean. You're saying the books are not.
I mean, I was born in the 1900s, so.
No, well, so what do you mean? Did I say it was ancient?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, it was before your time.
I was born in the 1900s.
Well, you weren't born in 1909.
No, I wasn't.
Probably
Okay,
9.
Yo, this is one of my favorite. If you guys want to check this out, this is actually the whole IMAX space station movie.
Sound
from,
like DJ, man.
But the best part is the beginning.
You know
If you go to 1:40, it's when like it starts. The opening. Just listen to Tom Cruise what he says in the opening 2 lines. It's amazing.
The gig is up, man.
What at what point?
1:40. It's like it kind of like the movie starts at 1:40, and just listen to what Tom Cruise says in the beginning. And he's an actor. It's so, yeah.
Is he? Tom Cruise? Let me see.
Yeah, Tom Cruise he narrates this, of course, of all people, not a scientist or anyone. It's like a freaking actor.
Well, yeah, he's a
Exactly.
Scientologist.
Exactly.
Another cult.
And he's the one doing this space station narration.
No surprise.
Hey, what was the timestamp you said?
1:40. It's when it starts, like the actual movie. But I rewatched this after I learned. I searched everything. I rewatched everything I'd ever seen in my life about space after I and.
When did you have the grand awakening? Can I say?
Like a year ago.
A year ago. What turned you?
It was pretty obvious. I just never gave it a legitimate thought. And then right away when they were like
No.
So Black Hat right away when they're
Throw
like
you down the well.
right away when they're like you learn this as a child and they showed a globe, I was like, it blew my mind because when I was in 2nd grade, like we went on a field trip to the Globe Factory. It just all clicked, man. It all clicked. So like they gave us a globe and a satellite picture. We either got to choose like a close picture of Chicago or one of the state of, and but they never offered us a picture of the whole Earth, and I just find that amazingly interesting. They give me a whole globe shot. I don't know why. They only
That
gave me a
just made
fake
me
fucking little toy. So annoying.
that just made me angry. I can't watch that.
Oh yeah, did you see the intro?
Yeah, they
I know.
visually mind
It's so
F
trippy, man.
you.
They tell
So
you
that's
up front. They say we know you think this looks like a Hollywood movie, but it's real. Just believe us. That's like what they say.
right.
It's so crazy.
Right. The kids, the babies, that's how they rap you because I'm looking at it and it's like I feel like they're trying to do something to my brain, but it's like I'm already out of it. So it's like you can't do it again. It's like you got the metal on your head like X-Men, like Magneto. It's like trying to pull you back into that shit.
Wow.
That's how I felt just now. And I started to get really upset because I could imagine me being at least 4 or 5 years old and watching that and then believing that. You know what I mean? Like literally, because it drags you in. It's visually, provocative.
Amazing.
It's disgusting. It's very that's a little scary. Yeah, I'm scared. Creepy, yeah, very creepy. Tom Cruise is a creep.
Do you guys get paranoid easy?
I don't get paranoid, but it's creepy. I mean, when I think about people who watch it and stuff, it's like their mind is just warped. Your mind has to be really warped, but they do a good job of warping brain. So it's not, I can't fault you for being warped. I guess
We're
I
all
could try to
there.
help you if I see that you're.
What do you think? I'm not asking like what do you know. I'm asking what do you think they're hiding. In
They're
terms
not
of
hiding shit. They're not hiding any.
then
They're
why
just
are they pretending
they're
to
distracting you from you focusing on you and what you need to do. Outside of that, they're not hiding shit. They're doing stuff. They're doing everything, and it's out there.
Yeah,
But it's nothing that you can do about it.
why are they trying to deter you, focusing you?
What? What are they trying
Why are
not
they
to tell
trying to
you?
deter you from focusing on yourself?
Because they would have no value. They would be nothing they could do, I guess.
My final question is who is they?
They
Come
are
on, man.
them and they from nowhere. Now, if you don't know who they are, then who are you?
Who are they?
Who are you?
Good question.
Because you asking about them, and now you want to act like you don't know who they are.
Know thyself.
You're different, man. Like my friend just asked me the other day, yo, what temple do you go to? And I was like, you know what? The next time you ask me that, because he asked me that a few times. And like I asked him, I was like, what do you mean by temple? It's like, where you go to Bill, where you go to, I was like, sometimes I get on the internet and talk to people. But you are the temple. You have a temple, your brain, a temple inside your damn head. See, they try to distract you, make you go to some freaking temple where people like Tom Cruise could tell you stuff like what he's telling you. And then you come back
Nonsense.
around people and influence their temples with your template. False templates.
Yeah. Blackhead, I think they're hiding another universe, man. If what the universe they're showing us is not real, only imagine what is out there. It's anything.
Well, see, then I don't think that they're hiding. I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't consider them hiding. I would consider us not focusing on knowing that that it's there, or just realizing that it's there, or that's too much to be worrying about right now. While the world that we're in right now is in the shape that it's in. Like, what good is another universe if you can't even handle the one that you're already on?
I just want to know who they are.
So do I, dude.
So who are they that you think is hiding in another universe?
Me?
Whoever said that they are hiding another universe. Who?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's whoever's in control of this realm or whatever. It's whoever's running the NASA deception, whoever's in charge, man. I don't fucking know. Those people are invisible. Those people grow up on compounds, they're born on compounds. They never see the real world. They know they're in charge of it or whatever, probably, but we don't know who they are. Those people are invisible.
To grow up on compounds?
Well,
Yeah,
the Soviets.
they're like they probably grow up in castles. Like imagine a castle. Like if you're a princess of the world right now, you're not going. I mean, I don't know what you're doing, but you're private as hell. Probably you're probably in your castle. She's probably in her castle.
Have you heard of the Royal Society, dude?
Sure.
Oh yeah, that's who they are. The Royal Society, the Vatican, the Trilateral Commission, the UN. I mean, the Antarctic Treaty. Who do you think they are?
Oh, that's what I was asking.
Is people, right? Like grouped up, right? It's gang like gangs.
Are you saying inside the government?
Like
They got puppets probably in the government.
I mean,
the serious people aren't private or aren't public, man.
So none of the names that we know are them. You're saying they're probably puppets. Like the head of NASA, he's not one, right?
Probably not.
Is Donald Trump one of them?
How are we supposed to know, man?
I gotcha.
How do you know they exist if they aren't?
Well, we're pretty sure we're being deceived, so somebody's doing it.
So who?
And
where
it's
did
not me. I'm not doing it to you guys. So
Okay, hold on. It's important to know your enemy, okay? So I can value the conversation here. But the fact remains is it doesn't matter who is doing it or why they're doing it, but they're doing it. It's that simple, okay? You don't need to know the motive of why somebody's doing something to realize that it is happening, okay?
What if they're listening right now?
They probably are, dude.
But is it
Okay. Could have a mole in the species.
They don't like. Well, see, this is reminding me of that book again, that Outwitting the Devil, where it's like you talk about like there's an entity, like a real devil that's on the earth or something to that effect. And at the end of the day, there's so much that he or she or whatever is in control of, that a little bit of truth here and there ain't really doing nothing to them. It's like, it's cool. But I have so many people deceived and confused and distracted that, okay, let one or two of y'all get through the eye of the needle. You know, it's cool. It's no stress off his back at the end of the day.
Well, and they need some of us to look crazy so the other people think they're normal.
Well, it's to ridicule, discount.
They say, look at those crazy people. They think they're this fight. You guys are so smart and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It's reaffirming confidence and whatever in their own self.
Yeah. It's only way you can really like in that book, the way that he exposed the evils was to straight up and down ask. It was how he asked the questions. You had to really know what to say, how to say it, in order to get them to reveal itself.
How do you overthrow the evil? Like, how are you gonna beat them?
Well, the first step would to be make everybody aware of what's going on. That's the first step.
Yeah, but first of all, like if you're talking about like, I mean, if anyone has a legitimate plan to like beat evil, like they're probably not gonna tell anyone.
Yep, that's exactly right.
I don't know.
What would be the purpose?
You're not gonna tell the enemy you're freaking.
Well, maybe everybody's not your enemy.
I know, right? But I don't know. I'm just saying.
So you gotta tell somebody. You gotta have a conspirator.
Right.
Why don't you tell me?
Tell you what?
Well, they do tell you every day.
Who are wait, if like hold on. If I tell you something or whatever you think I'm like I could tell you or whatever, who are you gonna tell? Like I don't know.
You're gonna tell everybody.
Yeah, like I don't even know what I'm saying.
This is the thing. Here's the thing. Where are we getting information from? So because that's telling, no pun intended, right? So if you're like in America and you see advertisements every day for different things, they influence. They have the ability to influence you, and you go and promote that stuff to other people. Like there are movies that come out every day, films. People don't make $1 a coin off of talking about this, but you might go to somebody like, I went to probably 10 people today and was like, oh, I'm gonna go see this movie on this day. And what is that doing? Promoting somebody's agenda. It's not mine, but why am I doing that? You know, trained to do so, I guess, right? Or what?
Well, Black Hat, what would you do if you were in our position?
I couldn't imagine being in your position.
Well, fair enough, I guess.
Every day we talk about stuff that does not, like people are, this young lady that passed away out here, if she was a woman at all, anything, Kim Porter, Sean Combs, P. Diddy's children's mother or whatever. And that was a big story. Kim Porter, I feel so sad, I feel so sorry for her. And on one aspect, I'm like, I understand, but at the other aspect, people are living lives and they don't have nothing. They're worried about somebody who had everything, and they don't even know if she was a real human.
Oh,
Because they
and
don't
you know
even know
what's
about
even
her through
funnier?
the television. For
You
the
know
most
what's
part,
even
like,
fun?
I'm not saying she wasn't real, but you understand what I mean? You have your own lives, your own family and things, and you have time to be concerned or crying or worrying about a human being that you don't know. I mean, it might sound insensitive, but you get what I'm saying? And it's all being promoted through the media where there's a million things that could be promoted. And
Well, see, with those types of people being propped up, there's usually some sort of agenda, and it could be any number of different ones. But it's kind of funny, you know, that you were saying that was P. Diddy's wife even real? And that could mean one of a couple things in that. But also, it's kind of really strange that the hip hop industry is really starting to talk about Mr. P. Diddy Combs and the fact that he makes a habit of calling other males that he's hanging out with. You know what he calls them? He calls them daddy.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. When you hang out with your friends like that, do you call your friend daddy?
Wait,
I don't
wait,
think
No.
you
wait,
do.
do you know who Sean Combs is, though? You know who you're talking?
That would be why I'm
nickname
talking
is
about him.
his nickname is Puff Daddy.
What's that?
Come on now.
Okay. Actually, it's changed like 2-3.
P Diddy to fucking Diddy. I got it.
Yeah. Yes.
But,
but
it
that is
stems
the
from
point.
Puff Daddy.
Don't matter what you want to call him. He killed Tupac.
Yeah, that is a big major, you know, Puff
That's a
Daddy.
big, huge conspiracy, and he's a walking conspiracy, really.
Yo, dude, P Diddy 100%. 100%.
Well, see, and then
P Diddy, Suge Knight.
Yeah, I didn't want to go into that realm of it, but everything around all of that stuff is real ridiculous.
All these people are murderers, man.
And people eat it up, and they don't know what's going on at all. And if
Everybody on that TV screen's evil as can be, man.
It's a living reality show, is what it is.
It's deep. I remember the first time I
Is
saw
there
this
any
one.
safe areas?
Safe
Is there any
areas?
safe spaces?
You're safe
like
here.
safe space I can go to?
Here?
Seriously.
Yeah.
Is it though? Like, but like Black Hat was saying, is it safe here? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't feel safe anywhere anymore. You know.
No, I wouldn't sit here and say that this is the safest place for people who are looking for people who are like-minded, right? Because there's definitely going to be people who are flat earthers for different reasons, and so I mean, you get into the nitty-gritty.
Well,
but
that's where your discernment comes in.
That's some deep
yeah,
stuff.
I mean, I feel like this place is pretty cool. I like the people here for the most part, but I've also heard some people say some things that make me pretty skeptical of everything they say.
Well, hold on.
Actually, you know, you're going to find those things in any sort of time.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if there is a safe space. I don't know if that exists.
Right. I get what you're saying.
I think the devil can maneuver himself into any corner of life.
It's definitely really, really, really. It's become very interesting to me because I've seen like even like the guy Kyrie, who I thought was very authentic, and I still do believe that he is. But I
part of the
believe it's showing you that the devil or that whatever power, if you're gonna use that term, is real. Like because they making the boy kind of retract the statement. He didn't really retract it, but he kind of had to switch up his talk in order to still make a living in this world.
He had to do it publicly, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and they like Shaq. They got Shaq early, but Shaq is he's a big Mason dude. Publicly admitted that he's a
Yeah,
big
he doesn't
Mason
hide that.
and a sheriff and all kind of stuff like that. So when they said
And a
Kyrie said that
doctor.
was flat, yeah, he reacted so fast because he felt like he was so powerful that he could say that Kyrie is right, the earth is flat. Then 2 days later, he was like, yo, I was just joking around. That was him being controlled. I was like, holy this is crazy.
To me, what that says is that they, and I'm sorry to use the term quote unquote they, but a lot of people are under the idea that it's the revealing the flat earth is a slow release, if you will. Okay. Because it could be for a number of reasons. The public could freak out, the public could totally reject it, but they want the public to accept it. And the way that they know the way that people are going to accept it is by us talking with each other in a place such as this and sharing the information. And the sharing of information is getting bigger and bigger as time goes on. At first it started out with people in Hangouts and videos. Now we have Discord. We got Flat Earth Conference, Flat Earth International Conference. We got people doing meetups all over the earth, all in all countries. So they know they can't stop it, but they're just going to try and slow the process a little bit. And they do that by bringing in certain people in certain situations that sometimes make it look ridiculous. But you're going to still, within that, you're going to have people that are going to have a level of discernment. Hey, this doesn't really feel right. I'm going to look into it. And then once they do, there's no going if you're being.
Yep. I can agree. When I look at the artists who would say something, they're either not here or they're silenced or they're blackballed. So you got this guy.
Well, the term flat earth is weaponized within the idea of full-fledged conspiracy. I mean, the conspiracy theory is definitely into it, and that's by design. That's not something is organic.
Yeah, type of earth are you? What do you mean?
Bro. Dude, I was explaining to my friend. I was just talking to my friend about God, and when I brought up how many lies we've been told, when I said, yeah, I think the earth is flat, the look on his face was like he just lost me. It was like I was just like I completely was crazy in his eyes. I was like, oh, like
we call that the fluoride stare.
It is too. It is because it was such a look of disappointment. Like, how could you actually believe this? And it was like, to me, it seems so much more outlandish to believe what everyone else is eating up.
Right.
No, that's huge. Yeah, that was a really big part for me too. Is thinking the opposite way. Is holy crap! Wait, it's either this or I think there's like a Big Bang and all this other crazy shit.
Right.
Like, that's just as that was a big thing for me too. I was like, they're both just as crazy. So like, who is any
religion as anything
else?
else?
Yeah, who is anyone to say what I
church.
think? Like, how do they know?
Yeah, most people who believe in the globe, they don't know the model.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
What I've noticed is that most flat earthers know way more about any model of the earth than anybody who wants to laugh at a flat earther.
Yeah, that's the best part too, is I get to learn about both models. So if I'm wrong on one, it's a win-win.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody here actually turned over from flat Earth to globe? Has that ever happened?
I think once you go flat, you don't go
Right.
back. Blackhead.
I mean,
And
I
people
heard
that
that there
do,
has been people that have done that. I heard about people doing that.
well, it's alleged.
Hey, yo, Blackhead, I'm willing to, dude. You send me up high enough, I see the curve, I'm back on team fucking whatever it is.
But there's tons of flat earthers I don't even believe, man. I mean, we look at like the Flat Earth Conference, dude. Those people are just mostly atheists. Those
Yeah,
people are
that's another talk show. That's
yeah,
another
those
talk
people,
show.
I don't trust anything. Like, dude, the Flat Earth Conference is just controlled opposition to make us look even crazier than we already appear to be. Same with like Alex Jones, dude. It's the same type of deal, dude. It's just
I know like 15 flat earthers that converted back to the globe, just for the record.
I haven't gone to any conferences. They had a couple near me, but I haven't ever really been. So
I
I
would
haven't
love
really
to go.
spoken to too many flat earthers in person, except for the people who kind of told me that the earth is flat, and then other people that I've talked to and talking to about it and stuff like that. But none of
Well, yo, Vici, what's your experience with those people you think switch back?
Like how do I know them, or what made them switch back?
Yeah, why did they switch in the first place? Why did they switch back?
I can't speak for sure about why they switched, but I asked them all why did they switch back, and they all had a very similar story. And the story basically involved this. The story goes, I was a flat earther, and I would, Globers would come in, and we'd all yell at them, or we'd get in fights, or we'd tell them what's what. And then one time a Glober came in, and they had actually a fair point they were making. It wasn't like going to kill flat Earth, but it was a fair point. And I said to the flat Earth guys, I said, hey, actually, he's got a fair point there. That's not like crazy. And they turned on me and started treating me the way that we were treating them. And when that happened, I saw it with new eyes, and I saw that they weren't being completely fair, and there was a cognitive dissonance going on. And that started a process that slowly over 3 weeks or 4 weeks got me to realize, oh, I think I made a mistake. That's basically the story I've heard like about 9 times.
So you felt that you made a mistake that made them turn back to the globe?
Not me. This is when I asked flat earthers who became
stories
Globers.
from people.
Yeah,
like their experiences with flat Earth in their community. But and I hear that, but to me, it's not even a community thing. It's just strengthening your relationship with God, realizing the earth that He's put you on.
Well, you do realize that there are a lot of people who are flat earthers, not religious, but they do
Blowing my
believe
mind.
in
That fact
But-
blows my mind.
Okay, if you would have let me finish, they may not believe in a organized religion, but they are spiritual and they do believe in a creator, and I'm not referring to New Age.
Believing in
like
a creator is religious, yes.
I mean, well, I will say that as somebody who's not in a religion per se, that I would say that the word means to rely on. So it's like, what do you rely on? And by default, we all rely on nature. So that's, to me, should be our religion. But if you choose something else, that's on you. And on all of us. But so yeah, I'm not a religion, but I'm kind of like what the young lady described. I do believe in a creator because of the fact that just the shape of the plane, like how the whole setup was, that brought me back into, like, the first thing I did when I kind of started to realize that the earth was flat was go and grab a Bible, a good old Bible, and started reading from the beginning. And when I did that, I was like, damn, the people who wrote the Bible know that the earth is flat. But I'm like, and that
Well,
just,
yeah, there's people that say there's 200 plus references to a flat earth in the Bible.
yeah, I mean, all I needed was the beginning. And like when I went to the beginning and reread it, like I call it with the flat eyes. It's like you see that, okay, there's a earth, and then there's a sky, and then there's lights that were created in the sky above. the earth for the people. And I told that to an older religious lady who was out passing out the pamphlets in the street one day, you know, when I was on a real flat earth high one day. And I'm like, yo, you know that the earth is flat, right? No, I said, asked her, what's the shape of the earth? She said, oh, the earth. I said, the earth is, she said, the earth is round. I said, round like a pizza or round like a basketball? She said, round like a ball. I said, that's a deception. That's what they try to teach us, right? Because she's a real believer. And I'm like saying to myself, I'm a real believer in God too, quote unquote. So I'm like, they trying to deceive us by telling us that. They put that in the story, trying to throw us off. And
That makes God a liar in the first page of the Bible.
Well, she looked at me like I was crazy at first, and I said, remember in the beginning they said that they made the sun and the moon and stuff for us? And all she did was go back in her mind and look, and I could tell by her reaction, she caught it. And I just walked away. And I just was so excited. I was like, yo, this old lady, she caught it. She see it.
Planting seeds,
Well,
she
the thing
earnestly
is,
was a truth seeker.
it doesn't make any sense for someone who believes in the Bible to believe in the heliocentric model, because then you believe in the Big Bang Theory. And if you believe in that, you can't believe what it says in Genesis, because the sun was created on the fourth day.
Like I
That
said,
does not make any sense.
Yeah, wait.
This
Blackhead.
model was
So,
propagated.
Blackhead, do you believe in the Big Bang? And then also, second part, like, what do you feel about like the astrophysics versus quantum mechanics, and there being no unified
Law.
theory of everything?
Well, obviously it's being worked on. Well, what you're
Well,
asking, do I believe in a
first,
Big Bang?
yeah, first part, Big Bang, and then the unified theory of everything.
Unified theory. Well,
No,
I
no,
don't
Big
really
Bang
have much
first.
to
Big
comment
Bang
on that.
first.
Yeah,
Big-
Big Bang. I believe in a Big Bang.
Big Bang.
So,
The only
well,
Big
like,
Bang is sex, man.
so, but what was before the Big Bang or whatever?
It's probably cyclical, to be fair. That's my own deduction.
So it goes in and out, or
Yeah.
what?
Cyclical, as in it gets recycled. It goes out, it comes in. Big crunch.
And what
goes out,
determines when
comes
it goes in and when it comes out?
The heat death.
Like, shouldn't we have a time frame on that, deducing from the stars and all that stuff? Like, we know how old it is and what? Like,
Yeah,
can't we
well,
tell when it's gonna stop accelerating?
Maybe not.
So then, how do you know anything? What you're just saying?
I don't. I said before that was my own.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just wondering. I'm trying to break it down because I don't know.
Well, I believe eventually, obviously, energy doesn't disappear in the universe, but eventually it will be diluted down
Diluted down.
in terms
What
of.
does that mean?
In terms of.
What would dilute down there? What?
I've never heard of that before. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but I've just never heard that.
I think he's
said
talking about
like
the heat
that
death of the
before.
universe.
I'm trying to talk about heat death in layman.
Oh, okay.
So essentially, all these stars burn all the fuel, and eventually it becomes a cold place.
But then what? You think it collapses back on itself?
Well,
it could be one of the two. It could be heat death or big crunch.
And that's an area that's controversial. I don't think the science community as a whole wouldn't say they really know the answer to that. That's something
No one does.
All right. So so then exactly. I mean, I guess that's the point. But so then, why?
How do you define the end of the Earth? End of the universe.
Well, because I haven't been there. I'm not allowed. That's the whole point. What is at the
we have
edge?
the
That's
same
the real
thoughts.
question. No, I have a much smaller worldview than.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like extremely smaller now.
Anyway, carry
But
on.
but the unified theory of everything, like that doesn't exist, right? Because there's some fundamental problems between like two big theories, right?
Yeah, it's mostly.
Roughly.
Yeah.
So like, I feel like if we're so freaking smart right now, and we know all the Big Bang shit, like, shouldn't that already be figured?
No.
No, not necessarily.
Why not?
Because it's hard.
Theories take time.
People don't even know, man. They're all theories.
Well, theory is not such a bad word,
theory, I don't know. Come on.
but the truth is that science is fueled by mystery, right? It's all it is a series of open questions
Isn't
that people are
gravity
working
a theory?
on. The theory is not a bad word in
Gravity is a
science.
theory. Do you know what theory means, Hollywood?
Not
It
exactly
means
sure.
proven and tested.
In science, if you hear something's a theory, it means they hold it to be true to the highest possible confidence.
Because it's been proven and tested through experimentation.
Right.
People think theory is just an idea. But
I
in
just
science,
don't understand how, like, at the quantum level, things can flash into existence and out of it. And then on
it's
the
the
extreme
electron.
level,
It's a bit daft.
yeah. And then on the extreme other
Right.
spectrum is the universe is in black holes. Don't understand any of that. So pretty much they're both not believable to me.
What you've
Well,
got to think
but
about black
Hollywood,
holes.
to be fair though, what you just described, those feelings, that's the exact same feeling that drives people into science because they think this is mysterious.
Right.
And they
No,
think,
I
well,
agreed.
let's figure it out.
That's what I'm at. I'm at like my area of exploration where I'm trying to figure out the biggest, the smallest, the farthest, like, you know, whatever, like where I live, where I exist, and I'm not sure at those extremes. You know, either at the edge, at the fucking minute particle level. I don't freaking know. I'm trying to wade through these waters of bullshit and figure it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's tricky, and I think science. I think you'd be a lot of people. I feel like a lot of flat earthers. I think would be surprised if they took an actual, genuine look at what scientific community really says. They'd be surprised at how open and honest and unsure they are. They don't really claim to know these things with absolute certainty of it at all, and there's a lot of controversy about them. And they're working on a lot of them. You know.
Then why isn't what you hey, then why what you just said, why don't they tell us that in high school?
I think it depends. You know, I was told that in high school, so I think it depends on.
Well, no, I remember explicitly that I was never told that in high school.
Well, I was going to finish, but if I could
got rid of Pluto.
If I could finish what I was saying, I was going to say that I was told that, and I think it depends, therefore, on who you had teaching you. I think there are good teachers and bad teachers, and if you had somebody tell you science is like, you know, absolutely certain about these things, then I think you should probably just got unlucky and have a bad teacher.
So,
well, it's like the medical practice.
Okay, so you're saying millions of people have bad teachers. Don't you think that's a concern?
Well, sure. I don't know how many there are exactly, but yeah. I think.
Well,
you know,
considering
people
there's billion, okay, since there's billions of people on the earth, wouldn't you say it's fair to say that there's a very good chance that millions of people had bad teachers?
Yeah, millions of people are being told that science is absolutely certain and you can't contradict it and it doesn't ask questions and it's not full of mystery, then if millions of people are learning that from their teachers, then millions of people have bad teachers.
Well, I see
You
there's
should
a
listen to Neil
huge
deGrasse Tyson.
problem.
He's really big on getting teachers to do the right thing.
Fuck Neil deGrasse Tyson. All right.
Nice.
And the horse he rode in on.
Straight up. And don't lie. Oh my god.
No disrespect to Scott. You're good.
That's fine. I actually don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson either. I think he's a terrible spokesman for science. Like, he's such an obnoxious prat that like he doesn't make it look good.
Actor, dude.
But that's what people gravitate towards nowadays, is that type of mindset.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly feel like those guys do more harm, at least on the fringes, they do more harm than good because they're part of the reason why people have this perception of science being so arrogant. But when I meet real scientists, they're not like that at all.
Yeah, Black Hat.
I didn't grow up
because they're
watching Bill Nye and stuff, so I didn't know how popular he was. But a lot of people like younger than me are like, Bill Nye, the science guy.
Very popular.
So I'm like,
That guy's straight stupid. That guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. Like, he can't explain things.
Yeah, whack bow tie.
I didn't watch that.
On his video on why the Earth is round, the first point he made is, why can't you see Spain from California? Like, dude, are you being serious? This is actually.
I've seen some mainstream stuff like that, and why is like the proof so stupid? Like Black Hat, like some
Do people
mainstream
think that we're like mentally ill, like retards? Like,
sometimes their proof
who don't know how to function and don't know things. Like,
yeah, I mean, sometimes the proof is don't talk to them. That's not proof.
To be that retard because that's what they were programming you to be. So of course they're going to be shocked if you figure it out.
Right.
They put the globe in your when you were 4 years old.
Gave you an A for getting a
dude.
Drawing the solar system accurately. It's a trip, man.
Hey,
You pat on the back, tell you you're a genius.
Hey, Ken, I recently I have a 4-year-old grandbaby, and she just this year entered into preschool. And so my daughter told me, oh, I got school pictures. I got one to send you. And I'm like, oh, okay, just send it to me through Messenger. So I open up Messenger, I look at the picture, and immediately I said, what the fuck is this shit? Okay, right there, next to my grandbaby, amongst other school props, was a globe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There it
Okay,
is, man.
so
It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
okay, I'm gonna tell you what. As soon as she can grasp the concept that there's a time and a place to talk about things, and you don't oppose your school teacher, she's gonna be getting a fuckload of information. I'll tell you that right now.
I feel you. I feel you. And
That shit pissed me the fuck off, man.
I could
That's
imagine. I mean, I
bullshit.
think about it, and it makes me really, really sad. It's really troubling because, there's
Okay,
so
so
much.
if it's a theory, why aren't they told about other theories? That's my issue. Okay.
Well,
that's not fair fight. That's not a fair fight. That's half the information. How can they make a
Well, remember,
discernible choice?
when science uses the word theory, they mean something different than I think what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Well,
but when you build a theory on top of a theory, I mean, when you look at it, this only applies to astronomy. Nowhere in this Earth, like in the real world, like when we go out and work, do we ever use theories to build things on? Like this is no here on Earth, right? But up there, you stack theories on theories and theories,
Okay,
and all of a sudden people think it's a law.
But don't
You know what I
forget,
mean?
Bong. Don't forget, Bong. There's two definitions of what science is. Okay, so that answers your question. You already know that.
Yep.
What do you think a theory is, Bong?
How about who do you think John D is?
I don't know who John D is.
John D. See, this is the man that brought us a lot of the science we have today, right?
A theory is a plausible or scientifically accepted,
Yeah, la.
acceptable
I
general
know
principle or
what it
body of
is, dude.
principles
Yeah,
offered to explain phenomena. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
great.
offered to explain. It
Hey.
doesn't mean that it actually explains it. It
It's
just means that
great.
it's
Look, I like science, right? I like to study things, come up with a hypothesis based on my observations, and then testing it, right? But this is not what science is today. It's not what we're we're being taught. We're being taught to use these theories and build upon them, but it only applies to astronomy and things out there.
Who's
When
John
you go to do exactly, man. See, this is what I'm talking about. People don't know the history of science and where it came from. And when I bring it up, like you got to look into who John D and Edward Kelly is, all right? Like
John D.
what they developed. Yeah, came down and then we had what's his face, Aleister Crowley, and then Jack Parsons, which is where the jet propulsion
You mean Rockefeller?
comes from, right? No. I'm talking about Jack Parsons, the satanic Luciferian.
No, John D. Rockefeller.
Engine. No, not that
Bong,
John D.
Bong, you said John D and who else?
Edward Kelly.
Who the fuck is John D? I can't find John D.
He said, just type in John D. Edward Kelly on Google. You'll get it.
Right. I used DuckGo.
Yep. So that's science, right? That's where science comes from. Without that guy, you would not have the computer or these codes or ciphers or any of these methods that we have today that we're using today. This is science. This is where that knowledge comes from. This is where the system, body of science.
Edward Kelly was a spirit medium. Magical investigations. Spirits and angels.
Hey, don't laugh at me, all right? Those are the shoulders. Those are the giants, okay, that you're standing on. Right? Don't laugh at me. Those are your heroes.
Hey, wait. So you know that saying, the standing on the shoulders of giants? Do you think that relates to like those like supposed real giants or like conspiracy about giants?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means giants like people who have.
I could believe that. I could believe that. I could
Right.
believe. I could believe giants and stuff because I'm thinking about the firmament, just the earth, how it is, how it's formed. Like this is a form. So I could believe in giants, although I don't particularly do. I could.
In like other forms, right?
I mean,
No, but that's
especially
not
like
what
when you
the.
watch like the Transformers movie and
Yeah, I
stuff like
believe there were giants, but that's
so.
not what that word means. You know, that word means
Say,
giants like
saying,
heroes.
I know. I just meant to say.
Well, standing on the shoulders of giants. I mean,
It's got to come from something, right?
it doesn't necessarily mean you're heroes, but your heroes would still have been those that would not be from here. Those would be, superheroes outside of your realm, like Superman and those things, are like they're still like entities that supposedly be bigger
So
than you as a human.
what you're saying is that there are truth in the myths we are told, is what you're getting.
I'm saying that they could be. I don't know for
Right,
sure,
right.
but
Well,
they could
yeah,
be.
I mean, lots of people ascribe to that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the ideas of it.
Right, and the ideas have to come from somewhere. They don't come out of thin air.
Yeah.
What's your guys' best proof for the flat Earth?
Water maintains it.
Measures
Water
flat.
Being from
water.
Brooklyn.
What's your best proof for the globe?
Ionization of the atmosphere.
Hey, listen, hey man, ionization happens on your so-called globe, and it happens right here on our good flat Earth, our flat Earth. Yeah.
What's
How does ionization prove curvature?
If you let me
What is that?
explain.
What is ionization?
No,
What
you
is
don't
that?
have.
If you let me explain, it's the only thing that you guys can't actually fling off as fake or.
Okay, but you get what he was saying,
Wait, let
that
him
it works on a globe and a flat Earth. You understand that, right?
But
Well,
can we?
yeah, I'm
can
gonna
we let it-
explain how to globe.
Yeah, I just want to explain what it is. In general.
Okay, it's gonna be long-winded, so well, not long-winded, but I might have to pause because English isn't so good.
If I hear the word fusion come out of your mouth,
Why is that so
We're
bad?
done. Well, help him out.
look,
Strong.
India already told you earlier today, man. All right,
Can you just
don't
tell us?
try it again.
Wait, try me, please.
Try Hollywood.
Try me, and then let them figure out, or let them laugh at you.
All right, so
Ionization is the process by which an atom or molecule acquires a negative or positive charge by gaining or losing electrons to form ions, often in conjunction with other chemicals. What does that have to do with flat or round or ball or any of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, you know what the aurora borealis is? Or the
Yes.
aurora australis on the south.
I
It's
don't
not
know.
proof.
I've seen it.
Look, man, hold up. Before you go into that, all right, you're claiming there's curvature, all right? So prove that.
Hold on. This is his best proof. So I want.
Was
Okay.
it's not my best
But the
proof
thing
against you
is,
guys. My best
Yes,
proof
I know.
is
I
the
want to hear.
live ISS stream, but basically, so the ionization in the atmosphere happens because of the sun. Does everyone agree? Solaris. Does anyone disagree?
Carry on. Go on, dude. Just finish your damn story, man.
No,
Stop
does anyone
asking us
disagree at
questions.
this point? Because if anyone disagrees,
I don't care
agree.
what you're saying.
Wait, hold
Just
on.
finish.
Blackhead, I'm gonna agree with everything you say until you finish, because I want to hear the point.
Alright, okay. So Solaris causes the ionization of the upper atmosphere, which gives us the aurora borealis in the north. Okay. But on the flat model, this is completely cannot happen.
And how
I
is
mean,
that?
magnetically, sure, if you've got the magnetic and there's somehow in the middle, but I don't know how that magnetic field would be generated
Look,
anyway.
man, focus
But-
on proving the globe, bro. Don't talk about flat Earth. You don't know shit about it.
For
Focus
real,
on
dude.
your
Why do
model,
people
man.
come in here pretending to say things that are gonna blow our minds and not even say anything at all?
No,
Well, in all, not to like bring him down, but a quick note though. You see how he said that on a flat model. I don't think you lost. You just really don't know then. So like exactly like they saying, but not.
What
in
do
a
you think
harsh
the
way.
flat model is?
I still need to explain.
Do you
it.
think that we all believe that we're some disc
So how
flying
could- so
up
that's
in
the
space?
problem. How could you say you don't
still need to
disconnect?
explain.
Something happened and you don't
and
know
you
how
said
to
this,
do it.
and you said, but you said the space station would be your actual best proof of the curve or whatever. But I already told you how crazy that the camera situation is on there.
Alright, okay. Yeah, this is why I can't go to cameras, so I'm having to use ionization, which is a bit out of my field, but I'm gonna go ahead. So the sun is a fusion reactor, and obviously it has to have a certain mass for nature to produce it, to create fusion. So it's 90 something million miles away. Was it 93 million miles away? You guys probably
Oh wow. Okay, so far I've heard like 2 theories so far, but keep going.
Alright, okay, anyway. But and then this obviously the particle stream comes over, hits us. We got ionization, layman. If the sun was any closer, essentially the sun has to be at a certain size to create fusion. So it has to be. I mean, there's just no disputing the fact that because
Okay, hold on.
ionization happens.
But how do you know it's
Okay,
fusion
hold
though? How
on.
do you know it's
Hold
fusion?
on.
The sun.
Okay. See, the thing is, he used the word "it has to be," and the reason why
Right.
you use that word is because it has to fit the model. Okay.
Right.
You don't know where the sun is. Nobody knows where the sun is.
Or what it is.
Yeah,
Right.
and that it's fusion. Okay, so right there, we can help you and save your breath, and you go over those things first, and then you can go on with what you're saying. And
Okay, so
if
what am
you
I
did
going
that,
over?
and wait, and if you did that honestly, you wouldn't be proceeding in what you're talking.
Yep.
Well,
That's
does a
like the
flashlight
original.
does a flashlight have fusion or whatever, like a organic light that
Really?
produces sunlight?
No, usually they're like
Really?
light emitting diodes and stuff like that.
Good.
So like, but
Or it's
but
like
but you can
copper
like
tungsten.
you can grow plants indoors with lights. So
You're
it's like
going
the
all
sun.
over the place, man. I don't know what you're trying to do,
That's
but
UV
you
light.
sound a little bit confused.
I am.
You can grow plants with lights.
Wow.
No, I see where he's coming from. I see where he's coming from.
I'm
'cause
just saying, how do we know what a
obviously,
sun is?
Hollywood. It's a good
Just a
How do
point
you know where the sun is?
because the sun obviously emits all light spectrums. So all the way
Okay,
from
wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, so it's 93 million miles away. So
Yeah.
what that would mean is that the sunlight rays are coming to us in a parallel fashion. Yet, what we see with our eyes, we see crepuscular rays coming from the sun.
Makes sense though, right?
Hence the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, sun rays, raising in the sun.
But you
that's
know
crazy.
that does that make sense though, right, Jen?
What are you getting
But
at?
wait, but
I'm
that
just getting at
crepuscular rays could be perspective. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not.
perspective.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, isn't that a fair answer?
No.
Why
I
not?
think it is, but that's just my opinion. Because I don't know.
Why not, Jen?
Yo, man, I hope I have this picture of these. Well, how do you say the word crepuscular?
Crepuscular
You had to
rays.
see. I was like, oh my goodness! It was like the light was like it was like a Christmas tree. It was like so much like going through these trees. I was on a bus through the woods, like somewhere in the East Coast, and I was like, I just took a picture just for flat Earth. It's like it's like oh my, I hope I could.
Well,
But I was like, how could some people gotta. Well, it's not that people gotta stop because if you didn't come into this information, you probably still think the same thing, right? Like 93 million. That's what I always thought before, realizing.
Well, from what I understand in layman's terms about how light is perceived by what we can see, is the closer an object of the light is to us, then we're going to see the light rays converge from the source. And if the sun is 93 million miles away, that's a lot of converging from such a far away distance. And I just have a really hard time with that.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
So does that answer your question, Beach?
No, ma'am. You said
okay.
I thought you said before that the sun rays would be parallel if it came from that far away.
Well, 93 million miles is a really, 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 really far distance.
Right. I agree with that part.
Because if you could triangulate, that's what was my point. If you could triangulate and point upward, you know how wide, like this, you wouldn't see lines. You wouldn't see any.
Those lines, I think, and we claim, and they're an illusion of perspective. In the same way that if you look at railroad tracks receding into the distance, they look like they're angled away from each other. They get wider and wider as they get closer. That's what we think. That's what I would say is what crepuscular lines are like. They're separated by the clouds, so you can actually see them in rays. And then because they're parallel, the ones as they get closer, they appear to get wider.
Yeah, there's a big difference there. When you look at railroad tracks, well, you know that these lines never meet, right? So perspective is working in a different way there, where a light source, right, comes from a point in space, in somewhere, right? So it's different, and the fact that it's a lot higher than a lot of the, whatever. Yeah, it gives us that effect of a sunset. Yeah, but it's not the same thing, where like a railroad track, because parallel lines, like when you look up a building, you see the same effect, right? Perspective,
right.
converging. Yeah, but if it's a point, right, where it's coming out of from a point, then you know that somewhere this will converge. These lines actually converge. The light,
But the idea though is if it's far enough away, then we know just from the geometry of that we should expect those lines to come in parallel if it's that far away. And then we look at the crepuscular rays.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't finished. But...
No. I apologize. Sorry.
And then if you look at the crepuscular rays, you might say, wait a minute. Why are these things diverging? Because we know that these rays should be parallel based on the geometry. But then if they are parallel because of the geometry, then that could be explained by perspective.
Yeah, I'm starting to get away from crepuscular rays because it's funny, like, you see these crepuscular rays in the clouds, you know what I mean? And we say, oh, that's because it's local. But it's funny, like, if you go stand right behind a tree, you know what I mean, and look at the sun, you'll get the same effect. It'll seem like it's right there behind the tree.
Yeah,
You know what
exactly.
I mean? So there's also, there's something going on there that I don't understand, which is why I don't use that, because I need to explain. It's been a while. I should have looked into this and actually try to figure it out, but I just noted it down because we were talking about it. It just reminded me about that too. We have to be careful with crepuscular rays because there's something there that we can't explain. So no matter if it's whatever 93 million miles or 3,000 miles, or it's light has. Yep. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that plays into our favor too, as people who would dispelling the lies, because we can't tell, and I'd rather you tell me you can't tell than you tell me it's 93 million miles away. Then make up a story and sell me that narrative and then come with stuff like it has to be because of such and such. No. Look, when you look from behind a tree, it looks like the sun is right there next to you. So we don't even know what it is. We don't know if it's the actual light. We don't know if there's points meeting together. We don't know what's going on. But I'd rather that way we can do our own observations and come up with our own understandings instead of somebody preaching a narrative to me because they have a specific agenda.
Good point.
Well,
yep.
I was just going to say that, one of the things I think is great about science, and you guys may disagree, but is that they are transparent about everything. And if you go and look, you'll see literally every single thing, every single piece of evidence they have to support something. And you may still think it's all nonsense. That's definitely possible. But nothing that they say do they not have readily available for you to go look at all the evidence that makes them say that. So, like, for example, when you talk about the sun's distance, you can go and you can look at all the data and all the research and all the experiments, and you can decide whether it's all bullshit. That's fine. But it is all there. They aren't just asking you to believe them. They're actually showing you why they think these things.
Okay, so I'm gonna look up right now. Why do they say that the sun is 93 million miles away? Because I've never done that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Do it.
I think they use Venus. They use a Venus transit.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there's a couple of different ways at this point, but yeah.
I think Venus transit was the original primitive form.
Yes, sir.
Primitive, as in a couple hundred years ago.
Are we able to do that again today? Can we
Venus
study
transit.
the
Yes, sir.
transit of?
Yeah.
Can we do that today?
Yes, sir.
Can us, you, me, and everybody? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it's a little complicated, but we can do it. It's definitely within the realm of amateur astronomers.
I think it's just amateur trigonometry as well. I think it's just
No,
literally
well,
trigonometry.
the point I'm trying to make is back in those days they didn't have technology, telescopes, or any of the stuff that resources we have today. So it should be a lot easier.
Well, they had telescopes. They didn't know the distance of the sun until they had telescopes.
Right, and they only created telescopes when they were developing the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
you know that, right? Telescopes and gyroscopes were all created just for that purpose.
Well, yeah, but
within 60 years.
Yeah, that's true, right? But it's also could be like the creation of those tools gave them all this new information that led them to see what
was it created for?
What's that?
What was it created for? Like you said, gyroscopes and that stuff. What was it originally created?
Bong was saying to convince people of the heliocentric.
I feel like gyroscopes are useful, right? Like on a flat plane. Like, don't they have some function other than proving the globe, or is that really what they were invented for?
Well, that's what is highly suspicious about it, is that this was all developed within like 60 years by the same people, like all these big names that we're talking about today. You know, when you read about it, it seems like, okay, this guy discovered this, and then this guy discovered that, and then this was invented. You know, no, it was all done at the same time.
Yeah, it was an explosion of but I sometimes
technology.
I sometimes think about when people look back at the 19th century or the 20th century, they're going to see how did they go from steam engines to iPhones in like basically 60 years or 80 years. It sometimes it just explodes. It seems like.
Well, I think it's probably if you look at the Renaissance, right? The Renaissance. During that time, it seems that all these artists, all this science, friggin' geometry, all this came out like realistic stuff, right? It looks like it came from some kind of secret vault of the Vatican or something, because only certain artists, certain people of certain families had access to this information and education. So the Medici and all these people. And then you had the Pope and all. Then they developed the heliocentric model. Poor Galileo gets killed, for nothing. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's all very suspicious. And when you look at the people around that time that was developing this, I mean, these people were freaking cut your head off for looking batting your eyelid the wrong way. So it's very suspicious. And then when you look at what they're teaching us today about it, it seems like, oh, these are just some very honest men that like they were, like us, but they were not like us. These people had access to information and documents that no one in the world had access, that people in the world were paying so much money to try to learn. And you look at the Pythagoras and all the way down from there, it was all like controlled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wish information was all out there.
This is reading this is pissing me off. It reminds me why I left school. This is crazy.
Well, I hated school. Well, I slept in school.
I did leave school because I know that there was more to life than the damn propaganda. But my point is that I'm looking up how do you determine that the Earth is 93 million miles away? And I've come across some interesting facts. I didn't know that AU meant astronomical unit. I didn't know half the shit that they in here talking about, but none of it is really focused on the why. But then they start to talk about the why or the how, and it talks about Aristarchus, I guess. Aristarchus, okay, right? He used these distances, and then basically they come up with this theory that the sun is about 400 times larger than the moon and 19 times as far away. Like weird. Like how? So in reading this, you're just because of how it's written, you're supposed to accept this, but it does not, again, show you how. It's just like words telling you what it is according to whoever.
It should be pretty easy to find for that Aristarchus stuff. Is it not telling you about how he used the phases of the moon to figure out something about the angle of the sun? I remember reading about it.
Okay, but it doesn't. It says he used the phases of the moon to measure the sizes and distances of the sun and moon. During the half moon, the three celestial bodies should form a right angle. By measuring the angle at the earth between the sun and the moon, he determined that the sun was 19 times as far from the planet as the moon, and thus 19 times as big. In fact, the sun is about 400 times larger than the moon. Wow.
Well, I guess that's not a great page. Let me send you the page I used where I learned about it.
Horrible.
It goes in a lot of detail that you.
And this is space.com. This is what comes up when you Google it. This is horrible.
Well, a lot of things come up. I don't know what space.com is. I'll have to look at it. But the one I found is on the first page. I'll send it to you.
It's on. I didn't go past the first page of Google. I typed in how far away is the Earth from the sun. And
what I type in is how do we know the distance to the sun? That's what I usually type.
Space.com, then Caltech, then World Atlas. And how you know that it's a bunch of BS is that they tell you so much other things beforehand to loop you into just thinking about these celestial balls. Pause.
Hey, I just found this video debunking flat Earth. Can anyone explain it to me?
You can go watch more videos.
Where? I want to see.
I posted it.
It's not hard to do if you try.
Well, it seemed pretty convincing to me, so I thought I'd get some opinions on it.
Why was it convincing to you?
Oh, watch the video and see why.
No, I'm good. I'm from Brooklyn. You ever heard of a place called Flatbush or Flatlands?
No.
They got a lot of flat foot around there. That's just my corny little Brooklyn joke about how the flat Earth was in Brooklyn before, and I didn't see it the whole time.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah. It's plain to see, no pun intended, that people live in flats.
Well, is anyone gonna look at it, or should I just come back tomorrow?
I would say come back tomorrow.
I'm watching it.
All right.
It's 9 minutes though.
Hey, yeah. Ken, I put a.
Yeah, hold up. I'm watching.
9 minutes? That sounds attractive.
It's really only like 5 though.
Hold up. Is this video right here? Here's the Google search.
What do you guys make of that video?
When the astronomer measures how the parallax of an object.
Have any of you guys watched that video? It brings up a valid point. I think we were discussing it earlier, but no one really.
I've seen a point be made about this before. I don't remember how I've heard it refuted, but thinking
what is
about
that showing that the sun gets shrinks or doesn't shrink when it sinks or goes down or goes
No,
out
it's
of
very
view?
simple. You've got to
Gotta watch it.
essentially the sun's already set, but it's still casting light on the higher altitude cloud behind it.
Well,
shiny.
I know I've done videos with the sun and the moon at the same time.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about this video right here.
I know. So what I'm saying though is like a
Wait,
video
but
that
it's
I
almost.
literally did.
But there's sun on the clouds when the sun is gone from your eyesight. But the clouds are higher, so that I feel like that makes sense. Just like he's climbing to a different altitude to see the sun, which he can't see from the ground at that point.
No, right. Essentially, so the sun is already set on the ground level, so you can no longer see the sun.
Right,
So the
right.
only things now that can see the sun are
So check
on a higher altitude.
Okay, right. So he goes to a higher altitude,
Yeah.
and then he can see the sun, right?
Yeah.
and then he flips the camera around,
Yeah.
and he can see the clouds and he can see the
Which
sun.
are even higher altitudes.
Yes, which is why you can probably see the light, which makes complete sense to me, at least.
Complete sense on a globe model.
No, on a freaking, I don't know. I mean, maybe on both, dude. Like, see, part of the problem is there's things you can have on one model, on the other model, or both. And most of the things are on the flat model or the globe model. Sorry, the flat model or both. And there's like none that are only on the globe.
The way I understand it is that on the flat model, light recedes because the sun is moving away. But if that's the case, that sunshine still wouldn't be on those clouds.
I don't know. I feel like the point he's trying to trick us in this video is saying that the clouds are the same height as the drone, because he's not mentioning that he thinks the clouds are. I mean that he should mention that he thinks the clouds are higher if he's intelligent.
He did say that, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to trick us. I think he's just as confused as everybody else is.
I think he's trying to help.
Right. Yeah, he's trying to help, but he's still confused. So, see the reticule, right? See the reticule or the reticule, you know what I mean? Right. So as he raises the camera up, he says that the horizon drops. Now, hey, that's not right. That's not how you measure the drop. Yeah, that's not how you measure the drop of the horizon. Because at 100,000 feet, it's still at eye level. So you're telling me that so that can be thrown up, right? The other thing is that the cloud in the back, how the sun is illuminating it, and you think that because it's spinning, you think that because it's spinning, that's what causes that. But the sun is. This also works when the sun goes away, and it's being covered by the horizon, or it seems like it's going to cast us. I don't know how to explain it. I'm trying to get the words.
Well, see, because that's the point, though, bro. That's the thing. People think that this stuff is explainable by men. Half the stuff we're not going to be able to explain because it's not our doing. This is bigger than us. We got to respect it, look at it, observe it, and see it as what it is. But outside of that, I've seen with my own eyes, it be light out with no sun. When the sun's rising and in sunset. So dude did not prove anything to me. Like, what are you saying when you see? We know that I'm gonna slow down for a minute and go back to the Bible. I'm not a Bible thumper like that, but I have one right next to me. They said the sun was created on the fourth day, but there was light with no sun. So what's dude we been talking about?
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Can we just get back to the point?
The sun is possibly not the direct source of light, but could be a representation of light and around when it's lit a lot of times. But there's moon out when it's light as well too. The moon has light.
But it doesn't mean the light is coming from the moon necessarily, right?
It doesn't mean that the light is coming from the sun necessarily.
Right.
Either.
I'm so lost.
That's interesting.
Exactly. We don't know if the light is coming from the sun directly. We just been taught that our whole lives. But when you look at phenomenon like the sun being set and it still be light out, or the sun not having risen yet and it be light out, then is this light coming from the sun directly, or is the sun apart? Because what they try to tell you in that story is that the sun is the center of the solar system.
Dude, the sun and the moon are so fake. I'm scared.
You see what I'm saying? They try to make the sun this main thing and says all these other things are rotating around the sun, and they're telling you on that. And I had to slow down for a minute, and I was like, wait, like what's going on? What am I reading? Because I was getting duped and drugged back into that whole thought process. So it's not what they tell us; it's what we can see and understand and discern.
Like, what if the sun's just there to look pretty?
That's what I mean. It's part of it's obviously something of value.
Or, dude, no. What if it's like, okay, the sun is literally, you can't look at it, right? So what if it's like this reminder to like focus on our lives?
I look at the sun all the time.
Rob Skiba I just remembered Rob Skiba had a video explaining that. I'm trying to look for it.
It's like, don't try to figure out where the light's coming from. Just
Can anyone dispute that video, the sunset video?
That's a good
No, I
point
just
though. I
did,
don't like that idea. I mean, and the same thing, like when I look at the sun and then I look down, I can't recognize anybody's faces, and it brings me to saying that we all the same. So it's like the opposite goes to say, like if you're not looking at the sun, just focus on what you're supposed to do and use it as a guide. You know.
groundbreaking.
So I don't know, but I know when
I
I
like
come
that.
from looking,
I like
I'm thinking, I can't see people's faces when I come from looking at the sun. Like I just see just black, you know, and it's hard to like, you know.
All right, found it. I found it. All right.
Nice.
Check this out. So look at this video, man. Yeah. Look at that video. Look, just watch it, okay? This will explain it. Just watch.
All right.
First of all, he's using a small scale experiment.
Now, remember that cloud you were talking about? That he had in the video? Yeah. Just happy? Are we happy? 'Cause I'm happy.
One sec.
Deep enough for you?
Now that's science, children.
Good ass video. That's a pretty good video there by Mr. Skiber.
Yeah, man. That answers that counters.
Yo. And see, that's
Observable,
that.
testable,
I don't know,
repeatable.
man. I'm just grateful to be somebody who tries to recognize the truth when I see it. Because I would hate to have to see that and then be like, no, but because I would not do that. Like that would, I don't know.
You'd be like sheeple. No.
friend of mine said,
I miss Sheepo.
friend of mine said, everything can't be a lie. After like the flat earth like stuff started to, get wind in our neighborhood, he was like, looked at me, because I've always been the quote unquote conspiracy guy, although I wasn't the first one around us with it, I started to really push the flat earth stuff, to my people and stuff. And so it's like, everything can't be a lie. No. Like, yo, this is crazy. Yeah.
You can also say, well, yeah, everything can't be a truth.
Shit. It's crazy.
A good lie builds on the truth.
What do you think? What do you guys think about the Martin Kenny stuff? Where he's like combining everything. Like he's like they're not lying, always lying. They're just twisting the truth and adding in what they're talking about.
Hey, Deep. Can you push the talk, bro? It's kind of like, yeah.
Sorry.
Deep, did you check out that video? What do you think?
Yep, I watched it. And I do see what you're saying there. My only problem with it still is the reticle, but that could have been false because I heard what you're saying about the 120K still up to eye level. I agree with that. But at the same time, the original video shows that it's not just bouncing off the bottom. It's actually receding from the cloud as a whole. So that's kind of my problem with that.
Yeah, I just watched that video. I've got like quite a few pointers, to be fair. The experiment was a bit of a... I don't really know what was going on, to be honest. What skill was he using? I have no idea what the fuck. I just watched.
I think what Skiba was saying is that
what scale was he using?
The sun, although it's going down from your view, is still higher than the cloud. So
I know, I gathered that, but I want to know what scale he's using.
I mean, the scale, use your brain scale for one. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but if the sun is above your head and you cannot...
I'm asking what scale the experiment.
Well,
what scale is the experiment on?
I can dig it. But I know logically, I just said, okay, if I have to test
Does anyone know what scale the experiment is on?
And I know that the sun is in the sky above somebody's head that's down that way, wherever the sun is setting at.
Yeah, drop Skiba a link, man, on the video. Ask him. When you're asking us.
There you go. Good answer.
I mean, do you question Neil deGrasse Tyson like that and your science teachers? Well, what scale is that? Is that globe? Is that globe scale properly? Because
that's what we got taught to do in school. To question.
Yeah, you never asked.
Do you question Neil deGrasse?
We didn't get taught to question the globe because it was already there before we knew how to even ask a question other than I want to eat or gotta pee.
Ken, you getting really off topic?
No, I'm not. You said that we are taught in school to ask questions. I said we weren't taught to ask about the globe that was there before we knew how to ask anything other than can I have something to eat or can I go to the bathroom?
Well, we went to a different school then.
No, you didn't.
You didn't go. What school did you go to?
What do you mean? State school.
Okay, you went to school. When did you first fall in love with the globe?
What do you mean? When did I didn't fall in love.
When was your first kiss?
Now you're laughing. When did you first fall in love with the globe?
I don't know. Don't remember.
Exactly my point. So we went to the same school.
When I came out the womb.
So we went to the same school then.
Wait, you were born on a globe?
No, but we were when I came into any type of consciousness, the globe was already there. You get what I'm saying? If there was no globe, would you think that we would think that the Earth was a globe? If there was no promotion on TV, the universal sign, or a globe in your classroom?
It's why they put the solar system shit over the baby's crib.
A mobile.
Can
But
you at
that's more of
least
a flat Earth thing than anything. At least the celestial bodies are rotating above your head.
True.
On some
Actually, true that.
reality
True
shit.
that.
When
True
you
that.
get
True
out
that.
of the crib, they take you into a school and put a ball around you or to you. Push a ball in your face.
That's suspect.
Yeah, I take back the crib.
Yeah, the crib
at
stuff.
least
No, 'cause it works, dude.
at least consider the explanation, man. At least look at it seriously and consider what you say. You know, think about it. You know, a little bit.
So can I critique this experiment after that tangent?
You can do whatever you want, man.
Okay.
Just keep that
So-
same energy when you go into the classroom, you know, when you're 3 and 4 years old. Like, hey, how did you come up with this equation?
Well, honestly, I just don't get why they don't teach us with the flat map projection, regardless of if it's flat or
Because
not.
you
Like,
wouldn't be a part of their program
right.
anymore.
I know, but because the flat projection from the whatever that with the north of the center, that map is like used for like flying and shit like around the world. It shows the whole world. It's pretty accurate in size. Like it only makes sense to use that one.
But they don't want you to have sense. They want
Yeah,
you
I know.
to.
They want you
They
to
want
think
you to give
east
them
and west.
give them
They want
your
you to
sense.
think you're from a eastern country or a western country or central. The Middle East.
Yeah, it gets deep. Why?
East Asia.
Go ahead and name all the continents.
Antarctica.
It's only 7, dude.
Do you reckon you could name them? Without Googling?
Only 7 that you know about
Yeah, exactly.
or heard about.
Because if you can name all 7, that means you're smart.
How do you know
No,
that
it's just
there's
a joke. I didn't actually mean it.
Yeah, I'm just fucking around. Like,
Seriously,
you know,
what if
New
there's-
Zealand.
what if
I don't call it. I don't call New Zealand New Zealand. I call New Zealand Aotearoa because that's the real name. Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud. That's the real name. I don't call it New Zealand. Like that's
Where did that
freaking
name come from?
European, man.
Is it long? Is it a long white cloud because the island is long, so a long white cloud forms above it?
Is that what the natives called it?
That's the actual name of the. What do you mean the natives? The people that own the land? Yes. What are you talking about, dude?
I feel like there could be another continent, like in the same circle.
Savages.
Who do you think
Kidding,
owns
man.
America?
long white cloud? See, it's flat plane stuff for you.
Yo, Bong. Who do you think owns America?
It's a corporation.
The bank. What are you talking about? The banks own the world. Every country is indebted to the banks. You are paying off all those loans that they fucking made the past freaking century. And your kids are going to be paying that loan too. Why?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah, on the note, you guys should probably buy into Bitcoin right now. You know it's on a low.
We're into Bitcoin right now.
Wait, how do you know it's not going to crash more?
I'm just saying it's on a low right now.
difference
That's
does it
what they
make?
said when it was at. That's what they said when it was at.
Who's they? Who is they?
Just the
Where's it at?
internet.
I mean, why you think you should buy into Bitcoin?
That was a
I
joke.
bought in at 1350, or I'm sorry, 13,500, and I'm pretty
Unlucky.
dissatisfied.
Why do you think we should buy into Bitcoin?
It was just a joke. You don't. I don't think you should. Although I have. Take the risk yourself.
Oh, I mean, that just was.
Why?
that's
Because
what I
you
think.
don't. Because you don't. What do you feel about the banking system, Black Hat?
Me. It's outdated.
Black Hat, are you a hacker? I hope you're not a black hat. Seriously. Do you do any security information security?
Sec,
InfoSec? Yeah, you do any of that?
maybe.
So you're a black hat, right? Are you a black hat?
Or a grey
Because
or a
if you
white.
are, yep. You got any toys running right now?
No, I'm pretty clean.
Cool, man. Don't have to fuck with us.
No,
Okay,
I'm
so
ethical.
why don't I see the moon? Why don't I see the sun in the
Well,
north?
why didn't you say you're not then?
Sorry, what was that?
If you
How
said
come I
you're
don't
ethical,
see
why
the
don't you
sun
say
in
you're
the
not a
northern
black
sky
hat?
like never ever?
I was just joking.
You didn't
Is that
answer
Ken?
though. How are you joking if you didn't say
No, I
anything?
just wanted to know. I want to know if anybody knows why I can never. I can't see the sun like when it's in the north. Like if it goes in the northern sky, like it was in the southern sky the other day. You can see it in the east, right, or whatever, and go south and go west, but never north. Why is that?
Yeah, I've always wondered that.
I mean, I think the inclination of, are you talking about the moon? The inclination, what's it called? Descending and ascending node of the moon only deviates by 4 degrees, I think. So you'd never really see it directly north.
What?
You wouldn't see it north, basically, is all I'm trying to say.
No. Why not?
Because the ascending and descending node only
Because the
change by 4. I think. Oh, I can't remember
because
the English
what?
for it.
I can't understand you.
What other languages do you speak?
You said the descendant because of what?
Hold on 2 seconds.
It has me thinking, is it really like going in the
Orbital
hole?
inclination is the word I'm looking for. The orbital inclination, I think, is only about 4 degrees. So it's pretty centered.
Can you
It's pretty
describe
smooth
a
orbit.
gravity turn to me, Black Hat?
A gravity turn, yeah, sure. A gravity turn is essentially where to achieve orbit.
All right. So what about if someone was on a different continent? Would that be the same thing? Would they not see it in their northern sky, or is there some places where they won't see it in their southern sky?
Yeah, well, if you're in the southern hemisphere, obviously, it'll be in your northern.
No. It's no obviously.
No, it's
nothing.
not. It's not in the
Because-
north. I'm in the southern hemisphere. It doesn't go north. It goes from east to west. But it doesn't.
No, I'm saying if in orientation between north and south.
Well,
It
wait,
it
do
wraps
you
around
know
the
this to be
equator
true,
pretty
or
nice.
you're just guessing? Because if I'm in Panama, I'm right on the equator, but I could be on the southern hemisphere. Am I going to be seeing the sun in my northern sky and not in my southern sky?
You've got me going geography here.
I mean, you acting like you know this stuff, so you got to be ready, man.
I'm not too good on the flight path of the moon in different places of the Earth, but I'm pretty sure
Well,
there's some calculators
how
around
about
there.
how about this one? So the sun is moving, right? The sun is moving, and the Earth and
sun's
all these
moving
planets, wherever, following around
Around
the
the
Great
Milky Way.
Attractor, yeah, around the Milky Way, right? So these planets are following the sun, right? Are they like on the same plane, like aligned on the same, or are they kind of slightly behind, chasing the sun? You know what I'm saying? And if they are on the same plane, then how does gravity work there? You know what I mean?
It's
Because
all
they
it's
have to be on the same plane in order for it to be what we see today.
And
Else we'd see it the north, right? I mean, and what's up with Polaris?
well
So we have to be
when
on
you're
the
talking
same
about
plane.
when you're talking about planes in space, what you've got to think of is within our solar system, we share a same plane. But if you're talking about the Milky Way, it gets really complicated. But what type of question do you want me to answer?
Man, it's tough, man.
Look, the
'Cause
model
there's a
looks
lot of
like this.
questions.
You know what the model looks like, right? All these planets are spinning
Right.
and chasing the sun.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, they're not
Now they're
chasing it. It's
all going to
relative.
be right. Well, they're all either going to be on the same, like right around like a pizza where they're going to be falling behind, chasing the sun. So in order for your heliocentric model to work, they all have to be on the same plane.
They don't
Because if
have
they're
to.
all chasing, well, then you've got problems, right?
We haven't got problems. What problems arise? Could you notify them and I'll fix them?
Well, you don't see the sun in the north. There's Polaris over there, and when you leave the Earth, you're gonna say, "What? All these bodies are keeping the spacecraft from falling behind? Isn't it also being pulled along?"
It's
You know what I'm
relative.
saying? So the spacecraft have to work a bit harder to try to catch up with all these moving planets.
It's
That's
there's a good effect that you can do. So what you can do is if you're in a car that's at a constant
No,
velocity.
no.
I can't explain general relativity over a
Mm.
voice. Like if you want me to, then I can type it out, but I can't do it speak. I can tell you a little experiment that you can do that's the same general relativity.
Which is what?
Okay, so if you're in a
Trampoline?
if you're in a car, that's a curvature of space time. But if you're in a car,
Eric, is that Eric playing games? Eric, are you
Wait,
trolling?
wait, I have a question. Is the car a convertible?
oh no, it can't be a convertible
Well, okay, then. So the car is
because then air
contained.
resistance is in effect on the
So the car is contained.
contained exactly. You know the experiment.
Okay, keep going.
So it has to be on constant velocity. Velocity, yeah, that's correct. It has to be on a constant velocity, and then you have a ball, and you throw it in the air, and even though you're moving, that ball will come straight back down into your hand. It's the same effect that takes place of why we don't fall behind chasing the sun around the Milky Way.
That's
It's
a
all
fascinating
relative.
story.
Bullshit! Excuse me.
That's fascinating.
Well, you can do it in the car yourself. It won't fail.
Okay. All right.
I have a question, Blackhead. How do you like? How do you feel right now, talking to us, or to just in this chat?
I don't know really. I'm curious is what drives me. I'm a very curious
Right,
being.
and because you said like this, like you just came here, kind of like me, right? So, but like right now, like how do you feel talking to us? Do you think that you're trying to help us understand because we're confused, or like or like how do you feel?
I just want to answer questions, really.
I know, but what's driving you to stick around for so long? Because you're
Hopefully
curious.
to
Because
try and make people understand my side, maybe.
Yeah, but here's the problem. The Earth does not travel at a constant velocity because it's an elliptical orbit.
Yeah, you're correct. You
So,
are correct.
So it's not traveling at a constant velocity. Therefore, we should feel some kind of
No,
acceleration
that's very
or
slight. That's very
deceleration.
slight. What you're talking about
yeah,
there
but,
is it?
but now relativity doesn't work because there is no constant velocity. You know what I'm saying? We don't feel any acceleration or deceleration when we go when we do this orbit, so-called elliptical orbit. So.
Well, in the
Yeah,
car, you
that's
never
the
really
problem.
feel constant velocity. The car's velocity is always changing, but that ball usually always lands back on your hand 99% of the time.
Okay. What if we drove the car around an oval circuit? Okay, you're going at a constant velocity when you're going straight, right? But when you turn, right? When you turn,
No, it wouldn't.
there's a
It'd
change.
null the experiment.
Okay,
Pardon?
obviously he doesn't know how things in motion orbit around each other and stuff. I think he doesn't.
Me?
Well, but Blackhead, why does everyone have answers for you? Like, shouldn't these things just be like way easier to understand and obvious?
Yeah, usually they should.
But like, why do you think that we are like, we have all these answers for you?
I don't mean to be rude, but
No, it's fine. I'm openly wanting criticism.
a lot of the answers that come back to me, I always rebuttal them.
But that's how I feel about talking to you. I feel the same way. It's interesting, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Do you know what gravity is?
As an effect or a force.
Isn't it
Whatever
the
you
weakest?
want it-
Isn't it the weakest force of everything, of all of them? Like, isn't it pretty much have to do nothing with our everyday life?
Well, in the four fundamentals, gravity, yeah, you can say it's weak.
It's the weakest, right?
Electromagnetism.
And by far the weakest, right?
Is it a fictitious?
Yeah,
Is it a fictitious force?
Could it be fictitious? That's the question. Could it be?
It
Then
is.
if it listen,
What does it
in
mean?
the scenario, listen, right? If it is fictitious in your brain, you need to find something that replaces why objects act the way they do.
It's easy. We already found it, dude.
What is it?
It's easy.
Density,
It's
bro.
It's density buoyancy, but there's also
Buoyancy can't work
electromagnetic
without
field,
gravity.
right? There's equilibrium.
No,
Look,
listen.
look,
Before you
the
talk,
explanation that I'm giving you, right, works perfectly because if I ask you how does a high pressure and low pressure exist next to each other without a container, you're gonna be like,
obviously
what are you
gravity.
gonna say? Exactly.
Yeah, but
And
buoyancy
what is gravity?
causes everything to fall.
So,
And
but
here we are. What is
Right.
gravity?
Okay. What's the equation for buoyancy?
no, but what if we're in an infinite
Same as
ocean?
gravity.
No, it's not. It uses gravity. Buoyancy uses
Oh,
gravity.
no,
in
no,
the
no, no,
equation.
no. It is exactly the same as gravity. You can replace gravity with it. Go look at it.
No, you can't. Buoyancy. Let me
Yes,
get
you can. Electrostatic and buoyancy. Go look at it. Yes, it can. Look at it,
Gravity is one of
dude.
those things like racism.
Did you guys mute him?
I mute myself. My keyboard's loud.
No.
Just a different kind of Kosho.
Seems as though.
50 Shades of Kosho.
But I think like I don't know if the argument of you guys have to come up with something to explain this because it doesn't work in your model, but everything else kind of sounds like it might work. Like I feel like it shouldn't be like that. It should be like, well, everything else works, so let's focus on trying to figure this part out because we don't know.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do with
that's the case
we've done it with the Higgs. Do you know what the Higgs boson is?
Yeah, I
man,
watched
come
the
on, man.
documentary, but it's like it's all voodoo Looney Tunes shit.
Yeah, man. Did you check out John D. Edward Kelly, dude? Like,
I used to
go
watch a
read
bunch
that.
of videos on quantum, trying to understand quantum mechanics and all that shit. It's all
No,
like
listen, Hollywood. You're not going to be able to understand it. I don't understand it. No
I
one
know, but
understands it.
I know I don't, but I spent a while trying to grasp like what they're trying to understand. If that, like, I know what like quarks and all that bullshit are, but like it's like they're trying to break a fucking quark or something. Now, like I don't know, dude. It's just all Looney Tunes. It's just it's CGI, man. It's the same thing as what they show me about the freaking galaxies. I don't know what the hell that.
Yeah.
I still think those galaxy shots are up close shots of the firmament. I think it's like there's some truth to it. Like they are just studying it.
I
You
hate
know,
to bring this up, but yeah, what's
you
up?
know them buoyancy equations. I've been blasting through. All of them use G in the equation.
Oh man, do I have to go on my computer? Damn, dude.
All of them use G and they use the gravitational constant. So they all use G and gravitational constant.
What is the gravitational constant?
6.67 blah 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 to the 11th power, whatever. How do you even come up with that, anyways?
Give it that.
What is that?
That's 1G. 1G of acceleration.
That constant
You
is
can reach
not
light speed
constant.
in 4 years. Fun fact. So if you
you know that's an average of 7 different measurements made all over the world. An
Yeah, 'cause it
average.
changes
You
near
call
the
it a constant. So how can it be a constant if the average is way off by like
the constant of
0.2, 0.3 decimal points?
Bong,
It's
bong.
way off.
Bong, it's the constant of 1G. But obviously G's differentiate on Earth because of
There are no
centrifugal
constants,
forces.
mate.
Well, they don't differentiate, but the acceleration increases because of centrifugal force, but the gravity does not decrease.
Centrifugal. Zoom the
Yeah,
globe.
centrifugal near the equator, so technically you weigh 0.37%.
Those are all
less.
unfalsifiable, man.
No, you can do it. You can measure it. You can measure the centrifugal force. There's an equation out there. You can go do it yourself. You can go get
That's
it.
not an equation is not measuring something.
No, well, you can. You can measure your own weight at the equator, and you'd be 0.37% less. I'm sorry, but if whatever.
No need to
explains that
no need to apologize.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just I can't. I tire myself out a little bit. I mean, centrifugal force is a big waving flag for we are spinning.
Okay.
So yeah, if you all want to get a flight to where's on the equator, Ecuador, we can go to Ecuador, and we can all weigh ourselves, and then we can go back to the pole, and we can weigh ourselves, and it'll be 0.337% difference. Then we can do a little bit of quick math. We can figure out what the centrifuge is and how quick we're spinning. But obviously, there's going to be some error in my ways somehow. Somehow the pizza's going to be spinning in a peculiar way that forces that to happen. Which is impossible, because you need gravity. But without gravity, you have nothing. You don't even have buoyancy. And electrostatic, that doesn't explain anything.
Dude, yeah, I hear you talking. That's all I hear, dude, is you saying stuff. That's all I'm hearing. Not proving anything.
Well, what about, can you disprove the centrifugal force at the center of the equator?
Well, yeah, I can disprove it. Yeah.
How?
But
Just
don't
like
you have
you
to
proved
prove-
it.
Just like I
Just
proved
like you proved it just now, yeah. Just like you just asserted it without any proof, I can also say, well, it's not true because I said so. You're saying it's true because you say so. I say it's not true because I say so. Where's the proof, right?
What are you guys talking about?
What's up, Raven?
What's up, dude?
Raven.
Same old stuff. All right. Whatever. Talk about buoyancy and all this. This guy wants to know what gravity is if it's not mass attracting mass or the curvature. What is gravity to you, anyways? Is it mass attracting mass or the curvature of space time?
I like to use Einsteinium, personally.
Curvature of space time. How do you prove that?
Hmm?
How do you prove that?
Put a sheet in a circle and a bowling ball in the middle.
That's the visualization.
That's such a shit visualization.
No, it should help.
Well, give me a description of space time then. What does it look like? How is it affected by mass?
Hold on. Does this
It's
guy
hard to
think we can
speak
land on other planets?
What was that,
Probably.
Chris?
Do you think you can land on other planets?
Yeah, why not?
Alright, hold on. Do you think you can land on something like this?
Oh, hey, Chris, sorry.
Like
That
what?
was someone else.
Depends what gravity is.
Do you think you can land on this?
What's that, Mars? Venus? Yeah, why not?
You can land on that?
Well, Venus is hard to land on. I think we've landed one rover on it. I can't remember who's done it.
Can you land on this?
Mars. Yeah, we have quite a lot.
Yeah, what is that? What about this? Can you land on something like this?
No, we can't land on Neptune.
Oh boy, you're not getting it. Take a look at it, dude.
What am I looking at?
Look at it. Can you land on something like this?
Well, you're looking at it through a telescope, I imagine. Mercury, I don't think we've landed on Mercury.
Oh boy. Alright,
Oh,
man.
who did you take them?
What? No,
Very patient man if you've got Mercury.
no, these are actual. When you close up on stars, that's what they look like. Okay,
They're not stars, they're planets.
Do you know the origin of the word planets by chance?
No, I don't. I'm not a linguist.
Okay. Well, you don't have to be a
Yeesh.
linguist to look into something, so
Does that
but you
look
might
like
want to.
Does that look like a
Dude.
gas giant to you?
They're not planets, they're stars.
Wandering stars.
Yeah. Do you think that's something you can land on?
You can't land on a star. Definitely not.
You can't land on any of these, dude. They're not something we can land on. Okay.
Why not, Chris?
Look at it, dude.
What do you mean? Well, obviously there's a lot of refraction, and that lens isn't doing it any
It's
favors.
not all
Look at
refraction.
Mercury.
It wouldn't look like that, dude. It would not look like that.
What would it look like?
That's not standard refraction. Okay, here. This is your CGI that you could think you can land on. Okay, this is real life that we're talking about. Not your science fiction anymore, dude. Just literally, like, is it still night out for you?
No, it's daytime.
Oh boy. Alright. Tomorrow night, just go outside. The stars change color. You can actually watch them change color just like that. Yeah, these are not things you can land on.
You know why they change color?
Because they're not actual planets or stars, okay? They're luminaries.
No, it's light refraction.
Oh boy. Alright, so what in our atmosphere refracts light?
Is it like the rainbow?
Yeah, like a rainbow. Like a rainbow. Hollywood's got it.
Alright, so what in our atmosphere refracts light?
I think it's mostly oxygen and nitrogen.
Oxygen and nitrogen refract light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? So you can do a science experiment saying that oxygen and nitrogen is refracting light. So if you did a science experiment in your room right now, it would change color for no reason. All right. So how would you do that experiment?
I'll tell you. Hold on.
All right. Cool. So I always wondered how you could do that without any sort of polarization of light.
40 seconds.
This should be good.
I had a whole lecture on this. 2 seconds.
Perfect, dude. I can't wait.
The theory of rainbow. Here we are.
What the heck is this guy doing?
42. I knew it was 42. Do you know what the meaning of life is?
What?
Do you know what the meaning of life is?
Yeah, this is a test, and you're not doing well, dude.
I'm not doing. Sorry. Right. Yeah. Check out that paper.
Oh, okay. The theory of rainbow. I'm talking about inside.
You'll figure out where the theory of life comes from. 42.
All right. Do you know?
Oh well.
Anyway,
that's just because of the degree, right, or something. Like,
yeah, 42.
In a water droplet or
Oh,
whatever.
someone kicked that retard.
But
yeah,
so
Hollywood,
so what does that have to do with the theory of life? Like how do they correlate that? Is it just because it's a?
No, it's just a joke.
Yeah, it's just like an interesting little thing.
Yeah, it's like rainbows, 42 degree.
All right.
But rainbows are there to prove something.
All right. So you saying that you saying that you understand light refraction, right?
Well, that's why we have a blue sky and a red sunset.
I'm talking. Actually, that's called the redshift, and
No, it's not called the redshift. What?
Yeah.
The Doppler effect.
Moves away.
No, it's
when
not.
The sun moves away. It's called the redshift.
Oh my goodness.
The Doppler effect applies. Hey! The Doppler effect applies to sound. Redshift is the same thing, but it's with light. All right, chill out, dude.
Anyways, hold on. Do you understand that sunlight is constantly being refracted, right?
Yeah.
It's being refracted by a polarizer, not by our atmosphere. You know that, right?
Holy shit, are you an electric universe person?
No, I'm not electric universe. I'm using basic physics, dude.
Basic physics. What's
Yep.
Newton's third law?
With every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah.
Yes. I got A+, baby.
All right, so let's continue. All right, so what is refracting light? What is refracting the sun's light if it's not
Chris, you need to be my new lecturer. This is brilliant.
I know. But anyway,
Continue.
so what is refracting the sun's light if it's not oxygen and nitrogen? Because oxygen and nitrogen is not refracting the light of the sun. Okay.
All right.
So what is that? What is creating what is polarizing the light to make
No,
rainbows?
hold on. You need to prove that that's not first, because obviously I've just linked
Okay,
a
okay.
paper.
All right. So this is what you're gonna do. All right, you got a spray bottle.
I've got a spray bottle. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a spray bottle. You take a match, and then you spray some mist in it. This fucking guy. All right, yo, can somebody? All right, you take a spray bottle, you take a match next to it. All right, will that create a rainbow?
I don't know. I haven't done the experiment.
All right, well, you got to do that experiment, and you tell me if it creates a rainbow. Technically, it shouldn't. Okay.
Well,
you need
alright,
a
okay.
polarizer. You need something like glass, something to light. Here, hold on. This is how standard light refraction works.
Hold on. Did you not read my paper? I linked my paper.
Alright, I'm gonna read it. Hold on.
Black Cat, what other
Oh,
languages?
This is how standard light refraction works. It slows down the wavelengths of light and it separates them.
Yeah.
That's called polarization. All right, what in the sun's atmosphere? What in our atmosphere is refracting that light?
Is that only in a triangle it does that?
Not
No, it's just a prism that you use in the
Right,
experiment.
but isn't a prism a triangle, or is there multiple different types of prisms?
No, that's the prism. Did you ever use them in
I'm just this is an example that
I don't remember.
But like your paper actually agrees with what I'm saying right now. You need some sort of polarizer in our atmosphere, and I mean that still doesn't explain why rainbows are dome shaped or arc shaped, whatever you want to call it, because light takes the shape of its medium. So you got to kind of explain that. If it's not in your atmosphere, there's really nothing that's making it like into an arc shape and refracting like that. So I mean, in my model, it's a dome. What's up, dude?
It's a Narc from Gummy Trap.
What's up, guy?
Yo, what up, man? How's it going?
I just woke up.
Oh, heck yeah, man.
But yeah, dude. I mean, I don't think oxygen and nitrogen refract light like that. Just saying.
Gotta disprove it.
I'm telling you. You gotta.
So why is the sky blue?
Why is the sky blue? I mean, you tell me.
It's a refraction of light. Only the blue wavelength can make it through. Well, the blue wavelength is the dominant wavelength that makes it through, and then obviously when there's more atmosphere to travel through, the red wavelength is the dominant wavelength to make it through.
But we're talking about rainbows. I mean,
Yeah, which is the same effect. It's refraction.
Okay, so why is it making?
I mean, rainbows is just a complex thing. I was getting all fancy with you because obviously it's hard to understand the trigonometry inside a rainbow. I was just being a dick, but sorry.
No. So let's figure this out. I mean,
Good
why
luck,
are rainbows
reading
arc shaped? Why aren't they like? Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense how they would be arc shaped.
It doesn't make sense. Figure it out. Read the paper.
Okay, but
Dude, the paper explains the arc.
No, it doesn't explain the arc.
Yeah, so something's got to
I
explain
thought
that.
the dome explains the arc, or the arc explains the dome. One of the.
And
Well,
I mean,
have you got? You can make Have you ever tried to reproduce a rainbow yourself?
Yeah,
yeah, dude. It's actually really easy. All right, you take some sort of like a mirror. You either take a mirror or you take a like a glass. You shine light through the glass, and you spray some mist in there. You can make a rainbow, yeah. And the polarizer is the glass or some sort of refractor.
Yo, what explains the arc?
Yeah, I mean, if he can tell me what explains the arc.
Hell yeah, I want to learn some shit about that.
Or the half circle or dome, something.
Well, I have seen a picture of like I've seen some bullshit. It looks like that they're trying to like say that you can. I've seen somebody like with a camera show there's like a full rainbow from a plane or something. I don't know if I believe
it's
that.
like a circle.
I've never seen a full one like that. I've seen like doubles and triples or whatever.
Yeah, if you're looking downward, it would be a circle, but if you're looking straight forward, it would be a half circle. Which would kind of look like a dome, but yeah.
So the downward would be just like the perimeter circle almost.
Oh, it'd be a full circle.
Because that's like the angle, the perspective you're looking at, I guess.
Yeah.
Whoa. So so the full circle does make sense, kind of. If you're looking straight up or straight down. Whoa.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay, that's interesting.
Hmm.
You know, it's funny. Like you can see the sun directly in the middle of it.
Black Hat, you got to explain the arc other than some crazy ass dome.
Or we can continue. I mean, I'll just.
That's the picture. That's the one I've seen before. So that's not looking up or down. You think this is just modified or whatever?
Did you know every rainbow is always a double rainbow? And inside the rainbow is lighter than outside the rainbow.
And
Okay,
at the
so
end, there's a pot of gold.
what explains the arc though?
Oh, the arc. Oh shit, I forgot about this. Well, if I
It's
can
all
remember
right. You
from my
don't. You could
days.
just say it. You could just say that you don't really know.
No, I think I remember. Well, basically, so the red comes in 42 degrees, blue light comes in 40
You
degrees
know,
each.
but what in our atmosphere is making it like that sort of shape? Remember, light takes the shape of the medium it's going through, right?
Oh, it's
I
about
have
your
a
relative
question.
position to the rainbow. Because if you change your position to a rainbow, the rainbow follows you.
Well, actually, hold on. You can make somewhat of a rainbow. You take a you have like a CD. Actually, no, you don't have to do this right now. Take a CD. You shine some light through the CD, like the plastic part of the CD, and actually makes a circle. It's actually kind of cool. Like the picture I put up.
I have a quick question. I'm not trying to deflect your conversation, but
Yeah,
the
sure.
picture that was posted in voice text for everyone by Deadbeat, the rainbow full circle, is that authentic?
I don't think
that's
the second
probably
one
from a
is.
plane.
The second one looks like it's
Okay.
altered. It looks like it's like warped.
No,
you know,
that's probably that's probably how it works. But
I can actually see the curvature. Look, in the second one.
Yeah, that's from a plane.
Oh, right.
Because you're
It's
looking
like
downward. Yeah, that's
But
authentic. That's probably legit.
but from a high enough altitude, you can see it in a circle like that.
Yeah.
Dude,
You're
know
probably behind the sun, if anything.
Whoa, I did not know that.
I thought
That
the
is so
sun always has
amazing.
to be at your back. Or right?
I'm not sure.
For a rainbow, yeah. That's why it's a circle.
I mean, also, what causes the sun's halo effect? It's kind of like this. I don't know. We can continue though if you don't want to talk about rainbows.
Yeah,
No, I'm,
rainbows
I'm
are
pretty
awesome.
I'm pretty solid on rainbows. I mean, I've got a paper on it, so
Yeah, but your paper didn't really explain the shape of the rainbow, you know.
the shape of the rainbow. Well, the shape of the rainbow just comes from the refraction.
Come on, man.
Well, does it come from?
for red,
Yeah, does it come
40
from?
degrees
Yeah,
for
no,
blue.
no. Seriously, is that the derivative? Is that the right word for it? Is the 42 degrees the derivative of the curve on the rainbow or whatever? Does that make
Well,
sense?
each individual light spectrum has a different angle. Red's 42 degrees, but usually you just say it's 42 degrees because red's obviously the dominant.
You know what's crazy? And I know you guys know a lot more than I do about the scientific talk and everything, but it just kind of blows my mind a little bit that it's taken me 47 years to be able to see a picture of a full circle rainbow. That's so strange.
There you go.
You'd think I would have heard of that by now in 47 years.
I don't even know if it's real still. It
Full
could just
circle
be like
rainbow.
the lens and the window.
It looks pretty legit. I mean,
But-
if you look straight up at the
but
sun,
regardless-
directly
Yeah, but
above
you're
it.
looking through a window and a camera lens. It's not like, I don't know. It's not like it's just the camera.
But regardless,
It's like you said, it's like the CD.
I don't think a camera lens, dude. I've taken picture of rainbows. They don't distort the picture at all.
But like through a window.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The window won't distort it at all. Like you can actually see the exact same rainbow you're seeing with your eyes.
My eyes have deceived me before.
Come on. You know, like I asked a guy at a different series, like I was like, what makes the shape of the rainbow? He's like, oh, your eyes are curved. I'm just like, oh, this is gonna be hard.
Oh no, but that is like a fair thing to just throw out there.
Not really. I mean, like I said,
Kind of. It's kind of like the fisheye lens. You know, we have fisheyes,
yeah,
right?
but when you take a picture, you see the exact same thing as what you saw in real life, right?
For the most part.
So yeah, I don't know. His statement was kind of incongruous, but yeah, I guess it's due to perspective. But like I said, that I don't think the curvature of your eyes and the curvature of water droplets matters because there's water droplets everywhere. Wouldn't make that the same exact shape. Like his statement was completely incongruent.
I just love all the stories. I love that the rainbows could be
like referencing the dome. That just sounds so.
All right, let's continue. All right, you want to talk about the stars? Is he there? Hello. No, we'll wait till he gets back.
I've done a lot of videos with rainbows,
What does
especially
what does the Bible say about it? Doesn't Bible mention
rainbow.
rainbow?
Well, if you can find a verse, I got a Bible. I don't know.
I think it's early on, dude. I swear. I think it says like, oh no, he like puts a bow in the sky or something, right?
Okay, so
Just to show something, to show his everlasting like love after like
No,
the
it's a,
Canaan.
No, after the flood, he put a
flood.
rainbow up.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
because
There you go.
before the flood, it didn't rain, so the water came from the ground.
Really? Before the
Yeah.
flood, it
yeah,
never rained?
that's a big clue right there. It's very interesting. Yeah.
Interesting. So whenever it rains, you see the rainbow.
Yeah, but before the flood, there was absolutely no rainbows, no rain.
Well, and that's why it's called the bow, I guess, because it doesn't.
Yeah, and that was God's
Wait.
promise that it would never flood again because of the rainbows or whatever, because the rain would come from the sky at that point.
no, it's gonna burn the whole place to the ground.
Genesis 9:13:6. And that's what it is. Genesis 9:13:6 is what it says. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth that the bow shall be seen in the cloud, and I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the water shall be no more become a flood to destroy all flesh.
Dang. But Chris, you think fire is next?
Oh yeah, definitely. This place is gonna burn
Yep.
down to the ground. But
Say your prayers.
Yeah.
A
Aren't
cleansing
you? Isn't
fire.
anyone optimistic? Come on.
No. From
It's
what's coming,
it's okay.
Yeah, Kingdom of
fire
Heaven's gonna be great.
cleanses, so it's
Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, at least be optimistic.
I mean, hopefully we're not here for it, but yeah.
Yeah, Heaven's gonna be awesome.
It's like the more knowledge you get, like it's kind of like how screwed up, how more screwed up.
Fire is only scary because we're alive, so it'll be alright.
Yeah. It says the sun's gonna scorch the earth like actually forget the verse.
So I don't know. My thing is about interpretation of the word. So like, did y'all from that? I don't know what y'all got, but I got like it will be a time where everybody, where people are gonna understand the truth again, and in that time, that's when the people gonna see the rainbow. And what I mean by that is that it's gonna be a topic of discussion, like it. So that's how I interpret. Do you guys have
It's
any?
funny. Like they could never explain lightning or rainbows in school. And I always wonder, I was like, what is creating a rainbow?
You know what? Lightning's pretty crazy too. That's interesting.
Rainbow's advanced trigonometry though, so I don't doubt they teach it in regular school.
Come on, don't be so cognizant. Take a new perspective, dude.
What about lightning?
Anyone can understand the rainbow, but they just don't teach it in school.
Alright, so here, let's continue. That's fine. But well, there's a reason they don't explain it in school, because they can't explain it in their model. But I'm gonna.
No, they can't. Why can't they not explain it? I don't understand why they can't.
Well, why do you think?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Because, like I said, that's not the only flawed thing in their model.
Do you know why the rainbow's curved?
Yeah, it's the shape of the dome, dude. I know.
Yes, the shape of the dome dictates what?
Like man, light takes the shape of its medium.
How does it dictate it? So what's the effect?
Doesn't it have to reflect like a mirror or something?
We just read it, man.
Let
We
Chris
just read
explain
it.
it. I want to see if Chris can explain this.
I can explain it, yeah.
Helping.
Go ahead.
No, I can explain it perfectly. Remember, light takes the shape of the medium. If you shine a rainbow like through some sort of glass or some sort of mirror, it's gonna.
So what causes the refraction of the rainbow?
That's it's either glass or plastic or some sort of
What
polar
causes the color scattering?
The scattering.
No, the like. No, what like as it goes into the raindrop, would you agree that the rain causes it?
No, the rain is not causing it because there's rain everywhere. There's water vapor literally everywhere.
It would have to be on that perfect 40 to 42 degree angle.
Yeah, but
that's why you get the dome.
all right, let's think of this logically.
Or the circle.
Hold on. Are the water droplets dome like in the shape of a dome?
No, they're spherical.
What? Come on, dude.
Water droplets are spherical.
When they're falling?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're everywhere. They're not
Completely
just
spherical when they're falling?
The
They don't like teardrop a little bit?
No, they don't teardrop.
The air is liquid. Air is fluid. All right, let's just that fact. Okay, moving on.
Alright, let's continue. Cause come on, you can't see the water. There's literally water droplets everywhere. That just doesn't make sense. But
Can we leave out the spiritual aspect of it, or is it like school where we taking God
well,
out?
remember, like these people, their god is logic. So let's use logic to kind of.
I mean, I don't know. Is it really?
Yeah, you can't. Remember,
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to any
people,
spiritual stuff. I don't believe in that.
If people talk about
Oh,
the
you-
Bible, they'll
hold on.
auto reject it. You have to use logic with these people, and then they'll
Wait
take.
a minute. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know
Okay,
like who
but
I was talking to
wait.
or what I was talking to. So yeah. Well, go ahead. Yeah.
But the thing is we can discuss the flat Earth or the globe Earth without entering in beliefs, right?
Right.
So can we do that? Because
Oh yeah. I just want to know who
well.
I was talking to. You know, I would never have done that if I know like that's where his stance was. I could.
Well, they auto reject the Bible, so I would use the Bible, right?
Well, did you
I
believe
mean-
in Santa Claus, Blackhead?
I mean, you believe in
Did I
everything.
believe in who?
Santa Claus?
Some.
Did you have anything when you were younger you believed in that you don't believe in anymore? Any like traditions that you did when you were younger that you don't?
UFOs.
Did you believe in like WWF? I used to believe in that.
WWF.
That was WWE.
You know, it's
Worldwide
WWE.
Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, that stuff. I used to believe in
Yeah, I
that.
used to think that was real.
No,
Why
I
do
don't know what that is.
I used to believe in sports and pro sports.
I used to believe in the media.
I used to believe in Jesse Jackson.
I'm just saying, like, are you open to change it? But Blackhead, are you open to changing your mind on things or no at all about anything?
100%.
Yeah, like I
My mind
said,
changes
you
every
have to
day.
prove his model wrong. All right, so
Yeah, you just have to
let's
prove my model wrong. Go
yeah,
ahead.
that's fine.
Good luck.
No,
Yeah,
good luck. I do it all the time. But yeah,
Sure.
let's continue. All right, so this
Should
is
be rich and famous.
No, I can do it. Trust me. Just give me a minute.
He believe.
You've never seen. Wait,
He's a black cat. Take his word.
You've never seen your model though. That's what my only proof for you. I still.
No, I can destroy his model.
You've never seen your model with your own.
All right, so next incongruency.
But you know what? All
Can
right,
a,
now
can a pressurized system occur next to a vacuum without a barrier?
If you got gravity.
All right. Oh, so gravity, you're saying?
Yeah. Sorry, if you're gonna say no to gravity, replace it with something.
No. I'm using your model. Let's talk about the globe.
Yeah.
All right. So, like I said, my question was, can a pressurized system occur next to a vacuum without a barrier?
Sorry.
Can a pressurized system occur next to a vacuum without a barrier?
If you're talking about the atmosphere and the vacuum.
Yeah. Like, so how does the Earth's atmosphere meet the vacuum of space? You're saying gravity, but gravity gets weaker the farther away you go away from the center of mass. So you have to kind of explain how.
How is there a gradient?
Not that much weaker.
Actually, the gradient doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Think about it. Like, I don't understand how there could. I've never seen a pressure gradient whatsoever, with gas at least.
What? Have you ever been in a plane?
Yes.
And they always tell you, a window
What?
pops. And you get sucked out.
Wait, explain.
Because obviously the pressure difference.
Oh, so you. Oh, okay. So technically, you're agreeing with me. I'm agreeing with you too. Yeah, that there's a barrier. The plane is a barrier. If you open up a window on a plane, you'd be sucked out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the pressure leaking out, right?
Yeah.
I'm 100% agreeing with you. All right. So where's that barrier on Earth?
Well, it goes up in stages of atmospheres. I'm not really a meteorologist, but I'm pretty sure the last one
You
is the
just lost,
troposphere.
dude.
Listen. I'm trying to explain it. The last one is the troposphere, which is the thinner atmosphere.
But
And
how
then
does
there's
the
low
pressure
Earth
gradient
orbit,
make sense?
which is very thin.
I don't understand how a pressure
Wait, do you
gradient would make
think this? Wait, Blackhead, do you think the space station is in some sort of air?
It's minimal. That's why they have to boost the engines up every. I
That's
think,
what somebody
9 months.
from NASA told me too.
Hold on. Let me talk. All
Insane.
right, so they had
Well,
to
it sounds
boost
like
the
poor
engines.
ass design. It bad decision.
It's not poor ass design. It's low
Dude,
Earth
why
orbit.
wouldn't you put it in a okay? Why wouldn't you put it in an orbit that you don't have to
lot of
boost
money.
every?
It's a lot of money.
Why wouldn't you do it up front so you don't have to waste a lot of money to do?
It's cheaper. It's
Hold on.
honestly.
What
it's
about
just
the
cheaper.
dead satellites in orbit right now? Technically, there's 1,400 satellites working right now in orbit.
depends
So
what-
what about
depends
the
what
$50 million a day. You're not worried about money.
Chris.
Talk about it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Right, Chris.
about
It
the
depends what level of orbit they're in.
No, I know, but like, all right. So
But
you're
why
saying
wouldn't you put the space station in indefinite orbit? Why would you waste? Why would
'Cause
you
it
want it
costs a
to
lot of
fall to
money.
Earth?
Because it's just cheaper to run the engines every 6 months.
all right. So what happens with the dead satellites? Are
seems
they
like
eventually going to get sucked in by our orbit? Or are they just going to keep?
It depends what level of orbit they're in. If they're low Earth orbit, then yeah, eventually.
But wouldn't that say that isn't gravity constantly like pulling things in?
No,
That's
they're
how
not
your
getting
gravity
sucked in. It's the
So,
resistance.
When is there no air? When is there no air?
There's never no air really.
So
Technically.
are you saying gas is constantly
So like on the
depressurizing?
moon, there's air.
Well, we say vacuum in schools, but
Chris Brown
when
and Jordan
students leave
Sparks did a film called Nowhere. There is nowhere.
it's a bit like when they teach you about the atom. They tell you that the electrons orbit the nuclei, but it's all fake.
That's due to gravity.
Is there air on the moon?
No, well, to the layman, no. But
Are
obviously
you
there
saying?
is trace amounts.
Hold on. Are you saying that our atmosphere is depressurizing? Or is air
Wouldn't they
escaping?
say
No, I'm
that?
not saying that. Chris, I'm not saying that.
Right,
if it was helium, then maybe.
If there's trace amounts, couldn't you like somehow harvest that?
No, it's when I'm saying trace amounts, I mean it's like
Minuscule.
parts per million. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So wait, so there's no air on the moon, but there's air on other planets?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
When you say air, I mean atmosphere. Like Mars, 98% carbon, and I think the rest is argon.
Wow.
But it's,
So there's no
I think it's about
and
0.5%
water on Mars?
atmosphere of Earth.
Alright, so our atmosphere is not depressurizing.
No, it's not.
But the atmosphere stays on because of gravity.
Yep.
Yeah, but doesn't gravity get weaker the farther you go from the center of mass?
You have to go very far.
So wait,
It
at what
doesn't really
point
get
does it? At what point is it attracted to the moon's gravity?
And what about the sun's gravity?
They're called sphere of influences.
And what about how we're flying through space? What about that?
That's all
I
relatively.
mean, come on.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's get into my other point. All right, so you're thinking that stars are moving in different directions throughout space, right? Do you
But
agree?
from an observable standpoint,
Are they?
you know redshift. You like it. What shift does they all got?
What do you? Oh, you're talking about what the redshift of the stars?
Yeah. So you measure it. What shift do the stars have?
I don't know. They all seem pretty close when I use a telescope.
Is there gravity on the stars?
You can measure the redshift and blue
You can measure. Oh, all right, perfect. So you can measure the redshift. All right. So are they crossing paths at all? Like, are they moving in different directions?
I think some of them are, yeah, because of the eccentricity. English.
Like, is it observable that they're crossing paths or no?
In our time scale, I don't think so. But the ancient times.
You think they have ever crossed paths at all or no? Is it yes or no?
Yeah.
Oh, they have. Like, and it was observable. You say?
Observable? What, in our lifetime?
Yeah, in our lifetime. Do you think it was ever observable that they crossed paths in some sort of time?
Not to a considerable amount, nowhere in our lifetime.
Nowhere in our lifetime they've not crossed paths. Like they haven't.
It depends what type of scale you want them to cover.
What about our planets in our solar system? Do you think they've ever crossed paths at all?
What are you asking? Cross paths with what? What you mean, Solaris, our
Like,
solar system movement?
Yeah, just moved in a different direction. Like, are they moving in different directions? This is a yes or no question.
Is what moving in a different direction?
The stars in our orbit.
In
And
our
the
orbit,
planets.
there's nothing orbit. What? We don't stars don't
The
orbit.
moon is in our orbit, right?
Come on, Chris, you need to clear this up.
I'm trying to ask you a normal question. It's a yes or no question. Are stars moving in different directions in the universe at all?
In the
Like
universe.
our observable stars.
In our observable cluster in the Milky Way, yes.
Yeah, so they are. All right, cool. So why do they make the same exact star trails every night? They're exactly the same. They've never crossed paths. And yeah, this is perfect because you got to answer this. Why haven't constellations ever changed? Why do stars make exact same circular patterns every night? Why hasn't Polaris ever moved?
Right. Okay. So basically, I said, do you remember when I was talking about it being like in our observable time? No. In our observable time, no. And you.
So what about Mars?
Yes.
What about Mars, Pluto, Mercury? Like they're not gonna change directions at all.
Oh yeah, they will change direction. Measure that. If you the slow shutter there, I do this type of stuff. I do these time lapses.
Heck yeah.
Chris,
Alright,
I
so
mean
you
not
gotta
Chris.
explain this.
Wait, Black Cat. What is oh, if you haven't explained this, yeah, go for that. But I was wondering what you think a black hole is.
A black hole. Well, it's a black holes. You see, a lot of people say they suck stuff in, but I mean, it's a bit.
What do we observe it as? I don't know.
What do we observe it as? It's a mass that's great enough that the photons can't escape past the singularity. So we just have to assume.
And how many are there?
Singularity.
One every
We have
galaxy
to
in the
assume.
middle.
No,
Yeah,
there's
like,
quite
what?
a few. There's quite a few.
In the
There's
in
a
the middle of
supermassive
galaxies?
Of a galaxy.
And what does that appear as? Just a circle that's black?
Well, what we visualize it as, we can see the light that's being pulled around it, but we can't see past the singularity point of the black hole.
What do you think it is?
What do I think it is?
Yeah.
It's just a mass that has, well, it's a body, a celestial body that has a mass so great that we can't observe it because photons can't reflect from it.
So it's so big you can't see it.
Yeah. It's so big, but it's so dense at the same time.
Wow.
If the Earth was to become a black hole, it would need to be the size of a peanut. So that's how dense I'm talking, you know. It's quite it's hard to get your head around. I don't expect anyone here.
But like, if
yeah, you
but
got
like,
that right.
hold on. Yeah, no, but so like, if we're talking about the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way, like, where is that in the night sky?
It's so if you're on a
Because
really
I
dark
can't.
night,
I should be able to see nothing,
get
right? At least,
I love learning about science fiction.
dude, it's super interesting, right?
Yeah, wouldn't it just block out stars at that point if it was that big?
This is like
No, I
learning
mean,
about Santa.
but if it was so
it
big
doesn't
and it
block
was,
out stars. We look into the Milky Way.
yeah, but if it was
So
so
can I
big and
explain this for
if it was so big and it was in our night sky, like that would mean that our whole night sky is actually like the black hole, right?
yeah, it kind of is. Just look at that photo that I've put in. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's the Milky Way.
Right, that's the Milky Way. We're looking across the plane of the Milky Way, and in the center
Right.
of that is the black hole. But we can't see it because of all of the matter in the Milky Way, all the stars, the dust,
But
and nebulae.
it's obviously, but how it, but it must be bigger than that whole Milky Way center section, anyways, right?
It's not bigger. No.
Yeah, let's continue. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
All right.
It's-
So
Well,
next
if
one
you've got a
topic.
question, I'll answer it.
Oh, my star question. Yeah, can you explain why they're not moving around and why they're not crossing any paths or anything?
Because in our observable time scale, I mean, humans are only alive a maximum 100 and
What
something
about
years.
constellations? Do you think they're supposed to change?
Over millions of years.
So
Maybe
they're never
hundreds of
supposed to
thousands of
change?
years.
Ever?
They constantly change, but
Wait.
like a long time.
But can't you measure that slight difference? Isn't
can
there
me-
some small measurement that's what they're basing these millions of years off of? Like that, do you think they're changing?
Yeah.
So
But obviously,
somebody
you're not going to capture it on one night on a slow shutter, on a 24-hour cycle. That's just not long enough. You're going to have to keep that camera sitting there for about 100,000 years.
But so couldn't I just say that? Couldn't I just say in some data about one star that it's actually 1 pixel to the right, and just say, hey, look, over 1,000,000 years, it would actually move.
I don't know how to measure stars.
What about like the stars in our solar system?
There's no stars in our
Planets, whatever you want to
Come
call
on.
them. I mean, I don't know. They don't really look like planets to me when I take a telescope and look at them. You know.
What? You got a shit telescope? I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Not coming across clear.
Oh yeah, they actually
Yeah,
look
P900.
like what you...
I heard they do the trick.
A what?
P900 Nikon.
A P900 would do the trick, is what you're saying.
I think Saturn and Jupiter, you can get a clear picture. Maybe not Mars. Probably looks all.
It's gotta be.
Isn't Mars closest to us?
Yeah, but it's not the largest. Saturn and Jupiter are very clear because they're huge. Mars is small.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna send you a picture of the P900 of Jupiter.
Yes.
I already sent one earlier. Saturn's better because you can see it. Sometimes you can see its moons if you get a good shot.
Nah, dude, I got a good one with the P900, dude. Trust me.
You're just gonna pick the worst photo or someone that doesn't know how to focus
this is
the
my
camera.
this is what actually Jupiter looks like. I don't know. That's pretty clear, man.
That's it, right? I'll get a photo.
That's
a
a
video.
P900.
Yeah. Wait. No, Black Hat. Now you gotta show us a photo. We gotta compare. Come on.
He's gonna give me some, he's gonna give me CGI. But
I'm
yeah.
gonna give you CGI.
Well, I'll be the judge.
All right. There you go. There's your play.
Oh shit! Wait.
Oh boy. It's pretty.
I mean, it's not the best focus. It's a budget camera that's worth about $300. But
I would say they pretty much look alike.
No, not really. I mean, mine.
No, one of them looks like this.
I think the GIF is better.
By the way, that's Venus that you took.
Can you give me a GIF?
Chris.
Yeah.
That's Venus that guy zoomed in on.
Okay. I could show you
He's
Venus.
got the wrong planet.
Can you give me a GIF?
A GIF?
Yeah,
you
like
can't,
someone
the
actually
video doesn't
taking
work
a
on
telescope.
P900s as well.
Yeah, or some sort of video of someone actually taking a video.
I don't know how to GIF.
You know what that looks like? That kind of looks like this. Or not a GIF.
Or just
like
a video.
Yeah, that's what this looks like.
Historic picture.
Yeah, that's
All
my
our
favorite
tax
one.
dollars at work.
Yeah, I like paying
The
for
pale
science
blue
fiction.
dot.
What that GIF? Is that on what Apollo craft is that? Is that 11?
That was one of our space Freemason missions.
Yeah, that's NASA. That's your god, man.
What's wrong with the GIF?
You tell me.
I don't know.
He
You tell
doesn't
me. You're the
know.
one that
You
linked
have
it.
to explain it.
You want me to tell you what's wrong with it?
Yeah.
I don't know. That man behind the planet is a little off, but yeah.
Man behind the planet.
Yeah, right there.
What man behind the
Or
planet?
in front of it, right there.
In front of it.
Dude,
Yeah,
he
obviously,
doesn't
because
know
he's
what you're
in
saying.
the craft with him.
Oh boy, I don't know. He's a little
Yeah,
cognitive.
give him the Give him the context.
I mean, it's completely obvious, but yeah.
There's like hair on a guy's arm. You can
Well, I
see.
think you might have the video perspective a bit wrong. I don't think you know what's going on. So he's in the back of the craft, and it looks like
Alright,
is it
so
Michael
if
Collins
you
that's in front of him.
Alright, you trust NASA so much. Alright, let's
I
use
think
NASA
it is
against
Michael
them.
Collins.
Michael Collins. 'Cause
Alright,
Michael
can you
Collins
explain-
comes in front of him
Can you
and brings
explain
it
this
into
picture?
focus. What's photoshopped?
Oh yeah, you're 100% right. Now we're
Alright.
agreeing on something.
Yeah.
Now we're
Finally.
agreeing.
Finally.
Everyone knows NASA Photoshop.
Why
Why?
did
Why
why?
would they Photoshop? Like they have
'Cause it's all
satellites in orbit.
composites. You can't. Like, they're all composite. You know what a composite is?
Yes, but
Yeah, I
why
agree.
don't they just have a regular camera, dude?
They have got one, but they need to officially release one every year. But they're lazy fucks. I don't like how they do it. But you know, I'm not a fan of NASA.
They're lazy.
Wow.
Dude. Okay, hold on. Black, can you send us a real picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah, sure.
I can't wait.
I know, because there's some part of me that wants to hope that there's something I've never seen before. Dude, what if he just dropped like the legit real picture of the flat Earth? How nuts would that be?
I mean, you
Get
can't even.
$10,000.
Here, I'll show you what the Earth looks like. There you go, man. That's your globe, bro.
Right, that picture there is a 5 filter picture, meaning it's 5 filters stacked on one.
Why?
What do you mean? I'm just saying, like, for more proof.
Where are the stars?
Why do they need Instagram filters?
Yeah, where the stars, where the satellites. I don't know. It's kind of.
Oh, filters. I meant filters as in UV filters.
Oh yeah, where are the satellites, dude? Can I see any?
You can. Our satellites are way too small for that to pick up, especially stars as well. The exposure, you wouldn't be able to.
What's the source of this one?
What year? Hold on. What year?
NASA.
Was that picture taken?
But why couldn't they do this with a,
2015.
why couldn't they do this with a regular camera?
That's 2015.
Yeah.
All right, but that was 2015. That was NASA's Earth picture, right? So
No,
why
it
did
wasn't their official. It wasn't their official Earth picture. I don't think.
Wait, isn't this the one they wrote sex in?
No, that's not the one.
I think it is. Look at the bottom
Hold on.
left and
Oh,
upside down.
Oh, it's upside down. Hold on.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's bottom left. Yeah, that's funny. It's upside down. Sex is upside down.
Well, but aren't there like some Photoshop sections in this also too, or something?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, they probably are, but
I don't know, man. I just don't. Where are the satellites?
There's no
and the
Photoshop in this
stars?
one.
But hey,
Yeah,
but why can't they give me a
this isn't-
picture of the Earth with the stars in the background? So
This
it
is
looks
an
so
unstitched
cool,
photo.
man.
It says it's an unstitched photo. They say the other ones are stitched.
Where's the source, please? I want to read about it.
Chris, you know when you're linking them satellites, do you realise how small satellites are in comparison to the Earth?
yeah, they're called the size of cars, and technically a satellite took this picture, right?
Yeah. Do you know how far away they are from the Earth? Do you think they'd be able to see? Can you see cars driving around on the street, on the ground?
I don't know. The clouds would be blocking it, but
No, right. Can you see that bit of California?
You actually can. They have satellites that can read license plates in like the 90s.
Yeah,
right?
but can you see cars right there and satellites of the size of cars? You can't see them going around the
tell
Earth,
me-
can you? Stop being.
all right, fine. But I just want to ask you a big question. What about from the ISS? Isn't that ISS orbiting with satellites?
Orbiting on the same plane. They try not to, but you know, let's pray that it doesn't happen.
Like Chris, can I or not Chris Black? Where's the photo from? Where'd you get the photo from?
NASA. Do you want me a link?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is footage from the ISS. It's supposed to be orbiting with satellites, right?
Oh, this is the epic image. Yeah, wait, this is.
This
Yeah,
this
Chris.
is this is nighttime footage from the ISS.
Chris, again, I'm going to give the same point. Why would you think you'd be able to see cars across the other side of the globe?
But it's orbiting with satellites, right?
It's not orbiting on the same plane. It's so dangerous if they'd done that. Do you realise if they had a collision, it would be instant death?
Okay.
It says combining 3 separate images, dude. Come on.
I said it was filtered.
Whoa.
I don't know, man.
I
So
don't know.
which one?
Why would it be so difficult to get a real picture of the Earth?
The Russians did it. Fuck it.
We went to the moon.
It says the camera.
We're
camera
talking about going to Mars.
takes
I
a
mean,
series of 10 images using different narrow band filters. So,
So-
that's what it does. But it also says it combined 3 separate images in the sentence before.
Do you want to know what the Earth looks like without a narrowband filter?
It looks like the bottom picture of the one I posted. Oh.
It looks like that.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
No way, dude.
So you
funny,
need
I haven't-
narrowband filters are quite essential because of the atmosphere.
You know what's funny? I could see the I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry I had to do that, but yeah.
What?
There's if you close up on your image, there's actually a
What is that?
Awkward.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a yikes. I'm sorry, dude.
Oh my
All right, I'll
goodness.
get another one. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a bad
I gotta-
screenshot. Big
You get one that's photoshopped out. Okay, cool. Okay.
Alright.
Photoshopped out. Someone probably just print screened the photo.
Alright, which one? Is it one of these?
What's all that? What? Oh my
Wait,
goodness.
but Black, you have to send the links because I've seen all these photos, dude, and I've read all the descriptions. They're all stupid.
Alright, Black, well, you have to
Because
understand.
let me see the link. Let me see the link,
Hold on,
dude.
hold
This
on.
link
In
is
order
gonna be-
to Black, in order to prove you wrong, we have to kind of like understand your whole model. So it's not like we're unprepared. It's not like we think, oh, we looked outside there, it's flat. No, we actually researched into it.
The
It's
thing
a,
is, we're arguing over photos. Like,
Yes,
this is-
Alright.
exactly.
So
No,
you want to use logic?
but-
Hold on. Let's argue logic then.
But we're saying why they're not even real normal photos. They're fake photos. They're trying to deceive people into thinking they're real photos. But people like us read into it and we realize they're all fake.
This is the thing. I'm not going to argue over whether you think the image is photoshopped or not.
Okay, but just send me the link to the
subjective
Russian
point of
photo.
view.
Send me the link to
Alright.
the Russian photo.
Alright, so let's argue static electricity. You ready? Because we want to argue logic. You don't want to argue Photoshop. Alright, so does water vapor create any static electricity?
What of it? I'm not a master on static
It's still
electricity.
using that same picture with the hand in it.
Oh, yeah. There's the hand.
I
Yeah,
imagine that's because the Verge probably fucked up on the print screening.
Right.
So it is Photoshop.
Hey,
No, 'cause the
Chris,
Verge- the
Chris, are
Verge
you the one that like made that video that says so it is photoshopped?
No, I don't
It
make
sounds
videos.
like you sound like that guy. So
No,
it is photoshopped. Oh, I guess that guy's NASA guy, so never mind, that would be funny.
Oh, that guy, yeah. Actually, here, I'll show you who he is.
Wait, so the Russian one says 3 visible and 1 infrared wavelengths of when it takes full size images. Like, come on, what the hell? Not just one regular Polaroid.
Yeah, it's this guy.
Robert Simmons.
Alright, so you want to argue logic or you want to continue on with NASA?
You know, I just bet that Robert Simmons guy doesn't go out in public too often.
Maybe not.
Does he still work for NASA?
Probably.
He probably hides in public.
Can't we like LinkedIn look him up?
Why are you arguing over NASA composites?
I just want a normal photo, dude. They're all composites. That's my problem, dude. It's that they're just all
People say
not-
composites is fact.
Yeah, people thought that was real, like a real picture of Earth. So
I did. I thought like the pictures they showed me are just straight up freaking pictures. Like
Oh, yeah, I did
nothing,
too.
no jokes, no funny.
Oh, Chris, have I talked about centrifugal force to you before?
Alright, let's do this.
Yeah. So.
Alright, so what are you
can I
arguing?
explain? Well, the measurable difference in weight between the equator and elsewhere.
Oh, perfect. We're talking about the equator. Alright, so you're saying we're rotating around the sun on a tilt, right?
I'm talking about the centrifuge. We've already talked about solar system.
No. I wanna argue the equator now.
No, you've asked me so many questions. Time for me.
No, come on, man.
No,
I just want to know. Hold on. I want to know how the equator can be the hottest part of the Earth's crust if it's rotating on a tilt around the sun.
It's not the hottest part.
Oh, it's not.
No. You can link me your band, which is the wind map. I've already seen it.
I don't know, man. This is an
Are you gonna
interesting
link a photo-
conversation.
Link me a photo of a heat map around the equator.
All right, we'll do.
And I'm gonna tell you straight away if it's blue and red and shit like that. I don't know exactly which one it is.
All right, just give me a minute. I gotta find you it.
Do you have a computer file full of these?
Heck yeah. There
Yeah,
you go.
like,
He's got a computer full of them, bro.
Let me show you. That's the website I use to monitor wind.
This is like
You've
the
been
speed
duped there,
round.
Chris. Chris, you've
Yeah.
been duped.
I think these kids come in here and like think they can prove us wrong, but like they kind
Chris.
of get mad. What?
Prove me wrong on that.
I gotta look at it first, man. Come on. All right, so there it is. Okay, what are you trying to show me here?
That's the print screen it's taken from. It's not heat.
All right, so it's not so the equator is not technically the hottest part of the Earth's crust in your model.
No, and you've been linked a wind map.
I don't know. That's a wind map. Okay, great.
I've just linked you the site that picture's been taken from.
It's not really how reality works, but okay, man.
You can use temperature on that if you want.
Oh, I
Wait,
can't.
so what does this wind map look on a flat map?
Hold on. Oh, this is a cool website.
I know, it's really good.
How do I change the heat?
How do I change the flat map projection?
It says rendering globe. Hold on.
Can I change to the as a?
You used to be able to change it on that, and then they've removed it.
Oh no
I mean,
way!
he still hasn't explained me why oxygen and nitrogen are not constantly leaving our Earth's atmosphere.
Because of gravity, I've already explained.
I know, but like,
you know.
Yeah, but like, you still haven't explained to me like how a pressurized system can occur next to an unpressurized system.
Yeah,
like
wait,
a vacuum.
when we're spinning,
because of gravity, and we keep
without a container though.
So black, when we're spinning, no, is it?
Carry on, Hollywood.
So, but like
gravity.
Earlier, you explained, or you were trying to explain how planets like kept up with the sun. I don't know if I was listening fully then, but like, now I just lost my thought. Well, what were we just saying, Chris? Something about I was trying to relate the planets orbiting gravity to something.
He's gotta explain me the physics behind a pressure gradient with
Oh
gas.
yeah. So the atmosphere. So like, how does the atmosphere keep up with the Earth spinning? Like, is there some sort of gravity that you think is all like equalized?
No,
like
it's
trailing
relative.
behind. Wait, it's what?
There's nothing to say that the atmosphere shouldn't follow the Earth's spin. It's relativity.
What?
So at that constant, like it's all just like floating around.
What effect?
Same...
Well,
but like the centrifugal stuff, like so you're saying like the ionosphere or whatever, the farthest stuff you were saying, troposphere or whatever, that is rotating or that is traveling faster relative to the center of Earth than the equator. Yeah. And that's why.
Well,
just
it's
because
it's in relative position to it.
Well,
That's why you weigh less out.
Isn't it getting weaker the farther away you go from center of mass, right?
What's getting weaker? What
the gravity?
Well, the gravity's not getting weaker, but your weight's getting lighter. Is the correct term? So you're getting lighter.
Getting lighter because of gravity getting weaker.
No, because of the centrifugal force, which is the other effect that's counteracting gravity only by 0.37%.
So it's easier for gas to escape the farther away it is.
It doesn't become easier. It's easier for gas to get higher, but only like by 0.33.
All right, so what's stopping it from escaping?
Gravity.
It's just so crazy that
he just says gravity.
It's just so crazy that a plane takes off and flies.
Oh, gravity.
Well, but it's crazy that a plane takes off and flies, Black, and just has nothing to do with it.
Let me answer. All right. So how does gravity work? That there's a certain container that's stopping the gas escaping.
It's stopping the gas. Well, the gas has no reason to escape into the vacuum.
Why? Tell me why.
Doesn't it have to equalize?
I'm gonna say because obviously there's a
gravitation. And doesn't heat go to the coldest point? So the second law of thermodynamics. How does heat not escape the Earth?
Heat radiation into a vacuum is very slow.
Oh, is that how slow?
Greenhouse effect? I don't know if that's
Grizzly. What were you saying about the
how slow? Because second law of thermodynamics says heat should escape to the coldest point. It should equalize through the solar system, not just stick to the Earth.
It's got nothing to radiate through.
Alrighty, yeah. Must be gravity then. Okay.
Gravity.
No, I didn't explain that with gravity. I said there's nothing for it to radiate. Can you?
Bro, do you think, bro? Hypothetically, bro, if we put a heater in a vacuum, you don't think heat would radiate within the chamber where the vacuum?
No, it wouldn't.
Gravity.
Wrong.
All right. Very ignorant of you.
All right, let's continue. This is actually funny, but all
The good question, bro. If heat doesn't radiate through a vacuum, how does the sun's light get to the Earth and heat the Earth?
That's different.
Oh, already.
That's
gravity.
Radiators don't create photons.
Okay, so photons can move through a vacuum, but heat cannot. Eh?
No, because heat is the vibration through particles. There's no particles in a vacuum.
Dude, I can even hear you half laughing as you're answering this, bro.
I don't know. I'd never thought I'd actually have to say that. You know how double glazing works? Like, I'm gonna have to teach you. Do you know how double glazing works?
Teach me.
I know how triple glazing works, but not double glazing. So please inform me, dude.
Science fiction.
Yeah, double glazing is fake, by the way. It's not real. Yeah, so double glazing works because it's got a vacuum between the two panes of glass, which makes it harder for heat to radiate through because there's no particles to radiate through. So, you know, unless double glazing's fake, it's all a conspiracy. But it works for me. If anyone would like to say that radiating through a vacuum is possible, then please do, because you'll be a rich man.
Or super censored.
Or what?
Super censored.
What does that mean?
We'll censor it. I don't know.
Well, if you figure it out yourself.
So, Santon, according to you, then, gravity is the strongest force in our solar system, yeah?
No, it's not.
What is the
When
strongest
did I ever
force?
say that? I think it's electromagnetism. I can't remember my fundamentals.
Okay, so if electromagnetism is the strongest force, where would you see it in the solar system? Explain to me where you could. Where?
Everywhere around you.
No, but for example, gravity is keeping all the air molecules to the Earth. It's keeping the Earth rotating around the sun. So where's the electromagnetism in?
Well, Combs' law. Do you know what Combs' law is?
No, hold on. So we can visibly see, according to you, we can visibly see gravity holding the air molecules to the Earth and making the Earth orbit the sun. So where can we see electromagnetism?
Where can we see electromagnetism? Well,
If it's the strongest force.
Do you see the wind?
Can you see the effects of wind?
Yeah, you can see the effects of electromagnetism.
Where?
Everything, particles held together.
So okay, so gravity is not the strongest force, yet it's keeping the Earth rotating around the sun. But electromagnetism, where's the evidence of that?
Electromagnetism pretty much keeps the universe together. I don't want to sound like a EU nerd here, but
hold on, but I thought gravity keeps the solar system together because everything is orbiting because of gravity, right?
There's 4 fundamental forces. Grizzly, I don't think you're really grasping this.
For me, it's a bit inconsistent to say gravity isn't the most powerful force, and yet it's keeping all the planets rotating around each other. So where is the most powerful force? We should be able to see even more than gravity, shouldn't we?
The one that's keeping the particles that force the mass to happen, like the Higgs and stuff like that, together, which is the most powerful force, which binds everything.
And yet we can't see it anywhere.
What can you see an electron?
No, well, hold on. We can see the effects of gravity, correct?
You can see the effects of gravity.
Okay, so where are the effects of electromagnetism?
2 seconds.
We've got to check his cheat sheet, I think.
Sorry. All right. Anyway, what will we say?
So we can see the effects of gravity, but where are the effects of electromagnetism, according to you?
The effects. Yeah. What did they already say? Oh, I don't know. I haven't said this. Gravity is a weak force. You understand? But the thing is, in physics, right? They call things weak, but they mean weak as in relative power of effect to other forces. It doesn't mean that they've actually measured them weak and there's a top trump cards of which is the strongest. You just get called weak forces.
Okay, so we can see gravity. We can see the evidence of gravity according to how planets orbit each other, according to you. So where is electromagnetism?
Have you ever been out in a thunderstorm before?
Yeah.
Sometimes there's these like big bright flashes of light.
Lightning? You still haven't explained lightning.
You see, this is out my field right now. Like I'm
not field. You don't need a field. You need physics.
I work with
Come on, man.
GPS.
You're not dumb.
If you want to
You see-
question me from GPS.
You see, for me, dude, gravity is a bunch of nonsense, and so therefore the most powerful force is electromagnetism, and we can see evidence of that by the planets orbiting the Earth. They're being held in place by electromagnetic forces, and gravity is a non-existent force.
Are you in an electric universe, geezer?
No, I'm not. No.
Where do the GPS signals come from?
We don't believe in a universe.
GPS. Yeah, GPS is basically just it's like a fleet of geosynchronous.
No, where do the signals come from? How do you know where they come?
What do you mean signals? They come all ground station.
When I have a GPS receiver and I triangulate between like 4 or whatever, 6, I don't know what the precise number is for
3.
Well, 3 is the minimum, but I don't know. So when I connect, like how do I know where the signal's coming from? I couldn't just be coming from cell tower?
The thing is, there's DGPS, which is ground based, which is what the military use, and then there's GPS.
Is ground based, you mean just by a big antenna? Like
Yeah, but that's like military use because obviously satellites can be jammed.
are sketchy.
No, it's satellites are usually used in GPS, so like like GPS tracking and stuff like that.
I guess. Wait, hey, sidetrack, so don't forget it. How do you think we're communicating right now?
Through ground cables.
All right, good.
Right.
At least we agreed on that.
Okay, yeah, just making sure.
But in the future, there's going to be a satellite broadband. Look out for that.
They've been saying that for years, bro. Just like they've been saying that we're gonna do something, and
yeah, it is coming in years though. Just give it time, Hollywood. It'll come. Trust me.
That's what they keep saying my whole fucking life. That's like somebody was saying there's no market for space tourism. It's like, dude, yes there is. There was a list of freaking rich people that wanted to do it for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they never
won't
did
make that much money though.
Not available.
In
Sorry,
comparison,
but so
to
what were we
contract
saying? The GPS satellites.
Yeah, so GPS. I'm gonna go off triangulation right now because that's not the correct term to use. It's trilateration.
Okay.
So trilateration works better on the 3D model for measuring distance. So obviously it connects to the receiver and it figures out how long it takes for a signal to come back and forth.
Wait, what?
And
Wait, hold on. Sorry, why can't ground be jammed?
I don't know, it's a military application, fuck knows. I just assumed that. The military like to keep it ground, I don't know why.
Because I think that fact alone makes me think that satellites are more bullshit. I actually thought they would primarily use
DGPS is a combination of the both. Hollywood.
They primarily use space satellites.
Not DGPS.
And you can put it right above it, dude.
No, DGPS is both.
I don't know.
DGPS is ground based and also
sorry for interrupting though.
Sorry. GPS. So anyway, they use trilateration, which is basically measuring the distance using 3 different points as a minimum, as you said. So trilateration is basically just measuring distance, not angles, because triangulation is you measuring angles, you're not really going to get far, especially with GPS. So they use trilateration, send signals, keep on bouncing it back and forth, and the other satellites can coordinate with each other and do simple iPhone mathematics to figure out where it's moving and the distance it's moving in between each satellite. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, a little bit. I get it.
It's quite hard.
I don't believe it.
Visualizing it.
I know that's the real problem. Is where are the pictures of all these GPS satellites, dude?
Pretty boring to be honest. don't really want to look at a picture of them. I think there's never really been a market for people wanting to look at satellites until about a year ago.
Yeah.
You know how many satellites are in orbit right now, right?
20,000.
Yeah, around there. I mean, functional
How much of
satellites
them
are probably 1,400.
1,400.
Yeah, but around less than 20,000 in orbit.
But shouldn't it be easy enough if people want to see them now that they just have those astronauts at the space station use their big lensed cameras and just take
They're
a
moving
couple.
too quick because it won't be on the exact same relative orbital path.
So they are. All right. So why is the ISS seeing a satellite?
That's what I'm saying. Why can't
if it's orbiting with satellites?
No, but the relative speed shouldn't be that much of a difference, and they're not going. Are they going?
They are going.
Are they
faster.
traveling the opposite? Are they traveling the opposite orbits, like different directions, or are they all going?
Some of them are. It's just dangerous to intersect orbital paths that close because if something goes wrong and they collide at that speed.
Yeah, but like, isn't it? Can't you get like a good shot at the sun shines off?
No, not really. They're very small.
When it reflects,
it's like trying to
put a video camera. It would just like you would see like 100 satellites just flicker in the sunlight at this one angle. Wouldn't that be like?
It's like trying to say if you were stood on a mountain, trying to take a picture of a penny at the bottom of the mountain. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah,
even though it's not that far away.
But it's not because there's no atmosphere. There's nothing to block it. It's just
I'm just saying you can't get close to them. Hollywood is too dangerous.
I don't know, man.
You've got to think of relative speeds of them. Because
how did they catch?
Just gonna
how did they get?
glide up.
I'm just wondering why the ISS can't see any.